Chapter 201 Senior Brother Yang Ming, a rather pitiful man. Kid is mine. Heh, since Kid is here at our aviation university today, he's not leaving. Professor Wang and John Kylan argued, then each grabbed one of Liang's arms and started pulling. Although they weren't really using force, Liang was caught in the middle, utterly speechless. This scene, it's so familiar. Enough. Liang couldn't take it anymore and broke free from their grasp. I'm a living, breathing person, not an object. I don't belong to Kyoto University, nor to Aviation University. Liang said seriously, frowning. John Kylan was startled, realizing he'd said the wrong thing, and a wave of shame washed over him. Yes, Liang, though a child, was still a living, breathing person. He only saw the immense value behind Liang, ignoring that Liang also had his own thoughts. It was truly wrong of him. Humph, you heard that? Kid brother has long disliked your Aviation University. Seeing John Kylan lower his head, Professor Wang pressed his advantage, but then he caught Liang's gaze, swallowed hard, and awkwardly shut his mouth. Liang took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to go to that so-called gifted youth program. What the heck? Before Professor Wang and John Kylan could speak, Su Hyang panicked and quickly grabbed Liang. Liang, don't waste such a good opportunity. Whatever the reason, we can discuss it and resolve it. Please don't act impulsively. Seeing Su Hyang's anxious and fearful appearance, Go Sheng's eyes darted around, and he said, I know why. It's because Brother Eng has to write a self-criticism tonight, so he doesn't have time to think about going to the gifted youth program. It's just a self-criticism, forget it. Su Hyang could easily tell that Go Sheng was trying to be clever, but in the current situation, he had to appease Liang. Liang refused to go to the gifted youth program. What kind of behavior is this? This is equivalent to a top student who could be directly admitted to Kyoto University or Tsinghua University suddenly giving up their admission in the college entrance examination, insisting on repeating a year. Isn't this just being brainless? Director Su, it's not about self-criticism. Liang shook his head and looked at John Kylan. Professor John, let me ask you, if I came to your Aviation University's gifted youth program, could I set up a stall every day and not do homework or attend classes? John Kylan took off his glasses and wiped them, hesitated for a moment, and answered truthfully, sorry, kid, that's impossible. Professor Wang, what do you think? Kid, necessary homework still needs to be done, but I believe in your intelligence. Professor Wang tried to offer Liang a glimpse of the future, but Liang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to continue. This is what I'm thinking, going to the gifted youth program seems like avoiding the rigid rules of primary school, but the learning difficulty and academic workload are much heavier than primary school. Even if you two could make an exception for me, I might not have the free time and extra energy to set up a stall. Liang frankly explained his reasons for not going to the gifted youth program. Liang knew very well that his greatest resource and reliance wasn't connections like Professor Wang's, but his own system. To complete the system's tasks, he needed ample time to set up his stall and complete them. With Liang's academic level as a top student from a 985 university in his previous life, he wouldn't have to worry about any academic matters while staying at the experimental primary school, allowing him to fully utilize his free time for his stall. But in the gifted youth program, everything was uncertain. Even if Liang could handle university-level courses, there were still various research projects waiting for him. Liang had unlocked a culinary recipe system, not a genius system. By the end of the gifted youth program, Liang would definitely be reduced to a beast of burden again, unable to enjoy life freely. So, compared to the gifted youth program, I'll just continue in primary school. Liang sighed and patted Professor Wang on the shoulder. Professor Wang wanted to say a few more words of advice, but swallowed his words. Liang's legs are his own, and since his mind is made up, Professor Wang knows further persuasion is futile. Since persuading Liang to attend the gifted youth program is hopeless, then Professor Wang resorted to a less desirable option, taking Liang's hand. Little brother, there should still be some stinky mandarin fish left at your stall today, right? Could you share a few with me? John Kylan immediately slapped Professor Wang's hand away, saying, little brother, you're setting up your stall at our Aviation University. Even if there's some left, our Aviation University has priority purchasing rights. What priority purchasing rights? I only have priority purchasing rights as a VIP of Lee's roasted goose leg. Just as John Kylan and Professor Wang were about to start another argument, suddenly, another voice rang out from afar. We're late. Little brother belongs to our Tsinghua University. Professor Wang and John Kylan were both startled and looked into the distance. Zhao Zhenhai, Lu Yue, Zhu Kongkong, and others from Tsinghua University, looking disheveled but striding confidently towards the flagpole. Their clothes appeared to have holes from being snagged by sharp wires, and even Lu Yue had bits of grass and twigs stuck in her hair. It was clear that Tsinghua University had gone to great lengths to get into the Aviation University. The group reached the flagpole, and Zhao Zhenhai excitedly grasped Liang's hands. Brother Li, we waited for you at the experimental primary school for most of the day. We only found out this afternoon that you were at the Aviation University for the food festival. Although we missed your cooking, I have a surprise for you. You shouldn't refuse. Zhao Zhenhai glanced at Professor Wang, his eyes filled with resentment. That damn Professor Wang. He knew Liang was coming to the food festival but didn't tell us, making Tsinghua University wait outside the experimental primary school for most of the day. Fortunately, Zhao Zhenhai acted decisively, leading his group to squeeze through the fence and scale the wall into the Aviation University, where they successfully met the little kid. What surprise! It's not that Tsinghua University invited me to study in their gifted youth program, is it? Liang's expression was somewhat strange. Zhao Zhenhai looked utterly shocked. Little kid, you're amazing. How did you know? Liang sighed and pointed at Professor Wang. Director Zhao, why don't you ask him? The farce on the flag-raising platform at the Aviation University didn't end until 7 p.m. Professor Wang, John Kailan, and the rest of the Tsinghua University students ultimately missed out on another bite of Liang's stinky mandarin fish, much to their regret. After Professor Wang and the others left, Su Hyang and the others held on to Liang and tried to persuade him to consider enrolling in the gifted youth program, but he ultimately refused. The students at the Aviation University were quite heartwarming, lining the streets to see Liang off as he left campus, thanking him for the unforgettable stinky mandarin fish feast he had given them that day. However, Yang Ming, the senior student at the Aviation University who helped Liang modify his tricycle, didn't participate in the farewell ceremony. According to Chen Lingfei, Yang Ming seemed to be somewhat mentally unstable. After spending half the afternoon in the lab, he completely broke down, shouting to everyone he met that his system had malfunctioned, and was eventually sent to the university's psychological counseling center for examination. What a pitiful guy. However, Liang felt this matter had nothing to do with him and treated it as just anecdote. Leaving the school gate, Liang got into Li Xiangdong's car. Seeing Liang's exhausted appearance, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but tease, "You little rascal, judging by your appearance, your stinky mandarin fish sales aren't going very well." "I knew it, that stuff is too smelly. By the way, did you save any stinky mandarin fish for your old man to try?" Liang was too lazy to respond to Li Xiangdong and turned his head to adjust the seat. Ding! A notification sound rang in Liang's mind. Task completion, 62%. Host's reputation level has changed. Host's reputation level at Kyoto Aviation University has increased to widely recognized. Host's reputation level in the Kyoto Aviation University area has increased by 2 levels, unlocking achievement, fame for 1 dish. Random achievement reward issued. Whoosh! The system notification sounded, and then, a phantom image of a god of cookery recipe composed of golden light spots slowly unfolded in front of Liang. Chapter 202. Finally, she evolved from a rich young lady into a qualified handyman. Whoosh! The god of cookery's recipe book vibrated rapidly, finally revealing a colorful inkwash painting. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the dish, spicy snails. The preparation process and details of this dish have been transmitted into the host's consciousness. Spicy snails. Seeing this dish, Liang felt a pang of nostalgia. Strictly speaking, spicy snails belong to the southwestern cuisine. However, in Liang's previous life, this snack was incredibly popular throughout the country, with slightly different variations in preparation in different regions. In an era before widespread internet access and convenient transportation, the sheer popularity of spicy snails speaks volumes about their deliciousness. However, with the changing times, it's now difficult to find good spicy snails in most areas, and the street vendors selling them have gradually disappeared from the memories of a generation. Phew! Exhaling, Liang regained his composure. Spicy snails are delicious, but there's no rush to research them now. Based on Liang's experience, the system will naturally release a spicy snail task after the stinky mandarin fish task is completed. He can cook spicy snails then. Back home, Zhang Yawen smiled and asked Liang about his experiences at the Aviation University that day. However, thinking about the chaotic scene at Kyoto University and the Aviation University, Liang chose to remain silent. After dinner, Liang went to sleep. The next 3 days were uneventful and fulfilling. Attending classes, selling stinky mandarin fish, playing games, and going out for basketball in the evenings, that's about it. After receiving Liang's clear reply, Kyoto University, the Aviation University, and Tsinghua University had no choice but to abandon their plans to recruit him through their special programs for gifted children and instead went to devise other ideas. The academic affairs director, Su Hyang, would frequently visit Liang's class every few days to try and persuade him to reconsider the gifted youth program, much to Liang's annoyance. Gobo and a group of other parents also became loyal customers of Liang's food during these 3 days. When it was time to pick up their children after school, long lines would form in front of Liang's stall. Buying a stinky mandarin fish and adding a couple of side dishes made a sumptuous dinner. However, the parents' constant craving for the stinky mandarin fish led to frequent instances of forgetting to pick up their children. Eventually, the children got used to it. If their parents weren't waiting at the school gate, they could always find them at Liang's stall. Gradually, Liang's reputation grew throughout the experimental elementary school, eventually becoming known to all the teachers and students. His cooking was incredibly delicious. He was invited to the gifted youth programs of numerous top universities, and even the strict dean of studies, Su Hyang, followed him around like a whirlwind. With so many accolades, Liang was practically a god in the students' eyes. As for Huang Xueqing and Wei Yongfang, Huang Xueqing, of course, finally got to eat the stinky mandarin fish she longed for, while Wei Yongfang waited anxiously at the school gate every day, sighing and hoping for the return of his fried chicken prince. Huang Xueqing didn't dare tell Wei Yongfang the truth, and the students naturally wouldn't interact much with the stern Wei Yongfang, so the matter remained a secret. Friday afternoon. Ring ring. The bell rang, and Wei Yongfang, looking a little tired, tapped her 2 stacked books on the corner of the desk. Get out of class dismissed. Wow! The students erupted in cheers. The first weekend after the start of the school year finally arrived. Liang, let's go set up a stall. For the past week, Su Qingqing had been inseparable from Liang whenever she was at school. Setting up a stall had become a habit for her. After 5 days of stall practice, Su Qingqing gradually mastered more odd jobs. Helping with tasks like washing vegetables, tidying desks, and wiping dishes, Su Qingqing had learned almost everything. It could be said that Su Qingqing had successfully evolved from a pampered young lady into a diligent handyman in 5 days. While she didn't know if Su Yuanpeng would be satisfied with this result, Liang was quite pleased. However, Liang still refused Su Qingqing's offer. There's no need to set up the stall tonight, get some rest. Next week, I'm planning to introduce new dishes. Everyone's pretty much tired of the stinky mandarin fish. As soon as Liang said this, the students who were organizing their bags immediately gathered around. Brother Ang, we're not tired of it yet. It's just, the stinky mandarin fish you made. My parents devoured it all when we got home. I barely got a few bites. Brother Ang, I could eat your stinky mandarin fish for the rest of my life and I'd never get tired of it. There was a question online asking what you would bring if you could only bring 10 pounds of stuff to a post-apocalyptic world. I decisively answered 10 pounds of stinky mandarin fish. I definitely wouldn't survive in the apocalypse. Having a good meal before I die is the most important thing. The classmates chimed in, trying to persuade Liang, while Su Qingqing, her face flushed, shouted angrily, "Who told you to eavesdrop on my conversation with Liang? Get out of the way." Su Qingqing's outburst silenced the classmates. Liang smiled slightly. Actually, Liang wasn't really worried that the diners would get tired of the stinky mandarin fish. The key was that the mission Fragrance Spreads 10 Miles was already completed. This afternoon, Liang sold his 666th serving of stinky mandarin fish, receiving a reward of 1 million yuan from the system. Subsequently, the system issued a new task, spicy snails, requiring Liang to sell a total of 1,000 servings of snails. Liang had a pretty good grasp of the system's mechanics. If he had new dishes that hadn't yet been assigned tasks, the system would reward him with skills or money. If it was a monetary reward, the system seemed to distribute it based on a floating percentage of Liang's current assets. When Liang's assets were around 10,000 yuan, the system usually gave out small bonuses of 20 or 30,000 yuan. Currently, with assets in the millions, the system rewarded him with 1 million yuan. In short, the monetary reward from the god of cookery recipes wouldn't make Liang instantly rich, it was just a bonus. Therefore, Liang actually hoped the system would reward him with more skills or something similar. Just 2 days ago, when Liang reached the renowned reputation level at the experimental primary school, the system upgraded the wishful thinking abacus again, quadrupling Liang's net income. If every reward could upgrade the wishful thinking abacus, Liang would soon achieve true financial freedom. Unfortunately, Liang couldn't control the system's rewards. Alright, Liang, see you next week. Su Qingqing glared at her classmates before turning her gaze back to Liang. Winking and smiling sweetly at Liang, Su Qingqing skipped away. Liang walked out of the school gate, where Li Xiangdong was already waiting in his raptor. You brat, you took so long to get out. Li Xiangdong was about to complain to Liang when Liang patted him on the shoulder. Dad, let's go. Where to? Li Xiangdong was taken aback. The market. Liang pointed into the distance and smiled. Okay. Li Xiangdong hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. For the past week, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had been selling garlic fried chicken and roasted goose legs at Desheng Snack Street. Although business was getting better every day, Li Xiangdong wasn't as happy as before. When Li Xiangdong was working as Liang's assistant, he could grumble to his son occasionally, and if things got really bad, he could even scold Liang a bit. Liang generally didn't mind. But Zhang Yan was different. If Li Xiangdong was even slightly careless or made a mistake, he was guaranteed a long lecture from Zhang Yan. Although Li Xiangdong deeply loved his wife, he still felt immense pressure every day at the stall, a far cry from the relaxed ease he felt when he was with Liang. Now, Liang was clearly trying to get him, the father, back into the game, to return to the market together, and that familiar feeling was back. Yeah, that's it. Chapter 203. These days, even the vegetable market is using big data? Vegetables for sale. Pork hock, top quality pork hock, 15 yuan a pound. The Zhejiangmen Agricultural Wholesale Market is considered the largest comprehensive vegetable market in Beijing. The Zhejiangmen Vegetable Market gets its name from the two huge mahogany doors with purple gold handles at its main entrance. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon, the peak time for buying vegetables. Elderly people, small restaurant owners, and purchasing agents from large hotels bustled about in the market, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Liang and Li Xiangdong were jostled and pushed around in the market. "Hey kid, what are you planning to buy that you came all the way to Zhejiangmen?" Although Li Xiangdong occasionally came out to buy some ingredients, he rarely came to the Zhejiangmen vegetable market, for no other reason than that it was too crowded and the business was too complicated. If the vegetable market near Desheng Snack Street was a beginner's village for shoppers, then the Zhejiangmen vegetable market was the main city. "I'm buying snails," Liang said casually to Li Xiangdong, waving apologetically to an old man he'd accidentally bumped into earlier. "You want to buy those?" Li Xiangdong was taken aback. "No wonder you came here. Snails are quite rare in Beijing. To buy fresh, live snails, you either have to come to the Zhejiangmen vegetable market or travel to the far suburbs. As for the Agricultural University, they don't cultivate snails at all, and since Liang gets his supplies from the university for free, he generally doesn't bother them much anymore, except for buying goose legs." However, Li Xiangdong was a little curious about why Liang had suddenly decided to sell snails. In northern China, snails are practically an outdated ingredient, usually appearing on the menus of barbecue restaurants as appetizers. Those snail dishes are almost always pre-made online, served directly to customers after being unpacked. In Kyoto, very few vendors actually prepare snails themselves, let alone use them in proper home-style dishes. After squeezing through the crowds for a while, Liang and Li Xiangdong finally managed to enter the seafood section. A variety of fish and shrimp came into view. "Boss, what would you like to buy?" "Boss, are you here to buy some? Take a look at our small lobsters." As soon as Liang and Li Xiangdong entered the seafood section, several vendors approached them to promote their wares. The wholesale market for seafood is different from that for vegetables. If you encounter a big customer, you can earn a month's worth of money in a single day. Therefore, the vendors were extremely enthusiastic towards Li Xiangdong. However, this also made it very difficult for Li Xiangdong and Liang to browse the seafood section. "Wait, why are you all always targeting me to sell to?" Gradually, Li Xiangdong began to get impatient. These vendors were relentless, almost ignoring other passers-by, and went straight for Li Xiangdong. One of the vendors chuckled and said, "Boss, I know you came in a raptor. People who drive that to our market are either off-road enthusiasts or restaurant owners buying supplies." Li Xiangdong was taken aback, and exclaimed in shock, "How did you know what kind of car I drive?" The vendor smiled slightly and pointed to the camera above Li Xiangdong's head. "Our Zhejiangmen vegetable market's cameras cover the parking lot. As soon as you park, the big data system sends us a notification." Wow! The vendor's explanation surprised Li Ang. Vegetable markets have evolved this far now? These days, everything is keeping up with the times. However, when Li Xiangdong explained that he was there to buy snails, the vendor's expressions turned cold, and they scattered. Snails only cost 2 or 3 yuan per pound at the market. They're not very profitable, so the vendors naturally didn't bother with Li Xiangdong. That was fine too. Liang and Li Xiangdong finally had a chance to quietly browse the seafood market for a while. Ding! Fresh wild snails, quality good, green, but may contain parasites and bacteria if not cooked long enough. Fish pond farmed snails, quality excellent, blue, cultivated using a fish snail co-culture method, with better meat quality than wild snails. Liang looked at several snail shops, but the quality was unsatisfactory. Just as Liang was feeling slightly disappointed, a snail with a hard shell caught his eye. Live snails, starting price 1 yuan per jin, can be sold individually. This price, incredibly cheap. It's clear that 1 yuan per jin is indeed the bottom price for snails, not to mention that they support individual sales. This merchant is too honest. Doesn't he know how to leave any profit margin? This kind of overcharging approach to selling vegetables reminded Liang of an old friend. "Brother Liang, brother Xiangdong." Just then, a head suddenly popped out from behind the hard shell, looking at Liang and Li Xiangdong with surprise. "Brother Gong?" Liang was slightly taken aback. "Isn't this Brother Gong, who used to sell goose legs at the market? What's he doing at the Zhejiangmen market?" "Sigh, don't even mention it." Brother Gong skillfully pulled out a lollipop and handed it to Liang, then offered Li Xiangdong a cigarette, saying helplessly, "After the goose legs sold out, you two stopped coming, and my vegetable stall business plummeted. So, I took a gamble and started a business, bringing live snails from my hometown to try and raise them. Who knew the market in Beijing was bad, and I couldn't sell a whole pond of snails." Brother Gong sighed repeatedly. This, Liang looked at Brother Gong speechlessly. These days, 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs lose money. Besides, someone like Brother Gong who blindly starts a business without researching the market is guaranteed to lose everything. He felt Brother Gong was a bit dimwit, but Liang didn't want to say much, so he went behind the cardboard sign, lollipop in his mouth. Let's check the quality of Brother Gong's snails first. Fresh Longnan snails. Quality, purple, premium. Longnan specialty snails, large, meaty, and delicious, an excellent ingredient for making spicy snails. Looking at the system notification in his field of vision, Liang raised an eyebrow. Brother Gong was indeed not good at business, but he had to admit his supply was truly amazing. First, there were purple quality roasted goose legs, now purple quality snails? Brother Gong, give me 10 pounds of snails to take home and try first. I'll come back in a few days to buy more in bulk. Make sure you have plenty of snails then. Liang snapped his lollipop in half with a crunch, decisively saying to Brother Gong, Brother Liang, you really want to buy. Brother Gong's eyes immediately welled up with tears of excitement. Back then, it was Liang's large-scale purchase of goose legs that saved Brother Gong's wife's goose farm from losses. Now, Liang is going to cover his snail needs too? What a blessing Brother Gong has received, having such a lucky star like Liang in his life. Chapter 204 The Amazing Owner. Did Kid Brother bring back the stinky mandarin fish today? Li Xiangdong, seeing Liang carrying 10 jin of snails, seemed to remember something and reminded him, your Grandpa Zhao and Grandpa Xiang are coming over tonight to play chess with me. This, Liang instantly understood what Li Xiangdong meant. These two old men said they were coming to play chess, but they were really just there to freeload a meal. However, a few days ago when Liang was at school, Li Xiangdong often went to Grandpa Xiang Zhao Wenkin's house for meals and chess. Sigh. It's all my father's fault for being mischievous, we owe them a favor. Looks like we'll have to make a lot more snails tonight. Liang went back and got another 10 jin of snails from Brother Gong, then he and Li Xiangdong carried the large sack full of snails back to the parking lot. They tossed the sack into the back of the car and went home. More than half an hour later, the Ford Raptor finally came to a slow stop at the entrance of the Zhongcheng Academy residential area. Master Xiao Ang is back. Quick, open the gate. Security guard Xiao Lu saluted and quickly pressed the gate to the underground parking garage. Xiao Lu, on the night shift. Li Xiangdong didn't rush into the garage, rolled down the window, and chatted with Xiao Lu for a bit. Yes, I'm on the night shift today. Master Xiao Ang is out of school. How was business today? Security guard Xiao Lu wasn't really interested in talking to Li Xiangdong, his attention was entirely on Liang in the passenger seat. For the past week, Liang had been a godlike homeowner in their security team's eyes. Every time he came back from his stall, he would bring them 1 or 2 stinky mandarin fish. The security guards who were originally planning to quit and pursue other opportunities completely abandoned their ambitions after eating Liang's stinky mandarin fish and focused solely on continuing to work as security guards. Working as a security guard at Zhongcheng Academy, after deducting social insurance and housing fund contributions, the monthly salary is close to 5 figures. Every day, he patrols, runs errands for residents, and afterwards, there's even stinky mandarin fish for dinner. This job is just too good to pass the time. Why bother striving? Just lie down and relax. Business. What business? Hearing security guard Xiao Liu's words, Li Xiangdong frowned, looking puzzled. Liang was startled and quickly peeked out, giving security guard Xiao Lu an angry glare. Security guard Xiao Lu realized he'd misspoke and stammered an excuse. Brother Li, I meant to ask how your business is, not Master Xiao Ang. Master Xiao Ang's in school, right? He doesn't have time for business, haha. Xiao Lu laughed awkwardly. Luckily, Li Xiangdong didn't think too much of it and waved his hand, replying, hey, what's there to ask about my small business, it's alright. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Lu, Li Xiangdong finally stepped on the gas and drove into the garage. Phew! Xiao Lu breathed a sigh of relief, he'd been sweating profusely from his nervousness. Whoosh! The window of the security booth behind Xiao Lu opened, and an older security guard looked at him speechlessly. Your mouth! You almost caused our security team to miss out on Kid Brother's cooking. Behind Li Xiangdong's back, he found a driver for Liang, delivered his tricycle to the school, and then helped Liang haul his goods home after school. This had become an unspoken routine within the security team. Eventually, they even stopped hiring outsiders as drivers, instead having off-duty security guards take turns. If Xiao Lu had let slip that his son was setting up a stall every day, Li Xiangdong would have found out, and their plan to help Liang with the stall would be ruined. Naturally, their security team wouldn't receive the reward from Liang in the future. Brother Yang, it's my fault. Security guard Xiao Lu raised his hand apologetically with a smile, then shook his head and complained. To be honest, Brother Li is really strange. If I had a son like that, capable of making money by setting up a stall, my ancestors' graves would erupt like volcanoes. I, as his father, would have to support him every day. Brother Li, on the other hand, goes to great lengths to prevent his child from earning money. You don't know anything. Security guard Yang rolled his eyes at Xiao Lu, saying, he probably doesn't care about that little bit of money, he just wants his son to be educated. Besides, working as a security guard in this neighborhood, I see all sorts of strange things. Like those two old gentlemen in our neighborhood, Zhao Wenqin and Xiang Changjiang, they're always spending hundreds of thousands to compete with each other. We security guards just can't understand it. Security guard Xiao Lu and security guard Yang got more and more excited as they talked, quickly shifting the topic from Liang to Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiang. Just as the two were getting into their conversation, the security captain wandered over. What are you two discussing? Stop meddling in the residents' affairs, and don't overstep your bounds. Shouted at by the security captain, security guards Xiao Lu and Yang Ji sheepishly shut up. By the way, the security captain scratched his nose and lowered his voice, asking, did Master Xiaowang bring back the stinky mandarin fish today? No. Security guard Xiao Lu said with a wry smile, Master Xiaowang didn't set up his stall after school today, so he didn't have time to make us any stinky mandarin fish. Oh, alright then. The security captain nodded. Alright, you two, keep your post straight and stop talking nonsense. After scolding security guards Xiao Lu and Yang Ji, the security captain walked away with his hands behind his back. He smacked his lips as he walked. He'd been eating stinky mandarin fish for almost a week straight, and not having it today felt really strange. That pungent yet fragrant smell, that firm, chewy fish meat, and the savory flavor of the sauce. The security captain's mouth watered more and more, and he couldn't help but swallow. Without realizing it, he bumped into a lamppost with a thud. Mom, I'm home. As soon as he entered the number 8 courtyard, Liang rushed into the house, leaving Li Xiangdong dragging a large bag of snails behind him, looking resentful. However, upon entering the living room, Liang was dumbfounded. Zhang Yan wasn't there, but the homework catching team he had once assembled was all there on the sofa. Tiger, Rui, and Tiao. The three of them jumped up from the sofa with excitement as soon as they saw Liang come home. The big orange cat, who was resting nearby, was startled and scurried away. What are you doing here? Liang was internally fuming. He'd already dealt with the unlucky kids from experimental elementary school for 5 days, and now these 3 unlucky kids showed up for the weekend. It's the weekend, of course we came to play with you, Brother Ang. Tiger paused, momentarily stunned. He didn't understand what Liang meant. Isn't it normal for kids to go out and play with friends on weekends? Kids have boundless energy, unlike adults who just want to stay home and lie around on holidays, not wanting to go anywhere, let alone go out and run around with friends. Oh right, Ang Ji, we brought you a gift. Tiger suddenly remembered something and quickly called out to Rui and Tiao. Stop daydreaming, hurry up and present the gift you prepared to Ang Ji. Chapter 205 Preparing to cook, the snail is chopped in one stroke. I even have a gift. Liang chuckled. To be honest, these kids are really thoughtful. They even bring gifts when they visit, that's considerate. Of course. Tiger chuckled, shaking his head, how could I come empty-handed to Brother Ang's house for a meal? Liang was speechless. Was Tiger's EQ high or low? If you say Tiger's EQ is high, he actually put it so openly, without any hesitation. If you say his EQ is low, at least Tiger knows to bring a gift. It's hard to say. Brother Liang, this is a gift for you, please accept it. Tao Xiao's face flushed slightly as she opened her pink backpack and pulled out a small, capybara-shaped doll. The doll was finely stitched and made of soft fabric, it looked quite appealing. However, Liang had already received a capybara from Su Qingqing, and now he had another one. Are these things really that popular lately? As soon as the capybara doll appeared, the large orange cat in the distance suddenly poked its head out, staring at the doll with apparent interest. Thank you, Liang didn't bother with the formalities with the kids. Anyway, he was going to let these kids freeload on dinner later, so he might as well accept the gift openly. But, don't use the word thank you in the future. It sounds so cheesy. Liang casually hung the capybara doll on the shelf next to the sofa, reminding him, what does cheesy mean? Tiao blinked, somewhat confused. I saw people say that when they give gifts on TV. Liang didn't want to continue this topic with Tiao. Rui also opened his backpack and pulled out a thick set of workbooks. What's this? Liang's eyelids bulged. These are advanced math practice problems I got from my dad. Rui exclaimed excitedly. Brother Ang, once you crack the secrets of this advanced math, your math will be at a college level. Then, you might even skip a grade. Thank you. Liang gave a stiff smile. By the way, Rui, give me your backpack. Rui hesitated for a moment, then obediently handed his backpack to Liang. Liang casually stuffed the practice books into Rui's backpack, quickly zipped it up, and tossed it onto the sofa. Rui, you've really gone crazy from studying. Hu Ziyi sighed, scolding Rui like a little adult. Who gives gifts or homework as gifts? You're just making trouble for your brother Ang. As he spoke, Hu Ziyi took out his own backpack and pulled out a small black box. Tiger, what's this? Li Ang became wary. Last time, he'd casually accepted Tiger's gift and found an old ginseng root inside, so he owed Grandpa Xiong a favor and had treated him to meals to repay it. Could this be some valuable item again? However, when Tiger opened the box, Li Ang's eyes widened. Wow, it really was a valuable item. But this thing was amazing, an imported limited edition lollipop, chocolate filled. That's why Tiger is Li Ang's #1 little brother. He's quite sensible. Although Li Ang's favorite food is cheap fruit-flavored lollipops that cost $1 or $2, it's nice to change things up occasionally. Li Ang was playing around with the 3 kids when the doorbell rang. A moment later, Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin came in carrying a lot of things. The 2 old men brought quite a lot, mostly food. Roast chicken, roast duck, shrimp, stir-fried meat. It looked like takeout from a restaurant. Uncles, you're welcome to come, but why bring all this stuff? You're treating me like an outsider. Li Xiangdong frowned, making a move to shoo them out. Having spent so much time with Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, Li Xiangdong's skill at polite conversation had improved. Hey, Dongzi, Zhao Wenqin waved his hand repeatedly at Li Xiangdong, no need for formalities between brothers. Speaking of which, the generational order among Zhao Wenqin, Grandpa Xiong, and Li Xiangdong has always been rather messy, with each person referring to their own elder brother. Grandpa Xiong also smiled and echoed Zhao Wenqin, brotherly, don't be so polite. It's finally the weekend, and we thought we wouldn't let you too busy, so we specially went to the famous Disheng restaurant to buy some dishes for you to try. We'll leave right after we put down the dishes, so as not to disturb your family's meal. We'll come back to find you for a game of chess after you finish eating. I'll take that unlucky kid Huzi with me later. By the way, where's Xiao Ang? After a few words, Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin craned their necks to look at Li Ang. They brought such a pile of dishes. That was clearly an attempt to cover something up. They deliberately timed their visit to coincide with Li Ang's weekend off, arriving during mealtime. Their intentions were obvious. Grandpa Xiong, Grandpa Zhao. Li Ang smiled slightly, stood up to greet Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong, not revealing their ulterior motives. Perfect timing. I'm making a new dish tonight. Don't rush off, why don't you 2 try it together? Really? That's too kind of you. Haha, no need, no need. Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong exchanged polite words, but their bodies moved quickly and naturally into the living room, obediently sitting next to Hu Ziyi and the others on the sofa. The 2 exchanged a secret glance, both seeing a hint of elation in each other's eyes. They'd really come at the right time. Last time they tried Li Ang's new garlic fried chicken, these 2 old men were practically talking about fried chicken in their sleep. This time, they wondered what kind of delicious feast Li Ang would bring them. Alright, you guys wait here, I'll prepare the ingredients first. Li Ang walked to the kitchen, shook out the burlap sack, and began picking out snails from it. Rui, Tiao, and their 2 friends were very curious and rushed forward to watch. Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin hesitated for a moment, then also joined in. To be honest, they had eaten Li Ang's cooking many times, but this was the first time they had watched him cook up close. Everyone wanted to see just how unique Li Ang's cooking methods were to produce such delicious dishes. Oh, is Xiao Ang making snails tonight? These snails, not bad. Grandpa Xiong looked at the snails with his hands behind his back, slightly surprised. Gong Ji's snails were round and translucent under the light, indicating thin shells. The snails were also quite large, the smallest being the size of a grape, and the largest almost the size of a small walnut. In fact, Gong Ji's batch of snails was basically the maximum size snails could grow to. If they were any larger, they might be apple snails, so buyers should be careful to distinguish them. When viewed upright, the snails are cone-shaped. The snail's tail at the top is inedible and must be removed. Li Ang scooped up the snails, rinsed them briefly, and then casually chopped them with a boning knife. Swish, bang, a flash of cold light, and the seemingly hard snail tail snapped off instantly. This made Tiger and the other kids stare wide-eyed. This was so cool. Chapter 206. This snail soup is nowhere near as good as braised pork knuckle. As the saying goes, remove the head from the eel, remove the tail from the snail. The snail's tail is formed from atrophied terminal muscles and accumulates a large amount of metabolic waste and bacteria. Not only is it devoid of nutritional value, but it also poses certain health risks, so the snail's tail must be removed. However, removing the snail's tail is a skilled job. Without Li Ang's knife skills, it wouldn't be done well. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed repeatedly, and Li Ang had completely transformed into a superhero in the children's eyes. If I had Li Ang's knife skills, wouldn't I be able to walk around the neighborhood like a tyrant? So chefs are real-life knife wielders, so cool. Tiger used to only know how to eat, but now, watching Liang easily split a snail, he's starting to appreciate the fun of being a chef. Grandpa Bear watched with great interest for a while, then became intrigued and borrowed a cleaver, wanting to try it himself. Grandpa Xiong gripped the cleaver tightly and with a snap, chopped at the snail's tail. The next second, the snail's tail wasn't severed, but the cleaver bounced off. The force of the rebound made Grandpa Xiong's wrist ache. Looking at the snail again, the tail wasn't broken, but the shell was dented from the cleaver's impact. Clearly, this snail was inedible. "I'm sorry, Xiao Ang." Grandpa Xiong put down the cleaver and stepped aside, looking like he'd done something wrong. Tiger looked at his grandfather curiously, never expecting his usually decisive and bold grandfather to have such an embarrassed side. Actually, chopping off a snail's tail requires a bit of skill. For ordinary people, it's best to use tools like pliers when preparing snails, otherwise, it's easy to waste them. After quite a while, 20 pounds of snails were processed. Liang clapped his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Removing the snail's tail was indeed hard work. After handling 20 pounds, even Liang, with his physical strength, was slightly sweating. The snails, with their tails removed, looked like flat, oval spheres, appearing much plumper and more appealing. Liang poured the 20 pounds of snails into stainless steel basins and began rinsing them. Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin were both observant. Encouraged by them, the children also started helping to clean the snails. Since there wasn't enough water in the kitchen, Grandpa Xiong led everyone to take turns rinsing them with the garden hose in the yard. For a moment, the sound of running water filled the villa, and everyone moved about inside and outside, laughing and chatting. The detached villa courtyard suddenly took on the feel of a bustling courtyard house from the last century. Watching the snails, covered in sand and algae, gradually cleanse under the water, even their shells gleaming slightly, Tiger couldn't help but sigh again. Cooking, it's so much fun. After cleaning the snails, Liang filled the stainless steel basin with water again to soak them, adding a handful of salt and a generous amount of sesame oil. Everyone followed suit, sprinkling salt and oil into the soaked snails as well. Tiger, holding a bag of salt, frantically added it to the basin. "Brother Ang, is this to make the snails flavorful?" "I know this, it's called pickling. I like it strong, I'll add extra salt." Liang, speechless, snatched the salt bag from Hu Ziyi and set it aside. Salt may be cheap, but it shouldn't be wasted like this. The purpose of soaking the snails in water wasn't actually for pickling, but to allow them to expel the mud and sand. Snails raised in ponds like Gongji's, while having less mud and sand in their shells, would still have a tiny amount in the meat, greatly affecting the taste and dining experience. Adding salt changes the osmotic pressure in the water, and adding sesame oil reduces the oxygen content. Both are to help the snails expel the mud and sand, not to flavor them. Hu Ziyi listened to Liang's explanation, feeling completely bewildered. Cooking actually requires scientific knowledge. He suddenly felt that cooking had become incredibly complex. After all the snails were soaked, everyone lined up the stainless steel basins under Liang's direction. Liang casually wiped his sweat with his sleeve and nodded. "All right, let's eat." "Eat?" Hearing Liang say this, everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. They're starting to eat already? Even though the snails were cleaned and seasoned, wouldn't eating them like this give them diarrhea? However, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Rui hesitated for a moment, then suddenly bent down and drank a sip of the snail-infused water. Because salt and sesame oil were added to the water, it tasted pretty good, and there was even a faint fishy smell from the snails, making it quite flavorful. However, this dish from Brother Ang was far inferior to his braised pork knuckle. As Rui thought this, he suddenly met Liang's shocked gaze. Rui, what are you doing? I mean, we can eat now. Look over there, my parents have already set the table. In the dining room opposite the kitchen, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had already filled the table with the dishes that Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin had brought over. These snails, they're practically inedible if they don't soak for several hours, and that's only because Liang used a trick to speed up the process of the snails purging sand. Otherwise, they usually need to soak for over 24 hours. Rui was stunned for a long time, then suddenly blushed and ran to the bathroom to gulp down some water. Hu Ziyi and Tiao, the two mischievous friends, exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Phew! Thank goodness I didn't drink it. Zhao Wenqin's hands were sweating profusely. He had absolutely no cooking experience and had almost followed Rui to scoop up some snail water from the stainless steel basin and drink it. It was only because he was getting old and slow that he missed a drink, otherwise, he would have been utterly disgraced. Everyone sat down to eat, but the atmosphere was rather dull. Liang and his family of three ate with great relish, while the rest of the group, even Tiger and Grandpa Xiong, who always had excellent appetites, frequently put down their chopsticks, seemingly uninterested in the delicious food on the table. After all, everyone was thinking about Tianluo. Food at Desheng restaurant could be eaten any time, but Liang's new dishes weren't so easy to come by. If they ate their fill now and didn't leave room for Tianluo, they would definitely regret it later. Liang had already finished his third bowl of rice, but no one seemed inclined to touch their chopsticks. Left with no other option, Zhang Yan covered the food with a small mosquito net while Li Xiangdong led Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin in a few games of chess. However, Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin were completely out of sorts today, their attention entirely off the chessboard. This allowed Li Xiangdong to have a blast. Sometimes his cannons would fly diagonally without Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin even noticing. The three members of the Tiger Trio watched absent-mindedly from the sidelines. Except for Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, everyone's eyes kept glancing at Li Ang. Finally, when Li Xiangdong won his 14th game, Liang stood up. "That's enough, we can continue making snails. Yay!" The previously subdued living room erupted in cheers as everyone excitedly pushed Liang towards the kitchen. "No! One more plate, please, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Xiong." Li Xiangdong was still somewhat unsatisfied. He hadn't had such a satisfying game of crushing weaker opponents in a long time. However, Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin were in no mood to pay him any attention. Everyone hadn't eaten much earlier, and now both their physical and mental appetites were at their peak, all eagerly awaiting Liang's spicy snails. Chapter 207. With this kind of base, who can withstand it? "Brother Rang, what do we do now? Can we just stir-fry them?" In the kitchen, Tiger darted behind Liang, rubbing his hands together, drool practically dripping from his mouth. "No, we still need to remove the sand." Liang shook his head. Although Liang had added oil and salt when soaking the snails, and the snails in the stainless steel basin had expelled a lot of sand, but that wasn't enough. When cooking snails, the sand removal step had to be done as thoroughly as possible. Snails aren't very big, they're meant for enjoyment. If they're mixed with sand, they're practically inedible. Liang grabbed a stack of red plastic colanders and filled them halfway with snails. Under everyone's curious gaze, he brought the colanders close to the tap, rinsing and shaking them. Liang's colanders had a relatively dense mesh, so the water flow was slower. With a vigorous shake, you could see the surging water carrying away some sand and pebbles from the snails. Although the drained water couldn't be drained again, Liang had placed a large red basin underneath to catch it, intending to use it to water the plants later. It wasn't a waste. If all else failed, the water could be used to wash the car or do housework. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If you want to eat hot tofu quickly, you have to put in some effort. To get their snails faster, everyone soon imitated Liang's method. Splash! The once beautiful detached villa now resembled a production workshop. Grandpa Xiong, Zhao Wenqin, led a group of children, squatting in a row in the yard, draining the snails one by one from the tap. This shaking and draining was also physically demanding. Using only arm strength to shake them quickly made their arms ache. They had to rely on their legs, waist, and whole body movements. Soon, everyone started sweating. But surprisingly, the cool evening breeze made the sweat feel quite refreshing. Zhao Wenqin wiped the sweat dripping from his neck while draining the snails. The doctor had repeatedly advised Zhao Wenqin to exercise more, but he had never had the time. Unexpectedly, today had given him a health boost. Grandpa Xiong, shaking the basket of snails, felt a strange sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days doing manual labor at the docks. Finally, everyone had drained the snails from their baskets. Even with vigorous shaking, no more mud or sand could be shaken out. Liang found a large red plastic bucket and had everyone put the drained snails inside. Then, Liang prepared the spices. The three classic ingredients, scallions, ginger, and garlic, were indispensable. The knife clicked and slashed as he sliced the ginger and garlic thinly and cut the scallions into sections. Next, he took out the small red chilies and chopped them into small rings. With a few quick strokes on the cutting board, Liang temporarily placed the scallions, ginger, garlic, and chilies together. The various ingredients, red and green, complemented each other beautifully. Next, Liang would unveil the soul of the spicy snail dish, perilla leaves. As a widely popular southwestern dish, the truly authentic method for making spicy snails is lost to history. However, in most parts of southwestern China, perilla leaves are always added when stir-frying this dish. Perilla leaves, when eaten dry, are nothing special, just the typical sweetness of wild vegetables mixed with a hint of spiciness. However, when stir-fried with river fish or meat, perilla immediately releases a refreshing herbal flavor. Snails, after all, have a certain umami flavor. Adding perilla when making spicy snails not only neutralizes their fishy taste but also makes them more palatable. Furthermore, from a traditional medical perspective, there's a saying that perilla can detoxify river fish. Liang carefully chopped the perilla leaves and placed them in a small bowl. Then, he took out another small bowl and poured in some Shaoxing wine. The Shaoxing wine was orange-yellow, and upon entering the bowl, it foamed slightly, exuding a rich aroma. Liang then sprinkled some dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns into the wine. The preparation of the spices for the spicy snails was now complete. Liang's actions sounded simple, but Grandpa Xiong and the others watching were completely mesmerized. Home-cooked meals usually use as few seasonings and spices as possible, but Liang's preparations were clearly professional. "Brother Ang, how do you remember so many seasonings?" Tiger swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask Liang. "Well," Liang chuckled, pointing to his head, "you can't cook by rote memorization, you have to understand the function of spices and seasonings." "Wow!" Liang's words elicited a gasp of amazement from the children, while Li Xiangdong, not far away, rolled his eyes. "Heh, this brat got away with it." Liang pulled a lollipop from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, then started adding water to the pot. When the water level was more than halfway up the pot, Liang picked up a strainer, scooped snails from the large red bucket, and tossed them directly into the pot. Click-clack. He turned the gas stove knob, and a large flame immediately leaped up. While stirring the snails with a slotted spoon, Liang added more salt and Shaoxing wine to the pot to further remove the fishy smell. Shortly, white foam began to rise to the surface of the water from the snails, and at the same time, bubbles rose vigorously from the bottom of the pot. This meant the water was boiling. This step was essentially blanching, the key being to completely remove the fishy smell. Liang carefully skimmed off the foam with a spoon, then used the slotted spoon to scoop the snails out and place them in a stainless steel bowl. To avoid any foam sticking to the snail shells and leaving a fishy smell, Liang rinsed the shells again. Moving the stainless steel bowl aside, Liang quickly rinsed the pot and turned it on to heat it again. When wisps of white smoke appeared at the bottom of the pot, Liang added some peanut oil. Then, he poured the bowl of dried chili peppers and Shaoxing wine directly into the pot. Sizzle! White smoke billowed, and a rich, spicy aroma quickly spread from the wok in Liang's hands. Achoo! Tiger couldn't help but sneeze, rubbing his nose. He felt his mouth watering uncontrollably. With the spicy aroma released, Liang tossed in scallions, ginger, garlic, and other spices. To further enhance the flavor, Liang added a piece of hot pot base. Instantly, the air was filled with the aroma of chili peppers, scallions, and ginger. Closing your eyes, you could feel that what you were looking at wasn't a wok, but a bubbling, steaming hot pot of red oil. With this broth, even stir-fried steamed buns would taste delicious, let alone snails. Seemingly realizing the snails were almost ready, everyone at the scene began to stir. The three members of the tiger trio involuntarily took deep breaths, greedily inhaling the aroma in the air. Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin stared intently at the broth in the pot. Even Li Xiangdong came over. Although he was already stuffed tonight, the aroma of this broth instantly made his stomach feel 30% larger. Who could resist that irresistible aroma wafting into their noses? Chapter 208 Tiger, what does this snail taste like? The aroma of the base sauce had filled the room, and Liang added the snails at the right time. The snails were stir-fried again, quickly releasing a fresh, unique fragrance distinct from seafood, mingling with the aroma of the base sauce. It was as if one could take a deep breath and devour a piece of snail meat. These snails, however, were farmed and quite large, making them more difficult to deodorize than smaller snails. They needed another round of deodorizing. Liang added white wine while stir-frying. After the white wine released its aroma, Liang opened several cans of beer and poured them into the pot until the snails were completely submerged. Li Xiangdong watched from the side, feeling a pang of heartache. The cost of those few cans of beer alone was probably several times higher than the cost of the snails. However, Liang always prioritizes taste when cooking, pursuing perfection above all else. Cost-effectiveness is never a consideration for him. While it's true that Liang's goal in setting up his stall is to make money, he also understands that in the food industry, taste is always the true gold standard. Otherwise, no matter how elaborate the marketing or how high the price-performance ratio, while it may bring temporary popularity, customers will eventually get tired of it. When the pot of snails emitted a malty aroma from the large amount of beer, Liang added some sugar, message, and a small handful of salt. Liang put the lid on the pot, stretched, and turned the gas stove to a low flame. Just 25 more minutes, and these snails will be ready to eat, Liang said with a smile. He felt he had done a pretty good job with this pot of snails. Liang and his family of three had finished their meal and were leisurely waiting for the snails to cook. However, Tiger's trio and Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong seemed restless and anxious. They hadn't eaten properly earlier, and their stomachs were rumbling. The cooked snails smelled so good, the aroma was like a hook, practically beckoning them to their doom. Tiger had more than once had the urge to rush over and grab the pot to eat, but looking at his good brother Liang, he restrained himself. Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong set up the chessboard again, but the two old men were distracted. After 5 minutes, they had only managed to capture one of each other's pieces. The chess game was turning into a stalemate, and Li Xiangdong, watching from the sidelines, was getting impatient, scratching his head and offering advice to Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong. In the end, it simply became Li Xiangdong playing against himself. Finally, 25 minutes passed. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Liang stood up, went to the gas stove, and lifted the lid. Whoosh! A wisp of white steam rose. After simmering, only a small portion of the broth remained, and the snail shells were coated with a faint sheen. Just then, Tiger let out a whoosh and tried to rush in. Liang quickly held Tiger down with one hand, and with the other, grabbed chopsticks and carefully removed the wilted scallions, ginger, and garlic. He then added some aged vinegar, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and a handful of chili peppers. At this point, the snails were basically seasoned. Finally, he turned up the heat, added the essential perilla leaves, and stir-fried until the sauce barely covered the broth. Then, Liang snapped the heat off. Spicy snails, done. Ding! Spicy snails. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legendary. Triggered a critical hit effect, doubling the dish's buffs. Spicy snails significantly increase the numbing and spicy stimulation of the taste buds and have a slight diuretic and detoxifying effect. One shot, a direct golden result. Liang smiled smugly. Small fry, he was used to it. He grabbed a large, clean stainless steel basin and poured a pot of spicy snails into it. The next moment, everyone crowded around. It's ready to eat. Don't grab it with your hands, it's hot. Liang reminded the trio of Tiger and Zhao Wenqin. The next moment, Zhao Wenqin yelled ouch, and threw the snails he was holding onto the table. Liang gave Zhao Wenqin a speechless look. He was so focused on the kids that he forgot about the older ones. Zhao Wenqin awkwardly wiped the stains off the table with a tissue, then carefully picked up a snail. At the same time, Li Xiangdong also took a snail, rolled it in the cold bowl, then pinched it between his fingertips, and used a toothpick to pry it out of the shell. Just like that, a plump piece of snail meat was on the tip of the toothpick. Li Xiangdong casually tossed the snail meat into his mouth, his eyes immediately lighting up. Delicious! Hiss, why is it so spicy? Damn, my tongue feels numb. Li Xiangdong suddenly felt his face burning and quickly gulped down a mouthful of water. The water diluted the spiciness of the snail, leaving a mouthful of fresh snail meat and a hint of herbal fragrance from the perilla leaves. Whoosh! He let out a long sigh and smacked his lips. Li Xiangdong found the spiciness of the snails barely acceptable, but the numbing sensation was a bit overwhelming. But, once the spiciness subsided, it made his mouth water, and he wanted another piece of snail meat for a more intense experience. That's how spicy snails are. Expecting a single, satisfying bite of a small piece of snail meat is actually quite difficult. But this stuff is incredibly addictive. The more you eat, the more you can't stop. Hu Ziyi imitated Li Xiangdong, trying to use a toothpick to pick out a piece of snail meat. However, Hu Ziyi was clumsy and couldn't get any meat out after trying for a long time. In desperation, Hu Ziyi simply bit into the shell. Crack! Hu Ziyi actually managed to bite a hole in the hard shell. Without thinking, he quickly used the toothpick to pick up the snail meat and put it in his mouth. Tiger, what does it taste like? Rui swallowed hard, asking. Like Tiger, he hadn't been able to pick out the snail meat with a toothpick either. I don't know, Tiger said, grimacing as he chewed the snail meat. My gums are bleeding, my mouth tastes bloody, I can't taste anything, but the texture is good, somewhat similar to the conch meat I've had before, but it feels a bit chewier. Grandpa Bear glanced at Tiger speechlessly, then picked up a snail himself. Little guys, watch carefully, this is how you eat snails. With that, Grandpa Bear brought the snail close to his mouth, tightened his jaw, and sucked hard. Slurp! The snail meat, mixed with the sauce, was sucked directly into Grandpa Bear's mouth. He squinted his eyes, enjoying the spicy and savory flavor on his tongue. Grandpa Xiong was a connoisseur. He could tell that although the snail meat was spicy, its flavor was layered and distinct. Upon closer tasting, the aroma of the spices, the freshness of the snail meat, and the flavor of the perilla were clearly differentiated. Even restaurants that serve snails these days mostly use heavy seasonings to mask the fishy smell of the snail meat. While delicious, this neglects the original flavor of the snail. Liang's method truly maximized the effects of the ingredients and spices, achieving a perfect balance. Grandpa Xiong admired it inwardly, picked up another snail, and sucked on it, the meat easily entering his mouth once more. Watching Grandpa Xiong's skillful movements, Li Xiangdong smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He was definitely a snail connoisseur. Actually, Grandpa Xiong might not even know how to eat the currently popular snacks. However, Grandpa Xiong loved spicy snails when he was younger. In those days of relative scarcity and limited snack options, spicy snails were one of the most popular treats, with countless roadside stalls, far surpassing the ubiquitous fried chicken strips and grilled squid of today. Rui looked at Grandpa Xiong with admiration, then brought his mouth close to the snail shell and sucked hard. With a satisfying click, Rui chewed the snail meat, beaming. But soon, his expression changed. It's spicy. Chapter 209 is absolutely hilarious. The snail slurping is so funny it's like my soul has flown away. My tongue's gone. Hiss. Help me, help me. Rui fanned his tongue with his hand, sticking out his tongue and making incoherent noises. Most children can't handle spicy food as well as adults. Liang's spicy snails were particularly strong flavored, and the spiciness caught Rui completely off guard. Don't panic, drink this. Seeing this, Liang calmly took a slightly chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Rui didn't have time to think, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. This feels so good. Feeling the bubbles of the iced cola burst on his tongue, Rui felt the spiciness gradually fading. Hiss, hiss. Rui inhaled through his teeth, the cool air passing over his tongue, an indescribable comfort. At the same time, the delicious flavor of the snails, which Rui had initially overlooked due to their spiciness, suddenly surged up, making Rui purse her lips and reveal an expression of ecstasy. Ah! As the spiciness in her mouth completely subsided, the taste of the snails in Rui's mouth also faded. Rui swallowed, looking unsatisfied. After hesitating for a moment, Rui picked up another snail. Although eating these spicy snails seemed like torture for Rui, who couldn't handle spicy food, for some reason, Rui was now experiencing a stimulating and addictive feeling, even though she knew that eating snails would be worse than death. This delicious food was right in front of her, and not eating it was also worse than death. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well die quickly. For a moment, the three tigers, along with Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong, started slurping the snails, putting them to their lips and sucking voraciously. The only sounds in the room were slurping and hissing. Li Xiangdong joined the ravenous feast, while Zhang Yuan ate more elegantly. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan could resist the temptation of the snails, but rather that she felt they were made by her son, and she could have them whenever she wanted, so there was no need to be in such a hurry. Clearly, Li Xiangdong, his mouth greasy with food, didn't realize this. Hey, Grandpa Zhao, what's wrong? Suddenly, Tiao exclaimed. Zhao Wenqin, still sucking on the snails, suddenly rolled his eyes back and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, Li Xiangdong and Liang reacted quickly, one grabbing his arm and the other supporting his back, catching him. Even though Zhao Wenqin seemed to have lost consciousness and his hands were hanging limply, the snail was still firmly attached to his mouth like a small cupping jar. Grandpa Xiong hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pressed the snail off Zhao Wenqin's mouth, before pulling hard. With a pop, the snail was pulled off Zhao Wenqin's mouth. Suddenly, Zhao Wenqin's eyes focused, and he began to gasp for breath. Old Zhao, were you serious? Grandpa Xiong looked at Zhao Wenqin, somewhat speechless, seeing him improve. You almost sucked your soul out of your mouth just trying to suck a snail. Zhao Wenqin glared at Grandpa Xiong. What do you mean soul drained? I didn't faint at all. My lung capacity is too big, I inhaled so hard I suffocated. Grandpa Xiong chuckled. You were sucking snails until your eyes rolled back, and you're bragging about how you're healthy? The two old men were bickering when suddenly Rui stared blankly at Zhao Wenqin's face. Grandpa Zhao, what's that on your mouth? Rui's question drew everyone's attention to Zhao Wenqin's mouth. There, centered on his lip groove, was a round red mark, a bruise from sucking snails too hard. It looked like a small cupping jar on his mouth, quite comical. Puffed, ha ha ha, cough cough, puffed, ha ha ha. Grandpa Xiong, of course, couldn't miss this opportunity to mock Zhao Wenqin. He laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Whether it was Grandpa Xiong's infectious laughter or Zhao Wenqin's comical appearance, everyone in the room, including Liang, couldn't help but laugh. Even Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile, quickly turning away to cover her mouth. Zhao Wenqin's face flushed red, muttering something under his breath. Perhaps knowing that any attempt to explain himself would only make everyone laugh harder, Zhao Wenqin gritted his teeth, ignoring the laughter, and picked up a snail again, sucking hard. Old Zhao, oh old Zhao, you're such a simpleton. Grandpa Xiong finally calmed down after laughing for about 3 minutes. Just then, Zhao Wenqin turned around, revealing an even brighter red snail mark, causing Grandpa Xiong to burst into laughter again. 2 hours later, the room was silent, except for the jarring sound of Zhao Wenqin's laughter. Laughing at me? I'll let you laugh at me. You're all just like me. Zhao Wenqin, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, his earlier gloom completely gone. Looking around the room, after 2 hours of intense snail eating, everyone except Liang, who was still cooking the snails, and Zhang Yuan, who ate with refined manners, had the same snail red marks on their lips as Zhao Wenqin. Now everyone looked like a clown, so no one dared to laugh at anyone else. However, although no one looked so good now, in everyone's hearts, exchanging their appearance for 2 hours of culinary feast was definitely worth it. Snails, these little creatures, are actually not very filling, rather, the more you eat, the more you want, the more addictive they become. Even though 20 pounds of snails were almost gone, everyone was still smacking their lips, savoring the taste. Judging by their appetite, another 20 pounds wouldn't be a problem. How about we call it a day for tonight? Liang had no intention of continuing to cook the spicy snails and put the spatula in the sink to soak. Spicy snails are delicious, but they shouldn't be eaten in excess. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, snails are considered cold in nature and shouldn't be eaten in large quantities at once. From a nutritional perspective, snails are low in fat and fiber, so they don't provide much satiety. Eating them without restraint can easily lead to indigestion and diarrhea. Hearing Liang say this, everyone naturally felt embarrassed to trouble him to continue cooking. It was getting late, and it wouldn't be appropriate to linger and cause trouble. They chatted casually for a few minutes, then prepared to head home. "Brother Ang, are you selling snails in the neighborhood tomorrow?" Just as Tiger was being led away by Grandpa Bear, he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. Everyone paused, listening intently for Liang's answer. "Tomorrow's a holiday. I can set up a stall for half a day." Liang nodded in reply. Although Liang hadn't attended any classes, he had still been mentally tortured for a week in elementary school, so a little sleeping in was necessary. With nothing to do in the afternoon, setting up a stall and leisurely selling snails would be nice. Having received Liang's affirmative answer, everyone's steps became lighter as they left. "I must get a good night's sleep tonight. I'll just wait in line tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 210 Principal Hao was very pleased. This grandson was definitely a member of the Hao family. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." After leaving Liang's house, Rui didn't take a detour and went straight to his own villa. As soon as he entered, Rui kicked off his shoes and shouted happily. However, it wasn't his parents who greeted Rui, but his grandfather, Hao Jiande. Rui was startled, then excitedly rushed into his grandfather's arms. "Grandpa, what brings you here? Your dad had to go on a business trip, and your mom went with him, so she asked me to look after you," Hao Jiande said with a smile. "It just so happens that there's not much going on at school this weekend. If Professor Wang were here, he would be shocked to discover." Rui's grandfather, Hao Jiande, is none other than President Hao of their Kyoto University. However, the usually serious President Hao didn't stop smiling in front of Rui. He looked like a kind old man. The bond between grandparents and grandchildren is no joke. Even the most powerful grandfather will likely scramble down and be a horse for his grandson. Hao Jiande showered his grandson with kisses and hugs for a while, then brought him slippers. But when Hao Jiande's gaze fell on Rui's mouth, he froze. "Rui, what happened to your mouth? Who did this? How could they put cupping on your mouth like that?" Hao Jiande was instantly furious, rolling up his sleeves to go out and find the culprit. However, Rui quickly grabbed Hao Jiande. "Grandpa, this is a mark from eating snails." Hao Jiande frowned. Rui, don't lie. How could eating snails give you such a mark? "It's okay, Grandpa's here, no one can bully you. Just tell me who did it." Rui was stunned. He was definitely telling the truth. Grandpa didn't believe it. Frustrated, Rui had to rack his brains, stammering, "Grandpa, I sucked this out of a bottle cap. I really didn't do anything to me." "Really?" Hao Jiande squinted, observing the red mark on Rui's lips. "Indeed. If you suck a bottle cap on your lips for too long, you'll get a mark like that." Finally, Hao Jiande sighed, flicking Rui's forehead helplessly. Rui, how old are you, still playing such a pointless game?" Rui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Sitting down in the living room with his grandson, Hao Jiande put his arm around Rui's shoulder and smiled. Rui, have you been studying math lately? How about I test your advanced math?" Hao Jiande had high hopes for Rui. As the president of Kyoto University, Hao Jiande was naturally an intellectual, possessing exceptional cultural knowledge for his time. However, Hao Jiande's son was not very promising. Even though Hao Jiande tutored his son from a young age, even hiring university professors to tutor him, his son's talent was limited. Although he eventually graduated with a doctorate and was qualified to be a professor, his actual academic level was probably at the level where Hao Jiande would be immediately reported and dismissed if he tried to place his son as a professor at Kyoto University. So ultimately, Hao Jiande's son could only become a mathematics professor at a mediocre university, which was truly embarrassing for Hao Jiande. While becoming a professor is certainly an achievement for an ordinary person, his son, despite receiving so much educational resources from a young age, hadn't produced any noteworthy academic accomplishments, which was indeed shameful. However, even if his son's potential was wasted, there was still his grandson. Furthermore, Rui had shown a strong interest in mathematics since childhood, so Hao Jiande had very high expectations for him. Rui, let me test you. What is the definition of a function?" Hao Jiande asked with a smile. Rui immediately replied, "A function is a description of a state of motion. It's a mathematical model describing motion." Hao Jiande paused, then continued, "What is L'Hopital's rule?" Rui smiled slightly and confidently said, "If f(x) is integrable on the interval a, b, then there exists at least one point such that." Hao Jiande nodded with a mixture of relief and pain. The reason for his distress was that although Rui had an extremely high passion for mathematics, his talent was probably similar to his father's. He didn't get a single basic advanced mathematics question right. The reason for his relief was that Rui was definitely his biological son. he was absolutely the offspring of his unfortunate son. Alright, Rui, watch some TV. How Jiande didn't want to bother his grandson and handed him the remote with a wry smile. I don't want to watch, Grandpa. I'm going to do a set of advanced mathematics practice papers. For Rui, studying mathematics was a form of entertainment. Watching Rui happily go upstairs, how Jiande felt a throbbing pain in his temples. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. It had rained lightly in Kyoto last night, and the ground was damp. In the thin mist, a figure was crossing the gravel path, heading towards Liang's yard. This person had a somewhat long face, was slightly balding, and wore a pair of narrow-rimmed silver glasses. Su Yang, the Academic Affairs Director of Experimental Elementary School. Generally, home visits aren't conducted by the Academic Affairs Director, but Liang was a very special child in Su Yang's eyes. 3 top universities had invited Liang to their gifted youth programs. If Liang simply nodded in agreement, he would become the star student of Experimental Elementary School and one of his most important achievements as Academic Affairs Director. However, the clueless Liang stubbornly refused Kyoto University, Tsinghua University, and the Aviation University, wanting to continue attending their experimental elementary school. What a load of rubbish! It was precisely because of this consideration that Su Yang had found Liang's current residence early in the morning according to his student file, wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with Liang and try to persuade him to attend the gifted youth program. He actually lives in Zhongcheng Academy. That's a luxury neighborhood. I had to register for ages just to get in. I only got in after giving my ID and Liang's home address. I didn't realize Liang's family was so rich. But my student file says Liang's parents sell snacks. These days, even snack vendors can live in detached villas? I get it. They probably don't just run a snack stall, they own a chain of physical stores. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then finally arrived at the gate of courtyard number 8. Ding dong! Just as Su Yang rang the doorbell, a black figure darted towards him through the mist. Woof woof woof. The sound of a dog barking made Su Yang shudder. Liang's family keeps a dog? He's terrified of dogs. Chapter 211. The peerless ferocious beast, the little yellow dog. Su Yang ran away. Woof woof woof. Liang's little yellow dog barked excitedly at Su Yang through the gate. However, in Su Yang's eyes, this was a ferocious beast, ready to devour him alive at any moment. Su Yang's fear of dogs wasn't without reason. You could say Su Yang was born with a congenital susceptibility to dog bites. He grew up in a village near Kyoto City, and before he left the village to attend school, he had been bitten a full 18 times. 18 times. Not to mention, Su Yang's arm was so badly injured from the rabies vaccinations he was given. Let's just say that in those days, village dogs were definitely not leashed and usually roamed freely, which certainly carried the risk of biting and injuring people. But, for someone to be bitten 18 times, even the dogs wouldn't believe they had no grudge against him. Therefore, Su Yang's fear of dogs and the psychological trauma he suffered from it are unimaginable. Don't let the fact that the little yellow dog only weighs 6 or 7 pounds and is still a puppy fool you. Su Yang was so terrified his legs were practically shaking, and he didn't even dare to ring the doorbell. Fine, since Liang has a dog, I'll have to be fully prepared before I come back. Su Yang gritted his teeth, turned, and ran. The little yellow dog kept barking excitedly at his retreating figure. A little over a minute later, Liang, sporting a messy hairstyle, came downstairs in his slippers. Little yellow, what are you barking about so early in the morning? Because it was Saturday, Liang had been reading online novels almost all night, only falling asleep around 4 a.m. So even with the gold quality sleep system gifted to him, being woken up by the little yellow dog at this hour was still incredibly painful for Liang. Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong had both gone out to set up their stall, and with a light drizzle outside, it was the perfect environment for someone to sleep in. But the big yellow dog had ruined it, much to Liang's annoyance. If you bark again, I'll stew you. Liang waved his fist, threatening the little yellow dog. The little yellow dog whimpered and rushed into the house. At the refrigerator door, the little yellow dog stopped, nudged the door, and wagged its tail at Liang. Last night, after Grandpa Xiong and the others left, Li Xiangdong had been craving spicy snails and kept asking Liang for more. Reluctantly, Liang simply stewed all the remaining snails for Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong ate to his heart's content, but before he could finish all the snails, he went into the bathroom and couldn't come out. So, there were still about 10 uneaten snails left in the refrigerator, which the little yellow dog seemed to have its eye on. Little yellow dog, Liang shook his head. We have dog food at home, why do you insist on eating snails? Those things are too spicy, and they have shells on. Tell me, how are you going to eat them? However, the little yellow dog wouldn't listen to Liang's advice. Suddenly, it jumped up and pawed at him, even widening its big, watery eyes and using its cuteness as a weapon. Liang clicked his tongue, then simply took a snail from the refrigerator, walked into the yard, and threw one on the ground. Eat it, Liang said, arms crossed. The The little yellow dog's eyes lit up immediately. It rushed towards the snail, opened its mouth, and took a bite. Crunch! The snail shells shattered in the little yellow dog's mouth. Whether it was because they were hard on its teeth or too spicy, the dog yelped and retreated several steps, tail between its legs. "See, this stuff isn't for you," Liang scolded the dog, pointing a finger. "You were defiant when I told you not to eat it. It's like I'm harming you." Unexpectedly, the little yellow dog smacked its lips, wagged its tail, and came over again, suddenly leaping up and bumping into Liang's stainless steel bowl. Crash! Liang's hand jerked, and the snails in the stainless steel bowl spilled all over the floor. The little yellow dog immediately wagged its tail, picked up the snails from the ground, and started eating them, making a series of crunch-crunch sounds. Liang was stunned. Damn, this guy is no wonder he was born a stray dog, he can actually eat snails? However, this little yellow dog actively stealing food is a bit much. Liang shoved the little yellow dog aside, put the fallen snails back in the basin, and casually placed them on the courtyard wall in front of him. The little yellow dog was still small, and the wall was quite high for it. Liang had left the little yellow dog only able to watch the snails longingly, unable to eat them. "This is your punishment. Don't steal food next time." Liang pointed at the little yellow dog angrily. Actually, it wasn't that Liang was reluctant to part with the snails, it was mainly that dogs really couldn't eat shell food, as it could scratch their stomachs. The little yellow dog seemed to know it had done wrong, tucking its ears and lying down on the ground. Liang casually patted the dog's tail, turned around, and went back inside to continue sleeping. After a while, the light rain gradually stopped, but the sky was still overcast. The little yellow dog lay lazily on the ground, watching a small butterfly flutter around in the yard, while Liang drifted off to sleep again upstairs. This was normally a peaceful and harmonious scene, but things weren't quite calm in front of Liang's house today. Soon, several more people crossed the pebbled path and headed towards courtyard number 8. "Tiao Tiao, weren't you going out for a stroll? Why are you always just wandering around the neighborhood?" Tiao Tiao ran out from the pebbled path, and seeing that courtyard number 8 was empty, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Tiao Xiao's mother, Qin Jialu, and father followed behind, panting, clearly having chased after her. "Looks like brother Liang really isn't going to set up his stall this morning." Tiao Tiao sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over her. On the other side, Tiao Xiao's father, rubbing his knees and panting, nudged Tiao Xiao's mother with his elbow. "Honey, it's your birthday today. I was planning to take us to the amusement park, but our daughter doesn't want to go. She just wants to keep us wandering around the neighborhood. Do you think our daughter forgot your birthday?" Jumping mom glanced at Jumping, who was standing blankly at the entrance of courtyard number 8, and shook her head helplessly. Judging from the situation, Jumping had probably forgotten that today was her mother's important day. Thinking about it, Jumping mom felt a little uneasy. Jumping dad blinked and chuckled. "Honey, see? I'm so good to you. I gave you the necklace I prepared first thing this morning. It's a Tiffany limited edition of 50 pieces worldwide." Jumping mom rolled her eyes at Jumping dad, she knew exactly what he was thinking. All right, I know you're good to me, I'll allow you to buy the sports car, okay? Jumpy's family lives in Midtown Academy, so they're naturally well off. However, recently Jumpy's dad took a fancy to a Koenigsegg sports car, priced at over 10 million. This was a considerable expense for Jumpy's family, naturally drawing opposition from Jumpy's mom. Although Jumpy didn't know what a sports car was, he firmly stood on his mother's side. Jumpy's dad was left helpless and had to shelve the sports car plan. Unexpectedly, his wife's birthday gave him an opportunity for a comeback. Chapter 212. These snails belong to me, Su Yang. Ha! On the other side, Tiao Tiao noticed a stainless steel basin on the courtyard wall. She tiptoed and reached down to take the basin. It contained snails. Tiao Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. She hadn't actually forgotten her mother's birthday, she wanted to give her mother the snails Liang had made as a birthday present. After all, Tiao Xiao's mother hadn't had Liang's braised pork knuckle before, so she hadn't tasted Liang's cooking. Tiao Tiao believed that her mother would be pleasantly surprised when she tasted snails for the first time. "Tiao Tiao, what are you holding?" Tiao Xiao's mother suddenly turned her head and saw the stainless steel basin in Tiao Xiao's hand, asking curiously, This is. Tiao Tiao wanted to blurt out that it was a birthday present for her mother. However, Tiao Tiao knew in her heart that it belonged to Liang and she couldn't touch it. Seeing that Tiao Tiao couldn't explain herself, Tiao Xiao's mother beckoned to her. "Alright, Tiao Tiao, let's go to the amusement park. Come here." "Okay." Tiao Tiao gritted her teeth and put the spicy snails back where they were. Tiao Tiao still felt that she shouldn't touch other people's things without permission. If she wanted her mother to eat spicy snails, she'd have to wait until she got back and ask Liang to buy them, even if it meant her mother would have to wait a little longer. Besides, her brother Liang wouldn't just leave a portion of snails on the wall for no reason, it was probably reserved for someone else, waiting for them to come and collect it. If Tiao Tiao took the snails, someone else wouldn't get any. Mom, let's go to the amusement park first. Tiao Tiao sighed and walked towards her parents. Tiao Xiao's parents were speechless. This weekend, I took Tiao Xiao's mom to the amusement park, and she seemed so dejected. Just last weekend, Tiao Tiao was begging to go. Tiao Tiao followed her parents along the pebbled path, head down, when a middle-aged man in oversized clothes approached. It was Su Hyang. To overcome his fear of the little yellow dog, Su Hyang had specially bought a set of cotton-padded clothes from the nearby mall and forced himself to wear them under his shirt and pants. That way, even if the little yellow dog attacked him, he shouldn't get hurt. Su Hyang brushed past Tiao Tiao and her family. Tiao Tiao curiously turned around and glanced at Su Hyang. Who is this person? Is he Liang's friend? Tiao Tiao has never seen him before. Or is he a customer from the neighborhood who came to buy Liang's snails? That's it. Tiao Tiao remembered the snails on the wall in the yard. That plate of snails must have been prepared by brother Liang for this uncle. Thinking of this, Tiao Tiao kindly reminded him, Uncle, the snails brother Liang made for you are already on the courtyard wall. Su Hyang frowned, ignoring Tiao Tiao. What nonsense was she talking about? He had no idea what Tiao Tiao was saying. Su Hyang straightened his tie and went to the courtyard gate. The little yellow dog, who had been listless, suddenly stood up and ran towards the gate upon seeing its new playmate. A fine bead of sweat appeared on Su Hyang's forehead, whether from fear of the little yellow dog or from the sweat on his cotton-padded clothes, it was hard to tell. He reached out a trembling hand and rang the doorbell. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Liang, lying in bed in his bedroom, frowned but didn't open his eyes. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell continued to ring. Liang's brows furrowed even more. He simply closed his eyes, took a pair of earphones from the bedside table, put them in, turned up the soothing music, and went back to sleep. Liang's parents were already at work, and Professor Wang, Qian Hengfei, and the others weren't sure of Liang's exact address. If there was anything urgent, they would call Li Xiangdong directly. Therefore, Liang assumed it was probably the tiger trio asking him to go out, and he would just pretend he wasn't home. Is no one home? That shouldn't be the case. I think there's a light on in the living room. I guess Liang went out to buy breakfast? Wait, what's that smell? Su Hyang wondered, when suddenly his gaze fell on a stainless steel basin filled with snails on the wall in the yard. The snails had been in the refrigerator overnight, they weren't spoiled, but they weren't fresh anymore. Even so, the spicy aroma was still strong, wafting into Su Hyang's nose. Hiss, spicy snails. I loved eating these when I was in school. Su Hyang poked at the stainless steel basin, glancing at the snails, feeling his mouth water. Seeing Su Hyang notice the snails, the little yellow dog wagged its tail and barked happily, signaling Su Hyang to knock the basin over so it could eat them. Of course, Su Hyang couldn't understand dog language. Go away. I have cotton-padded clothes now, I'm not afraid of you. The appearance of the snails lessened Su Hyang's fear of the little yellow dog, and he even dared to bark at it. However, although the snails smelled delicious, Su Hyang was still hesitant to touch them. He wasn't a 3-year-old anymore, putting anything of unknown origin into his mouth. Uncle, Liang, made snails for you. Suddenly, Su Hyang remembered what Tiao Tiao had said earlier. At the time, he didn't understand what the little girl meant, but now he understood. She was talking about these snails. According to Tiao Tiao, these snails displayed on the courtyard wall were specially made for him by Liang? That doesn't make sense. Leaving aside how Liang knew Su Hyang was coming for a home visit, even if Liang knew beforehand, why didn't he come out to meet him, but instead specially prepared snails for him? Could it be? Did Liang know that he hadn't given Su Hyang face during his speech at the flag-raising platform last time, and feel bad about it, so he prepared some snails for Su Hyang? Logically, that might make sense, but it's a bit too far-fetched. Hey, snails! Just then, a surprised exclamation rang out from behind Su Hyang. Tiger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and reached for the snails on the courtyard wall. What are you doing? Don't eat other people's things. Su Hyang quickly stopped Tiger. Tiger looked at Su Hyang with a puzzled expression. Uncle, who are you? This is Brother Ang's house. It's not unreasonable for me to eat some snails, is it? Su Hyang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. It's best not to eat food left out like this. What if it's poisonous? What if it has rat poison? Tiger grinned. Uncle, these spicy snails are obviously made by my brother Ang. Don't worry. Besides, who mixes rat poison into snails? Even rats can't bite the shells. Brother Ang must have saved these snails for me out of pity. Let me have one first. Hearing Tiger's words, Su Hyang slapped his head. Why wasn't his brain working as well as a child's right now? Who mixes rat poison into snails? Thinking this, Su Hyang pushed Tiger's hand away from the snails. These snails are mine. Su Hyang coughed lightly and smiled confidently. Chapter 213. I am filled with awe. Su Hyang is a ruthless man. Why is it yours? Tiger looked indignant. However, Su Hiang's face hardened. Because I'm Liang's Dean of Studies. Liang specially prepared this for me. Dean of Studies? Tiger was still just a child. Upon hearing that Su Hiang was from the school, his arrogance immediately diminished. Besides, that kid with the 2 pigtails just said that Liang reserved these snails for me. Su Hiang smiled and took the stainless steel basin. Without hesitation, he picked up a snail and sucked on it. Snap! The snail meat popped out of the shell and into Su Hiang's mouth. That's human nature. If Tiger hadn't been there to snatch it, Su Hiang might have hesitated a bit about the strange snails left outside. But now, he was eating with great relish. Wow! Liang's cooking, it's amazing. Su Hiang was genuinely astonished. Su Hiang knew about Liang's food stall outside the school and the sensation caused by his stinky mandarin fish at the Aviation University, but he hadn't paid much attention. He'd even secretly mocked those scrambling for Liang's food. It's just some snacks, is it really that big of a deal? But after tasting the snails, Su Hiang truly understood why everyone was so crazy. Take this spicy snail dish, for example. If the best spicy snails could be rated a 10, Liang's snails were, without exaggeration, a 50. It was that outrageous. Su Hiang had no doubt that if he hadn't come to Liang's doorstep today for various reasons, he would never have tasted such delicious food in his life. Although some of the snail shells were inexplicably covered in mud and sand, and the snails weren't freshly cooked, their deliciousness was simply irresistible. Su Hiang closed his eyes in blissful reverie, while Hu Ziyi swallowed hard beside him, but the little yellow dog was furious. The little yellow dog's barking earlier clearly meant for Su Hiang to feed him the snails, but this guy was eating them all by himself. That damn Su Hiang is such a dog. Woof woof woof. The little yellow dog barked angrily through the fence, but at this moment, Su Hiang had completely ignored his fear of dogs. I'm telling you, even being bitten by a dog is worth it to eat such delicious snail meat. What does it taste like, Uncle? Hu Ziyi asked, looking longingly at the snail in Su Hiang's hand. You've never eaten one before? Su Hiang picked up another snail. I've eaten it, but I still want to hear about it to whet my appetite. The taste, spicy and numbing, flavorful but not greasy. Su Hiang chuckled as he described it to Hu Ziyi. Hu Ziyi, unable to resist any longer, asked Su Hiang again for a share of the snails. Su Hiang, however, turned his back to Hu Ziyi. Young people these days are just too greedy. Su Hiang scolded. Since you've already tasted it, I should be the one to finish these snails. To call Su Hiang a villain or a devil wouldn't be accurate, but this guy is really a bit of a jerk. Under Hu Ziyi's resentful gaze, Su Hiang finished the remaining snails, licking his fingers as he did so. Delicious. Still wanting more. Speaking of which, if Liang goes to the Gifted Youth program, Su Hiang won't be able to enjoy this delicious food anymore. Oh? Thinking of this, Su Hiang raised an eyebrow. He seemed to understand why so many universities were vying to get Liang into their Gifted Youth program. Just as Su Hiang was lost in thought, the angry little yellow dog suddenly strained its way through the fence, forcing its head out, and then bit Su Hiang's trouser leg. Ouch! Although Su Hiang was wearing cotton pants, and the little yellow dog hadn't actually bitten his leg, the dog's action instantly triggered Su Hiang's long-standing trauma regarding dogs. He never expected to be bitten by a dog today. A piercing scream rang out, startling Liang, who was wearing headphones, and he jumped to his feet. Pulling back the curtains, Liang saw a small yellow dog tugging at a person's trouser leg, refusing to let go. The person was looking down, their face obscured. Liang's gaze shifted, and he saw the stainless steel basin the person was holding, the snails inside completely devoured. Liang was completely dumbfounded. What was going on with that person downstairs? They were trying to steal food from the small yellow dog and got bitten? That basin of snails had been knocked over by the dog. These snails were meant to be fed to the dog, its food. How could this person eat them? How dare they eat them? Put the snails down. Those snails can't be eaten. Liang yelled, pulling open the window, and rushed downstairs. Hearing Liang's shout, Su Hiang's expression changed drastically. So, the snails weren't prepared for him by Liang. Damn it! Su Hiang shuddered. If Liang rushed down and saw his face, it would be like he, the Dean of Student Affairs, had been caught red-handed stealing from a student's home. If word got out, where would Su Hiang put his face? Uncle, didn't you say these snails were made for you by Liang? Hu Ziyi asked, startled. Su Hiang's face flushed red and then paled. He quickly pulled out his wallet, grabbed a wad of 100 yuan bills, casually tossed them against the low wall as payment for the snails, then ripped his trouser leg open with a rip from the little yellow dog's mouth and ran away. Kid, if Liang asks, just say you've never seen me. Halfway there, Su Hiang turned back, stuffed a few bills into Hu Ziyi's hand as hush money, and then ran off again. When Su Hiang reached the gravel path, Liang pushed open the gate and entered the yard. Hu Ziyi, what's going on? Liang glanced at Su Hiang's disheveled figure, then noticed the stack of bills on the low wall, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Your Dean of Academic Affairs stole your family's snails, that's the money he paid you, Hu Ziyi said casually, stuffing the bill Su Hiang gave him into his pocket. Although Liang didn't have a good impression of his Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Hiang, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect at this moment. Su Hiang is really something else. He ran to his house and stole the little yellow dog's food, and then actually gave him money. Most people wouldn't do something like that. Su Hiang is a ruthless guy who does big things. Woof! The little yellow dog pulled its head out of the fence, looking at Liang with a pitiful expression. Liang was completely exasperated and patted the little yellow dog's head. I'll save you 2 snails when I make them this afternoon, okay? Woof! The little yellow dog seemed to understand Liang's words and barked happily. Woof! Tiger found it amusing and simply imitated the little yellow dog, expressing its happiness as well. This time, even the little yellow dog was confused, staring wide-eyed at Tiger, as if asking, could it be, you're a dog too? Chapter 214 I'm not fighting for a snail, I'm fighting for pride. I was the first one to line up. Completely woken by the little yellow dog, Liang couldn't sleep anymore and went straight to the Zijingmen market to buy snails from Brother Gong. In truth, Liang got a good deal on snails from Brother Gong, so he brought Brother Gong a pack of cigarettes as a token of his appreciation. Brother Gong was naturally quite touched and said he'd bring Liang a tricycle full of lollipops next time, but Liang just smiled and didn't take it seriously. This time, Liang bought a large quantity, having security guard Xiao Lu arrange for a pickup truck to haul it home and unload it. The snails filled the basement and there was still some left over, so Liang first soaked them in salt water in several large red plastic basins. The densely packed red basins covered most of the yard, giving the surrounding air a faint fishy smell. The news that Liang would be selling snails in the neighborhood that afternoon was only known to Tiger's trio and Grandpa Xiong, Zhao Wenqin, but judging from the abundance of snails displayed in courtyard number 8, the residents passing by had a pretty good idea. Sure enough, it was only 2 p.m., and about a dozen people had already gathered in front of Liang's door. Grandpa Xiong and the others, who thought they knew the inside story and were confident of success, arrived late and could only watch helplessly from the back of the line. Master Ang, are you making snails today? Tisk tisk. I still miss Master Ang's braised pork knuckle. Some neighbors in line were chatting with Liang, while others were still reminiscing about the braised pork knuckle he sold last time. There was no way around it, braised pork knuckle was the first dish the residents of Zhongcheng Academy had ever tasted from Liang, and the impact it had on them was unimaginable. In their hearts, there was probably no dish in the world that could surpass braised pork knuckle. This is really just a case of not having seen the world. If they could sample more of Liang's dishes like the students and faculty at Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, they would definitely eagerly anticipate his new recipes. After all, every dish by Liang is a rare surprise, not just a stimulation of the taste buds, but also a memorable life experience. Clean the snails, remove the tails. Place the tail-removed snails in a colander and shake vigorously to further expel sand. Prepare scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili peppers, perilla leaves, and other spices. Liang had already practiced last night, and now he began to skillfully cook the spicy snails. As Liang simmered the snails, the spicy and fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, and the neighbors who had been reminiscing about braised pork knuckles suddenly fell silent. That numbing and spicy aroma alone was enough to whet the appetite. Although everyone had just finished lunch, their stomachs were starting to rumble, as if they hadn't eaten all day. Soon, the first pot of snails was ready. Liang used a slotted spoon to scoop the snails out and put them into a disposable container, adding a little broth. Spicy snails, 10 yuan a serving. Liang announced the price with a smile. A serving of spicy snails from Liang was about 1 pound. 10 yuan wasn't extremely cheap, but it was a normal price for street food in Beijing. Of course, whether it's 10 yuan or 100 yuan a serving, the people at Zhongcheng Academy don't care about the money. As long as they can enjoy Liang's cooking, they'll pay 10 yuan apiece. Master Ang, I've already scanned the money. I want 10 servings of snails. Master Ang, I scanned the QR code at your door. I want 10 servings. 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 men, around 40 years old, at the front of the line, transferred money to Liang together. The 2 men looked at each other, bewildered. The 2 men, who had been chatting and laughing side by side in line, both frowned. Brother Joe, what are you doing? I'm the one at the very front of the line. The man with the mustache said. Brother Zheng, you've got it wrong. I'm clearly first. The man with shoulder-length hair said, narrowing his eyes. Although the 2 men were polite, addressing each other as brother and older brother, neither was willing to back down. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Zheng, aren't you neighbors? It's just buying some snails, why are you making such a fuss? Everyone's waiting in line. Realizing the tense atmosphere, Zhao Wenqin, who was at the back of the line, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Zhao Wenqin knew both men, they were neighbors in the duplex villas of Zhongcheng Academy. It was said that these two families were very connected. Not only were they neighbors, but their fathers, grandfathers, and even great-grandfathers were all neighbors. Others are said to be 9 generations of couples, but the Zhou and Zheng families were 9 generations of neighbors, quite rare. After generations of being neighbors, although they hadn't become lifelong friends due to personality clashes, they were definitely close acquaintances. For neighbors to get into a fight over snails, it's not worth it. Uncle Zhao, you make it sound so easy. My friend Zhou has just expanded my garden by a centimeter without my permission. If I always give in to him, won't he take advantage of me? Brother Zheng sneered, turning to look at Zhao Wenqin. Zhao Wenqin remained silent. Goodness, it seems these two have been at odds lately, outwardly harmonious but inwardly seething. He shouldn't get involved in this mess. Brother Zhou was taken aback, then his face darkened. Brother Zheng, we admit our construction mistakes were wrong, I told you. I'll find the construction team to correct them when I have time. One thing at a time. I was loitering around Master Ang's place at 1:30 this afternoon, and you weren't here yet. You arrived earlier than me, but when everyone started lining up in an orderly fashion, I was already in front of you. You even squeezed in next to me. Brother Zheng showed no leniency towards Brother Zhou, speaking bluntly. The two were getting increasingly heated in their conversation, and it looked like they were about to start arguing when suddenly a voice rang out. Stop arguing, stop arguing. From the crowd, an elderly man of about 60 years old squeezed out, saying, Little Zheng, please let us have it. I'm catching my train soon, and I was hoping to have a taste of Chef Xiaowang's cooking before I leave. Little Zheng, just to be generous, let this old man have it. The middle-aged man was Zhou's father. As an elder, he actually demanded that Zheng give up his first place in the snail competition. Zheng's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Good heavens, this Zhou family is shameless. Using their seniority to pressure him? He'd really fight back today. Uncle Zhou, what a coincidence. My dad's also rushing off on a business trip to eat snails. I remember my dad's a year older than you, right? Please show some respect for your elders and let us have them. With that, Zheng took out his phone and called his father at home. 2 minutes later, Zheng's father rushed over. With Zheng's father joining the fray, the situation became evenly matched. The two pairs of fathers and sons, 4 men in total, argued fiercely, none willing to give up the snails. Actually, these two families wouldn't have gone to such lengths over a single serving of snails. The main issue is that they've always had a strained relationship. Having been neighbors for so many years, while there's no major feud, there have been constant minor squabbles, like the recent expansion of their yard. However, having been neighbors for so many years, they couldn't openly admit it. The pent-up tensions finally erupted over the snail-buying frenzy. Both the Zhou and Zheng families wanted to be the first to get their hands on the snails, a way to save face and maintain their pride. However, Liang didn't care what the real grudges were between the Zhou and Zheng families in the neighborhood. What's it to him? He placed 10 servings of snails on the low wall of the yard and gestured for the third person in line to come up and buy them. The Zheng and Zhao families, seeing this, didn't say anything and obediently moved aside. Judging from their expressions, it was a fight to the death. Only one group could get the snails today. Chapter 215. With the Supreme Ancestor taking action, there's a bit too much sand in this snail-shaped area. Master Liang, I'd like 5 servings of snails. Excuse me, do you have any toothpicks? I'd like to try one here. After Liang asked Brother Zheng and Brother Zhou to leave and make room, the queue behind them became much smoother. In no time, Liang had sold about 20 servings of spicy snails. At the same time, some people started asking Liang for toothpicks. Hey, why do you need toothpicks for this stuff? Zhao Wenqin walked out of the queue with a smile and casually picked up a snail from someone's bowl. He, is that yours? You're just going to eat it. Just as the other person expressed their displeasure, Zhao Wenqin put his mouth to the snail's opening and sucked. With a pop, the snail was sucked into Zhao Wenqin's mouth. Last night, after returning home, Zhao Wenqin spent half the night figuring out how to suck out snails. His hard work paid off. He can now skillfully suck out the snail meat without making himself roll his eyes. Seeing Zhao Wenqin display this divine skill, Grandpa Xiong in the queue rolled his eyes, while some neighbors who had already bought snails had their eyes light up. Uncle Zhao, how do you do it? Teach me. Old Zhao, is it just about sucking hard at the snail's opening? Everyone crowded around Zhao Wenqin, who thus got several snails for free, eating them with great relish. Liang's stall was bustling with activity, while not far away, the battle between the Zheng and Zhou families had reached a fever pitch. Just as the Zheng father and son were becoming increasingly illogical and retreating step by step, a deep voice suddenly rang out from afar. Little Zheng, give me some face, I even held you in my arms when you were a kid in the compound. The little Zheng in the voice wasn't Brother Zheng, but his father. Brother Zheng's father's pupils contracted, and he turned around. He saw Brother Zhou's nearly 80-year-old grandfather approaching, leaning on a cane. Brother Zheng's father immediately felt an immense pressure, making it hard to breathe. Grandpa Zhou and Brother Zheng's father were originally neighbors in the same compound, and their families had some interaction. He was definitely an elder. With Grandpa Zhou here, what could the Zheng family possibly compete with? Liang caught a glimpse of this scene and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. These two families are really interesting. It's clearly just a daily squabble, but it's turned into something like a cultivation novel. If the disciple can't win, they call in the sect leader. If the sect leader can't win, they call in the patriarch. What's next? Are they going to the immortal realm to invite the supreme ancestor? My grandpa's here. These snails are our Zhou families now. Young Master Zhou raised his fist, beaming with excitement. They had mismeasured the land when expanding their yard. They had encroached on a piece of old Zheng's land, but it wasn't intentional. Besides, they were willing to hire a construction team to rectify the situation soon. Unexpectedly, old Zheng's family wouldn't let it go, disregarding their past relationship and constantly making sarcastic remarks. Now that his grandpa has intervened, the snails are definitely going to fall into the Zhou family's hands. It's a day when the Zhou family has finally gotten their revenge. Actually, it's impossible to say who's right or wrong in this kind of situation. These two families have been neighbors for decades, and the rights and wrongs, the bumps and bruises of generations, who can really say for sure? He. Seeing the snails about to fall, Brother Zheng chuckled, patting his father's shoulder and saying in a deep voice, "Dad, it's time to ask Grandpa to come out of retirement." Don't be ridiculous. Brother Zhou frowned upon hearing this. Your grandpa isn't in Beijing. I know your family's situation. Brother Zheng smiled wickedly. Who said we'd ask my grandpa? I meant my dad's grandpa, my great-grandpa. Puffed. Liang couldn't help but slip the spatula in his hand. Liang couldn't imagine how buying snails between these two families had turned into a melodramatic, fantasy novel-like spectacle. However, watching this little drama unfold while setting up a snail stall was quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenqin successfully taught his neighbors the correct way to suck snails. From people in their 60s and 70s to kindergarten children, everyone stood in front of Liang's house, sucking on the snails with gusto. The slurping sounds were incessant, audible even through the woods. Anyone who didn't know better would think Liang was keeping some kind of exotic animal. Ding! Host has sold 101 servings of snails, task progress, 10.1%. After a while, a task notification popped up in Liang's vision. Liang was taken aback. Wow, this task is progressing fast. At this rate, he'll probably finish the snail selling task by the weekend, before school even starts. Thinking of this, Liang was full of energy and quickly started cooking the snails. On the other side, a caregiver pushed an elderly man in a wheelchair over. It was Brother Zheng's great-grandfather. The old man, already 100 years old, his face covered in age spots, his eyes glazed over, was brought here looking completely bewildered. The Zhou family, 3 generations in total, were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, did the Zheng family have to go this far? They've actually brought their great-grandfather here. Dad, what do we do now? Younger Zhou swallowed hard, asking his father. What else can we do? Younger Zhou's father said bitterly, according to seniority, this man could be my 7th great-uncle. Younger Zhou pondered for a long time, then slowly said, Dad, your great-grandfather's memorial tablet is still at home, why don't we bring it over? Go to hell. Hearing younger Zhou's disrespectful words, his father slapped him hard. Finally, the conflict between the Zhou and Zheng families came to an end. The Zheng family happily accepted the 10 servings of spicy snails that Liang had reserved. Although the snails were cold, they ate them with great relish. Even the Zheng family patriarch, who was sitting in a wheelchair, regained some clarity of vision and managed to eat a few snails. Of course, Liang was merely watching the whole story of the feud between the two families for entertainment. It was none of his business, and he didn't care who ultimately won the snail fighting competition. Brother Ang, give me 50 servings of snails. A familiar figure approached Liang. It was finally Tiger's turn in the line. Tiger held up 5 fingers, speaking confidently to Liang. Don't be ridiculous, 50 servings would be a waste if you couldn't finish them all. Here, take 5. Liang said casually, turning back to serve the snails. Where are Rui and Tiao? I haven't seen them. Tiao went to the amusement park with her parents, they haven't come back yet. Tiger replied, sucking on a snail. It seems Rui is being kept at home by his grandfather, he said he found him a tutor. Sigh, that poor bookworm. Tiger shook his head, and accidentally dropped a snail onto the sandy ground. Tiger didn't care, picked up the snail again, and sucked out the meat with a snap. Brother Ang, this snail has a lot of sand in it, didn't it spit it all out? Want me to get a different one? Liang's eye twitched. I think you have a lot of sand in your brain. Chapter 216 The fierce and intimidating childcare expert, the Hao family is really having a hard time. Is this Zhongcheng Academy? Principal Hao's home is in courtyard number 12 of Zhongcheng Academy. In front of Zhongcheng Academy, a man in his 40s locked his shared bicycle and, holding his phone, tried to enter the courtyard. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not a resident, register first. Security guard Yang, standing at the gate, casually turned to look at the man. However, when their eyes met, Yang suddenly felt a chill. With a whoosh, Yang drew his rubber baton from his waist. You stay away. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. The man stopped, sighed, and looked helpless. His name was Imo Hanan, a professor in the mathematics department at Kyoto Normal University, also with a minor in education, and a renowned parenting expert. A person like him should be a social elite, a leader among men, respected wherever he goes. However, wherever Imo Hanan went, he was always met with strange looks and even fear, for no other reason than that Imo Hanan looked incredibly fierce. A towering 1.9 meters tall, weighing 120 kilograms, with sparse, high-arched eyebrows and triangular eyes. His bald head bore a long, centipede-like scar from a childhood car accident. With that appearance, a little makeup and he could easily play a boss-level character in a monster movie. No wonder security guard Yang reacted so strongly. Wait, brother Yang, what are you arguing about? Did the captain come back from buying the snails from Kid Brother? Inside the security booth, security guard Xiao Lu yawned and pushed open the door, but when he saw Imo Hanan, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, hurriedly pulling out his captain's phone. Calling for backup. Calling for backup. All combat personnel, assemble immediately. Security guard Yang swallowed hard and yelled, "We're security guards, what kind of combat personnel are we? Call the police. This is definitely a wanted criminal." Mohanan looked at Yang, then at security guard Xiao Lu, and helplessly took out his ID card and work permit. Sigh. Mo Hanan was used to this kind of thing. 10 minutes later, security guard Xiao Lu and Yang returned the documents to Mo Hanan, looking at him strangely. So, you're really a good person? You're not some cannibal or serial killer. Looking at the two men's trembling expressions, Mo Hanan frowned, speechless. These two have such vivid imaginations. When did he become a cannibal? Seeing that Mo Hanan seemed about to get angry, security guards Xiao Lu and Yang suddenly stood up straight and opened the gate to the residential area. Please come in. Mo Hanan nodded and then entered the residential area. As soon as Mo Hanan entered the residential area, an older man, squinting and humming a tune, walked towards him. Mo Hanan was taken aback when he saw the man's appearance. Why did this man have a small cupping mark on his lips? These days, people still put cupping on their lips? Seemingly noticing Mo Hanan's gaze, the man opened his eyes irritably and shouted sharply, "What are you looking at?" When the man saw Mo Hanan's face clearly, the last word involuntarily changed its tone, changing from a second tone to a fourth tone. Sorry. Mo Hanan hurriedly apologized, but the uncle had already slipped away. Mo Hanan shook his head and continued towards courtyard number 12. However, along the way, he was surprised to find that almost half the residents of the community had a round red mark on their lips. This shocked Mo Hanan. What's going on? Do people at Zhongcheng Academy like to get cupping done on their lips? Is this some kind of new trend? Meanwhile, Mo Hanan also shocked the residents of Zhongcheng Academy. Women and children turned and walked away whenever they saw him, and even the men kept their distance, afraid of having any interaction with him. After Mo Hanan had gone far away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, secretly wondering when such a menacing figure had appeared in the community. Finally, Mo Hanan arrived at the gate of courtyard number 12. He rang the doorbell, and soon the neatly dressed principal Hao Jiande opened the door. Although Hao Jiande had heard a little about Mo Hanan's appearance, he still couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing him. Professor Mo, please come in. I entrust my grandson Rui to you. Hao Jiande composed himself, invited Mo Hanan to sit down in the living room and have a cup of tea, then sighed. I'd like to ask you to take a look. Is there any hope for my grandson? Mo Hanan exclaimed in surprise, Principal Hao, what are you saying? Every child has their own strengths. As long as you find what interests them, their achievements will exceed your expectations. Hao Jiande smiled wryly. I have found what interests him, which is studying mathematics. However, I have doubts about whether mathematics is his strength. Mo Hanan nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hao Jiande stood up. Professor Mo, I have a meeting at the school this afternoon. I'll be back in about half an hour. Rui is in the study on the second floor. We can contact each other by phone if needed. Mo Hanan was a well-known expert in the field. Although he looked fierce, he was also known as a kind-hearted person in university circles. Hao Jiande was basically at ease leaving him and his grandson together for the time being. Okay, take care. Mo Hanan stood up and accompanied Principal Hao to the door. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly asked, Principal Hao, your Kyoto University's Department of Education is quite good, so why did you specifically invite me? Principal Hao scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, not at all. When it comes to teacher training programs, Kyoto Normal University is the strongest, and you're a renowned professor at a normal university, so of course I had to ask you for help. You're too kind. Hearing how Jiande's praise, Mo Hunan actually blushed slightly. Receiving praise from the president of a top university was quite an honor. Principal Hao was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that someone with Mo Hunan's appearance would react this way. Leaving the courtyard, Principal Hao went to the underground parking garage and turned his car key, his face now slightly flushed as well. Actually, Principal Hao hadn't told Mo Hunan the truth. Why didn't Principal Hao just invite a professor from Kyoto University to teach his grandson? Because Principal Hao simply couldn't bear the embarrassment. Back then, Principal Hao hired several professors to tutor his son, investing a great deal of resources, but ultimately failed to produce any results, which became a topic of tacit amusement among many faculty and staff. Unfortunately, his grandson now suffers from the same lack of learning ability as his son. Furthermore, Rui is extremely confident, and hiring someone to tutor him is sure to result in a farce. It's better to be laughed at by people from Kyoto Normal University than by his own school. With this in mind, Principal Hao went to great lengths to bring in Professor Mo Hunan from Kyoto Normal University. Sigh. Our Hao family is truly having a tough time. Principal Hao sighed and stepped on the gas. Chapter 217. Just how popular is the legendary Ang Ge? Grandpa, I don't want tutoring. I want to eat Ang Ge's snails. Mo Hunan opened Rui's bedroom door, and Rui turned his head to speak. However, when he saw that it was Mo Hunan who opened the door instead of his grandfather, Rui was dumbfounded. Hello, I'm Mo Hunan, your tutor. Mo Hunan smiled. However, Mo Hunan looked like a cold-blooded killer when he didn't smile. But when he smiled, he transformed from a killer into a deranged one. Drip. Rui remained silent, a bead of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the floor. A moment later. Splash. To exaggerate a bit, Rui's sweat was pouring down like a waterfall, which startled even Mo Hunan. It took Rui quite a while to accept the fact that Mo Hunan was his tutor and not an assassin who had come to kill him. Rui, please sit down first. I want to get a basic understanding of your math level. Mo Hunan tried to make his voice gentle. Rui immediately sat up straight at his desk. Mo Hunan took out a set of test papers, covering elementary, middle, and university-level math. Completing this set would give him a basic understanding of Rui's math skills. 20 minutes later, Rui confidently handed in his paper. Mo Hunan put on his glasses and examined the paper. This time, it was Mo Hunan's turn to sweat. What kind of answers were these? It was clear that Rui had some knowledge of advanced mathematics, but his basic middle and even elementary school skills were lacking. This resulted in Rui's wildly wrong answers. Even with Mo Hunan's good temper, he was now feeling a bit frustrated. These kinds of students are the hardest to teach. Rui's situation is akin to practicing martial arts to the point of obsession. To teach him well, his existing knowledge system must be dismantled, and he must be taught from the basics step by step. Although Mo Hunan is honest, he's not stupid. At this moment, he understands why Principal Hao is unwilling to hire professors from the school to teach his grandson. Rui, given your situation, we should start from elementary school knowledge again. Mo Hunan sighed, taking out the prepared materials. Elementary school? Rui asked, confused. But, Teacher Mo, I'm already preparing to tackle Fermat's last theorem. Mo Hunan nearly slipped off his chair. After much persuasion, relying on Rui's respect for him, he reluctantly agreed to start from elementary school math. Sigh, if we start from elementary school knowledge, when will this ever end? I still want to eat Brother Ang's spicy snails. Rui sighed and muttered. Spicy snails? Mo Hunan was taken aback, seemingly quite interested in spicy snails. Rui, who's this Ang Ge you're talking about? Are his snails delicious? Hey, Teacher Mo, you're just not knowledgeable. Rui glanced cautiously at Mo Hunan. At this moment, Rui realized that although Mo Hunan looked fierce, he was actually quite good-natured. My Ang Ge's spicy snails are the best in the world. Well, after we finish this first tutoring session, let's go try your Brother Ang's stir-fried snails. Mo Hunan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. It's a deal. Rui was overjoyed. After 40 minutes of agonizing torture, Mo Hunan finally finished class. As a mathematics professor and parenting expert, Mo Hunan had to admit that Rui was the most difficult student he had ever taught. To say Rui was stupid wouldn't be accurate, it's just that his thinking was too jumpy, and he was overly ambitious and impatient in his studies, which created a hellish level of teaching difficulty. However, Rui was very excited after class, giving Mo Hunan a thumbs up. Teacher Mo, I never thought these basic concepts could be understood like this. It's truly the simplest of truths. The simplest of truths? That's because you understood them all wrong before. Mo Hunan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Teacher, although I want to continue teaching, if we don't go eat Ang's spicy snails now, we might not get to eat them again. Mohanan nodded, glanced at his phone, and saw a message from Principal House saying, I have urgent business and will be working overtime and won't be home for the time being. Taking advantage of this break, Mohanan took Rui to try the spicy snails Rui had mentioned, and also to relax after class. Rui didn't need a break, but Mohanan did. The two went out and headed straight for courtyard number 8. It was already 5 p.m., and the neighborhood was even more lively. Courtyard number 8 was located in the far corner of Zhongcheng Academy, accessible only by a gravel path and an emergency lane. It was quite quiet, and theoretically, few people would use this gravel path. However, at this moment, the gravel path in courtyard number 8 was bustling with people. The group chatted and laughed, each carrying plastic bags filled with spicy snails. The air was thick with the aroma of the spicy broth, a truly lively atmosphere. These people, they're getting cupping on their lips too. Mohanan observed the residents of the neighborhood, asking curiously, what cupping? Rui chuckled, intimately familiar with the red marks on his lips. These are marks from sucking snails. I had them yesterday too, but they're gone today. Oh, Mohanan's heart skipped a beat. So, all those people he'd encountered today with cupping on their lips were from excessive snail sucking? Just how popular was Liang, the guy Rui was talking about, in the Zhongcheng Academy neighborhood? Although there were some snack stalls in Mohanan's neighborhood, none had ever become so popular that the entire neighborhood was obsessed with them. Thinking this, Mohanan's anticipation for Brother Ang's spicy snails soared. Rui obediently pulled Mohanan into line. While waiting, customers in front and behind Mohanan maintained a 5-meter distance. Even Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin came up to him, pulling him aside to whisper questions about Mohanan's background. After everyone understood Mohanan's identity, some bolder people even asked to take photos with him, intending to hang them in their living rooms for good luck. Leaving aside these minor incidents caused by Mohanan's appearance, finally, Mohanan and Rui reached the front of the line in front of Liang. Rui's here. Holy crap, bro, you're really awesome. Liang greeted Rui habitually, then looked up and saw Mohanan, exclaiming in surprise. Me, awesome. Mohanan chuckled. He'd heard people say he was ugly, some even said he looked scary, but this was the first time he'd heard Liang describe him this way. Liang smiled, a man doesn't necessarily have to be handsome. Having your own style is cool too. Liang was telling the truth. In his past life, and even now, he was handsome, with delicate features, the kind of look that girls liked. To be honest, he was getting a little tired of it. In his opinion, looking as imposing and domineering as Mohanan was pretty good. Ang, I want 10 servings of spicy snails. Rui impatiently interrupted Liang and Mohanan's conversation, eagerly holding up 10 fingers. 10 servings of snails, 9 for himself, 1 for teacher Mo, perfect. Chapter 218. Ordinary people eat for their stomachs, but foodies eat for their hearts. 10 servings of snails. As Liang handed over the servings of snails in plastic boxes, Rui's eyes lit up with joy. Ever since she ate snails last night, Rui had been craving them. It's that tantalizingly spicy aroma she's been longing for. Teacher Mo, this is your serving, and these are my 9 servings. Rui, holding the tall stack of snails, reached out and handed a serving to Mohanan. Oh, right, Teacher Mo, I didn't bring any money. Could you pay for this first, and I'll pay you back when I get home? Rui thought for a moment, then added. Mohanan fell silent. At this point, a bolder resident couldn't resist teasing her. Whose kid is this, so good at math? Little one, you take 9 and they only take 1, and you even dare to make them pay? Aren't you afraid your older brother won't be full and will eat you up later? Looking at this guy's face, he could easily handle 5 kids in one meal. Hearing everyone's teasing, Mohanan smiled a little embarrassedly. Kids. Mohanan couldn't really hold a grudge against Rui. However, Mohanan's smile made Rui shiver. Teacher, let's split it 50/50ths. Or you can have 60 and I can have 40, okay? Rui said with a tearful voice, it really can't be less. If it's any less, I'd rather you eat me. In the end, 6 of the 10 portions of snails went to Mohanan, and 4 went to Rui. Rui picked up a snail, brought it to his mouth, sucked out the snail meat, and chewed it with relish. So that's how everyone got those red marks on their lips. Watching Rui eat, Mohanan finally understood what snail sucking meant. Mohanan tried holding a snail to his mouth and then sucking hard. Ugh! Mohanan sucked too hard, and the snail got stuck in his throat. Cough. Mohanan pounded his chest, but his face only turned redder. He already looked fierce, and now he looked even more terrifying. Teacher, are you going to mutate? Rui shuddered. If Mohanan really mutated, wouldn't he be an elite monster? Luckily, Liang reacted quickly, rushing out of the yard, grabbing Mo Hunan, and using the Heimlich maneuver. Cough! Mo Hunan opened his mouth, and the snail meat sprayed out, his breathing becoming clear. Thank you. What a pity! Mo Hunan thanked Liang, panting, then looked dejected. Savoring the lingering taste in his mouth, Mo Hunan regretted spitting out such delicious snail meat. 3 black lines appeared on Liang's forehead. Good heavens, is this guy trying to kill himself? After catching his breath, Mo Hunan ate the second snail. This time, Mo Hunan finally tasted the snail completely. This flavor. Mo Hunan's eyes suddenly widened. The hot, spicy flavor that didn't sting his mouth. The numbing sensation with a hint of herbal fragrance. The fresh, chewy snail meat. For a moment, it was as if the beauty of life blossomed on his tongue. Before he could fully savor it, it gradually faded. There was no way around it. Even though the snails Brother Gong sold were quite large, the snail meat still couldn't satisfy everyone in one bite. Mo Hunan smacked his lips, then quickly ate the second snail, the third. Almost in a flash, Mo Hunan devoured both servings of snails. Meanwhile, Rui had only finished half a serving of snails. Seeing Mo Hunan's appetite, he quickly clutched the snail in his hand, afraid Mo Hunan would snatch it away. This fleeting enjoyment. This beautiful yet fragile flutter of the heart. The taste of these snails, it's like being in love. Mo Hunan's face instantly flushed with happiness. He gazed tenderly at the remaining snails, even displaying a touch of girlish charm. It was clear that Mo Hunan was definitely a foodie, otherwise, he wouldn't have poured so much emotion into his food. Many foodies share a common trait. While others eat for their stomachs, they eat for their hearts. This certainly reflects a sensitive nature, but when displayed on a seemingly fierce-looking man like Mo Hunan, it looks particularly bizarre. Looks like, this guy isn't some kind of murderous thug or anything. I really can't imagine any thug eating food like this, so delicately. Yeah, this guy doesn't look like a thug now, he looks like a complete psychopath. It's not nice to say it like that, but his current expression is even scarier than when he has a stern face. The residents offered their comments in hushed tones. Mo Hunan, disregarding his image, quickly devoured the 6 portions of snails in his hand. Liang, oh no, please allow me to call you kid brother. Mo Hunan excitedly reached over the fence and grasped Liang's hand, sincerely saying, thank you for giving me such a wonderful culinary experience. It's nothing, Liang said with a smile, but the little yellow dog behind him was startled and barked loudly at Mo Hunan. Kid brother, I have a favor to ask. If you can agree, I will reward you handsomely. Mo Hunan's eyes lit up, but he lowered his voice. What is it? Liang's expression was strange. You're from Kyoto Normal University, right? You're not going to ask me to be a head chef or something at your Kyoto Normal University, are you? It wasn't that Liang was overthinking things, it was just that Zhao Zhenhai from Tsinghua University had recruited Liang in the same way Mo Hunan had. However, Mo Hunan was taken aback, stammering, our school cafeteria is managed by the logistics department, it has nothing to do with me. Young man, I'd like to invite you to work as a chef at my family's small shop. It doesn't have to be for long, just a day, or half a day. If you're willing, I'm willing to give you 100,000 yuan. If you're not comfortable with that, we can sign a contract. While Mo Hunan wasn't exactly a tycoon, as a professor at Kyoto Normal University and a parenting expert, he was definitely not short of money. However, 100,000 yuan wasn't an astronomical sum in Liang's eyes. Regarding this seemingly advantageous deal, Liang didn't immediately agree. Instead, he was filled with doubts. 100,000 yuan for just one day as a chef? Why? Even if Liang's cooking skills could attract customers to Mo Hunan's family restaurant, spending 100,000 yuan seemed like a bad deal. After all, once Liang left, the customers who had accumulated that day might not come back. Could there be some kind of trap here? Just as Liang was cautiously about asking a few more questions, suddenly, a notification popped up above Mo Hunan's head. Chapter 219, a long-awaited side quest, the secret recipe for pickled radishes. With Kid Brother's skills, my family's Mo's noodle shop will definitely become popular again. By then, my dad will be overjoyed, and my grandpa's spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Looking at the thought notification box above Mo Hunan's head, Liang was a little confused. This thing is a side quest? It has to be said that side quests have a relatively low presence in the system. Liang had almost forgotten about them, mainly because the trigger conditions hidden within are quite demanding. Liang had sold so many food items at his stall, but hadn't triggered them more than a few times. Side quest, help Mo's noodle shop attract a total of 1,000 customers. Quest rewards, pickled radish recipe, obtained immediately upon acceptance, 1 million yuan bonus. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Failure penalty, none. Looking at the side quest panel, Liang hesitated. The reward for this side quest is pretty good. Besides, if Mo Hunan had set a trap for him, the system probably wouldn't send its host into a fire pit. After a moment's thought, Liang nodded to Mo Hunan and said, Professor Mo, I'm not interested in cooking at your shop, but I could sell my skills there to help your shop build up some popularity. However, there are some things I need to clarify beforehand. You don't need to give me the 100,000 yuan, but the things I sell at your shop need to be branded as Li Ji roasted goose leg, not sold under your own shop's name. Also, I don't care about your daily profits, but all the profits from the items I sell still belong to me. Furthermore, if I don't want to continue, I can quit any time. Is that okay? Liang's reputation level at Zhongcheng Academy is already maxed out. Selling anywhere is the same as selling, so going to MOG noodle shop tomorrow to sell spicy snails can only bring benefits, not harm. Putting everything else aside, the 1 million yuan reward from the system alone is enough to make Liang make this trip. Hearing Liang's conditions, Mo Hunan was taken aback, then nodded and said, "As long as you can come, anything is fine. Also, don't call me Professor Mo, just call me Old Mo." Mo Hunan was quite straightforward. Liang's demands weren't unreasonable, he didn't even accept the 100,000 yuan service fee. Mo Hunan knew that with Liang's culinary skills, he wouldn't lack business anywhere. Liang agreeing to his request meant he owed Liang a favor. Ding! Side quest accepted successfully. Reward: a secret recipe for pickled radishes. A reward of 1 million yuan will be issued upon successful completion of the quest. If the quest fails, the reward will be forfeited. At the same time, the phantom of the god of cookery's recipe slowly unfolded before Liang, the scroll scrolling rapidly, finally illuminating a colorful inkwash illustration of pickled radish. It has to be said that the system seemed quite eager for Liang to accept this side quest. The reward was quite generous, even unusually providing a new dish before Liang had completed the main quest. Although pickled radish was merely an appetizer, it was still a dish recorded in the god of cookery's recipes. Having accepted Mo Hunan's request, Mo Hunan was excited and wanted to chat with Liang a little longer. Helpless, Hao Jiande had already gone home and called to ask where Mo Hunan and Rui were. Mo Hunan could only reluctantly leave with Rui. After Mo Hunan left, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. As the sun set, the pile of snails in Liang's yard gradually sold out, and Liang prepared to wrap things up. Liang, brother Liang. Just as Liang was about to turn off the stove, a figure came running out from the gravel path. It was Tiao Tiao. Tiao was clearly in a hurry, her whole body looked sweaty. "Brother Liang, I want 3 servings of spicy snails," Tiao said breathlessly to Liang. This afternoon, Tiao's mom and dad had a great time at the amusement park, but Tiao was restless and kept urging them to go home. As soon as they got back to the apartment complex, Tiao rushed to Liang's place in a panic. After all, the snails Liang had prepared were a birthday surprise for her mother, and she couldn't miss them. Liang handed Tiao a bottle of mineral water and smiled. "Tiao, we didn't have enough snails for 3 portions, there's 1 portion left." One portion is fine." Tiao gritted her teeth and nodded. Carrying the snails in a plastic bag, Tiao ran home. 3 minutes later, she finally ran into the house. "Tiao, where have you been? You disappeared as soon as we got back to the complex. Don't you know what day it is today?" Tiao Xiao's father scolded her sternly as she entered the house. To be honest, because Tiao was spoiled by her grandparents, and because she was generally well-behaved, her father often felt that his status in the family was lower than hers. But today, Tiao had really been a bit too outrageous. She hadn't said a single birthday wish to her mother, and was still distracted at the amusement park that afternoon, clearly having forgotten her mother's birthday. "Dad, I didn't forget. Today is Mom's birthday." Jump straightened up, wiped her sweat, and excitedly shook the plastic bag of snails in her hand. "This is a birthday present I prepared for Mom." "Oh." Jump's dad was taken aback, and Jump's mom, who had been watching TV silently, also paused, surprised. Jump's mom was initially quite disappointed. After all, her beloved little darling had forgotten her birthday. It would be a blow to anyone. But who knew Jump would remember? "Wait, this thing wasn't something you bought on the spur of the moment, just a bag of snails." Jump's dad scratched his forehead, questioning. Actually, it wasn't that Jumpy's dad intentionally wanted to make things difficult for his daughter. The key issue was that he was currently in a crucial period of competing with Jumpy for her affections. He had just managed to make his wife happy, preparing to seize the opportunity to win over the sports car she had been longing for, when this unexpected turn of events with the snails occurred. However, a bag of snails was still too perfunctory a gift, unlikely to compete with the limited edition necklace Jumpy's dad had given her. "Thank you, sweetheart." Jumpy's mom took the plastic bag, smiling as she patted her daughter's head. Then, Jumpy's mom carefully placed the plastic bag over a bowl, opened the disposable food container inside, and curiously picked up a snail with her chopsticks. "Mom, just hold it with your hand and suck from the snail's mouth." Jumpy demonstrated to her mom with exaggerated gestures, and Jumpy's mom blinked, then tried sucking. As the snail meat entered her mouth, Jumpy's mom's pupils constricted sharply. It was so delicious. Jumpy's mom felt like she was floating on air. Jumpy's mom knew that she would probably never forget the amazing and blissful feeling of tasting the snails her daughter brought her for the first time. Seeing Jumpy's mom's reaction, Jumpy's dad frowned and leaned over. "Honey, does this stuff really make you this happy?" 10 minutes later. "Honey, this stuff is so delicious. We're so lucky to have this." Jumpy's dad and mom sat together, sharing the spicy snails. Although Jumpy was tempted, she resisted the urge to eat a single bite. She had already eaten a lot yesterday. This was the only portion she could get today, so she would leave it for her parents. Jumpy mom happily patted Jumpy's head, then put on disposable gloves, preparing to eat another snail. However, after rummaging through the disposable food container, Jumpy mom's expression changed. "Gone?" Jumpy mom was dumbfounded. She had only eaten 7 or 8 snails from this box. Meanwhile, Jumpy dad licked his fingers with lingering satisfaction, lamenting, "Jumpy, you should have bought more, there aren't enough snails." As he spoke, Jumpy dad felt a murderous glare from Jumpy mom. Jumpy dad froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He then realized that he had been enjoying his meal so much that he had unknowingly eaten too many. It wasn't that Jumpy's dad did it on purpose, it's just that these spicy snails were so addictive, so intoxicating, that he got carried away and forgot all about them. Plus, he ate the snails much faster than Jumpy's mom, so Jumpy's dad swallowed hard and awkwardly began to speak. "Wife, well, I just wasn't paying attention. Can I still buy my sports car?" Chapter 220 The Strange Mo Family Noodle Shop, an authentic old restaurant. Xiaoang, the fried dough sticks and soy milk are on the table, and the new case of Coke is in the fridge. "Your dad and I are going to set up our stall. Remember to eat breakfast." At 7:30 in the morning, Liang left home with messy hair and saw the note Zhang Yan had stuck on the fridge. "Hey, he's currently in school and has some holidays, but his parents' food stall business is almost open all year round. They work hard every day under the sun and wind. It's not easy for them. He needs to think of a way to make things a little easier for them." After finishing breakfast and quickly washing up, Liang went to the basement. There were basins of snails in the basement, all leftovers from last night. Also, in the freezer in the basement, there were pickled radishes that Liang had prepared. Pickled radishes aren't complicated to make. Wash the radishes, slice them thinly, squeeze out the water, add salt, sugar, vinegar, and chili peppers, and marinate in the fridge. Liang pickled 3 different flavors: sour and spicy, fragrant and spicy, and sweet and spicy, each in a small bucket. After all, the system hadn't assigned any pickling tasks, and Liang didn't need to go to the trouble of making too many radishes. After taking out the radishes that had been pickling overnight and checking the snails to see if they had expelled any sand, Liang called security guard Xiao Lu. 20 minutes later, Liang was in a pickup truck loaded with snails and pickled radishes, driven by security guard Xiao Lu himself, heading towards MOG Noodle Shop. MOG Noodle Shop was located in an old town area. This old town, once home to various textile factories and industrial plants, had become quite dilapidated due to the changing times, consisting mostly of old buildings and narrow streets. The old town had almost no large commercial areas, although there was a Kyoto Normal University, but it was about 2 kilometers away from MOG Noodle Shop. Finally, Liang arrived near MOG Noodle Shop. 2 old residential areas stood side by side across a narrow road, forming a small commercial street. MOG Noodle Shop was located on this street. Compared to the large shopping districts with their luxury brands, brightly lit windows, and dazzling neon lights, this commercial street where MOG Noodle Shop was located was remarkably down to earth. There were tailor shops altering clothes, bicycle repair shops, and even, surprisingly, a radio shop. These shops also seemed quite lived in. Leftover beer bottles, bird cages, and broken chess tables and chairs were placed along the roadside, making the street appear rather narrow. The customer base here is probably mostly elderly people from the nearby neighborhoods and some young people who have come to Beijing to work. Liang thought to himself. The population composition of these old residential areas in Kyoto City is quite complex, but it can generally be divided into 2 categories. A small portion consists of elderly people who remain in their old houses, usually renters with limited funds. Driving along the food street, Liang finally spotted MOG Noodle Shop through the car window. It was clear that MOG Noodle Shop had been around for quite some time. The black wooden signboard looked weathered, with peeling paint and flaking paint. The 4 characters MOG Noodle Shop, originally written in gold regular script, now appeared dull and lifeless. "Xiao Lu, wait for me at the entrance for a moment, I'll go in and take a look." Liang jumped out of the car and walked into MOG Noodle Shop. Pushing aside the curtain, Liang found the interior of MOG Noodle Shop exactly as he had imagined. Slightly darkened walls, 4 rows of wooden tables and chairs with a patina, and at the far end a glass counter displaying cold dishes and a beverage cooler. A standard old-fashioned restaurant. An elderly man, head down, was looking at his phone at the counter. He wore a coarse cloth beret, tortoiseshell glasses, and his full head of white hair was slicked back. This old man didn't look like the owner, rather, he had an artist's air about him. Noticing Liang enter, the old man suddenly stood up with a shudder and exclaimed excitedly in a dramatic, exaggerated tone, "Welcome." Liang was taken aback. Not only was this flamboyant tone incongruous with the old-fashioned restaurant, but it was also incongruous with the old man's age. "Little friend, what would you like to eat? We have spicy chicken, beer-braised duck, steamed sea bass, vegetarian tripe, jellyfish skin, stewed pork ribs, braised eggplant with pork, and steamed tofu." Goodness, this old man has really caught up with the locals of Tianjin. He's spouting off a tongue-twister. Just as Liang was about to reply, Mo Hunan's tall figure lifted the kitchen curtain and peeked out. "Little brother, you really came." Mo Hunan stepped out from behind the counter with delight, shook Liang's hand, and turned to the old man, saying, "Dad, this is the master chef I invited. With him here, our noodle shop is sure to be a hit again today." The old man was taken aback, then his expression became extremely strange. He pulled Mo Hunan back and said in a deep voice, "Kid, when did your old man say he wanted to find help? Your grandfather passed this shop to me so I could revitalize this noodle shop. What kind of talk is it to bring in outsiders?" "Dad," Mo Hunan said helplessly, "our noodle shop is losing money every month, so don't even think about revitalizing it. You're just not cut out for it. Grandpa's death anniversary is in a few days. Let's take advantage of this time to make our Mo family noodle shop prosperous again, so we can go to his grave and give him some peace of mind, and also let you get over your worries." Mo Hunan was a man of few words, which angered the old man so much that he stared at him wide-eyed for a long time, speechless. Finally, the old man sighed, "Even if you want to ask an outsider for help, what kind of logic is it to ask a little kid? Although I'm not good at cooking, this kid looks to be at most 9 years old, and he certainly can't cook." "Dad, don't argue with that." Mo Hunan looked at Liang, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "I dare say, when it comes to spicy snails, no one in Beijing can compare to this kid's skills." "Get lost." The old man shoved Mo Hunan. "How can you tell if someone's skill is good or bad just by eating spicy snails? I can make that stuff." While Mo Hunan and the old man were whispering amongst themselves, Liang chose a seat and began carefully examining the menu posted on the wall. Mo Hunan's father wasn't just listing dishes randomly. According to the menu, Mo family noodle shop does indeed offer a wide variety. From cold shredded chicken to 8 treasure chicken, from cold jellyfish to steamed sea bass, the variety of dishes is almost comparable to a mid-range restaurant or eatery. And Mo Hunan's prices are quite reasonable. A steamed sea bass only costs 35 yuan. A serving of beer-braised duck for only 12 yuan. That's practically cost price. Something's not right. This is too strange. Liang narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. It's fair to say that Mo's noodle shop exudes all sorts of oddities. Despite being an old establishment, it lacks a signature dish. Instead, the menu is extremely varied, indicating the absence of any popular specialty. Although the shop was passed down from Mo Hunan's grandfather and has no rent, judging by the pricing of the dishes, it can't possibly make any money. Considering the shop's maintenance, it might even be losing money. Liang really wanted to know what the point of opening Mo's noodle shop was. Chapter 221. Because I'm too silly, I'm respectfully called second master. Alright, let's let this kid give it a try. At the counter, the old man relented, agreeing to let Liang work in the kitchen. Mo Hunan smiled and stepped forward, about to say something to Liang, but Liang gestured for him to sit down. "Old Mo, I want to ask. What's going on with your Mo's noodle shop?" Liang cut to the chase. Since he was going to help, Liang needed to understand the details of Mo's noodle shop first. Although Liang had a good impression of Mo Hunan, his past life as a corporate slave taught him to always be wary. Mo Hunan sighed softly and said with a wry smile, "Kid, I guess you've already figured it out. Our Mo's noodle shop isn't making any money, it's even losing money. This month alone, we've only made one sale. Actually, losing money is a minor issue. The key problem is that my dad's health isn't very good, yet he stubbornly sticks to this loss-making noodle shop. 1 month ago, he even slipped and fell while sweeping the kitchen, almost dying, but he still clings to his determination to make MOG noodle shop popular again. The reason my dad is so persistent is because this noodle shop was passed down from my grandfather. In today's terms, my grandfather was also a migrant worker in Beijing. He brought my grandmother to Kyoto and opened this MOG noodle shop. My dad grew up in this MOG noodle shop and was supported by its income. He has a deep affection for this shop. He originally wanted to take over the business when he grew up, but my dad's artistic talent was too high. He was eventually noticed by the Kyoto Art Academy and became a famous painter." Ha! Liang was stunned. Is this what they call being born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Painting, music, and other artistic professions rely heavily on talent. For an ordinary person to support themselves in these fields is already considered quite gifted, yet his father had effortlessly become a renowned painter, and it seemed the old man was quite regretful about it afterward. This is truly a case of comparison being the thief of joy. Mo Hunan paused, then continued, "My dad couldn't take over the noodle shop, so he pinned his hopes on me. But Mo Hunan looked ashamed, while Liang added with a strange expression, "But you have such a talent for learning, you easily got into the mathematics department of Kyoto Normal University, and then because of your talent in education, you became a parenting expert." Something like that. Mo Hunan nodded and added, "However, I went to Kyoto Institute of Technology for my undergraduate degree in mathematics, and only went to Kyoto Normal University for my graduate studies in education." "Alright, you don't need to say any more." Liang waved his hand. "That's how it is, neither my father nor I were able to take over Grandpa's noodle shop, and my grandfather passed away last year. Grandpa's passing was a blow to my dad. About 5 years ago, Mo's noodle shop had been opening less frequently due to my grandfather's health, and later it closed down completely. A month after my grandfather's death, my dad quit all his work and reopened the noodle shop to comfort his spirit in heaven and to make up for his regret of not being able to take over the family business. However, when Grandpa was alive, the Mo family noodle shop wasn't doing as well as it used to be. After my dad took over, business plummeted. So this became an obsession for my dad. He doesn't even ask that Mo family noodle shop continue to thrive, he just wants it to be as bustling and popular as it was when he was a child." Liang nodded, understanding the gist. Mo Hunan is a parenting expert, a mathematics professor, and his father is a renowned painter. It's safe to say this family is quite wealthy. Opening Mo family noodle shop was simply a matter of sentiment and remembrance for the deceased. "Oh, right." Liang suddenly remembered something and looked at the old man sitting behind the counter with a complicated expression. "Grandpa, what's your name?" The old man lowered his head and took a sip of tea. "Young man, just call me Second Master Mo for my sake." "Oh." Liang raised an eyebrow. "You have an older brother?" "No, I'm an only child." Second Master Mo shook his head. "Because I'm inflexible, my friends used to call me a bit of a fool when I was young, and they called me Second Brother Mo. Now that I'm older, I've become Second Master Mo." Liang was amused by the old man. No wonder he's an artist, his words are unpredictable. Who would have thought that Second Master Mo was actually a nickname, and that Second Master Mo didn't seem to mind at all, using it openly and generously? This man is truly interesting. Second Master Mo, I'd like to ask, what dishes did your Mo's noodle shop sell when you were a child? Was it the same as the menu you're showing on the wall today? Liang pointed to the menu on the wall. It had everything, except noodles, a waste of the Mo's noodle shop's name. Second Master Mo replied directly, "When my father ran this noodle shop, he only sold one dish, plain noodles. I added these dishes after I taught myself." Liang nodded thoughtfully. "Then why didn't you continue selling plain noodles?" What era are we living in?" Second Master Mo chuckled. "Who eats plain noodles these days?" Liang smiled slightly. He roughly understood why Mo's noodle shop was so popular back then, and he also basically figured out why the shop was so deserted when Second Master Mo reopened it. "Alright, then I'll come help out today." "Old Mo, the rules have to be followed as I said yesterday." Liang clapped his hands, smiling as he gestured to Xiao Lu, the security guard still waiting outside, to put the snails, pickled radishes, and other ingredients into the kitchen. Despite being an old establishment, Mo's noodle shop was surprisingly clean and bright in its kitchen. Looking at the ingredients Liang had prepared, Second Master Mo frowned and said, "Young man, are you only going to sell these 2 items today?" Both pickled radishes and spicy snails were more suited to street vending, selling them in a shop wasn't quite right. "Yes, I'll only sell these 2 items." Liang smiled slightly. "Second Master Mo, can you cook?" "Of course I can cook." Second Master Mo rolled his eyes and pointed to the menu on the wall. "I can make all these dishes, they're just awful." Liang chuckled. "I wasn't talking about the dishes, I was asking if you can make plain noodles." "Yangchun noodles." Master Mo hesitated for a moment, then finally said firmly, "I know how to make that, but who buys Yangchun noodles these days?" Yangchun noodles are simple to make. Master Mo had watched his father make them thousands, if not tens of thousands, since he was a child, so naturally he knew every step by heart. "That's fine then," Liang said calmly. "Today I'll sell snails and pickled radishes, and you'll make Yangchun noodles. We'll offer a combo meal. I can't guarantee your shop will be incredibly busy all day, but this will definitely fill your shop with customers." Chapter 222, Simple Plain Noodles, there will always be customers. "You little brat, not very big, but you've got quite the mouth." Second Master Mo glanced at Liang. "Dad, actually, considering the kid's age, he's already quite big." Mo Hunan paused, then reminded him. "Shut up." Second Master Mo glared at his unfortunate son. Actually, Second Master Mo's feelings were quite complicated. If Liang could really make Mo's noodle shop successful again as he said, then it would indeed be a relief for Second Master Mo, and he would feel much lighter. On the other hand, however, Master Mo had poured a lot of effort into Mo's noodle shop this past year, hiring people to distribute flyers, joining group buying platforms, and personally studying the recipes. It could be said that Master Mo had tried every method he could think of, but he still couldn't restore Mo's noodle shop to its former glory on his own. Even though group buying brought in a few customers, they were all negative reviews. If Liang could make Mo's noodle shop so successful so easily, it would only show how incompetent Master Mo really was. But unfortunately, things had come to this, so he could only try. Following Liang's instructions, Master Mo began preparing the plain noodles. Liang first stored the pickled radishes in the noodle shop's cold dish display case, then, while cleaning the snails, observed Master Mo's method of making the plain noodles. Plain noodles are quite simple to make. Prepare a base sauce by placing a spoonful of lard at the bottom of a bowl, adding 2 spoonfuls of light soy sauce, a quarter spoonful of dark soy sauce, and a quarter spoonful of sugar. Cook thin noodles in boiling water, then pour them, along with the broth, into the base sauce. Sprinkle with chopped green onions and salt, and top with a poached egg. The Yangchun noodles from Mo's noodle shop are now ready. When Master Mo's first bowl of Yangchun noodles was ready, Liang hadn't even started cooking the snails yet. Picking up his chopsticks, Liang tasted Master Mo's cooking. This Yangchun noodle dish could be considered a recipe passed down through 3 generations of the Mo family. However, the taste of the Yangchun noodles, well, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't anything special either. It was just a large bowl of Yangchun noodles. Although Liang didn't have the Yangchun noodle recipe from the system reward, his culinary experience alone allowed him to immediately spot some flaws in the preparation method. For example, Master Mo's Yangchun noodles are cooked with water and chicken bouillon, but they would taste better with broth. Also, the portion of noodles is too large. Sometimes, large portions are a drawback, as they dilute the flavor of the broth. Finally, adding a poached egg to Master Mo's Yangchun noodles makes it less authentic. Authentic Yangchun noodles are basically served without any toppings, at most with some bok choy hearts. Sure enough, Liang's god of food eye also gave a notification. Yangchun noodles. Cooked by Mo Xiangman, Master Mo. Quality, green, good. A carefully cooked Yangchun noodle dish, large and filling, but the cooking method is mediocre. The system judged the Yangchun noodles to be of green quality, only because of the large portion and Master Mo's careful preparation, otherwise, it would probably have been judged to white, ordinary, quality. How is it? Seeing Liang tasting his plain noodles, second Master Mo swallowed hard, looking like a schoolchild waiting for their homework to be graded. My dad makes plain noodles like this, I guarantee my technique is 90% accurate. Not bad. Liang smiled slightly, not pointing out any flaws in the noodles, but instead praising, just right. Phew. Second Master Mo let out a long breath. Although he had extremely poor talent in cooking and nothing he made tasted good, at least this bowl of plain noodles was presentable. However, in second Master Mo's opinion, this skill of making plain noodles was useless. As the saying goes, who eats plain noodles these days? Kid, tell me the truth. Mo Hunan pulled Liang aside and whispered, is my dad's plain noodles really that good? Not particularly delicious, Liang shook his head and said directly, but it's enough. If you want Mo's noodle shop to be a hit, this plain noodle dish is just right. Ha! Mo Hunan was a little confused. Why was this kid playing games with him? Alright, old Mo, the plain noodles don't need any more improvement. Help me prepare the snails. Liang smiled and asked old Mo to help him. And second Master Mo, what about cleaning the snails? Leave it to me. Second Master Mo patted his chest. Although second Master Mo still didn't really believe Liang could help him revitalize Mo's noodle shop, Liang was, after all, a master chef helping him. You have to obey the master's orders. Soon, Liang's snails were in the pot. The aroma of the stewed snails, spicy and numbing, wafted from the kitchen and into the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. While waiting for the snails to cook, Liang, Mo Hunan, and Master Mo erected a 1.3-meter tall advertising sign at the entrance. Master Mo himself wrote large characters in gold ink on red paper. Mo's Noodle Shop Plain Noodle Combo Set Meal. 1 serving of plain noodles, 1 small serving of snails, and 1 small serving of pickled radish, only 5 yuan. Welcome to try it. The price of the plain noodle combo set meal was set by Liang and Master Mo together. Since it was a set meal, Liang naturally wouldn't sell the snails by the pound like he did at Zhongcheng Academy yesterday. Instead, he divided them into small portions, each containing 3 to 5 snails depending on their size, mainly for tasting. The pickled radish was served in a small dish the size of a vinegar dish. It's fair to say that the 5 yuan price tag for the spicy snails and pickled radish made up the bulk of the cost. The plain noodles were practically worthless. However, Master Mo didn't care. He hadn't expected to make a profit from this shop. The signboard immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers, some even taking photos with their phones. These days, a 5 yuan meal in Beijing is incredibly rare. At that price, you'd believe it was from 20 years ago. But despite the crowd's interest, no one actually went into the restaurant. Master Mo sat at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking utterly helpless. Liang's snails smelled so good they made his mouth water, but still, no one was coming into the noodle shop. He looked at Liang with a worried expression, as if to say, "See? I told you no one would come to eat at Mo's noodle shop." Liang smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued cooking the snails. When Liang first sold roasted goose legs, a large crowd didn't immediately line up as soon as he set up his stall. With patience, customers would come. 5 minutes later, Liang's first batch of snails was ready. Without taking a break, Liang immediately began preparing the second batch. At the same time, a couple holding hands stopped in front of Mo's noodle shop. They looked at the 5 yuan set meal sign posted by Mo's noodle shop and tentatively took a step into the shop. Master Mo's eyes immediately lit up, and he called out energetically, "Welcome." Chapter 223. I can't tell, did I just say we should break up? Master Mo's shout startled the young man and the couple, causing him to take a step back. It was unclear whether he was intimidated by Master Mo or something else. "Master Mo, just calm down. Your place is an old noodle shop, not some coffee shop or bubble tea shop. What's with the attitude?" Liang's complaining voice drifted from the kitchen. Master Mo offered to buy them, then sheepishly sat back down. "Let's go." Outside the door, the young man tugged at his girlfriend's hand, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "It's your birthday, we can't just eat at such a lousy place. I'll borrow money from a friend, and we can get some Western food, or go to a bigger restaurant." The girl smiled wryly at her boyfriend's suggestion. "But if we borrow money for food, where will we find the money to pay it back?" Upon closer inspection, it seemed the couple's financial situation wasn't ideal. The girl wore a light brown shirt and a denim maxi skirt, her black canvas shoes worn and peeling. The boy wore a white t-shirt and shorts, the shorts having a small patch on them. Both were dressed simply, but their clothes were very clean, indicating that it wasn't that they didn't care about their appearance, but rather that they couldn't afford to. They were university classmates and both stayed in Kyoto after graduation. It's said that finding a job after graduation is the first lesson society teaches young people, and reality is indeed quite harsh. They graduated from a second-tier university. Although they were legitimate university graduates, they didn't have legitimate jobs. After much searching, they finally found jobs, but their combined monthly income was a mere 8,000 yuan. This salary might be acceptable in a small city, but in Beijing, it was utterly insufficient. After deducting rent, utilities, toiletries, and other essential expenses, they were practically penniless. "Let's eat here. We can save on longevity noodles." The girl smiled, pulling the boy's hand as they entered the noodle shop. The boy, however, lowered his eyes, clenching his fists so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. Seeing them finally enter, Master Mo was overjoyed. He instinctively stood up, wanting to greet them again with welcome, but remembering Liang's reminder, he swallowed the words. "What would you two like to order?" Master Mo leaned closer, smiling. "2 of the Yangchun noodles combo set meal, please," the girl exclaimed. "And, could you add a poached egg to our noodles? It's my birthday. I can pay extra for the egg." In the girl's hometown, a poached egg is a must with longevity noodles. It's a small custom. "Our Yangchun noodles already have a poached egg in them." Master Mo shook his head. "No need to pay extra." After confirming their order, Master Mo called out to the kitchen, 2 Yangchun noodle combo set meals. "Coming right away." Imohanen hurriedly took out 4 small dishes to distribute the snails and pickled radishes, while Master Mo went back to cook the Yangchun noodles. "Hey Master Mo, why don't you let old Mo do the calling? Why are you making such a fuss?" Liang teased, watching Master Mo busy at work. "It's all right, I'm happy too," Master Mo said, beaming. Although it was only one order, it was still a great joy for Master Mo, who was overjoyed. The spicy snails and pickled radishes were ready, but it would take some time for Master Mo to make the plain noodles. While waiting, the boy kept his head down, not speaking to his girlfriend, his face dark, lost in thought. "It's my birthday, why aren't you happy?" The girl blinked, smiling as she took her boyfriend's hand. The boy shuddered, his shoulders trembling, and whispered, "I've thought about it for a long time. Let's break up." "Ha!" The girl froze on the spot. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. The boy pulled his girlfriend's hand away, saying bitterly, "Don't misunderstand, I love you very much. But, I can't give you happiness. My family is poor, and I can't find a good job. Someone like me doesn't deserve such a wonderful girl like you." His eyes revealed a mixture of madness, pain, and resolve. "I believe that a girl as wonderful as you can find a better boyfriend. He'll give you a better life, he'll take you to fancy restaurants and the best amusement parks on your birthday. But I don't need any of that." The girl seemed to only then realize what the boy was doing, her eyes already red. "I just want you to be with me. Only if we're together can we have a future, there's always hope. Don't be silly." The boy became inexplicably agitated. "What hope do we have? You know my family situation. My father is a cleaner, and my mother ran away with someone long ago. Even if I weren't in Kyoto, I couldn't give you a happy life on my own. For me, having you is even a sin, an unbearable sin." The girl opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, tears just kept streaming down her face. "Excuse me, the plain noodle set meal is ready, haha." Just then, Mr. M.O., quite inopportunely, finished making the plain noodles and, even more inopportunely, brought them over. Mr. M.O., secretly pleased with himself, didn't notice the young couple's unusual behavior. He put down the plate and left cheerfully. "Eat, this is our last lunch together." The boy also shed tears, forcing a smile as he placed his spicy snails and pickled radish dish in front of the girl. For him, this was his last act of tenderness for his girlfriend. The girl's tear-streaked face was somewhat dazed. She wanted to ask her boyfriend to stay, but didn't know where to begin. She wanted to get angry, but didn't know why she should be angry. Finally, the girl sighed, her pupils unfocused, and mechanically picked up a pickled radish, stuffing it into her mouth. The girl paused, her eyes regaining their sparkle. The tangy and spicy radish was incredibly crisp, with just the right amount of moisture. One slice instantly whetted her appetite. She wiped away her tears, then picked up a snail, using a toothpick from the table to scoop out the meat. "Wow, these spicy snails are absolutely amazing. Absolutely delicious. Wow." The girl's eyes lit up. "You have to try some. This is so delicious." The girl pushed the boy's portion of snails and pickled radish in front of him, leaving him dumbfounded. What's going on? The atmosphere changed too quickly. He was heartbroken, his girlfriend's sad expression only made it worse, and now, the next second, she's acting like nothing happened, letting him try the snails and pickled radish? Was he hallucinating just now? He never said he wanted to break up, it was all just a daydream? He can't tell, he really can't tell. "Try it," the girl urged, frowning. Okay." The boy casually picked up a piece of radish and put it in his mouth. Chapter 224, we're back. Everything's back. Ouch, spicy, refreshing and mouth-watering. The boy picked up a piece of spicy pickled radish. It was salty and spicy at first, with a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. After swallowing the radish, the boy quickly slurped up a few mouthfuls of noodles, so much so that a few crumbs clung to the corner of his mouth. The girl chuckled, took a tissue, and gently wiped the boy's mouth, saying softly, "Try the snails, they're even better." The boy paused for a moment, then softly hummed in agreement. And so, the young couple ate in silence. Only after finishing the snails and pickled radish, and drinking every last drop of the broth from the plain noodles, did they finally put down their chopsticks, satisfied. Having experienced the cleansing effect of the food, the boy's emotions calmed down a bit. He picked at his fingers, glancing frequently at his girlfriend, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. The girl carefully wiped the table with a napkin she'd used to wipe her mouth, then suddenly spoke, "How about, we don't break up?" The boy was speechless. For some reason, after finishing the meal, his heart had softened, becoming less resolute and hardened. He even felt a warm glow in his chest. "Our lives are a bit tough right now, but it's not hopeless." The girl smiled, the tears in her eyes long since dried. "As long as we're together, there's still hope for the future. I believe we'll have a better life someday. You said you couldn't give me happiness, but happiness is simple, it can be bought for $5. Hearing the girl's words, the boy rubbed his eyes and gripped his girlfriend's hand tightly. Who could resist those words? He understood what that warm feeling in his chest was. It was happiness. For a recent college graduate like him, from a small town, struggling in Kyoto, happiness always seemed so distant. Gazing daily at the towering skyscrapers and the dazzling array of luxury goods in shop windows, a sense of unattainability always arises. It's a feeling of insignificance. This is a major pain point for those from the lower rungs of society in big cities. The city boasts so much prosperity, yet none of it belongs to them. However, through a simple bowl of plain noodles, the young man understood a truth. Perhaps the times have been unfair to him, perhaps he wasn't so lucky in terms of birth, perhaps he'll never be able to afford a mansion or a luxury car, but happiness is indeed very simple. All it takes is holding his girlfriend's hand, and a simple bowl of noodles that costs 5 yuan. In this respect, he is lucky. "Boss, the bill." The young man paid the bill, and the young couple walked away hand in hand, their steps unusually light. One deal done. Master Mo proudly waved the 10 yuan note in his hand, then patted Liang on the shoulder. "Kid, I underestimated you earlier. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills, ha ha ha." Liang was speechless. Master Mo was already this happy after just one deal? "Master Mo, don't be so hasty, there's plenty more business to come," Liang said casually. "Ha ha ha, stop messing around, I'm already very satisfied." "Hey, stop messing around." Master Mo was laughing hysterically, patting Liang on the back. "Who the hell messed around with you?" Liang was almost furious. Liang felt that, in terms of being cynical and unpredictable, Master Mo and Professor Wang had something in common, but Professor Wang was more about having a lot of clever ideas, while Master Mo was simply prone to eccentricities. However, the facts were indeed as Liang said. Perhaps it was because it was lunchtime, or perhaps because Liang was just naturally lucky. Soon, the second group of diners arrived at the restaurant. Wow, a bowl of plain noodles for 5 yuan. Let's each have one, that's only 20 yuan. Let's pool our money, we can go to an internet cafe this afternoon. Why go to an internet cafe? With the money we have left, we can only play for 3 hours. How about we go play basketball this afternoon? I know a basketball court where tickets are cheap, 10 yuan for an entire afternoon. This time, 4 high school students came. Their youthful energy and demeanor were completely different from the young couple from before. They laughed and joked, sometimes playfully fighting, sometimes pulling out their worksheets to do a few problems. Liang was all too familiar with this scene in conversation. It was the classic scenario of 4 good classmates meeting up on the weekend to do homework, eventually ending up at an internet cafe. The 4 bowls of plain noodles were served, and within just 5 minutes, the 4 high school students had devoured them. "Boss, we're leaving." The 4 high school students waved goodbye, leaving the money on the table. Old Master Mo couldn't resist chasing after them, saying, "You're all high school students now. Go to internet cafes less often. You'll have plenty of time to play games in college. And besides, since you've decided to relax online today, don't bother with your tests. Play until you get home and catch up." The 4 high school students chuckled, having heard everything Old Master Mo had to say. After the high school students left, a middle-aged office worker arrived, followed shortly by a mother with a child, a guitarist carrying a guitar. Even later, an old man came in, listening to opera on a radio. The number of customers at Mo's noodle shop increased rapidly. In just 20 minutes, the shop was almost full. Old Master Mo bustled around the shop, busy and happy, his face flushed with excitement. He was getting into it. In Old Master Mo's distant childhood memories, his family's Mo's noodle shop had this feeling exactly. A bustling, lively atmosphere. Everywhere was filled with boasting and laughter, sometimes punctuated by the cries of babies and the bickering of couples. For Master Mo, this was not noise, but one of his most cherished childhood memories. And now, everything was back. "Little nephew, you're amazing." Master Mo gave Liang a thumbs up. "With your snails and pickled radishes, our Mo's noodle shop has regained its former glory, ha ha ha." Liang's expression was strange. "Wait, Master Mo, can you explain what little nephew means?" Master Mo said seriously, "My son calls you little brother, so of course I have to call you little nephew." Mo Hanan grumbled from the side, "Dad, little kid is just a nickname, the same as calling you second master. Why are we talking about seniority? A nickname is good." Second Master Mo chuckled, now he was happy no matter what you said. "Then I'll call Liang little kid too." "Little kid, I have an idea. I'll take out my bank card in a bit, see if the balance is enough. If you're satisfied, why don't you come work as the head chef at our Mo's noodle shop? You can do it in your spare time." For Second Master Mo, money was just an external thing. Since his son was rich, he, as the father, didn't need to save any money, he could spend it however he wanted. "Dad!" Mo Hanan exclaimed in surprise, quickly stopping his father. It wasn't because Mo Hanan was worried about money, but because he was afraid his father's words would upset Liang. Mo Hanan knew that Liang's family lived near Zhongcheng Academy and were far from poor. They even owned a small food stall. Why would he come and work as a cook for him? "Ha ha." Liang chuckled lightly, saying casually, "Second Master Mo, I need to be clear. The reason Mo's noodle shop is doing so well today isn't simply because of my snails and pickled radishes." "Oh." Second Master Mo raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it because Liang's spicy snails and pickled radishes are so delicious that Mo's noodle shop has been revived today? What else could it be?" Chapter 225 I want to eat noodles, or I'll miss them while they're still hot. It's simple. Liang chuckled. Because our set meals are cheap, you can eat your fill for just 5 yuan. To be honest, while Liang wasn't arrogant, he wasn't particularly humble either, always sticking to a pragmatic approach. In his view, his meteoric rise in the culinary world was mainly due to his cooking skills, nothing more. However, besides his delicious spicy snails and pickled radishes attracting fans, another key factor in the booming business of Mo's noodle shop was the incredibly affordable set meals. "That's not right." Mo Hanan pondered, "If we're talking about price, my dad's dishes are cheap too, good value for money. In the end, it's because my cooking is just too awful." Second Master Mo sighed. "No," Liang shook his head. "Is your food really cheap?" In the restaurant industry, sometimes judging whether a price is cheap isn't just about the profit margin, but also the total price. You guys just have plenty of money, so you're not price sensitive. Eating here, the cheapest dish, stir-fried mung bean sprouts, costs 10 yuan a serving. If you want to add a meat dish, the price goes well to 30 or more yuan. 30 yuan? Why not just grab a hamburger or a takeout rice bowl? Wouldn't that be better? Liang wasn't just making things up. Back in his previous life as a corporate slave, he would never have eaten at Moer's noodle shop if he were just having a casual meal. 30 yuan for a meal was really painful for Liang. He'd rather cook at home or eat a group buying deal. If Master Mo's cooking were good enough, he might have a chance to survive, and could even become a thriving business in the area. The problem is, the old man's cooking skills are lacking, so hardly anyone wants to eat here. But, Master Mo argued, my dishes are all made with high-quality ingredients. Putting aside the taste, they're much healthier than what you get outside. You've never experienced poverty. Liang retorted, for people struggling financially, who cares about health? As long as they can fill their stomachs, they're content. This area is an old town, an old street. Most of the residents here don't have high spending power. Offering so many strange and unusual dishes is neither high-end nor low-end, it's hard to find suitable customers. Hearing Liang's words, Master Mo scratched his head. He hadn't really considered what Liang was saying. He hadn't realized this kid had such a good business sense. So, I should just sell plain noodles from now on, no need for all those fancy stuff. Master Mo pondered for a moment before asking Liang. That's my feeling, Liang nodded. If you sell a bowl of plain noodles for 2 or 3 yuan, even without my spicy snails and pickled radishes, there should still be customers. But that's just my personal opinion. Liang added, I've never run a shop before, it's purely my own speculation. Liang had indeed never run a shop before, even in his previous life, he had only ever sold food at a stall, so he couldn't be too definitive with Master Mo. A restaurant's success or failure is the result of a combination of factors. However, after Liang's explanation, Master Mo abandoned his idea of recruiting Liang as a chef. Just then, more customers entered the restaurant, and Master Mo roused himself to attend to them. Meanwhile, outside the old street, a Mercedes-Benz 450 luxury sedan slowly pulled into the road. The window rolled down, revealing a woman's aloof face. This woman appeared to be around 35 years old. Although beautiful, she possessed an aura of unapproachability, belonging to the mature, ascetic type. Her neatly styled hair and impeccably pressed gray women's suit and trousers added a touch of seriousness and dignity. The woman glanced around the street, then a gentle look appeared in her eyes as she tugged at the sleeve of the old man sitting beside her. Grandpa, look, this is where you used to live. This is your old home, do you remember? The old man glanced timidly out the window, then stammered, home. I don't want to go home. The woman smiled wryly, gently patting the old man's back, coaxing him like a child. It's all right, this is home, there are no bad people here. The woman's name was Xiao Qianfang, and her grandfather, Xiao Fengchan, suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is a common type of dementia, causing memory loss, cognitive confusion, and even emotional loss. To alleviate the effects of Alzheimer's, in addition to medication, doctors often advise family members to communicate more with the elderly, take them to familiar places, and reminisce about the past. This provides emotional comfort and reduces the patient's emotional symptoms. There was an electronics component factory near this old street, where Xiao Fengchan had worked as an engineer and eventually became the factory manager. Furthermore, the residential buildings lining both sides of this old street were originally the staff quarters of an electronics factory. Xiao Fengchan got married and had children in this very compound. In short, Xiao Fengchan spent most of his life on this old street. So, Xiao Qianfang took advantage of some free time today to bring him here, hoping to help him recall some memories and have a positive impact on his mood. However, perhaps Xiao Fengchan's Alzheimer's was too severe, or perhaps the old street was quite different from what he remembered. Xiao Fengchan couldn't recall what the old street looked like at all, and instead showed fear. Grandpa, are you really not going to get out of the car and walk around? Alright then, Xiao Wan, let's go to the nearby park. Xiao Qianfang sighed and told the driver to go home. The driver gently pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes accelerated. Xiao Fengchan covered his head with a blanket, only his eyes peeking out as he cautiously observed the street. Suddenly, Xiao Fengchan flung open the blanket and excitedly pointed out the car window. MOG Noodle Shop is open. I want noodles. If you don't go now, you'll miss out on the hot ones. The old man shouted. Xiao Qianfang was startled, then quickly called out. Xiao Wan, stop the car. Xiao Qianfang was astonished. In all these years, this was the first time she had heard her grandfather speak so fluently and logically. Could it be? Does this MOG noodle shop hold great significance for Grandpa? But before Xiao Fengchan fell ill, he had never mentioned this MOG noodle shop. Besides, why would his grandfather, a factory director, be associated with a noodle shop? Just as Xiao Qianfang was pondering these questions, the car stopped, and Xiao Fengchan flung open the door and ran straight towards the noodle shop. Startled, Xiao Qianfang didn't think twice and hurriedly followed. Chapter 226 Factory Director, are you still alive? Boss, I'd like a bowl of plain noodles. The usual, no scallions, less salt. Old man Xiao Fengchan strode into MOG noodle shop, shouting at the top of his lungs. Xiao Qianfang followed behind Xiao Fengchan, her eyes nearly popping out of her head in astonishment. Her grandfather's booming voice, that fluent conversation. Could it be that Xiao Fengchan is cured? Xiao Qianfang excitedly grabbed her grandfather's hand, saying, "Grandpa, you're clear-headed now, not confused anymore." "Of course I'm clear-headed." Xiao Fengchan glanced at Xiao Qianfang, frowning, and said, "Who are you? Don't pull me, what will people think if they see this?" Xiao Qianfang was speechless for a moment. It seemed her grandfather hadn't miraculously recovered. After all, Alzheimer's disease, a stubborn illness that modern medicine is helpless against, has an extremely low cure rate. The plot of curing Alzheimer's through some coincidence only exists in TV dramas. Regardless, it seems this ordinary little noodle shop had a significant positive effect on Grandpa's expression, making his mind much clearer. Thinking of this, Xiao Qianfang perked up and tentatively said, "Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter. I'm Qianfang, do you remember me?" Qianfang, Xiao Fengchan smacked his lips, just as a group of diners left. He plopped down on an empty stool. "I don't remember you, my dear granddaughter. You graduated from university, right, and found a good job?" "Of course I found a good job," Xiao Qianfang exclaimed excitedly. "I have my own factory now." Her grandfather actually remembered her. He even remembered she went to university. This made Xiao Qianfang's eyes well up with tears. At that moment, second Master Mo also came over with a red plastic bucket and a rag. While clearing the dishes from the table, he smiled and said, "Grandpa, you want a bowl of plain noodles without scallions? We have combo meals now, 5 yuan a serving. Would you like one? Come on." Xiao Fengchan slammed his hand on the table and shouted, his imposing manner reminiscent of his days as factory manager. Xiao Qianfang's heart skipped a beat. She pulled at Uncle Mo and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, do you know my grandfather? My grandfather has Alzheimer's, but he seems to have a special affection for your shop." Uncle Mo was taken aback, then glanced at Xiao Fengchan a few more times before shaking his head. "Young lady, I really don't know your grandfather. This shop was passed down from my father, but he's passed away. I've only been running it for a year." In the year Uncle Mo had run Mo's noodle shop, there hadn't been many customers. He remembered them all perfectly well. He had never met Uncle Xiao Fengchan. As for the time when Mo's noodle shop was booming, Uncle Mo was still young then. Even if he had seen Xiao Fengchan back then, he couldn't possibly remember what he looked like now. "Oh." Xiao Qianfang nodded slightly in disappointment, then held up one finger and said, "Uncle, then I'll have a bowl of plain noodles combo meal too." This MOG noodle shop had touched her grandfather so deeply, so Xiao Qianfang naturally wanted to try their plain noodles as well. "Alright, 2 plain noodle combo meals." Master Mo tossed the rag over his shoulder, picked up the red bucket, and happily headed to the kitchen. Xiao Qianfang sighed softly, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at her grandfather. Meanwhile, old Master Xiao Fengchan was excitedly rubbing his hands, as if eagerly anticipating the arrival of the plain noodles. According to the doctor, if Xiao Fengchan is in a very familiar memory scene, his memories from his youth might be activated, thus having a significant positive impact on his emotions and cognitive abilities. Based on this theory, there's no doubt that Xiao Fengchan has an extremely deep impression of Mo's noodle shop. He must have frequented it often when he was still working at the cotton mill. But why does Mo's noodle shop hold such a special place in Xiao Fengchan's heart, to the point that even Alzheimer's disease can't completely erase it from his memory? Could it be because the plain noodles are so delicious? Or perhaps, Xiao Fengchan had a very good relationship with the old owner of Mo's noodle shop? Xiao Qianfang thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a conclusion. Perhaps the answer to this question will forever remain unsolved with the passing of Master Mo's father. Just as Xiao Qianfang was lost in thought, Master Mo approached carrying 2 well-worn wooden trays. 2 sets of plain noodles, please enjoy. Master Mo didn't linger, placing the sets in front of them before turning to attend to other customers. "Oh." Xiao Qianfang raised an eyebrow, her nose twitching slightly. As soon as the set meal arrived, her attention was completely drawn to the snails and pickled radishes. These 2 delicate dishes, though small in portion, smelled incredibly delicious. The spicy aroma of the snails and the sweet and spicy aroma of the pickled radishes filled her nostrils, making Xiao Qianfang involuntarily swallow. Xiao Qianfang picked up a toothpick and gently extracted the snail meat. "Holy crap! These snails are so delicious." Xiao Qianfang almost blurted out a curse. Of course, this wasn't because Xiao Qianfang lacked manners, but rather because the snails had such a profound impact on her. Xiao Qianfang was currently a factory manager, unmarried, and busy with all the factory's affairs. In her spare time, she also cared for her grandfather, leaving her with no time to enjoy fine dining. In fact, Xiao Qianfang once believed that enjoying food was a waste of life. Food only needed to fill her stomach and provide a balanced diet. However, the small snail completely overturned Xiao Qianfang's perception, mainly because it was so delicious. Xiao Qianfang swallowed the snail meat and then ate a bite of pickled radish. The radish was crisp, sweet, and spicy, making Xiao Qianfang's stomach churn violently. She hurriedly grabbed her chopsticks and, without a care for her image, slurped up a large mouthful of noodles. Just as Xiao Qianfang had expected, the bowl of plain noodles was indeed unremarkable, but the light flavor of the noodles and the lingering taste of the pickled radish complemented each other perfectly, creating a very satisfying combination. Xiao Qianfang let out a satisfied sigh and subconsciously glanced at her grandfather. At that moment, Xiao Fengchan was also shoveling noodles into his mouth with his chopsticks, but he hadn't touched his portion of spicy snails and pickled radish. Xiao Qianfang paused, then smiled and reminded him, "Grandpa, try the snails and radishes, these two side dishes are delicious." Xiao Fengchan's chopsticks paused briefly, then he quickly picked them up again. "No, I have to eat my noodles quickly." Xiao Qianfang said helplessly, "Grandpa, why are you so hung up on that bowl of plain noodles? No one's going to take it from you." Just then, an elderly man sitting at the back of the shop finished his noodles. Leaning on his cane, he picked up a radio playing opera and headed out. However, in the instant he turned around, his gaze fell on Xiao Fengchan. After a long pause, the old man said in shock and trembling, Factory director, I thought you were long gone." Chapter 227 MOG Noodle Shop. How could Xiao Fengchan forget it? No, what kind of talk is that? Xiao Qianfang frowned, immediately becoming displeased. Why was this complete stranger cursing her grandfather right off the bat? Wait, just now, this old man called Xiao Fengchan factory director? So, this old man and Xiao Fengchan are old acquaintances? Grandpa, do you know him? Xiao Qianfang gently patted Xiao Fengchan, who was eating noodles, and asked. Xiao Fengchan glanced up at the old man holding a radio not far away and calmly said, "Hey, isn't this Xiao Feng? He's a new guy who just started working in the weaving workshop, very quick and efficient." Hearing Xiao Fengchan say this, the old man holding the radio immediately nodded and said, "Factory director, I'm Xiao Feng, the head of the weaving workshop. You still remember me?" "Of course I remember." As he spoke, Xiao Fengchan reached out and moved the empty stool next to him. "Xiao Feng, have you eaten? Sit down and eat some more." Xiao Qianfang quickly helped Xiao Feng sit down. Xiao Feng excitedly reminisced with Xiao Fengchan, but Xiao Fengchan didn't answer him, only lowering his head to eat his noodles. "I don't think I've offended the old factory director." Just as Xiao Feng was confused, Xiao Qianfang lowered her voice and told him about her grandfather's Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's? Dementia. No wonder we haven't been able to contact the factory manager for years. Xiao Feng said with a wry smile, "We old buddies all thought he'd passed away." The Beijing No. 1 cotton mill, established in the 1950s, weathered countless storms before finally closing its doors at the beginning of the century. The younger workers were reassigned to other factories, while the older ones retired. Those with management experience and strong professional skills, like Xiao Fengchan, were rehired by other factories as consultants. From then on, the workers who had toiled on the production line scattered across the country, rarely having the opportunity to reunite. A few years later, the cotton mill was razed to the ground and replaced by commercial buildings. Everything vanished. Only the cotton mill's residential compound still standing on both sides of this old street serve as proof that a cotton mill once thrived here, and countless young people dedicated their sweat and youth to the production workshops. By the way, Grandpa Feng, Xiao Qianfang suddenly remembered something and said, "Do you know why my grandfather is so attached to Mo's noodle shop? Was it because he often ate here when he was young?" Old Master Mo, who was clearing dishes at the next table, also perked up his ears. Although he wasn't deliberately eavesdropping on Xiao Feng and Xiao Qianfang's conversation, the shop was so small that he understood the gist of the matter after overhearing a few snippets. Old Master Mo was also very curious. What connection did this old man, who already suffered from Alzheimer's disease, have with Mo's noodle shop? And was this old factory director an old friend of his father? Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng laughed after hearing Xiao Qianfang's words. "Girl, if we're talking about attachment, everyone in our cotton mill is attached to this Mo's noodle shop. This shop has been here since I joined the factory, and it's open until 10 p.m. every day. Don't be fooled by the fact that Kyoto is still brightly lit at 2 a.m. now. Back then, there weren't many shops open until 10 p.m. The owner, Old Mo, was such an honest man back then. Everyone else was selling a bowl of plain noodles for 7 cents, but Old Mo only charged 5. When everyone else was selling it for 50 cents a bowl, he was selling it for 30. Later, I can't remember how much it cost. So, when we had heavy production schedules and worked late, or when some single guys were out of school, they liked to come to Mo's noodle shop after work. A bowl of noodles, a few cold dishes, and a few beers, and it wouldn't cost much for a whole table of people. Back then, Mo's noodle shop was absolutely a hotspot, even more bustling than a street food stall at night. Everyone sat together drinking and chatting. It was so much fun. Because of Mo's noodle shop, everyone had more energy at work. Everyone worked with full vigor, just so they could relax and enjoy themselves at Mo's noodle shop after get off work. In those days, our factory won a lot of awards. Little Feng puffed out his chest, his somewhat cloudy eyes shining brightly, as if he were seeing his younger self, as if he were seeing his own youth. As he spoke, Little Feng scratched his face and laughed. Don't laugh, but I met my wife at Mo's noodle shop. She had a big braid back then, she was so pretty. Listening to Little Feng's story, Xiao Qianfang suddenly asked, Grandpa Feng, since Mo's noodle shop was so popular back then, was the owner a celebrity in your factory? Xiao Feng shook his head and said, no, old Mo is too reserved, he doesn't like talking to us. Xiao Qianfang frowned and said, so, actually, none of us really have a close relationship with the old owner of Mo's noodle shop, we just like to gather here. But if that's all, why does Mo's noodle shop hold such a special place in my grandfather's heart? Xiao Qianfang analyzed that the biggest reason Mo's noodle shop was so popular back then was simply its good location and cheap prices. Such a small shop is certainly appealing, but Xiao Fengchan shouldn't remember Mo's noodle shop so vividly. Xiao Feng's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, girl, did you not understand what I meant? I'm getting old, and I don't remember many things, but even now, I still dream of the hum of the machines in the workshop, and the laughter and joy from the old Mo Ji noodle shop. From your perspective, Mo Ji noodle shop might not seem special, but it holds so many memories for us factory workers. I'm not very well educated, so I can't explain it clearly, but I can guarantee that although Mo Ji noodle shop wasn't our factory canteen, anyone who worked in the textile factory will never forget this place. Xiao Qianfang's heart skipped a beat, deeply moved. She could almost understand what Grandpa Feng meant. A place like Mog Noodle Shop. Xiao Qianfang had memories of it too. It was her high school campus, the dappled sunlight on the playground, the clean and bright classrooms. To outsiders, these things might seem unremarkable, but whenever Xiao Qianfang returns to her alma mater and sees the places where she once studied and struggled, she can't help but recall the people and events of those days. However, Xiao Qianfang only spent 3 years in high school, while the cotton mill workers spent their entire youth in the factory and at Mog Noodle Shop. In their hearts, Mog Noodle Shop represents camaraderie, the beautiful times of their youth, the hard work and sweetness of their struggles, and even the warmth of home. So many emotions converge, difficult to express in a single word. Xiao Fengchen's deep impression of Mog Noodle Shop stemmed from the fact that it was more than just an affordable noodle shop in his mind. For Xiao Fengchan, Mog Noodle Shop held the passion of his youth, echoed with countless laughs and joyful moments shared with colleagues and friends, and hosted countless celebratory banquets for achieving production targets. In the past, Xiao Fengchan would come here on countless nights, weary or lighthearted, to soothe his stomach, enjoy the pleasant warmth of everyday life, and savor the bittersweet experiences of life. Therefore, how could Xiao Fengchan forget Mog Noodle Shop? Chapter 228, You drive a Rolls Royce, no wonder you get stuck in traffic. I'm so. Listening to Grandpa Feng's words, Second Master Mo was deeply moved. For Second Master Mo's noodle shop represented the beauty of his childhood, holding a very special place in his heart. Second Master Mo never imagined that Mo's noodle shop would hold such importance in someone else's heart, so much so that he hadn't forgotten it for half his life. In the past, Mo's noodle shop was cheap, so business was booming. Old Master Mo used to make a living there, raising the great painter Second Master Mo. Workers loved to gather there because of its affordability, and eventually, Mo's noodle shop became a symbol of that glorious era in everyone's hearts. All of this wasn't manipulated, it was simply old Master Mo running his business with a conscience, the workers enjoying simple noodles, and a complex mix of emotions arising from it all, a perfect harmony. In a way, that's the meaning of making good food. Liang walked over unnoticed, leaning against the wall with a smile. Liang had some understanding of this from his previous life as a street vendor. Food often signifies many things, but it's not simply a matter of supply and demand. For a chef, cooking is a way to make a living. For a diner, food is a source of spiritual comfort, also imbued with emotions and meaning. Both are intertwined, blending into the lives of both the diner and the chef. Just like Liang's current street vending, cooking is his path to success, while for those diners on campus, Liang's food has long been an integral part of their school life. And I'm even called a great artist. Master Mo, now somewhat moved, exclaimed excitedly, the most beautiful art is found in the everyday life of ordinary people. I'm full. On the other side, Xiao Fengchan had already finished a large bowl of plain noodles, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then said blankly, Little Feng, why aren't you eating? Where are the others? Where are our workers? Everyone come and eat. Only when you're full do you have the energy to work. Our factory still needs to be recognized for its advanced workers. Xiao Qianfang smiled through her tears, about to explain to Xiao Fengchan, when Grandpa Feng waved his hand and laughed, Factory manager, everyone's coming right now, just wait a moment. As he spoke, Grandpa Feng picked up his phone and dialed a number. Little Li, what are you busy with? Taking care of your grandson at home? I have something to tell you. Come eat at Mog Noodle Shop, our factory manager is here. That's right, MOG Noodle Shop is open again, selling plain noodles. Yes, it's our old factory manager, Manager Xiao. Contact the other workers. It was clear that the person on the other end of the phone was also an old worker, long retired from the cotton mill, with his own life and family. But upon hearing Grandpa Feng's words, Old Lee on the other end of the line didn't hesitate at all, replying with just 6 words, "Understood," coming right away. After hanging up, Grandpa Feng smiled at the somewhat bewildered Xiao Qianfang and said, "Didn't you say, seeing familiar people and things would help the old factory manager's Alzheimer's? I'll get a list of those old workers. Even though we haven't seen each other for so many years, as long as you mention Mo's Noodle Shop is open again, and that the old factory manager is here, everyone will come. This is a good opportunity for us old colleagues to get together, ha ha ha." Grandpa Feng turned to Second Master Mo. "Boss, prepare more noodles in the kitchen, our whole group will be here soon." "All right." Second Master Mo patted Liang on the shoulder and walked out of the shop. The shop's noodle stock was indeed running low, so he planned to go to the nearby market to buy some fresh noodles. Liang, having finished cooking several large pots of snails, wasn't in a hurry to make new ones. He sat on a small stool behind the counter, smiling as he watched the commotion. "Grandpa Feng, your idea is very good. But, it's been so many years, will everyone really come?" Xiao Qianfang asked curiously. For modern people, there are too many partings in life. Childhood friends, inseparable companions, and classmates from school days, most of them have faded into memory with the passing years, perhaps never to be seen again. Not to mention former factory colleagues. Grandpa Feng's former co-workers are all quite old, and they haven't seen each other much in years. Would they really come just because of MOG Noodle Shop and Xiao Fengshen's name? "They will come," Grandpa Feng said with a smile, his eyes full of certainty. "If they dare not come, they won't get a hot meal." Xiao Qianfang paused for a moment, then nodded. "Anyway, there's no harm in staying a little longer at MOG Noodle Shop." Time passed slowly, and after an hour, no more elderly people came into the shop. "Where is everyone?" Xiao Fengchan was getting impatient, tapping his bowl with his chopsticks. "There aren't any urgent production tasks today. Why isn't everyone here for noodles?" "Coming right away." Old Feng's face remained calm. Even though no one had shown up for an hour, he still believed they would come. Xiao Qianfang sighed inwardly, about to say something, when suddenly a panting, hunched-over old man pushed open the curtain and entered the noodle shop. "Director Feng, Director Feng, old factory director, I'm late, traffic." The old man looked to be well into his 80s, but you could still see the clumsy young man he once was in. "Traffic?" Grandpa Feng scoffed. "Little Lee, what kind of car are you driving?" "A Rolls-Royce." The old man scratched his head sheepishly. Xiao Qianfang was slightly surprised. It seemed this old man had done quite well these past few years, even driving a Rolls-Royce. The old man called Xiao Li looked to be in his early 70s, but next to Grandpa Feng, he seemed like a young man. Grandpa Feng sighed, slapping his thigh in exasperation. "You know how bad the traffic is in Beijing. Why are you driving a car on a weekend? You should be riding an electric scooter. You drive a Rolls-Royce, no wonder you're stuck in traffic." "Director Feng is right," the old man, called Little Lee, scratched his head sheepishly and said obediently, "I'll have my housekeeper buy a senior citizen's electric vehicle later." "That's more like it," Grandpa Feng grinned. "Did you notify the other workers?" "Yes, they're all on their way. When I came, Dongcheng Road leading into the old city was completely blocked, so they took a detour." Xiao Qianfang took out her phone and checked the real-time traffic data. Dongcheng Road was indeed congested. Xiao Qianfang swallowed hard. "Really? How many people are coming?" Chapter 229 slowed down pushing the wheelchair. "You're trying to make me take off." "Old factory director, we're here." He, old factory director, do you remember me?" "Ouch," slowed down pushing the wheelchair, "you're making me fly." Gradually, more and more elderly people arrived at Mo's Noodle Shop. The shop was packed, and eventually a large group stood at the entrance, with people still arriving one after another. "They're here. Everyone really came." Xiao Qianfang was utterly shocked. With her relatively youthful mindset, it was hard to imagine that so many people who hadn't seen each other for 10 or even decades would put aside everything and gather here because of a phone call, a noodle shop, and her grandfather. Some of the elderly were even older than Xiao Fengchan, already in wheelchairs. Some seemed somewhat confused, supported by their children. Their former co-workers from the cotton mill ranged in age from nearly 60 to almost 100. The large gathering of so many elderly people attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Everyone peered curiously at the sign for Mo's Noodle Shop. The sign definitely said noodle shop, not nursing home. Why are there so many elderly people here? At this moment, the average age of everyone present at Mo's Noodle Shop was probably over 70. Frankly, some nursing homes don't even have this many people. But the elderly people present didn't show any signs of decline or dejection. Instead, they were happily shouting, joking, and laughing out loud. Looking at these elderly people, Liang seemed to see, in a daze, young figures, just off work from the cotton mill, towels soaked with sweat draped around their necks, gathered here, waiting for a bowl of affordable and filling plain noodles. Undoubtedly, the seating inside Mo's noodle shop was already insufficient, so Mo Hunan quickly brought out small tables and chairs from his storage and set up a stall at the entrance. Logically, street vending isn't allowed on the streets now, but in old streets like this, night market stalls abound, creating a unique scene. The elderly people settled down, and Xiao Fengchan, looking remarkably energetic, greeted them with a booming voice, "Everyone's here. It's my treat today, the old factory manager. Everyone's done a great job this quarter, today's a time to relax." Xiao Fengchan's words were met with applause and laughter from everyone. "Factory director, we've been waiting for you to say that. Ha ha ha, factory director, I'm going to drink a few more beers today." In this situation, everyone has to get Xiao Yan from the art troupe to sing a song. Yes, whenever the factory director hosts a celebration banquet, Xiao Yan from our factory's art troupe always loves to sing. What song does he like to sing again? "Play My Beloved Pipa." Xiao Yan's voice is just like the original singers. Back then, many of the girls in our factory loved him. Where's Xiao Yan? Has Xiao Yan come yet? What's with the shyness? Go on. A group of elderly people made a ruckus, and soon an elderly man with gray hair was pushed to the center of the shop. "It's him?" Xiao Qianfang was taken aback. Xiao Yan, whom everyone was talking about, is now considered a renowned veteran in the singing world. Xiao Qianfang had even seen him on television not long ago. However, unlike his serious demeanor on TV, Xiao Yan now blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and said, "Then I'll sing it again. You'd better not pour me too much alcohol later." With that, Xiao Yan cleared his throat and began to sing loudly. "The sun in the west is about to set, and Washan Lake is quiet. I'll play my beloved pipa, and sing that moving song." As Xiao Yan's voice flowed, everyone laughed and clapped along. Even Xiao Fengchan put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands on his thighs. While clapping, Xiao Fengchan closed his eyes, looking completely absorbed. "I'll play my beloved pipa, and sing that moving song." When Xiao Yan finished singing, the entire noodle shop erupted in enthusiastic applause. Even Liang and some of the diners still in the shop applauded enthusiastically. The old singer really did a great job. "Little Yan, you sang well. Come on, have a bottle first, straight from the bottle." Grandpa Feng grinned and approached with a large green bottle of liquor. Little Yan, startled, scurried away, yelling, "No way, you promise not to force me to drink while I'm singing." The entire MOG noodle shop was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Yangchun noodles are here. Side dishes too." Second Master Mo and Mo Hunan bustled through the shop, serving everyone Yangchun noodle sets. Everyone ate their Yangchun noodles with pickled radishes, spicy snails, and liquor, their faces beaming with genuine smiles. "Come on, I'll have one too." Xiao Fengchan grabbed a large green bottle and asked Grandpa Feng to open it for him. "Grandpa, you can't drink liquor." Xiao Qianfang quickly stopped him. Because Xiao Fengchan takes a lot of medication, he can't drink alcohol. "Fang, it's alright, I can hold my liquor." Xiao Fengchan said cheerfully to Xiao Qianfang, "Go do your homework." Although Xiao Fengchan was feeling much better, he was still a little confused, probably thinking it was still the last century and Xiao Qianfang was still in elementary school. Xiao Qianfang wanted to say something more, but Grandpa Feng gave her a wink, suddenly brought over a bottle of pineapple beer, pried open the cap, and swapped it for the large green beer in Xiao Fengchan's hand. "Old factory director, you drink this, it's strong. You're really clever, huh? Fine, I'll keep you company." Xiao Fengchan paused for a moment, smiled, pointed at Grandpa Feng, and then tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of pineapple beer. "Good." Many people cheered and applauded, and Xiao Qianfang breathed a sigh of relief. A group of elderly people were making a ruckus from afternoon until evening. This high-intensity gathering worried many of their children, to the point that some even called in a private medical team to be on hand. However, the white-haired seniors seemed to find their energy rejuvenated only at MOG Noodle Shop, showing no signs of fatigue. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that they finally left, exhausted and reluctant to part. "From now on, let's get together at MOG Noodle Shop once a month." As they left, Grandpa Feng was already planning the next gathering. "Boss, thank you so much this time." Xiao Qianfang thanked each of the elderly people, and finally sought out Master Mo to express her sincere gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered my grandfather's unforgettable memory, nor would he have been so energetic all afternoon. Since my grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, this must be the happiest day he's ever had." Master Mo laughed heartily, saying casually, "No need to thank me. Although this noodle shop is mine, all of this is thanks to that little kid." Master Mo patted Liang on the back. "Thanks to him, a little kid?" Xiao Qianfang was a little confused. Xiao Qianfang noticed Liang as soon as she entered the shop, but she assumed he was Master Mo's grandson playing there and didn't pay much attention. The spicy snails and pickled radishes are made by Boss Lee. If you want to eat that again, remember to check out Lee's roasted goose leg. Master Mo winked, taking the opportunity to advertise for Xiao Qianfang. Chapter 230. Kid, is your family opening a shop? He made the spicy snails and pickled radishes. Xiao Qianfang looked at Liang, her mouth agape in disbelief. After confirming that second Master Mo wasn't teasing her, Xiao Qianfang took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and politely extended her hand to Liang. Little friend, thank you for giving me such a wonderful taste experience. Xiao Qianfang smiled. After all, Xiao Qianfang wasn't from the cotton mill, so she didn't have the same strong memories or emotional connection to plain noodles. However, Liang's spicy snails and pickled radishes had truly touched Xiao Qianfang's heart. You're too kind, Liang said, lightly shaking Xiao Qianfang's hand. Just call me Liang. Hey! Second Master Mo chimed in from the side, you should be called Brother Kid. Brother Kid? Xiao Qianfang chuckled silently. The nickname suited Liang well. Xiao Qianfang felt he possessed a maturity beyond his years, making Little Kid Brother a fitting description. Little Kid Brother, can I have your contact information? If I want to eat spicy snails again, I'll come find you. Xiao Qianfang paused, then asked generously. Of course, Liang said. My family's Li Ji roasted goose leg stall is on Desheng Snack Street. My stall location isn't fixed, you can try looking around near the experimental primary school. Actually, because Liang's spicy snails and pickled radishes were so delicious today, quite a few people had asked for his contact information. Liang accepted most of them and gave them the address of Li Ji roasted goose leg. This was something he had already agreed upon with Mo Hunan. Helping out at Mo's noodle shop also served as a way to attract customers to his family's stall. Got it. After adding Liang's contact information, Xiao Qianfang waved her phone, said goodbye to everyone, thanked them again, and left in her high heels. Liang glanced at Xiao Qianfang's retreating figure, then turned around to pack up the pots and pans he had brought. But Mo Iryi suddenly appeared in front of Liang, grinning, hee, kid, I think you and this Xiao Qianfang have a chance. Liang was stunned, his pupils dilating in shock. I say, Iryi, don't talk nonsense. How old am I? At my age, I'm supposed to be earning money to support my family, oh no, studying hard, not thinking about romance. Liang knew Mo Iryi was a bit abstract, but he hadn't expected this absurd. Mo Iryi was also stunned, and after a while, he said, what I mean is you have a chance to develop this Xiao Qianfang into your loyal customer. What did you think I meant? Liang gave Mo Iryi a speechless look, simply ignoring his comment, and turned back to his work. By the way, kid, don't rush off after you're done tidying up. Master Mo didn't delve deeper into the topic, patting Liang on the shoulder and saying, kid, my son said you've helped all day without asking for any money, so it would be really unfair if we didn't treat you to a meal tonight. You don't need to bother, I'll go cook some hearty dishes. With that, Master Mo didn't let Liang refuse, turning and disappearing into the kitchen. Mo Hunan emerged from behind the counter and leaned close to Liang, whispering, hey kid, how about we eat out? Don't eat here, my dad's cooking is just. Before Mo Hunan could finish, a pot lid flew out and hit him in the face. What are you saying, you brat? Liang swallowed, his resolve wavering slightly. However, after much deliberation, Liang decided to stay and have a meal. Liang had only had a bowl of plain noodles for lunch, and he was indeed quite hungry. Going out to find another restaurant would be too much of a hassle. Mo Hunan helped Liang clean up the pots, pans, and the remaining snails, and the two chatted for a bit. Liang was surprised to discover that Mo Hunan shared his interest in online novels. The two chatted about everything from plot points to author gossip, finding themselves quite compatible. Liang was very pleased. Having transmigrated to this world, he had finally made a legitimate friend of his own age. After all, Liang's mental age was roughly the same as Mo Hunan's. In their previous lives, they were also similarly aged. Just as Liang and Mo Hunan were becoming sworn brothers, second Master Mo finally brought out the dishes. Here they are. Boiled sliced pork, spicy diced chicken, a few vegetarian dishes, braised eggplant, and crucian carp and tofu soup. Second Master Mo laid out 4 dishes and a soup, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. However, Liang's vision suddenly vibrated. The system issued an urgent warning. Boiled sliced pork. Cook, Mo Xianmen. Quality, white, ordinary. Evaluation, edible, nothing more. Ha! Liang was taken aback. In Liang's memory, the system's evaluations were always quite serious. Even for great quality food, the system would carefully explain the reasons for the rating. But for second Master Mo's food, the system simply said edible? This means that besides being edible, he has no other redeeming qualities. Dad, you guys eat, you guys eat. There's still some pickled radish left in the counter from the kids' cooking. I'll just finish the rice. Mo Hunan swallowed hard, seemingly very familiar with second Master Mo's culinary skills. He got up to run away, but second Master Mo pressed him down. Kid, I wouldn't let you eat pickled radish when I cook. Eat. Left with no other choice, Mo Hunan could only force himself to eat. Actually, at this point, Liang was genuinely curious about what Second Master Mo's cooking was like. The 4 dishes and soup looked quite appetizing, but why was even the system speechless about Second Master Mo's cooking? After Liang tasted a few bites, he understood why. Second Master Mo's seasoning was simply outrageous. Spicy chicken cubes. Second Master Mo had added vinegar and a huge amount of sugar, turning it into a weird-tasting chicken. The boiled pork slices, for some unknown reason, tasted strangely like watermelon. Liang only learned after asking that Master Mo had added watermelon rind as a condiment. The other 2 dishes and soup also tasted quite bizarrely, contrary to expectations. As the saying goes, everyone has their specialty. Master Mo's rich inner world and unconventional imagination might certainly make him a great painter, but not a good cook. Liang was too lazy to give Master Mo any pointers. The food tasted a bit strange, but Liang wasn't picky. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he managed to fill his stomach. After Liang finished eating, Master Mo pulled out a traditional Chinese ink painting he had rolled up in a scroll, insisting on giving it to Liang. Liang knew it was expensive, but Master Mo seemed determined not to let him leave unless he accepted it. Young man, you said you came to our shop to attract customers for Li's roast goose legs, but with your skills, I know there's no need for that. To put it bluntly, you're doing us a favor by helping the Mo family. I'd feel bad if I didn't return the favor. Master Mo forcefully shoved the painting into Liang's hands, speaking seriously. Actually, Liang hesitated for a moment, then said, I didn't come to Mo's noodle shop solely to attract customers, but it's not just about helping your shop either. I'm spending a day here to assess the market. I've had an idea lately. I'm thinking of turning my family's Li's roasted goose leg into a shop. Mo Hunan seemed thoughtful, then said, Little kid, you mean, your family is opening a shop? Chapter 231. Liang's dream, to set up a stall and live a carefree life. Opening a shop. Actually, Liang still preferred the life of a street vendor. It was free and unrestrained. He could set up his stall whenever he wanted and rest whenever he wanted. Most importantly, it offered high mobility. He could work anywhere. One of Liang's biggest dreams in his previous life was to travel the world while running a street stall. Making money was life, and life was about traveling and having fun. However, Liang did hope that Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong would have a shop. These two couldn't stand not working, and Liang felt sorry for them, seeing them exposed to the wind and sun every day. If they had a shop, at least they wouldn't have to suffer from the weather, and they'd have a place to rest whenever they wanted while selling roasted goose legs and fried chicken. Little brother, if you're going to set up a stall, have you chosen a location? Master Mo narrowed his eyes and asked. My family owns a commercial storefront on Desheng Pedestrian Street. It used to be my art studio, about 200 square meters. We've closed it down now. How about, you can use it? Liang was taken aback. Desheng Pedestrian Street isn't far from Desheng Snack Street, located about 4 kilometers from Kyoto University. This shop's location caters to Kyoto University's regular customers while also being closer to other universities. It's quite perfect. What a coincidence. Liang hadn't expected to gain this much after a day of researching the market for MOG noodle shop. However, it's not surprising that someone like Master Mo, whose parents have money, owns several commercial storefronts. Master Mo, to be honest, I'm quite interested in your shop. If it's suitable, I'll have my parents take a look. But let me make this clear first, you can't just let me use it as I please. I have to pay rent. Liang said seriously. Liang wouldn't pretend to be generous if there was a good opportunity to take advantage. However, before taking advantage, one still had to consider social etiquette. He had helped at Mo's noodle shop, but he hadn't put in much effort. It was Moer's own homemade plain noodles that made Mo's noodle shop popular again. Liang felt that this favor wasn't enough to compensate for letting him use Moer's commercial property for free. Besides, if Liang really wanted to take advantage, he could have gone directly to Chien Hungfiai. Desheng Pedestrian Street. Judging from the name, it must also belong to Chien Hungfiai's family. Master Mo grew impatient. Kid, why are you being so polite? You want to pay rent, right? 1 yuan a month? I'll sign a 20-year contract with you. Mo Hunan chimed in. Kid, just take it. This shop has been empty for a while. After my dad closed his studio, there wasn't much left. Neither father nor son were short of money, and both were genuinely kind people. Even though they hadn't known Liang for long, they truly considered him one of their own. Left with no other choice, Liang took out Master Mo's painting and waved it around. Master, I know you feel indebted to me, so I won't refuse. I'll accept the painting, but we have to settle the rent properly. Master Mo and Mo Hunan could only nod in agreement. What Liang didn't know was that the painting Master Mo had given away was one of his masterpieces. If it went up for auction, the proceeds would be enough to cover his rent for a very long time. After everything was settled, Liang called his driver, Xiao Lu. After loading the large red bucket containing the remaining snails and some kitchen utensils that Liang had brought into the car, Liang waved goodbye to Master Mo and Mo Hunan. What a fine lad. Master Mo watched Liang leave, and couldn't help but sigh. Why doesn't our Mo family have someone like that? If our Mo family had a skilled cook like Ziohei Ge, we could easily become a family of chefs. Mo Hunan looked at second Master Mo with a strange expression. Dad, are you targeting me? Are you pressuring me to get married? Second Master Mo chuckled and patted his son. Kid, with your looks, I've never even considered pressuring you to get married. Marriage depends entirely on fate, you can't force it. Hearing that second Master Mo wasn't pressuring him, Mo Hunan breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned again. Wait a minute, why does his dad sound like he's scolding him? Let's calm down. Ziohei Ge taught me a lesson today. Second Master Mo smiled and held up one finger. Our Mo's noodle shop only needs to make one bowl of plain noodles. Well, that's enough. Second Master Mo was certain that no one would sell plain noodles, but today's sales exceeded his expectations. The times are indeed developing rapidly, but there are still people struggling to make a living, and there are still people who can't forget the past. For both young and old, Mo's noodle shop holds a unique significance. Master Mo has made up his mind, as long as he can breathe and walk, Mo's noodle shop will continue to operate as always. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest. Reward 1 million yuan has been deposited into the host system account and can be withdrawn at any time. A notification sounded in Liang's mind, the notification that the Mo's noodle shop side quest was completed. Earned 1 million in one day. If only there were this side quest every day. With the help of security guard Xiao Lu, Liang carried all the equipment into the basement. After returning home, he mentioned the shop opening to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. To Liang's surprise, the couple were actually a little reluctant. Having worked at the Desheng snack street for so long, the couple had developed an attachment to their stall. Liang finally suggested keeping the stall and taking a look at Master Mo's commercial storefront first, which the couple reluctantly agreed to. After feeding their little yellow dog and big orange cat, taking a bath, and reading some online novels in bed, Liang finally went to sleep contentedly. The first day of school passed uneventfully. Liang, as usual, sold spicy snails with Su Qingqing in the morning, noon, and evening. Because Brother Gong's supply was running low, and Liang was selling at a leisurely pace, although the customers at the experimental primary school were enthusiastic, Liang's sales were not high. And so, Liang didn't reach his target for spicy snail sales until noon on Friday. It was 4 p.m. on Monday afternoon, and Liang was sound asleep in the classroom. The weather was getting hotter every day, making him drowsy. It probably had little to do with Liang staying up late reading online novels last night, right? The homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang, was lecturing when she suddenly noticed Liang fast asleep in his seat. She was instantly annoyed and raised a piece of chalk to throw at him, but the next second, Liang suddenly sat up with a start. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task Spicy Snails. Reward sent. At the same time, a golden phantom of a god of cookery recipe slowly unfolded before Li Ang. System, don't send rewards while I'm sleeping. Li Ang was speechless. This was probably the most annoyed he'd ever been by a system reward. Chapter 232. It's time to let the father-in-law meet the son-in-law. Whoosh! The bamboo scroll formed by the golden phantom unfurled, rapidly expanding. Soon, the scroll stopped expanding, and a dimming painting in the center lit up. Unlocked dish, Qingbu Liang. Difficulty, easy. Qingbu Liang is a refreshing and hydrating dessert that cools the body and relieves heat, making it an excellent choice for hot weather. Qingbu Liang? Li Ang smiled slightly. The system finally gave him a dessert dish. To be honest, lately Liang had been making braised pork knuckle, stinky mandarin fish, and spicy snails, all rather strong-flavored dishes. A dish like Qingbu Liang, which is easy and enjoyable to make, would be a good way to balance things out. Ding! System task, Cool Sea Breeze issued. Please sell a total of 200 servings of Qingbu Liang, a type of sweet soup. Time limit, 48 hours. If the task fails, the next dish will be delayed by 24 hours. The system task is quite simple, even if I don't complete it, it's not a big deal. Humph. Wei Yongfang, looking at Liang who had just woken up, gave a light snort and put down the chalk. Just then, the school bell rang. Wei Yongfang ignored the bell and the restless students, went through the problem again, closed her book, and tidied the podium. Students, please go. By the way, Liang, you must come to class next Monday. As she spoke, Wei Yongfang gave Liang a deep look. Me? Liang felt a chill run down his spine. What did Wei Yongfang mean by that? Although Liang didn't want to go to school, at least he hadn't skipped a class. Teacher Wei. Liang wanted to ask more details, but Wei Yongfang turned and walked away. Shaking his head, Liang packed his bag and prepared to leave. Liang, let's go on a spring outing this weekend. My dad said he's treating all of our class to a trip. Su Qingqing quickly grabbed Liang and said, a spring outing? Hearing Su Qingqing's words, many students' eyes lit up, and several children immediately gathered around. Sister Su, how's the spring outing? Your dad said he's treating the whole class, is that true? Wow, 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 can we really go for free? Everyone surrounded Su Qingqing, asking questions all at once. These days, parents value their children's extracurricular activities, so besides official school events, some well-off parents also like to organize private group activities. Activities organized by parents with immense wealth like Su Qingqing's father are bound to be fun and safe. Not only do the students want to participate, but the parents are also happy for their children to join. It's like this: my family opened an amusement park in the suburbs, and it's already open. My dad said he wants all the students in our class to go and have some fun. Su Qingqing smiled. For Su and Peng, developing an amusement park was a piece of cake. In fact, his initial motivation for opening it was simply to make his daughter laugh. Now that the amusement park is open, Su and Peng just wants his daughter to bring the whole class to play, providing transportation throughout, as long as everyone has a good time. An amusement park? Is it fun plus amusement park? Wow, I saw this new amusement park on the news. It's so luxurious. It's owned by Sister Su's family. Hearing Su Qingqing say this, the classmates exclaimed in amazement. But, Liang frowned, my family's snack shop opens on Saturday, and I really can't get away. Sorry, everyone go have fun, don't take me. After a week of consideration, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan finally agreed to upgrade their snack stall into a snack shop and move to Desheng Pedestrian Street. Master Mo also offered the lowest rent available. Tomorrow, Saturday, will be the opening day of Li's Roasted Goose Leg shop. When Qi and Hung Fei heard that Li's Roasted Goose Leg was moving from his Desheng Snack Street, he was shocked. He personally went to Desheng Snack Street to try and persuade Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan to stay, even offering to pay for the stall themselves. However, Qi and Hung Fei was relieved when he heard that the couple was moving to another pedestrian street of his. The original location of Li's Roasted Goose Leg was preserved by Qi and Hung Fei and not rented out, so the Li Xiangdong couple could come back anytime they wanted. According to Qi and Hung Fei, both he and his daughter, who regularly bought goose legs, had an emotional attachment to that stall. He couldn't accept having someone else take over Li's Roasted Goose Leg stall. Hey, Ang Ji, don't worry, I'll make sure you have a great time, Go Sheng said, patting Liang's shoulder like a little adult. The next moment, Su Qingqing shoved Go Sheng away, knocking over a row of tables and chairs with a thud. Liang, you're busy on Saturday, so how about we go on Sunday, just one day? If you're worried about missing your stall, you can sell snacks at the amusement park, I'll go with you. This, Liang pondered for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, Liang had never been to an amusement park since his previous life, so going to experience one and relax wouldn't be bad. Besides, Liang was already somewhat worried about how to complete the system task. The system stipulated selling 200 servings of Qingbi Liang, a type of sweet soup, over 2 days, split into 100 servings per day, which seemed quite easy in the increasingly hot city of Kyoto. However, Saturday was the first day of business for his family's Li's Roasted Goose Leg shop, so Liang naturally wouldn't have time to make any Qingbi Liang. After all, the first day of business would definitely be spent selling their signature goose legs and garlic fried chicken. If Liang introduced new dishes, and Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan couldn't make them when Liang started school, it would be a bit awkward. Therefore, Liang only had Sunday left to complete the task. Selling Qingbi Liang at the amusement park would guarantee a large customer base, and Liang could also experience the amusement park rides a double win. Alright then, let's go to the amusement park for a spring outing together on Sunday. Liang nodded. Great, Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. My dad's legal team will contact everyone's parents tonight regarding the specific terms and conditions for going to the amusement park. Parents can choose whether or not to go. Everyone will need to sign an agreement later, what my dad calls a legal risk assessment. I don't really understand it. Also, my dad bought everyone some accident insurance and stuff. Su Qingqing explained some details to everyone. Su and Peng's team was definitely thorough in their work. Liang was too lazy to delve into these things, and before Su Qingqing could finish, he said goodbye and left. Hey, Liang. Su Qingqing tried to grab Liang, but he had already vanished. Tomorrow is the opening day of Li's Roasted Goose Leg store, and his parents are currently at the store preparing. Liang was eager to go and help out. Oh well, Su Qingqing lowered her outstretched hand. Anyway, she'd see Liang on Sunday, and her father, Su and Peng, would be there too. It's time for her father to meet his son-in-law. As Su Qingqing thought this to herself, a happy smile appeared on her face, and her 2 little tiger teeth sparkled in the sunlight. Chapter 233. Only when it's imbued with the essence of everyday life can it be called a work of art. Desheng Pedestrian Street is located behind a commercial plaza. While it may not be as bustling and vibrant as Jilatun, Wangfujing, or Financial Street, it still enjoys considerable popularity. After getting out of the taxi, Liang struggled through the crowds. It was nearly 5 p.m., approaching the peak shopping and dining time. Whether it was antique shops, flower shops, barber shops, boutiques, or bakeries, Desheng Pedestrian Street was teeming with people, bustling with activity. Of course, Desheng Pedestrian Street also had many snack shops. From large chain stores occupying over 500 square meters to tiny storefronts of only 20 or 30 square meters, Liang scanned the other shops with great interest, finally stopping at the western end of the snack street. This was where his Li Ji roasted goose leg shop was located. The original signboard MOG Painting Studio had been replaced with a redwood signboard with black lettering reading Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg. This calligraphy was personally inscribed by Master Mo, a small gift in itself. The main entrance to Li's Roasted Goose Leg wasn't a glass door, but rather the original dark brown wooden door from his studio. This wooden door, somewhat weathered and worn, exudes a sense of history. Entering the shop, the first floor is the main hall, furnished with rows of tables and chairs. These aren't custom-made, they're all original paintings and paintings from Master Mo's studio, their shapes varied and quirky, yet they blend seamlessly into the space, displaying a remarkable sense of design. On the blue brick walls hang some of Master Mo's hand-painted works and paintings. Antique grandfather clocks and potted shrubs are displayed everywhere, creating an atmosphere of refined elegance. In the backyard, there's a large pond with goldfish and lotus flowers. Master Mo's studio wasn't luxurious, but it was definitely elegant. However, the addition of the food stalls creates a unique blend of highbrow and lowbrow elements. Originally, Liang had intended to renovate the shop. The constant smoke and bustling traffic in the snack shop might ruin the furniture and decor belonging to Master Mo. However, Master Mo didn't care at all, insisting that these things only became true works of art after being exposed to the hustle and bustle of daily life. Liang didn't care about the artist's opinions, nor did he want to. Since Master Mo insisted, the items remained, forming the unique character of Li's Roasted Goose Leg shop. Mom and Dad, I'm home from school. Upon entering the shop, Liang was greeted not by Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, but by Professor Wang. Liang wasn't surprised. He hadn't hidden the fact that Li's Roasted Goose Leg had changed its location. This place wasn't far from Kyoto University, so regular customers naturally patronized it. Little brother, you're back. Professor Wang was very excited to see Liang, beaming with joy. Liang replied casually, peeking inside. Mom and Dad, I'm back. It's Kid. Zhao Zhenhai came out of the inner room with a rag, smiling at Liang. Li's Roasted Goose Leg shop had opened, and he, the logistics director of Tsinghua University, had come to help out. Mom and Dad? Kid, Lu Tao, CFA, Lu Yue, and others appeared one by one. Finally, Liang couldn't hold back anymore. Where are my parents? Liang was furious. Hey, Xiao Ang, we're here. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan emerged from the backyard with beaming smiles, fish food in their hands. They had just been feeding the goldfish. Opening a shop certainly involves a lot of preparation, but the enthusiasm of the students and faculty from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University was overwhelming. Ever since Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan arrived at the shop that morning, people had been coming in droves to help with cleaning and tidying up. Now, the couple had run out of work to do, and only then did they remember to feed the fish. I never expected this, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, hands on his hips. We finally have our own shop. The couple held hands, snuggled together, and looked around, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside them. They had said they didn't want to open a shop, but seeing their own little eatery open for business brought a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that perhaps only a shop owner could truly understand. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Dong, we bought some fireworks and electronic firecrackers for our opening tomorrow. At that moment, Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai from Tsinghua University came in, panting, carrying a large pile of equipment. Oh, we've already bought them. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Students, you should return them quickly, don't waste your money. It's all right. Zhu Kongkong waved her hand dismissively. Fireworks are always welcome. The laughter and chatter created a perfect example of the relationship between diners and chefs. Liang put down his bag and casually found a chair to sit down. Professor Wang and the others also gathered around, eagerly inquiring if Liang had been researching any new dishes recently. Just as Liang was keeping them in suspense, Lu Yue suddenly frowned, holding her phone and exclaiming, What's wrong, Wei Zi? Why are you so jumpy? Lu Tao glanced at Lu Yue and scolded her. Judging from how Lu Tao addressed Lu Yue, the two seemed to have developed a unique way of getting along during Liang's time at school, becoming friends. Tower, little brother, look at this. Lu Yue placed her phone on the table, her face dark. A food review app, currently the most popular and widely used food app, allows users not only to participate in group buying but also to write reviews for restaurants, helping them avoid bad experiences or make recommendations. I wanted to write a good review for Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg on a food review app, but the comments section is already flooded with negative reviews. Lu Yue said angrily. On the food review app, Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg was indeed filled with negative reviews, some criticizing the environment, others saying the goose leg wasn't tasty enough. But the crucial problem was, Li Ji roasted goose leg wasn't even open yet. Who did this? Professor Wang roared in anger. Could it be those people from the Aviation University, or maybe the Agricultural University? I know, Tsinghua University. Zhao Zhenhai glanced at Professor Wang speechlessly. Professor Wang, can you stop making such a fuss? Lu Yue shook her head and scrolled through the comments section. These negative reviews all use the same formula, they're probably fake. And several negative reviews mentioned a shop called Li Ji Barbecue. It seems to be on this food street. Liang narrowed his eyes, carefully reading the reviews. This place tastes bad, not as good as a single piece from Li Ji Barbecue. Li Ji roasted goose leg? Clearly trying to ride on Li Ji Barbecue's popularity. Don't eat here, go to Li Ji Barbecue next door. It has to be said, these kinds of paid reviewers are really low class. Their motives are pretty clear. There's a shop on this commercial street with almost the same name as Li Ji roasted goose leg, trying to use one to promote the other and drive traffic to their own shop. Despicable and shameless. Zhao Zhenhai slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I'm going to go talk to the owner of Li Ji Barbecue. Chapter 234. Professor Wang is a seasoned critic, his two-finger flick leaves after images. Zhao Zhenhai, don't be impulsive. Seeing Zhao Zhenhai about to go to Li's barbecue next door to cause trouble, Professor Wang quickly stood up and pulled him back. How can you go empty-handed? Come on, let's go to the kitchen and grab some weapons. Professor Wang, leading a group of Kyoto University students, yelled and quickly retrieved rolling pins, brooms, bricks, and other tools from the kitchen. Actually, there are many highly lethal tools in the kitchen, like cleavers, and even green dragon crescent blades. Don't ask why there's a green dragon crescent blade in Li's barbecue kitchen. It was left there by Master Mo, and nobody knows what it's for. In short, everyone grabbed some tools just to create a scene, not to actually fight. The teachers and students of Kyoto University and Shuaki University certainly had passion, but they weren't simple-minded fools. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Kids, you all have bright futures ahead of you. It's not worth fighting over something like this. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan both tried to dissuade them. The couple were honest small vendors who had never seen anything like this before. They thought everyone was going to storm into Li's barbecue and smash things up. Kid, try to talk to your classmates. Li Xiangdong, while holding Professor Wang back, turned to Liang and said. Liang pondered for a moment and said, actually, it's necessary to talk to Li's barbecue across the street. Even if we don't fight or cause trouble, we should at least make things clear and get them an explanation. Liang understood that since they had encountered this situation, they needed to confront the other party. Simply tolerating it would only invite more malicious attacks. Under Liang's organization, everyone finally put down their weapons, and the group headed aggressively towards Li's barbecue. However, when they arrived at Li Ji Barbecue restaurant, everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody there? The entire large shop was completely empty, the glass doors tightly shut, and not even the lights were on. Look here. Lu Yue pointed to the wall, where a sublease notice was prominently displayed. Prime location for sale. Because I have achieved financial freedom and am preparing to return to my hometown in the countryside, I am subletting my prime location at Li Ji Barbecue. The new owner will receive our exclusive barbecue recipe for free and own the naming rights to Li Ji Barbecue. The next person to achieve financial freedom could be you. Li Ji Barbecue. Is it going to be rented out? They're closing down. Are they crazy? Zhao Zhenhai muttered, somewhat bewildered. If they're going to rent it out, why bother smearing Li Ji roasted goose leg to attract customers to their shop? Hiring online trolls costs money. Why bother if they're not going to continue? Was it just a simple prank, stepping on the neighbor's shop before leaving? Isn't this just plain bored and looking for fun attacking others? Liang frowned slightly, then shook his head after a moment. Let's go back. Kid, you're going back already? Professor Wang looked annoyed. Everyone had prepared their elegant remarks, ready to have a friendly chat with the owner of Li's barbecue, but they hadn't even seen him. It was like punching cotton, completely unsatisfying. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. I can't exactly break down the shop to find out what's going on. Thank you all for your enthusiasm, but I can't accept you getting into big trouble because of me. Liang shook his head, speaking sincerely. Since he couldn't find anyone, and it seemed the Li's barbecue shop next door was about to close down, he decided to put the matter aside. Liang was too lazy to care what tricks the Li's barbecue owner was playing. In Liang's opinion, his Li's roasted goose legs had its own customer base, and he was confident enough in the taste of his roasted goose legs and garlic fried chicken. So, although Li's barbecue's tricks were a bit disgusting, they really wouldn't affect their Li's roasted goose legs business. Back at the shop, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were the head chefs, with Liang helping out, and they prepared a table full of dishes. After everyone happily enjoyed a satisfying meal, they prepared to leave. Professor Wang and his group, along with Zhao Zhenhai and his group, returned to their respective schools and dormitories. Liang, along with Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, went to the Zhaijingmen market again to look at ingredients for a refreshing dessert. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Liang and his family of 3 had returned home and were enjoying watching television. As for Professor Wang, he sat in his office reviewing his papers and literature. Unlike his usual focused state, Professor Wang felt extremely uneasy today. The owner of Li Ji Barbecue was a complete scoundrel. Professor Wang had even prepared to examine his family's genealogy in person, but he couldn't utter a single word of abuse. This pent-up anger was burning inside him, and Professor Wang felt like he was going to explode. Roasted goose leg held a very high place in Professor Wang's heart. Even for the students of Kyoto University, roasted goose leg could be considered a kind of symbolic representation, not just a delicious dish. Someone insulting or slandering roasted goose leg was naturally intolerable. In fact, Professor Wang's anger wasn't simply about defending Li Ji's roast goose leg, it was mostly about protecting the reputation of the restaurant in his mind. Just like some people get angry when their favorite anime or movie characters are smeared, it's even more upsetting when someone criticizes the roast goose leg that everyone eats every day. After thinking for a while, Professor Wang picked up his phone and dialed CFA's number. "Hey, group admin. I wanted to ask how to use that food review app. I've got it. Even though I can't criticize the owner of Li Ji's barbecue restaurant in real life, I can criticize him online." Professor Wang snorted and explained his plan to CFA. "Ha! CFA, on the other end of the phone, paused. Professor Wang, you haven't joined the battle yet? Our little brother's fan group has been arguing with the owner of Li Ji Barbecue for ages. As soon as I got back to school, Lu Tao told the whole school about Li Ji Barbecue's malicious negative reviews in the group chat and forums, and everyone's going to the food review app's comments section to condemn them. Who knew that even though Li Ji Barbecue wasn't open, the owner was quite active, immediately organizing people to delete reviews and retaliate. We're arguing right now, and people from Tsinghua University have joined the fight too. Wow, there's such a thing." Professor Wang was thrilled. The online feud between Tsinghua University and Kyoto University has been ongoing, but today they've surprisingly joined forces to attack an unscrupulous business. "Teach me how to register. This CAPTCHA requires a graphic, I don't know how to use it." After CFA explained how to download the food review app to Professor Wang immediately tilted his keyboard and launched into a verbal attack. Although Professor Wang still types with 2 fingers due to his age, he's a seasoned troll. A few months ago, Professor Wang angrily criticized a counselor who looked down on roast goose legs on the university forum. Now back on the online battlefield, Professor Wang is in his element, his 2 fingers flying across the screen, leaving behind a series of elegant and harmonious comments. Professor Wang was engrossed in his tirade, completely unaware that his office door had quietly opened a crack. Chapter 235. Don't come any closer. Professor Wang is not available right now. Principal How? Is that Professor Wang working in front of the screen? Outside the office door, a reporter turned to confirm with Principal How. Behind her was a cameraman carrying a video camera. Since Professor Wang developed the 5th-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart, awards, honors, and television interviews have poured in like snowflakes. Both Principal How and Professor Wang were long used to it. At first, Professor Wang personally accepted the awards and gave his acceptance speech, but eventually, Principal How handled everything on his behalf. Like the last time a leader came to present an award, Professor Wang had sneaked into Kyoto Aviation University, so Principal How received all the visiting leaders alone. However, today's media was different. These were reporters from CCTV, here to film promotional materials for the National Annual Science and Technology Talent, preferably with Professor Wang himself on camera. Principal How tried to contact Professor Wang, but Professor Wang, as always, disappeared. Left with no other option, Principal How led the reporter to Professor Wang's office, and to their surprise, Professor Wang was indeed there. How moving! Looking at Professor Wang, his back to the camera, pounding away on his keyboard, the reporter exclaimed. This professor is already in his 60s, yet he's still working tirelessly on the front lines of scientific research. The way he types reminds me of craftsmanship. His fingers tapping the keys sparks bursts of creativity and imagination. The reporter excitedly said to President How, "President, I never expected to capture such a scene during this visit. It's truly moving. Can we go in now for a close-up shot and a brief interview with Professor Wang?" President How nodded, about to agree, but suddenly hesitated, changing his mind. I'm not sure what research project Professor Wang is currently working on. This might involve confidentiality issues. Let me go in and confirm first." Actually, President How knew in his heart that Professor Wang wouldn't be doing any secret research in his office. If there were any such projects, they should be being completed in the laboratory. The reason for refusing a reporter's unannounced surprise interview was that Principal How knew Professor Wang's personality well. What if he was playing games, watching movies, or doing variety shows on his computer? It would be awkward if a reporter went in and filmed him. That wouldn't just be a matter of Professor Wang's own reputation, but the reputation of the entire Kyoto University. Alright, then, Principal, would you please go in and ask Professor Wang for his permission to film? The reporter nodded. Principal Hao cleared his throat and gently knocked on the office door. However, Professor Wang seemed completely absorbed in his work on the computer and didn't notice the knocking at all. Left with a choice, Principal Hao gestured to the reporter and cameraman and went directly into the office. Old Wang, what are you doing? You're not doing anything improper, are you? Principal Hao walked towards Professor Wang with a strange expression, his gaze casually falling on Professor Wang's computer screen. The screen was filled with dense text. Professor Wang must be writing a paper? Principal Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and patted Professor Wang on the shoulder. Old Wang, a reporter from CCTV is here for an interview. Why don't you say a few words? The contents of your computer don't involve any secrets, right? Principal Hao's here. I don't have any secrets. My online nickname is my real name, but I'm not available for interviews right now. Professor Wang replied casually. Hey, Old Wang, listen carefully. This is an interview from CCTV. It's going to be broadcast on the Science and Technology Gala. Just say a few words. Principal Hao chuckled. No. Professor Wang still refused, but the next moment, his eyes lit up. CCTV. CCTV is great. I'll expose this unscrupulous business with the reporters from CCTV. Professor Wang's output was certainly impressive, but the business used bots to control the comments and flood the screen with positive reviews. So even with Professor Wang and his students' frantic efforts, Li Ji Barbecue's comment section wasn't completely overrun. Finally, Professor Wang decided to unleash his ultimate weapon, exposing it directly to CCTV. Wouldn't that finish Li Ji Barbecue off? Okay, Principal Hao said with satisfaction, rarely managing to persuade Professor Wang. Wait a minute, wait. Principal Hao paused, stunned. Exposing an unscrupulous business? Professor Wang's interview video was for a science and technology gala, not a consumer rights program. Principal Hao stared intently at the text on Professor Wang's screen and was immediately stunned. Good heavens, Professor Wang, are you compiling a family tree here? These little words are quite creative. Reporters, come in. Professor Wang, still fuming, waved for the reporters without turning around. The reporters outside were about to bring in their cameraman when Principal Hao quickly reached out to stop them. Don't come any closer. Professor Wang is writing an unpublished paper and it's inconvenient to film. Principal Hao stammered, using his body to block the screen, afraid the cameraman might capture even a tiny bit. But, the reporter hesitated, then said, if it's inconvenient to film the screen, we can choose an angle where the screen can't be filmed. No need, Professor Wang, thank you for your kindness. Principal Hao, half coaxing and half forceful, finally pushed the reporters and cameraman out and closed the door. It seems Kyoto University really does a good job protecting its professors. We meant no harm. The reporter said somewhat helplessly. Haha, it's mainly because I don't want Professor Wang's work to be disturbed. He's at a crucial point in writing his thesis. Oh, by the way, we can interview another Professor Wu. He's also involved in the research and development of the new artificial heart and can speak on Professor Wang's behalf. President Hao, leading the disappointed reporter and cameraman, turned and walked towards Professor Wu's office, still inwardly grumbling. President Hao had realized that anything involving Professor Wang was bound to end badly. Luckily, President Hao reacted quickly, otherwise, if Professor Wang had actually gone to the central television station to expose some unscrupulous business, the people from the station would probably have thought Professor Wang was insane. Sigh. I don't know what Professor Wang is thinking. He's such a grown man, why is he getting so worked up about online arguments? Principal Hao thought to himself, arriving shortly at Professor Wu's office door. Bang, bang, bang. Principal Hao knocked on Professor Wu's door. Although Professor Wu and Professor Wang were close, Principal Hao knew Professor Wu wouldn't be as eccentric as Professor Wang. He could easily substitute for Professor Wang in the CCTV interview. However, Principal Hao didn't know that Professor Wu was currently sitting in front of his computer, his face contorted in pain. Professor Wu was naturally also participating in the massive campaign against Li Ji Barbecue, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Spamming around saying even dogs wouldn't eat roasted goose legs, Hiring online trolls to say that anyone who loves little kids' roasted goose legs is mentally ill, If I don't make you shut up today, I'll never have the face to buy goose legs again. Chapter 236. Opening a restaurant doesn't make money, but you make money from opening a restaurant. Inside a high-end villa in Kyoto City. Damn it, where did these lunatics come from? Li Benchi slammed his phone on the table, a crack immediately appearing on the screen. Ouch, my phone. The next moment, Li Benchi immediately picked up his phone, blowing on the screen with obvious distress. Brother Benchi, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Li Benchi's cousin, Li Jida, carefully brought his older brother a cup of tea and asked. It's just a bunch of lunatics, claiming to be students from Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, attacking my shop online. They say they want to get justice for Lee's roasted goose leg, questioning why I gave Lee's roasted goose leg a bad review. Lee Benchi rolled his eyes, speechless. If they were students from Kyoto University or Tsutoku University, I'd be the winner of the Baby Award. Brother Benz, that's called the Nobel Prize, Lee Jida reminded him. This guy was also clueless. Whatever. Lee Benz sighed, narrowing his eyes. There are tons of shops on Desheng Pedestrian Street that I've given bad reviews to, but that shop called Lee G Roasted Goose Leg reacted the most, actually hiring so many online trolls to attack me. Maybe that Lee G Roasted Goose Leg is a competitor. Brother Benz, Lee Jida asked in a low voice, I'm not very bright, say it again. Why did you give bad reviews to other shops? It's so unethical. Besides, we're not even open for business. Smack! Lee Benz jumped up and slapped Lee Jida, making Lee Jida howl in pain. I told you to read more books, but you still don't understand anything. You need to get this straight. Running a restaurant doesn't mean you have to open for business to make money. Saying this, Lee Benchi sat back on the sofa, took a sip of his tea, lit a cigarette, slurped down a third of it in one go, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and then slowly said, Kid, let me enlighten you a bit more. Tell me, isn't the location of my Lee's barbecue restaurant good? Lee Jida covered his head, grimacing, and said, Of course it's good, Brother Benchi. So many people pass by on Desheng Pedestrian Street every day. Does a good location guarantee profits? Lee Benchi glanced at Lee Jida and asked casually, Probably. Isn't doing business all about popularity? Lee Jida said guiltily, unsure if his answer satisfied Brother Benchi. Lee Benchi suddenly grinned. A prime location, a lucrative shop, and then someone suddenly appears and says they want to transfer it to you. Would you take it? Of course I would. Lee Jida replied without hesitation, then quickly added, As long as the price is reasonable, I'd take it. Right, rich people know that money needs to circulate, needs to be invested. Opening a shop on such a popular food street, the daily turnover must be at least 30 to 50,000. Yes. Hearing Lee Benchi seem to agree with him, Lee Jida hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. Lee Benchi raised his fist and smacked Lee Jida on the forehead. Thinking like that, you're a complete novice. Do you know how many restaurants and food stalls there are on Desheng Pedestrian Street? I'll tell you, at least 300. If you include the surrounding streets, commercial areas, and mobile food stalls, it could easily be over 1,000. Competing with thousands of other vendors. Do you have a family secret recipe or are you a celebrity-owned, trendy restaurant? Opening a shop in a place like this is suicide. Except for established shops and reputable chain stores, there's no way to survive. Lee Benchi snorted, leaned back on the sofa with his fat body, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and suddenly smiled smugly. But, if you can't make money running a restaurant, we can make money from running a restaurant. As long as we create the illusion that our shop is booming, we can lure in newbies like you, and then sell it at a high price. It's a trap, you know? I've been using this method for years. I've done it at Lee's Barbecue over 10 times. Every time a newbie takes the bait, it goes bankrupt, and then the shop comes back to me at a low price. Although Lee Jida still didn't understand, his Benz brother's punches really hurt, so he could only nod repeatedly, clutching his head. Lee Benz, still not quite finished, added, I guess you're wondering, what if the person who rents the shop is lucky enough to actually open it? We can further bleed money off the rent. Guess who owns the land for Lee's Barbecue? Just then, the door to the outer room was unlocked. A woman with a pointed face and eyebrows drawn all the way to the back of her head walked in. Lee Benchi gestured towards the woman with his lip and chuckled, That land is hers. Sister Jin. Lee Jida greeted the woman obediently. Jin Dallin, Lee Jida's girlfriend. Lee Jida had a wife back in his rural hometown, but he spent most of his time with Jin Dallin. Jin Dallin ignored Lee Jida completely, immediately sitting down next to Lee Benchi, picking up his cigarette case, and coldly saying, Lee Benchi, you've seen the comments online, it's impossible to stop them. You useless thing, you must have offended someone outside. Jin Dallin was furious, and Lee Benchi, who had been so arrogant in front of Lee Jida just moments before, immediately grinned. Lanlin, this has nothing to do with me. I've already figured it out. A new competitor has come to our area, selling roasted goose legs. Jin Dallin waved her hand impatiently, saying, I don't care about competitors or not. The sucker we found had already taken the bait, and we were supposed to go to the store tomorrow to sign the contract. But now that our store is being cyberbullied, that guy seems to have gotten suspicious again. Haha, no problem. Lee Benchi said confidently, we can't stop some lunatic from giving us bad reviews, but we'll still let that sucker come as usual tomorrow. I know how to handle it. I've already talked to my friend in the live streaming guild. Tomorrow, we'll send a big streamer to our store to promote our products, put on a show, and I don't believe we can't win over that sucker. Hearing Lee Benchi say this, Jin Dallin's expression relaxed slightly, and she gave Lee Benchi a push. You always have so many tricks up your sleeve. How can I win you over if I don't have a few tricks up my sleeve? Li Benchi laughed heartily, making a move to pounce on Jin Dalan. Brother Benchi and sister Jin, I'm leaving now. Li Jida was startled and quickly slipped out the door. Li Jida had come from the countryside to stay with Li Benchi's relatives. He had assumed his brother Benchi, was a big boss in Beijing, but it seemed his brother wasn't running a legitimate business. A shop going around and around. I don't understand, but it seems like a scam. Scamming isn't a good thing, you'll get arrested. But brother Benchi also told me that to get rich, you have to scam people. I want to get rich. Does that mean I have to become a scammer too? Li Jida thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a solution. He could only sigh, thinking to himself, the city is too complicated, life in the countryside is much better. Chapter 237 Auspicious time and day, the store opens. Saturday morning. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. At 8:08 a.m., electronic firecrackers exploded in front of Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg shop. Flower baskets were arranged, red carpet was laid out. On this auspicious day, Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg opened for business. On the opening day of Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg, a large number of people came to support them, making it quite lively. Besides the shop being packed with people, the queue outside stretched for half a block. People like Professor Wang, CFA, Lu Tao, etc., Zhao Zhenhai, Zhu Kongkong, Lu Yue, etc. These old friends from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University all came to help with the preparations yesterday, so they were definitely going to be there today. In addition, Xiao Lin from the Agricultural University and Chen Lingfei from Kyoto Aviation University also came. Even Ding Yiming, the student council president of Kyoto Aviation University, was present. After trying Liang's stinky mandarin fish on campus, Ding Yiming became a loyal customer, craving it day and night. Today, hearing that Kid Brother's shop had opened, he considered it carefully before finally deciding to come. However, as it turned out, Ding Yiming's choice was wrong. As soon as Ding Yiming entered the queue, he was surrounded by students from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University. Back then, Ding Yiming had led his student council members on a successful raid on campus, catching students and faculty from both universities. Today, it was time to pay the price. Hey, you little brat, finally caught you off campus. Hey, don't come any closer. I've practiced. Believe it or not, I'll jump up, do a somersault, and headbutt you, splattering blood all over your face. Hey, don't hit the pole. What era are we living in? Still doing Aruba. Ding Yiming's cry was 7 parts pitiful and 3 parts enjoyable, moving all who heard it. Yang Ming, the top student in the aeronautical engineering department, glanced back at Ding Yiming and shrank back. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed his identity as a student from Kyoto Aeronautical University. Back then, because of CFA's directional loudspeaker, Yang Ming thought he had awakened a system, and was even taken to the school's psychological counseling center. This incident caused Yang Ming immense psychological trauma, and he's only recently begun to recover. Now, Yang Ming desperately needs the food from the kid's family to soothe his still wounded soul. Of course, not all the top students in the university are on edge. While waiting in line, many people chatted amiably and exchanged contact information. It could be said that the opening of Li's Roasted Goose Leg restaurant indirectly facilitated exchange and learning between the 4 universities, proving more effective than any academic conference. Inside the restaurant, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were also busy at work. Liang didn't cook himself, but instead further instructed Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan in their culinary skills while also taking on the role of a waiter. Just as Liang was happily reading the menu to his parents in the kitchen, a white-haired, thin-faced old man suddenly rushed into the restaurant. The shop is already full. Whether you want to take out or eat in, you'll have to go outside and queue. Liang reminded the old man with a smile. I'm not here to buy food. I'm here to give you a gift. The old man smiled slightly and placed the plastic bag he was carrying on Liang's counter. Liang was taken aback, reached out, and opened the plastic bag. Inside was a goose leg wrapped in oil paper. I sell roast goose on the west side of the pedestrian street. Nice to meet you. The old man gave a forced smile, and Liang frowned slightly. Liang understood. This guy was here to cause trouble. Li's Roast Goose Leg mainly sold goose legs, and this old man also sold geese. This was a clear case of challenging him. Bringing a goose leg wasn't just a simple greeting gift, it was an expression of extreme confidence in his skills, a show of force. In fact, that was exactly it. The old man, nicknamed Big Goose GE, was a master at roasting goose. Giving away a goose leg was a way of showing Li's Roast Goose Leg what truly delicious goose leg meat looked like. Just as GEDE put his hands behind his back, wondering how the little boy would react, Liang's brow suddenly relaxed, and he smiled. Thank you, but we're so busy we don't have any extra goose legs to give you, so please have a lollipop instead. Liang pulled a lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it into GEDE's hand, then busied himself attending to other customers. GEDE was dumbfounded. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Shouldn't Liang be furious, bring out his own goose leg for a comparison, and ultimately be impressed by his skill? Sigh. He's just a kid after all, he didn't even understand GED's intentions. Why don't you call your parents out? I'll talk to them. Hey, that kid. Excuse me, could you move aside? Don't block the way if you're not buying anything, okay? GEDE wanted to say more to Liang, but was pushed aside by the students. Tisk. GEDE frowned. They're just a bunch of actors, why are they so enthusiastic? Hiring actors to pose as customers for a new store opening is a common practice. In GEDE's opinion, all those people in line must be actors, and they didn't even seem to have put much effort into finding them. They all looked like college students, probably recruited from some college student part-time job group. But I must say, their goose leg is really fragrant. They added some kind of flavor enhancer, right? GEDE, never used that stuff. GEDE stroked his white beard, thinking to himself. What GEDE didn't know was that these students weren't actors, and Li Ji's roasted goose legs didn't use any flavor enhancers. Liang wasn't oblivious to GEDE's provocation, he simply didn't take GEDE seriously. Liang could spot several flaws and imperfections in GEDE's goose legs with a single glance. They barely reached the threshold of blue quality, which was acceptable, but utterly insignificant compared to Liang's beloved disciple, Li Xiangdong, let alone Liang himself. In Liang's mind, GEDE's goose meat wasn't even worthy of competing with Li Ji's roasted goose legs, so naturally, he had no intention of engaging with them. GEDE walked down the street with his hands behind his back, increasingly uneasy. Two students walked past GEDE, chatting and laughing, carrying goose legs. Suddenly, GEDE gritted his teeth and stopped the students, saying, classmate, sell me your goose legs, I'll buy one for 100 yuan. Having come this far, GEDE figured it was best to check out Li Ji's roasted goose leg. With good food, you can tell if it's good or not just by tasting it. Forget it, if you want some, go queue up yourself. The students ignored GEDE. Please, they'd been queuing since 6 in the morning, and only now were they getting to eat goose legs. 100 yuan for one? No way. GEDE hesitated for a moment, looked at the long queue, gritted his teeth, and joined the line. Chapter 238 CFA's Super Project, a brilliant way to kill two birds with one stone. A big banana, a big banana. Your feeling is truly amazing. Floating, swaying. Your feeling is intoxicating. CFA, wearing an earphone in one ear, sat in the shop, and frowned as the music app started playing a catchy tune. What kind of nonsense are people listening to these days? After finishing the fried chicken on his plate, CFA stood up, holding a goose leg, and slightly gestured with his chin towards Liang at the counter. Kid, I'm done eating. I'm going to take a stroll outside. I'll make room for you. Today was the first day Li's roasted goose leg was open. Although CFA was full, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He planned to go outside for some fresh air and then come back to see if there was anything he could help with. It's those two? As soon as he stepped outside, CFA noticed Ding Yiming from Kyoto Aviation University. Ding Yiming was standing with his legs crossed, looking rather strange and perverted. It seems Aruba's attack just now had a profound impact on Ding Yiming, both mentally and physically. However, CFA didn't feel satisfied. His grudge couldn't be settled by Aruba. CFA touched the back of his head, a large bald patch was visible. Although CFA tried to cover it with his hair on the sides, it was still quite noticeable to anyone taller than him. CFA's baldness wasn't due to overwork, but rather because when he was forcibly carried out of Kyoto Aviation University, Ding Yiming grabbed him in the wrong place, pulling out a chunk of his hair. CFA still remembered that excruciating pain. I have to find a way to teach this guy a lesson later. CFA gave Yang Ming a deep look, then looked away. The next moment, CFA's pupils contracted slightly. CFA noticed that Li Ji Barbecue across the street had actually opened. A bald man, presumably the owner, was opening the door to greet customers. His arms were tattooed with dragons and tigers. Beside him was a woman with long, wavy blonde hair, her figure as thin as a stick. In front of them was a rather simple-looking young man. It was unclear how he ended up with these two. However, no matter who they were, daring to insult CFA's roasted goose leg, CFA would definitely not let them off the hook. CFA rolled up his sleeves, about to go over, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. His expression changed abruptly, a wicked smile curving upwards. Since he wanted to deal with the owner of Li's Barbecue, and also Ding Yiming, CFA had come up with a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So slow. When will it be my turn? Ding Yiming stood in line, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Because of its proximity to both Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, the majority of people queuing here were students from these 2 prestigious universities. It's fair to say that Desheng Pedestrian Street is the home turf of Tsinghua and Kyoto Universities. Ding Yiming was a formidable figure at the Aviation University, leading the student council and hunting down intruders, but here, he was just a nobody. Not to mention, some students from Kyoto and Tsinghua Universities would occasionally lewdly glance over, and Ding Yiming was genuinely afraid he'd be arrested and subjected to another round of abusive treatment. Cough cough, ding! Suddenly, a mechanical male voice rang in Ding Yiming's ear. Ding Yiming was startled. Who's talking? Ding Yiming looked around, only to find everyone around him craning their necks to look into Li Ji's roast goose leg restaurant, hoping the queue would move faster, completely ignoring the strange sound. Ding Yiming, I am the system. Oh, congratulations, you've awakened a super system. The system's voice sounded somewhat hesitant, as if it was its first time being a system and it wasn't very skilled yet. A system, it's actually the kind of system that male protagonists in web novels often have. Ding Yiming was overjoyed, but he suppressed his expression tightly, afraid that others would notice anything amiss. System, what are you good for? A super system? What kind of super system? Are you going to teach me how to cultivate immortality? Ding Yiming's gaze instantly turned world-weary. Cultivating immortality, meditating for millions of years at a time, looks like he'll have to say goodbye to his mortal classmates from now on. However, the system ignored Ding Yiming and continued, ahem, the first system task has been issued. Please go to the Lee's barbecue shop next door and dance to Big Banana. Yes, the one on your right. Upon successful completion of the task, you will be rewarded with a set of immortal cultivation techniques. Damn! Here comes the bro. Ding Yiming was so excited he almost cried. He knew someone as handsome as him would be the protagonist. However, after calming down a bit, Ding Yiming thought about it, and this system task was a bit strange. Although it seemed to be an immortal cultivation system, why would it make him become the center of attention and dance in someone else's shop? I get it. Ding Yiming snapped his fingers. Cultivating immortality is all about severing the 7 emotions and 6 senses, right? Shame is also part of the 7 emotions and 6 senses. This system is training him. Ding Yiming took a deep breath, preparing to act, but he couldn't take a step. It's too shameful. What's the difference between this and defecating anywhere? Gritting his teeth, Ding Yiming left the group, walked over to Yang Ming, and patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother Yang Ming. Ding Yiming called out. Who are you? I don't know you. Yang Ming didn't dare look at Ding Yiming. Ding Yiming was now a figure of great interest to both Tsinghua University and Kyoto University. He was afraid that if Ding Yiming got into trouble again, he'd get dragged into it too. Senior brother Yang Ming, I need your help with something. Come with me to Li Ji Barbecue. Ding Yiming explained his plan, leaving Yang Ming dumbfounded. At this moment, Yang Ming couldn't pretend not to know Ding Yiming anymore. He said speechlessly, Hey, junior brother Ding, are you alright? You went to someone else's shop to dance, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Weren't you afraid of getting beaten up and thrown out? Senior brother Yang Ming, I can't explain this, just come with me. How could Ding Yiming possibly reveal that he possessed a system? After a moment's hesitation, Ding Yiming clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, If you're willing to come with me, I'll help you deliver a love letter to my sister. Really? Yang Ming's body stiffened, and he immediately grabbed Ding Yiming's hand, exclaiming with delight. Ding Yiming's younger sister is pretty and adorable, a campus beauty, so she has many suitors, including Yang Ming. However, because Yang Ming is already a PhD student while Ding Yiming's sister is only a freshman, the age gap is too big, and Yang Ming has never dared to confess his feelings. In Yang Ming's opinion, the success rate is probably too low. But if Ding Yiming is willing to help, everything will be different. Alright, junior brother Ding, I'll help you this once. Yang Ming made up his mind and said earnestly to Ding Yiming. With Yang Ming by his side, Ding Yiming felt a bit braver, and the two of them walked hand in hand, encouraging each other, towards Li Ji Barbecue. Hey, there's an unexpected bonus. Xie watching Ding Yiming and Yang Ming walk hand in hand towards Li Ji Barbecue from a distance, couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Xie used the directional loudspeaker at the Aviation University, he'd felt it was a godsend, so he spent a lot of money on a high-end version and kept it in his backpack. The high-end directional loudspeaker has a longer broadcast distance and a more focused sound transmission. Today it finally came in handy. The money was well spent. Chapter 239. Big cities aren't just full of rich people, they're also full of lunatics. Hurry up, get in here. Get your act together, what are you dawdling for? At Lee's barbecue restaurant, Li Benchi stood behind the counter, directing customers with an impatient tone. However, the customers seemed completely unperturbed, instead following Li Benchi's instructions and taking their seats one by one. The restaurant was almost full, but hardly anyone spoke. Customers were all engrossed in their phones, creating an eerie atmosphere. Actually, these so-called customers were all shills hired by Li Benchi. Today was the day the big loser of Lee's barbecue was supposed to sign the contract, and Li Benchi had put on a convincing act, creating the illusion that Lee's barbecue was incredibly popular. Can't you just sit here and not order anything? Jin Dallin sat behind the counter, munching on sunflower seeds, casually tossing the shells on the floor. It's all right. Li Benchi waved his hand and said, "Just grab some skewers and put them on the table later. And you guys, get the party started. You're all so quiet, do you think this is a funeral home?" Hearing Li Benchi say this, the shills in the room finally started chatting lazily, and the shop suddenly became noisy. "That's more like it." Li Benchi nodded in satisfaction, while Li Jida squatted in the corner with a conflicted look on his face. His brother Benchi was too good at lying, and he, Li Jida, was definitely not cut out for it. Maybe he should just quit working for Benchi, tell him now, and go back to his hometown in the countryside tomorrow. Li Jida felt uneasy doing this kind of thing. Just as Li Jida stood up to walk towards Benchi, the curtain was lifted, and Ding Yiming and Yang Ming walked in. "Here to work part-time as shills. You two look presentable. Go, find a conspicuous spot to sit." Li Benchi put a cigarette in his mouth and directed Ding Yiming and Yang Ming. The two exchanged a glance and silently walked to the center of the open space in the store. "What are you two doing?" Li Benchi was taken aback. These two young men looked respectable, but couldn't they understand human language? Just as Li Benchi was about to yell at them, Yang Ming shakily pulled out his phone and turned the volume up to the maximum. Instantly, a catchy tune blared out. "Big banana, one big banana. Your feeling is truly amazing." To the music, Ding Yiming, his face flushed, waved his arms and started dancing. "Ha!" Li Benchi was dumbfounded. He even forgot to light the cigarette in his mouth, just staring blankly at Ding Yiming and Yang Ming. Behind the counter, Jin Dallin hadn't even spat out the sunflower seed shell she'd already put in her mouth. Her eyes were glued to the screen. The once noisy restaurant lobby fell completely silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in shock at Ding Yiming and Yang Ming. Li Jida watched the two of them and thought to himself, "Is this what big cities are like? Not only are there lots of rich people, but there are also lots of crazy people." Soon, the music ended, and Ding Yiming let out a "hey" and struck an exit pose. Ding Yiming, still in his pose, swallowed hard. He'd already finished dancing? Why didn't the system announce the task's completion? "Oh, I know." Ding Yiming slapped his thigh in regret. He started dancing from the climax of the song, but the system probably thought it didn't count. He had to start from the beginning. "Senior brother Yang Ming, start the song again from the beginning, let's do it again." "Big banana." Just as Ding Yiming was about to start dancing again, Li Benchi finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward with a flying kick. However, Li Benchi was obese and lacked coordination. He missed the kick and slipped, falling to the ground. "Ouch!" Li Benchi clutched his waist and cried out in pain. "Li Jida, what are you standing there for? Get these two troublemakers out of here." Seeing this, Li Jida quickly grabbed Ding Yiming and Yang Ming's arms. "You two, please leave." "No way." Ding Yiming shook off Li Jida's hand. "I haven't finished my dance yet. I have to finish it." Ding Yiming was going all out for the system reward. At this moment, the people playing the diners couldn't take it anymore either. "Boss, we're here to be your shills, not to watch this idiot dance. If I have to see this dance again, I'll go crazy. If this is your restaurant's specialty, then you'll have to pay extra, otherwise I won't be your shill anymore." The actors started shouting, and Li Benchi felt his head spinning. What kind of situation is this? Meanwhile, inside Desheng Pedestrian Street. Dear viewers, this is Desheng Pedestrian Street. Sweetie heard there's a super delicious barbecue restaurant here. Today, I'll take you to check it out. A girl with exquisite makeup and a slender figure strolled along the pedestrian street, live streaming on her phone. She forced a smile, but inwardly she was filled with resentment. Fan Tiantian was a relatively well-known food review live streamer. While not a top star, she had a large audience. Right now, her live stream was flooded with comments. "Haha, if it's a restaurant recommended by Tiantian, it's definitely delicious. Of course. Of all the food review live streamers I've watched, Tianation's reviews are the most genuine and honest. I definitely have to try it sometime. Tiantian looks just as beautiful today." Fan Tiantian looked at the comments, her expression somewhat unnatural, and said, "Hee, thank you for your trust." Fan Tiantian felt a deep sense of guilt. She started doing food reviews to help her viewers avoid bad restaurants and find good ones. However, when Fan Tiantian achieved some success, she realized just how murky this industry was. Which stores to visit, what reviews to give, it's all part of the script set by the live streaming guild. Fan Tiantian is just a puppet, running errands for the interests of both the merchants and the guild. Fan Tiantian naturally abhors this, but today the guild leader has given her an ultimatum. If Fan Tiantian refused to visit Li Ji Barbecue and feign praise, she would be fired and forced to pay an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. Naturally, Fan Tiantian couldn't win against the union boss, and reluctantly went to Desheng Pedestrian Street against her conscience. Just as Fan Tiantian was live streaming on her phone, a commotion suddenly erupted from the shops ahead. "Hey, stop! Stop! Run!" Ding Yiming and Yang Ming were seen running out of a shop in a disheveled state, with Li Benchi chasing after them, brandishing a leather shoe. Chapter 240. At such an old age, How can you just kneel down like that? Good heavens, a fight in broad daylight? Fan Tiantian saw Li Benqi chasing Ding Yiming and Yang Ming, and quickly moved her phone away and stepped aside. As a veteran streamer, Fan Tiantian knew exactly what she could and couldn't broadcast. If her live stream got shut down for filming a brawl, the losses would be huge. However, Fan Tiantian turned and headed towards Li Ji roasted goose leg. After a few steps, a mixed aroma of meat and fruit wood wafted towards her. Wow! Fan Tianation's food radar went off. A restaurant review streamer is a professional foodie. She knew from the smell that there was definitely something good nearby. Fan Tiantian held up her phone to search, and then looked up, and the sign for Li Ji roasted goose leg caught her eye. Li Ji barbecue. Fan Tiantian was stunned. Li Ji roasted goose leg, that's Li Ji barbecue. The aroma of goose meat I smelled earlier seemed to have come from this shop. Perhaps. This shop is just asking me for some publicity, their food isn't that bad. Since the owner of the Streamer Guild had instructed Fan Tiantian that no matter how bad or overpriced the food was at Li Ji barbecue, she had to give it a good review. Therefore, Fan Tiantian subconsciously assumed that Li Ji barbecue was a shady, money-grabbing business. However, now, the aroma of the goose meat had changed Fan Tianation's opinion of the shop. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Fan Tiantian went inside. But 2 minutes later, Liang asked Fan Tiantian to leave. If you want to eat, you have to join the queue. Regardless of whether you're a streamer or not, Liang wouldn't allow anyone to cut in line. Left with no other choice, Fan Tiantian had to join the long queue. Under the blazing sun, her makeup was starting to smudge. Haha, this is the first time I've seen such an honest merchant. They treat everyone the same, whether you're a live streamer or not. To be honest, even though that kid didn't give our Tiantian a friendly look and made her wait in line, I inexplicably feel a bit of sympathy for him. That's how business should be done, treat everyone equally. Everyone has to wait in line. Are you all haters? Look how tanned our Tiantian is, it breaks my heart. In this scorching sun, I can see Tiantian getting visibly darker. The comments flooded the screen. Most viewers, besides sympathizing with Fan Tiantian, actually supported Liang's earlier rejection of her. Of course, a small number of Fan Tiantian's fans also felt sorry for her waiting in line. Anyway, the atmosphere in the comments was still quite harmonious. However, Fan Tiantian was now starting to feel annoyed. Dude, the people from the live streaming guild had already told her beforehand that these people waiting in line were all actors. Making her wait in line is just too much of a hassle. Honestly, if Fan Tiantian hadn't smelled the aroma of the roast goose leg, she probably would have turned around and left already. The line is just too long, waiting until then would take all morning. Sigh. No choice but to wait. Fan Tiantian could only stand in the line, interacting with the audience to maintain her popularity while patiently waiting. She didn't notice at all that directly behind her was a Li's barbecue sign. The sun climbed high in the sky, and it was 11:30 a.m. Seeing that it was finally almost her turn, Fan Tiantian was a little excited. Little friend, I'd like a goose leg. And an order of fried chicken. Fan Tiantian held up one finger and said to Liang, okay. Liang nodded expertly, then loudly called out to the kitchen. Goose leg and fried chicken, one each. As soon as Liang announced the menu, many of the students sitting in the shop looked at Fan Tiantian with strange expressions. Fan Tiantian was stunned. What's going on? Did I order wrong? What Fan Tiantian didn't know was that due to the overwhelming business on opening day, students were buying 5 or more portions of goose leg and fried chicken at a time. Ordering only one was a disservice to the long queue. Are you dining in? Then find a seat, it'll be served to you shortly. Liang smiled and gestured to Fan Tiantian. The restaurant was already full, so Liang had to set up some small stools and single folding tables. Fan Tiantian found a corner to sit down, pulled out her water bottle, and gulped down a mouthful. Now all she had to do was wait for the goose leg and garlic fried chicken to arrive, then casually offer a few compliments, and her mission would be accomplished. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Fan Tianation's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from her live streaming guild's head supervisor. Fan Tianation's expression changed slightly, then she turned off her live stream microphone, took out her Bluetooth headset, put it on, and stuck her head out of the camera's view. Hey, brother gang. Fan Tiantian answered the phone. Fan Tiantian, where the hell have you been? An angry male voice on the other end immediately began to curse. The owner of Li's barbecue just called me and said you haven't shown up at the shop yet. Are you trying to quit? Do you want to pay the penalty for breaking your contract? The boss's barrage of insults left Fan Tiantian seething with anger. However, she had no choice but to back down. Fan Tiantian tried to tone it down, saying, I'm already inside Li's barbecue. You can watch my live stream. They have so many actors, I waited in line for almost 3 hours to get in. Hearing Fan Tianation's words, Gang Ge was silent for a moment before coldly replying. Okay, don't mess around, I'm watching you. Don't hang up on me, you have to give me a good review later, you hear me? The owner of Li Ji Barbecue is angry. Gang Ji had never seen Li Ben's, nor had he ever been to Li Ji Barbecue, so naturally he wouldn't have imagined that there was a shop called Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg next to Li Ji Barbecue, and he certainly never expected that because of a small accident, Fan Tiantian went into the wrong shop. Gang Ji turned on his live stream, watching Fan Tianation's every move. Fan Tiantian rolled her eyes and returned to the camera, cursing inwardly, "What the hell? Roasted goose leg and fried chicken are here." Finally, plates of goose legs lined with oil paper and garlic fried chicken were served, and 2 portions were placed on Fan Tianation's table. Looking at the goose legs and fried chicken in front of her, Fan Tiantian couldn't help but drool uncontrollably. I'll taste it for everyone first." Fan Tiantian raised the goose leg, about to put it in her mouth, when the next moment, Gede, sitting not far from Fan Tiantian, took a bite of the goose leg, then plop, knelt down on the ground. Fan Tiantian was dumbfounded. This actor is too dedicated. Kneeling down like that at his age. Chapter 241. Young man, from now on you are Li Da. Grandpa, what are you doing? Gedes kneeling not only stunned Fan Tiantian, but Liang also rushed over to help him up. This guy, is he going to cause trouble in his shop? With Liang's help, Gede raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, "Little friend, I've cooked geese my whole life, and only now do I know what real goose meat dishes are." Gede had originally come to cause trouble, but Liang didn't seem to understand, so Gede personally queued up to try Li Ji's roasted goose leg to see how good it was. He didn't know until he tasted it, and what he got was astonishing. After tasting Li Ji's roasted goose leg, Gede was utterly shocked. In fact, Gedes' ability to make a blue-quality roasted goose leg meant he was quite the expert in goose cooking. But precisely because he was an expert, Gede could taste just how incredible Liang's roast goose leg was. "I can taste it. From the marinating to the seasoning to the cooking temperature, your roast goose leg is perfect. I can't imagine anything better. May I ask where you learned your craft? This is absolutely master-level cuisine. Good heavens, why are you masters here on Desheng Pedestrian Street trying to steal my business? Are you trying to kill me?" Gede was on the verge of tears. This wasn't just Gede being dramatic, his understanding had been utterly shattered. A lifetime of honing his roast goose skills would make anyone proud, but to be defeated by a single roast goose leg, Gedes' composure was undoubtedly shattered. "Actually, it's not perfect." Liang glanced at the roast goose leg Li Xiangdong had made on Gedes' table. The system notification indicated that Li Xiangdong's goose leg marinating was still a bit lacking. This was a recurring problem for him. Although it reached purple quality, it was still some distance from gold quality. Shaking his head, Liang's attention returned to Gede. "Grandpa, please get up. We're not trying to steal your business. There's a huge difference between roasting goose and grilling goose leg. I believe your regular customers will still support you." After some comforting words, Gedes' emotions stabilized somewhat. He stood up, grasped Liang's hand, and solemnly said, "Young man, no need to comfort me. My skills are inferior, I concede defeat. From now on, the title Big Goose will be your family's. What's your surname?" "My surname is Li." Liang answered subconsciously. "All right, from now on you'll be called Li De." Gede patted Liang's shoulder heavily, as if handing over some important task. Liang's lips twitched slightly. "Who the hell wanted your lousy nickname? Besides, this goose leg wasn't even made by Liang himself. If anyone should be renamed, it should be Li Xiangdong, not Li Big Goose." Fan Tiantian, watching this scene, was speechless, while the live stream chat was in an uproar. "Wow, this is too over the top. Are you sure this isn't a shill? With this acting skill, he could be a contender for Best Actor." I'm dying of laughter. He even got a mission handover from eating a roasted goose leg? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, and Fan Tiantian sighed inwardly. Needless to say, this was definitely a staged performance. As a streamer, Fan Tiantian had seen this kind of tactic countless times. But even if it was to be a staged performance to advertise her shop, there was no need to go this far. Now, the entire audience in the live stream could tell it was fake. "Fan Tiantian, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and take a bite, then say your lines, say your lines." Gang Ge's impatient voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Fan Tiantian finally picked up the goose leg and took a bite. Crunch! The moment her teeth touched the surface of the goose leg, a crisp sound rang out. As her teeth cut down, the firm, plump goose meat separated, and rich juices immediately gushed out. This is. Fan Tiantian chewed the goose leg in her mouth, her pupils dilating in a frenzy. For a fleeting moment, Fan Tiantian had a strange feeling. The goose Ge hadn't been acting. This goose leg was truly amazing. Fan Tiantian had never imagined that a goose leg could fulfill all her expectations for goose meat. The goose meat, soaked in the sauce, had no gamey smell, and every bite was bursting with meaty flavor. The sauce was slightly strong but not greasy, and the slightly charred skin added to the texture. Most importantly, even the best roasted goose leg usually leaves a slightly greasy aftertaste. Usually, the first bite is the best, and it gets increasingly greasy with each bite. However, this roasted goose leg had no greasy aftertaste at all. Instead, it had a hint of sweet fruity wood aroma. This small detail not only enhanced the happiness of eating large bites of meat but also stimulated the taste buds, making one's mouth water and unable to stop eating. This roast goose leg. It's the best roast goose leg I've ever eaten in my life. I can't even describe how delicious this roast goose leg is. It has every good quality you can imagine. Come and try it. Quick, don't hesitate, come on. For a food review livestreamer, finding a delicious restaurant is like finding a treasure trove. Right now, Li Ji roast goose leg is like a goldmine for Fan Tiantian. Out of physical instinct, Fan Tiantian devoured the goose meat. Out of professional instinct, Fan Tiantian chewed the goose meat, her words muffled, and gestures animatedly as she recommended it to her viewers. This display shocked the audience. Fan Tiantian had taken everyone to many delicious restaurants, even those owned by chefs who had served state banquets. But never before had anyone seen Fan Tiantian so out of control, so carried away. Have she gone mad? Just moments ago, the audience was mocking GEDE's outrageous reaction, but Fan Tianation's reaction is even more baffling. Even Gang GE, the manager of the Livestream Guild, was stunned. When Gang GE issued the task, Fan Tiantian had strongly refused, insisting on some so-called principle of being responsible to the audience, which Gang GE found quite disdainful. Who knew that once she was actually on stage, Fan Tiantian was having the time of her life? Goodness, anyone who didn't know better would think Fan Tiantian was on the verge of heaven. Hiss. I thought Fan Tiantian was just an innocent, naive girl, but I didn't expect her to be so cunning. Gang GE swallowed hard, a little scared. In Gang GE's opinion, with Fan Tianation's willingness to be shameless and not lie, she might become a great talent in the future. He can't always be harsh with Fan Tiantian anymore, he needs to build a good relationship with this woman. Wow, this garlic fried chicken is amazing. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die. Fan Tiantian had completely gone crazy in front of the camera. Actually, when she ate the roasted goose leg, a question flashed through her mind. Why would a restaurant that can make goose leg taste this amazing need to use underhanded methods to get her to give a good review and create false advertising? However, when she tasted the garlic fried chicken, Fan Tianation's rationality had long been thrown to the winds. As a seasoned foodie, eating is the most important thing in her life. After eating two delicious dishes in one day, roast goose leg and garlic fried chicken, Fan Tiantian felt that her life was complete. Chapter 242 starting with a scheme, today we'll shut down Li's roasted goose leg. Sweetie, that's enough, you can go now. On the other end of the Bluetooth headset, Gang GE, the manager of the live streaming guild, coughed lightly to remind Fan Tiantian. However, Fan Tiantian was completely unmoved, happily eating away, even forgetting to interact with the livestream chat. Finally, when the goose leg was finished and there were only a few pieces of garlic fried chicken left, Fan Tiantian immediately showed a look of regret. She ordered too little. She should have just ordered 5 roasted goose legs. Not enough, not nearly enough. Now, ordering again, who knows when it will be ready. Just as Fan Tiantian was about to get up to ask Liang if she could order more food, a fat middle-aged man forced his way through the queue into the shop. Upon seeing Fan Tiantian, the middle-aged man turned pale with anger. You're that streamer, right? I paid you to come here, and you've gone to another shop to promote it. This man was none other than Li Benqi. Ignoring the fact that Fan Tiantian was live streaming, he pointed at her and began to hurl insults. He was genuinely furious. Li Benqi had invested a considerable amount of money to get Fan Tiantian to promote his Li Ji barbecue shop so that he could successfully sign the transfer contract. Who knew that after waiting all morning, he only saw Ding Yiming and Yang Ming, 2 lunatics, but Fan Tiantian never showed up. Going to Fan Tianation's livestream, Li Benqi discovered that she had actually come to Li Ji roasted goose leg to generate some buzz? This was simply unacceptable. Li Benqi's words immediately caused a huge uproar in Fan Tianation's livestream. Paying her to do publicity? This is just fake advertising, deceiving fans. The live stream exploded instantly. Meanwhile, Gang GE on the other end of the phone was also dumbfounded. A mistake? So, all that effort Fan Tiantian put on was for the wrong advertisement? Damn it, Fan Tiantian, you blind fool. You even went to the wrong barbecue restaurant. Gang GE was furious. Actually, Fan Tiantian going to the wrong restaurant and making the wrong advertisement wasn't a big deal. She could just do another live stream at Li Ji barbecue later. The problem was that Li Benqi was ruthless enough to expose it directly, and now Fan Tianation's reputation was in jeopardy. Turn off the live stream right now. The guild will handle the public opinion issue for you. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Beep beep beep. The next second, the phone was hung up. Dear viewers, I accepted a commercial order to do false advertising. I'm not fit to be a streamer, and perhaps this show will have to say goodbye to everyone. But, in the final moments of my streaming career, I still want to say, Li Ji's roasted goose leg is so delicious. Please don't let me stop you from coming. You'll miss out on a lifetime if you don't come. Fan Tianatian's mouth was stuffed with garlic fried chicken, her eyes resolute. Since things had come to this point, Fan Tiantian was going all in. Even if she shut down her stream now and was protected by the guild, what awaited her in the future would be countless more commercial orders. A roasted goose leg, a serving of garlic fried chicken, bringing such exquisite food to the public, allowing more people to enjoy a feast for the senses that was Fan Tianatian's original intention. Li Benchi was so angry his head was buzzing. What was going on? What kind of spell had Li's roasted goose leg cast on Fan Tiantian? They paid a streamer to promote the business, and she turned against them? A competitor. This Li's roasted goose leg must be a competitor. If they didn't settle things today, Li's barbecue might never be able to make money peacefully again. Sir, if you're here to buy goose legs, please line up. If not, please leave. At this moment, Liang also looked at Li Benchi, frowning as he spoke to him. To be honest, Liang didn't really care who Fan Tiantian was advertising for. His family just ran a small shop, nothing more. He hadn't expected things to be so chaotic on their first day of business. Hey, you little brat, call your parents out. Li Benchi glanced at Liang, completely ignoring him. However, as soon as Li Benchi uttered those words, most of the students sitting in the shop jumped to their feet. Who are you calling a little brat? So you're the owner of Li's barbecue, huh? CFA was also in the shop, his gaze icy as he looked at Li Benchi. Yesterday, CFA and his group had wanted to go to Li's barbecue to demand justice, but who knew Li Benchi would deliver himself to their doorstep today? Trying to scare me? Li Benchi was taken aback, then sneered. He understood. Li's roasted goose leg must have hired actors too. Otherwise, why would these customers be so eager to get involved in this mess? At the same time, Jin Dalan also arrived at the shop with Li Jida. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me tell you, your Li's roasted goose legs business is going too far. Hiring online trolls to insult our shop is one thing, but today you even sent 2 idiots to cause trouble in our store? Today I'll make sure your shop goes out of business. Jin Dalan glared at Liang, her eyes blazing with anger. It seemed she was also holding Li's roasted goose legs responsible for the earlier incident with Ding Yiming and Yang Ming. Sister Jin, brother Benz, don't be impulsive. Peace brings wealth. Li Jida had never seen anything like this before. Seeing that Liang's side had more people, he felt guilty and tried to persuade them. However, the next moment, Jin Dalan slapped Li Jida across the face. With a crisp smack, Li Jida was enraged. You hit me? You don't hit someone in the face. Even though Li Jida was now working for Li Benz, he couldn't tolerate such an insult. So what if I hit you, you stupid country bumpkin? Li Jida, what are you and your sister Jin doing, acting so tough? Seeing the situation about to escalate into chaos, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan from the kitchen rushed over. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Jin Dalan immediately bared her teeth and brandished her claws. You're the boss, right? If I don't rip a few hairs off your head to teach you a lesson, I'm done working here. What are you doing? The conflict escalated, and Jin Dalan seemed about to strike, causing a stir among the students in the shop. However, just as Liang and the students were about to step forward to stop Jin Dalan, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, then cried out in pain, she's hitting me, she's hitting me. This sight stunned Professor Wang in the crowd. He had intended to hit Jin Dalan, but he hadn't actually laid a hand on her. But the next moment, Professor Wang understood. This was all a facade of violence, a pretext for causing trouble. Looking at Li Benchi and Jin Dalan acting so foolishly, he hadn't expected them to start with such a scheme. Jin Dalan, rolling on the ground, gave Li Benchi a wink, and Li Benchi immediately understood, pulling out his phone and saying, so many of you are beating up a woman, huh? I'm calling the police right now, this shop is closed. However, just as Li Benchi took out his phone, someone kicked him hard from behind. This flying kick nearly ripped the seams of Li Benchi's clothes. Ouch, my back. Who hit me? Hit me in front of me if you dare. Chapter 243. An experience pack delivered right to your door, grab it quickly. Li Benchi was furious. He hadn't expected the actors in the shop to actually dare to fight. These days, don't people usually run away from trouble? But he was going to take the risk. The more he got beaten, the more he could extort money from Li's roasted goose leg. If he didn't extort his family into closing down, all his years of hard work would have been for nothing. I'm beating you up, you piece of trash. A heavily accented male voice rang out. Li Benchi turned around and saw a burly, bald man with colorful tattoos on his arms running towards him. Slap, slap, slap. The next moment, the bald man unleashed a barrage of slaps, raining blows down on Li Benchi's face. You son of a bitch, try hitting me again. That's against the law. Wah! Brother, stop hitting me, I was wrong. Soon, Li Benchi let out a pig-like scream. Li Benchi had caused trouble before, but no matter how arrogant he was, physical altercations were extremely rare. Most people, when faced with trouble, tend to be patient and don't easily resort to violence. Unexpectedly, today Li Benqi had met a ruthless one. Whose subordinate is this, so fierce? Professor Wang was dumbfounded. He had intended to beat up Li Benqi and his group, but as an old intellectual, Professor Wang didn't think he had the ability to use such force immediately. Professor Wang, this doesn't seem to be from our school. Lu Tao sat down on a small stool to the side, cracking sunflower seeds. Li Benqi's head was almost swollen like a pig's head. The bald man spat, then, instead of slapping Li Benqi's face, he turned Li Benqi over and kicked his buttocks instead. You've hired actors, haven't you? You've hired a streamer to run fake ads, haven't you? I've been staking out this place since early morning, are you kidding me? You're just a head full of corn cobs, trying to fool me? Hearing the bald man's angry curses, Li Benz finally realized. This bald man was the buyer who was supposed to sign the contract today. Brother. It's all a misunderstanding. Jin Dallin, forgetting her tantrum on the ground, quickly came over to mediate. What misunderstanding? You think I'm so easy to fool? The bald man glanced at Jin Dallin and said, don't come any closer, or I'll kick you too. You! Li Benqi couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care about signing the contract anymore. Another beating in his backside would be raw. If you hit me again, I'll call the police. Go ahead and call the police. The bald man laughed. I'll tell the police you've defrauded me. Li Benqi froze, then kicked him in the backside again. Fraud. However, the bald man's words caused a stir among several law students watching. Going out to buy a goose leg, and stumbled upon a case delivered to their doorstep? They'd only recently gotten their lawyer's licenses. They were all in the process of gaining experience. This experience package had been delivered to their doorstep? Calm down, observe further. Just as the law students wanted to step forward to learn more about the case, a senior student stopped them. The case isn't clear enough yet, let's wait and see. Anyway, a case we've got isn't going to slip away. Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Li Benqi's tears welled up, and he quickly changed his tune, saying in a tearful voice, I'm just a handyman. I'm not the boss. You're lying, it's him. Saying this, Li Benqi pointed at Li Jida, who was standing in the distance looking completely bewildered. That's right, he's the boss, we're all just handymen. Saying this, Jin Dallin quickly ran behind Li Jida and gave him a push. Undoubtedly, for Li Benqi and Jin Dallin at this moment, pushing Li Jida out as a scapegoat was the best solution. Hurry up and say something, do you still recognize your brother Benqi? Seeing that Li Jida hadn't responded for a long time, Jin Dallin couldn't help but urge him in a low voice. Li Jida's head was buzzing. He never expected that after only a few days hanging out with Li Benz, he'd be in deep trouble. A con man. Want him to admit he's a con man? In his village, if you caught swindling, you'd get a beating. Glancing at the bald man with a menacing look in the distance, Li Jida shuddered. I'm done. Let whoever wants to come to the big city do it. It's them, running the shop, not me. Sister Jin is the landlord. They rip people off after renting it out. They even raise the rent to force them out. Li Jida stammered, making Jin Dallin's face turn green. No, you're not taking the blame, fine, but why are you spilling the beans? Just as Jin Dallin was about to cover Li Jida's mouth, the law students in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer. They've struck it rich. This case isn't just a simple case of commercial fraud, it also involves a class action lawsuit? Hurry and grab it. Internship resumes delivered right to our doorstep. Jin Dallin and Li Benqi are definitely a valuable training resource. Soon, Li Jida was surrounded, and the bald man finally stopped and began explaining everything he knew to the law students. Half an hour later, the police arrived and finally took the group away for questioning. Li Ji roasted goose leg shop was finally quiet. Sigh. Looks like the water on this pedestrian street is much deeper than our food street. Li Xiangdong sat on a small stool watching the police car leave, fanning himself with his straw hat. Zhang Yan and Lu Tao were eating sunflower seeds together. Liang, holding half a watermelon, scooped the flesh into a small bowl with a spoon. To be honest, Liang and Li Xiangdong were speechless throughout what happened today. After all, Li Benz of Li's barbecue had gotten himself into trouble. Liang had essentially watched a free show. However, this made Liang realize that running a store probably involves even more bizarre things than setting up a stall. This shop couldn't be run by Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan alone, they'd need to hire a few more helpers. Hey kid, I want 5 goose legs. Hey kid, I want 3 servings of garlic fried chicken. After a short rest, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan prepared to return to the kitchen. Liang handed the small bowl full of watermelon flesh to Zhang Yan, telling them to eat it in the kitchen. Li's roasted goose leg business continues. It wasn't until 10 p.m., when the store's stock was sold out, that Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong prepared to close. Liang hung up the closed sign, while Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan sat at the counter, calculating the accounts on the computer. Holy crap, we made 2 million today. Li Xiangdong stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Zhang Yan gently patted Li Xiangdong on the back. What are you talking about? You added a few extra zeros. It should be a little over 200. Switching from a stall to a shop meant a wider flow of customers, and in addition to roast goose legs and garlic fried chicken, beverages also brought in revenue. Meanwhile, costs such as utilities were also higher. Plus, the shop used a computerized accounting system with a complex operating system. After calculating for a while, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were completely bewildered. Whether the revenue was 2 million or 200, the accounts were clearly wildly wrong. Liang looked at his parents in front of the computer, sighed, and became even more determined in his decision. Hiring people. It's time for Li Ji roasted goose leg to hold a job fair. Chapter 244, First Spring Outing. Should I secretly put on lipstick tomorrow? Mom and Dad, I think it's time we hired some help. Liang, arms crossed, spoke like a little adult, watching Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan busy at the counter. Hiring? Hearing Liang's words, Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong both instinctively refused. What kind of help do we need? We're just a snack vendor, not a restaurant. Li Xiangdong paused mid-sentence. Having run a stall for so long, Li Xiangdong hadn't even realized that their Li's roasted goose leg shop now had its own small storefront. If we want to grow and expand, the three of us definitely can't do it alone. Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong, who was speechless at his words, and said, I've calculated the current foot traffic in our store. We need at least 1 accountant, 2 waiters, and I think we'll also need 2 security guards. This staffing arrangement was a well-considered decision by Liang. 1 accountant and 2 waiters would ensure the store runs smoothly without overworking his parents. Hiring an accountant would also significantly reduce the workload for Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. As for the 2 security guards, frankly speaking, Liang felt that with so many shops on Desheng Pedestrian Street, there was bound to be a lot of trouble, so hiring 2 security guards would be more reassuring. Perhaps we need an accountant and a waiter to help out. Zhang Yan, quicker wit than Li Xiangdong, gritted her teeth and agreed with Liang's suggestion. But Xiaoang, we don't need to hire a security guard. Our family hasn't done anything wrong, and we're not afraid of ghosts knocking on our door. That's right, I'm enough. Li Xiangdong patted his chest loudly, then said, Xiaoang, where do we recruit people? I've never done this before. Just put up a notice at the entrance. Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong speechlessly. As long as you pay, recruiting workers shouldn't be difficult, right? Or you could go to the school gate and hold up a sign, looking for some student part-timers. Looking for students is great. Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up. The Li Ji roasted goose leg shop was able to open like this thanks not only to the hard work of his family but also to the support of the students. Finding some students with financial difficulties to work part-time and paying them extra wages would be a small way to give back to the students. After a long discussion, the family finally finalized the recruitment details, with Li Xiangdong taking full charge next week. Liang had classes next week and naturally wouldn't have the energy to handle recruitment. Vroom! They drove off in their Ford Raptor, and the 3 of them, exhausted from a day's work, went home to rest. Liang had just finished showering and was lying in bed, about to check his phone, when Li Xiangdong knocked and came in. Little Liang, are you going on a spring outing tomorrow? Look at this, what is this? I don't understand. Li Xiangdong handed Liang an electronic contract on his phone. Sue's group cordially invites students to a spring outing and a legal liability agreement. Liang paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, my friend's family is organizing a spring outing. A spring outing requires a contract? Li Xiangdong clicked his tongue in amazement. When I was a kid, spring outings were just wandering around vegetable gardens. People these days really go all out. Liang glanced at the contract. It was essentially a commitment from the Su group, promising to take full responsibility for the children's safety during the spring outing and even including insurance. It has to be said, Su Qingqing's father was indeed incredibly wealthy, not only inviting people on the spring outing but also considering every detail so thoroughly. Of course, this was also a move by the Su group to protect its reputation. Dad, maybe I shouldn't go tomorrow, Liang said, handing the phone back to Li Xiangdong. After a moment's thought, he said, the shop was just too busy today. I still want to help out tomorrow. What help are you going to give? You don't have to cook. Unexpectedly, Li Xiangdong waved his hand in refusal. Professor Wang and the others said they'd come to help tomorrow. Just providing them with meals is fine, but I think I should give them a big red envelope. It feels bad to keep asking them for help. Regardless of what others thought of Liang, in a parent's heart, no matter how capable a child is, they're still a child. Li Xiangdong was usually too busy making money at his stall to take Liang out, which already made him feel guilty. Now that someone was organizing a spring outing, Li Xiangdong naturally wanted Liang to relax. I've signed the contract. It's an amusement park. Li Xiangdong laughed, patting Liang on the shoulder. I haven't been yet. You go and enjoy it for your old man first. When we're less busy, your mother and I will take you there. We'll ride that roller coaster. It's going up and down, so exciting. Seeing Li Xiangdong's excited expression, Liang chuckled. They say men are all boys at heart, but he never expected his rough-and-tumble father to be so interested in amusement parks. With the contract signed, the matter was settled. Tomorrow, Liang is going on a spring outing to the amusement park. Liang remembers the last spring outing was when he was in junior high school in his previous life. The school took the students for a walk around a nearby park, which was incredibly boring. I wonder what the amusement park will be like tomorrow. Actually, Liang has never been to an amusement park before. Playing on the thrilling rides and selling some herbal desserts on the side sounds pretty good. Thinking about this, Liang's hand holding his phone fell down, and he drifted off to sleep with his eyes half closed. Exhaustion is the best sleeping pill, and today really wore Liang out. However, at the same time, someone else couldn't sleep. Su Qingqing lay on the large bed, clutching the corner of the blanket and staring at the ceiling, her eyes filled with undisguised excitement and joy. Tomorrow is the day for her spring outing with Liang? Going to the amusement park with her soulmate, what a dream scenario. I must get up early and dress up nicely. What clothes should I wear? And, should I secretly put on some lipstick? Su Qingqing tossed and turned, finally gritting her teeth. Why bother sleeping anymore? Beep. Su Qingqing clapped her hands, and a moment later 2 housekeepers knocked and entered. Miss, what can I do for you? Would you like a lullaby? What lullaby? Su Qingqing waved her little hand. Come on, take me to the dressing room. I need to carefully consider my outfit for tomorrow. Su Family Manners Study. Chairman Su. Everything is arranged for tomorrow. We've notified the parents of the children going on the spring outing, signed agreements regarding the outing, including the division of responsibilities for the children's safety, and we've also purchased insurance for the children. The old butler bowed slightly to Su Yuanpeng, who was sitting at his desk, and said softly, also, we've implemented control measures to ensure that all visitors to Fun Plus Amusement Park tomorrow are our employees. Chapter 245 Retrieving the nectar from the coconut tree, a bowl of white jade fragrance is brought forth. Chairman Su, I really don't understand why we need to hire employees to pose as tourists. The old butler looked at Su Yuanpeng and couldn't help but ask curiously. Tomorrow, Su Yuanpeng was organizing a visit to his family's amusement park for his daughter's after-school activities. To avoid potential safety issues, closing the park to outsiders was understandable. After all, it wouldn't be good if some unauthorized personnel got in and affected the children's safety. But, if the park is closed, why not let the children enjoy the rides themselves? Why hire employees to pose as tourists? Are they just there to create a festive atmosphere? Uncle CAO, I've said before, there are some things you can ask, and some things you can't. Su Yuanpeng closed his book and glanced at the old butler indifferently. This startled the old butler, who hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Chairman Su, I thought. However, before the old butler could finish speaking, Su Yuanpeng's face suddenly fell, looking distressed. As for this matter, I was just waiting for you to ask me. Mainly, tomorrow is the day I first meet that young man named Liang, and I'm nervous. You're surrounded by your own people, so I feel more at ease. The old butler was dumbfounded. Chairman Su said he was nervous? The old butler had followed Su Yuanpeng since his business was just starting to take off, watching him weather the storms and finally rise to become the richest man in the country. The old butler knew better than anyone Su Yuanpeng's resilience and magnanimity. But who would have thought that Su Yuanpeng would be nervous about meeting a mere child? Old butler, you don't understand. To others, I'm a big boss. But to my own child, I'm just an ordinary father. Su Yuanpeng said with a wry smile. Qingqing is too precocious, insisting on finding herself a boyfriend. Tomorrow I'm meeting that guy named Liang, like a father-in-law meeting his son-in-law. How am I supposed to know what to do? The old butler smiled slightly, poured Su Yuanpeng a cup of tea, and said, Mr. Su, aren't you overthinking it? Our young lady is only 8 years old this year. How can you take childhood crushes seriously? If I may be so bold, you must have had a crush when you were young. But after all these years, do you still remember what that girl looked like? Which girl doesn't have a crush? Which boy doesn't have a crush? Even the old butler had a vague crush on the girl next door when he was young, but after all these years, he had long forgotten what she looked like. This kind of fleeting, innocent budding romance is all too common. My childhood crush was Su Qingqing's mother. The old butler was dumbfounded, then quickly slapped himself. Chairman Su, hey, stop with the nonsense. Su Yuanpeng grabbed the old butler's hand and said, just tell me what to do tomorrow. I actually understand what you mean. This kind of crush can't be taken seriously. Even Su Qingqing's mother and I went through many trials before we got together. However, Su Qingqing and that kid named Liang are going to school together every day now, and they're even desk mates. I'm really worried about Liang. Putting everything else aside, it's only been a few weeks into the semester, and that girl Su Qingqing is already insisting on doing chores when she gets home, and she even insists on cooking. What do you think? The old butler smiled slightly. Indeed, he had noticed Su Qingqing's changes. Li Yang's influence on Su Qingqing was indeed enormous. If it was all positive guidance, that would be fine, but if Su Qingqing was led astray, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chairman Su, actually, in my opinion, tomorrow, taking advantage of this opportunity, why don't we probe into the background of that young man named Liang? Since your employees will be there tomorrow, why don't we put on a little test to see what Liang's character is like? Hearing the old butler's suggestion, Su Yuanpeng raised an eyebrow. That's an idea. Okay, could you contact the employee representatives for me tomorrow? I need to have a meeting. Alright, Chairman Su. The old butler smiled slightly and left. Ring ring ring. The next morning at 5 o'clock, just as dawn was breaking, Liang opened his eyes, wide awake. Although he had only slept for 6 hours, thanks to the golden quality sleep, Liang felt completely refreshed. Liang rushed to the bathroom to wash up, then tiptoed out of his room. The spring outing was scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock. Before it started, Liang planned to thoroughly study Qingbu a type of sweet soup. Upon arriving at the basement, most of the ingredients for Qingbu were already prepared. Qingbu is a widely popular dish throughout the country. Coupled with its simple preparation and numerous variations, it's difficult to say which version is authentic. Even the recipes provided by the system offer many choices and room for creativity. However, no matter how Qingbu is prepared, it always shares a common characteristic: it must be made primarily with coconut juice and coconut milk. As early as the Northern Song dynasty, there were records and recipes for Qingbu. Even the great poet Cixi was a devoted fan of Qingbu, even writing the lines, "Fetching nectar from the coconut tree, I present a bowl of fragrant white jade." Qingbu, a dish that has transcended hundreds of years, remains beloved by the masses, demonstrating its enduring appeal. Liang fetched a bucket of purified water, poured it into a bowl, then added rock sugar and coconut milk. He then put the coconut syrup in a pot to boil. Soon, a fragrant coconut aroma and a sweet, sugary taste filled the air, and the coconut syrup turned a pale amber color. He poured the coconut syrup back into the bowl and added coconut milk. Instantly, the coconut aroma became even stronger. Click! Just then, the basement door made a slight noise. Liang looked up and saw the little yellow dog, drawn by the scent, had crept into the basement. Its eyes were fixed intently on the coconut milk in Liang's bowl, its tongue lolling out, drool dripping onto the floor. You want to drink this stuff? How old are you to still be drinking milk? Liang chuckled at the little yellow dog's greedy look and went over to pat its head. What a little glutton. Hey, you little brat, who taught you to talk to me like that? However, at this moment of harmony between man and dog, the basement door was suddenly kicked open, and Li Xiangdong stormed in, brandishing a leather belt. However, when Li Xiangdong saw the little yellow dog in front of Liang, the belt froze in midair. Ah, you mean this little yellow dog is greedy? Li Xiangdong coughed lightly, looking embarrassed. Dad, when did you wake up? Liang looked at Li Xiangdong with a helpless expression. And what are you doing loitering around the door? I just smelled the refreshing herbal fragrance and came in. Chapter 246. You're really something, cooking a sweet soup in a hot pot with 2 separate broths. Cough. I know what you've made. You've got coconut milk and coconut juice. It must be something for your classmates, right? I'm just here to take a look. I don't eat this stuff, Li Xiangdong said, but involuntarily moved closer to Liang, peering into Liang's bowl. The coconut juice base, mixed with coconut milk, looked like a white jade nectar, and with its subtle sweetness, it looked incredibly tempting. If you really want some, just take a sip. Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong. Also, this Qingbu, a type of sweet dessert, is relatively easy to make. Dad, you can learn how. Summer's almost here, and our Li's roasted goose leg shop should have another chilled dessert. You brat, you're ordering me around now? Fine, I'll drink it. Li Xiangdong's eyes widened, and he took a clean spoon, scooped out a small bowl of coconut milk, and took a big gulp. Li Xiangdong was from the north, and given his family's modest means, he hadn't really had much experience with coconut milk or coconuts. Although the base was only a semi-finished product, the natural freshness and rich aroma of the coconut juice and milk, combined with the sugar Liang added, truly made for a delightful experience for Li Xiangdong. The only slight drawback was that the coconut juice was quite hot from being boiled, and although coconut milk was added later to cool it down, it only reached a drinkable temperature, lacking any refreshing coolness. Even so, Li Xiangdong was already very satisfied. This stuff, you don't even need to make it into a sweet dessert soup, you could sell it directly and many people would buy it. Li Xiangdong finished the coconut juice base in his bowl in one gulp, smacked his lips, and commented. Liang chuckled. While this Qingbu, a type of sweet dessert soup, is relatively simple to make, it's not just about mixing coconut milk and water. The ratio of coconut milk to water, including the sugar, is crucial. Dad, sit there and watch carefully. It's true that the simpler the dish, the easier it is to make delicious. But to make a simple dish perfect and amazing, you must strictly control every detail. Take the coconut milk and water, for example. Liang spent a long time selecting the ingredients. After all, Kyoto City isn't the origin of coconuts. He searched for a long time at the Zijinmen market but couldn't find a satisfactory coconut. Not just any coconut can be used to make Qingbu Liang. It must be a coconut with plenty of flesh and a milky white color. If the coconut flesh is yellowish, the resulting coconut milk will have a slightly rancid taste, which greatly affects the appetite. So, Liang and Li Xiangdong went straight to the fruit shop and spent a lot of money buying coconuts imported from Hainan province. They juiced them on the spot, finally separating the coconut juice and coconut milk that satisfied Li Ang. However, the coconut juice base was just the beginning. The next ingredients were the real highlight. Dad, where's our hot pot with the 2 compartments? Liang thought for a moment, then turned to ask Li Xiangdong. A while ago, Liang's family bought a huge hot pot with 2 compartments, saying that on summer evenings when they had nothing to do, they would sit in the yard and invite Grandpa Xiong, Zhao Wenqin, and others to enjoy a lively hot pot meal. Eating hot pot in the sweltering summer heat, sweating profusely, paired with ice-cold beer, is quite a treat. Unexpectedly, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were so busy with opening the shop that they hadn't been able to eat yet. Aren't you a dessert maker? Why do you need hot pot? Li Xiangdong was puzzled, but he still helped his son search the basement. Soon, he found the hot pot on a shelf in the corner. Hey, it's still in its packaging. Come on, let's go to the yard. This hot pot was quite large. Liang and Li Xiangdong together placed the divided hot pot on a piece of smokeless charcoal in the yard and boiled a pot of water. Once the water boiled, they poured it into a red bucket to cool and use for watering the plants. Then they wiped the hot pot clean with kitchen paper, and it was ready to use. After all this work, you want hot pot this early in the morning? Li Xiangdong wiped his sweat. It was already 5:30, and the sun was rising higher, bringing a touch of heat. Qingbu Liang requires a variety of ingredients, and the cooking times vary, so a divided pot is more convenient. Liang smiled slightly, then turned and went to the basement to fetch the ingredients. He took out the shellfish vermicelli, hollow noodles, mung beans, red beans, and Job's tears that had been soaking overnight. Next, Liang brought out black and white jelly, winter melon, and Job's tears, sago, and even a small bowl of quail eggs. Wait, what are these quail eggs for? Li Xiangdong was a little confused. Isn't Qingbu Liang a dessert? Does he mean to add quail eggs to a dessert? This was really beyond Li Xiangdong's understanding. In fact, the authentic old way of making Qingbu Liang used to include quail eggs, but with the development of the times and changes in people's tastes, even in the birthplace of Qingbu Liang, many vendors no longer add quail eggs. However, Liang didn't prepare many, so these quail eggs were just an optional ingredient. He could add them if he wanted, and leave them out if he didn't. With the ingredients ready, Liang began to stew them. In the divided pot, Liang poured red beans, mung beans, and Job's tears into the left compartment. These 3 ingredients all required roughly the same cooking time, a little over 20 minutes, and could be stewed together. On the right side, Liang added sago pearls. This was the most difficult to cook, requiring about 45 minutes to reach its optimal texture. He turned on the stove and clapped his hands. Just let the ingredients stew. Dad, I'll go to the basement and demonstrate the coconut milk base recipe again. Liang wasn't idle. His plan was to have all the ingredients ready before the spring outing, then hire a van to transport them, selling them wherever they went very convenient. Li Xiangdong nodded. The master and apprentice, or rather, the father and son, moved between the basement and the yard, thoroughly enjoying themselves. About 30 minutes later, the mung beans started to show a slight redness, indicating they were almost done cooking. Liang rinsed the red beans, mung beans, and Job's tears, then let them sit. That completed the preparation. Next, Liang changed the water and added the winter melon and Job's tears. Winter melon and Job's tears look very similar to taro balls, but their texture is quite different. Taro balls are soft and chewy, while winter melon and Job's tears, made from tapioca flour, glutinous rice flour, and sweet potato flour, have a very chewy and bouncy texture after cooking. After boiling the winter melon and barley for 10 minutes, Liang rinsed them again and added shell-shaped vermicelli and hollow noodles to the pot. The shell-shaped vermicelli and hollow noodles cook very quickly, about a minute and a half is enough. Once the shell-shaped vermicelli and hollow noodles are done, the sago pearls are almost cooked too. The timing was perfect. All done. Liang waited patiently for a little while longer, then scooped out the sago pearls. The sago pearls need to be rinsed once after scooping out. The rinsed sago pearls look crystal clear, shimmering slightly in the morning sun. Liang took several small bowls and patiently poured the ingredients in one by one. Once everything was ready, Liang took out the coconut milk base. Here it is, my first bowl of refreshing dessert. Chapter 247. If I learn how to make King Liang, I'll never have enough good days ahead. Splash! Red beans, barley, mung beans, sago, winter melon, and barley. Liang took out a small bowl and ladled out a coconut milk base, then used a spoon to add various ingredients. The ingredients were all different colors. The milky white dessert resembled a canvas, with the colorful ingredients like vibrant ink strokes blooming on it. It was very beautiful. Wow! Li Xiangdong swallowed hard. This dessert is so exquisite. This bowl of dessert, brimming with ingredients and based on coconut milk, made Li Xiangdong very tempted, and he even couldn't resist taking a picture with his phone. Hey kid, what are you looking at? You try it, let me have a bite later. Li Xiangdong was even more impatient than Liang himself, urging him to try his handiwork. The main problem was that Liang had prepared the entire bowl of King Liang, a type of sweet soup. Li Xiangdong, aside from physically carrying the ingredients, hadn't helped much. His son hadn't eaten, and as the father, he felt too embarrassed to try it. However, since only that little rascal Liang had taken the first bite, Li Xiangdong wasn't so polite afterward. Wait a minute. Liang rummaged through something, dusted off his trousers, and then went back into the indoor kitchen. Next, Liang came out with a small jar of seasoning. Silly boy, this is salt. Li Xiangdong glanced at the seasoning in Liang's hand and said speechlessly. Judging from Liang's expression, he probably wanted to add some sugar to sweeten the King Liang, but he had mistakenly grabbed salt instead. Liang has been cooking for so many days, and he still can't tell the difference between sugar and salt? I'm going to add some salt to the King Liang. Saying this, Liang opened the lid of the seasoning jar and sprinkled in a tiny bit of salt. Why add salt? This perplexing action stunned Li Xiangdong. When he finally realized what was happening, he immediately panicked. You brat, aren't you wasting food? Can you even eat this if it's salty? Dad, you don't understand. Liang held up a finger, explaining earnestly, adding salt to coconut milk not only improves the taste of the coconut milk, making it sweeter and more fragrant, but it also neutralizes any unpleasant tastes in the coconut juice. Adding salt can make it sweeter? Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Thinking back carefully, Li Xiangdong vaguely remembered adding salt to some dishes to make them sweeter, but this method seemed to apply to King Liang as well. The world of food and taste is truly profound. Liang patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder, only to be met with a low curse as Li Xiangdong slapped his hand away. Liang smiled slightly, then picked up a spoon and scooped up a large spoonful of the refreshing herbal jelly, putting it in his mouth. Instantly, Liang felt a surge of energy. The flavors were simply too rich. Coconut milk as a base, then red bean, mung bean, winter melon, and barley. The flavors of all sorts of ingredients unfolded on his tongue all at once. Before he could even savor the lingering taste of one ingredient, the next would sweep over him. At the same time, the textures were also quite diverse. The red and mung beans were soft and chewy, the winter melon and barley were springy, the jelly melted in his mouth, the shell-shaped vermicelli was chewy, and the hollow noodles were light and easy to chew. Liang swallowed a mouthful of the refreshing herbal soup and closed his eyes. For a moment, Liang felt as if he were on a bountiful seaside. He lay in a hammock among coconut trees, with azure waves and a clear blue sky in the distance. He exhaled a long breath, opened his eyes, and immediately felt a great sense of satisfaction. Even his mood improved slightly. Ding! At the same time, the system notification sounded. Refreshing herbal soup. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legendary. Critical hit effect triggered, dish effect doubled. Consuming this dish can slightly stabilize one's emotions and slightly reduce subjective heat sensation. Looking at the system interface, Liang's face didn't show much emotion. Compared to the various dishes Liang had cooked before, the refreshing herbal soup was relatively easy to make, so it wasn't surprising that he got a golden result on his first try. However, Liang was quite interested in the special effects of consuming the refreshing herbal soup. King Liang, a type of sweet soup, is said to have spleen strengthening, stomach benefiting, heat clearing, and calming effects. After consuming it, one's mind becomes clear and one's mood is pleasant, naturally leading to a calm and cool state, making the summer heat feel less intense. After eating a few more bites of King Liang, Liang gave the remaining half bowl to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong scooped out a spoonful, paused for a moment, then started drinking it directly from the bowl. Glug glug. Li Xiangdong's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the refreshing and cooling herbal drink. Thud! He placed the bowl of herbal drink on the stone table beside him and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Phew! Li Xiangdong let out a strange exhale, feeling much more refreshed. This stuff is really good. After drinking it, I feel much calmer, and I don't feel so hot anymore. Xiaoang, why didn't I know about this good stuff before? Otherwise, I could stand in that scorching sun all day with a bucket of herbal drink at my stall. If I learn how to make this, we won't need air conditioning in our shop anymore. We can just give everyone a bowl of herbal drink. Dad. Liang smiled, this herbal drink cools and soothes the mind. As the saying goes, a calm mind naturally feels cool. You'll naturally feel less hot after drinking it. But that only means your emotions are stable, not that the high temperatures are gone. You'll still get sunburned, you'll still get heat stroke. This isn't a magic cure. Besides, even if you can endure it without air conditioning in your shop, how are the customers supposed to? They'll just run to the kitchen and yell at you. You brat, I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. Li Xiangdong glared at Liang, then rubbed his hands together. If we sold this Qingbiliang in our shop, it would definitely make those students happy. Come on, kid, teach me again. After finishing the Qingbiliang, Li Xiangdong was full of energy. It was almost 6 in the morning, and the father and son skipped breakfast, bustling back and forth between the basement and the yard. Not long after, Zhang Yan also got up. She was first surprised that Liang and Li Xiangdong were up so early, then somewhat annoyed that Li Xiangdong hadn't prepared breakfast for their son. What if they get tired from working on an empty stomach so early in the morning? However, just as Zhang Yan put her hands on her hips, ready to lecture Li Xiangdong timely served her a bowl of Qingbiliang, a type of sweet soup. After eating the Qingbiliang, Zhang Yan's gaze softened considerably. So you were preparing something so delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Come on, teach me how to make it. It seems Qingbiliang can also help with morning grumpiness. Looking at his mother, who had come to help and learn how to make Qingbiliang, Liang thought to himself. Li Xiangdong, meanwhile, watched Zhang Yan's eyes darting around. This stuff is great, my wife calms down after just one bite. If I learn how to make Qingbiliang, my days will be endless. Chapter 248 Li Xiangdong, this little girl is dressed really cool. Son, look how my Qingbiliang is. Is the taste right? At 8:45 a.m., Zhang Yan carefully placed a bowl of Qingbiliang she had made on the table, smiling at Liang. Liang glanced at it and immediately knew the answer. Qingbiliang. Creator, Zhang Yan. Quality, blue, excellent. This Qingbiliang has a balanced ratio of ingredients and a sweet taste, making it a great summer treat. Mom is indeed mom. Her culinary talent seems to be off the charts. After learning for a few hours, she can already make a blue-quality Qingbiliang. However, this was only the result of Liang's guidance throughout. If Liang weren't around and Zhang Yan had to make it entirely by feel, the quality would likely be compromised. Even so, Zhang Yan's culinary talent is still quite extraordinary. Wife, your Qingbiliang looks terrible, Li Xiangdong said confidently from the side, then presented his own Qingbiliang. You brat, look at this bowl of Qingbiliang I made. It's packed with ingredients and I added a lot of sugar, it'll be absolutely delicious. Qingbiliang. Creator, Li Xiangdong. Quality, white, ordinary. The overcooked ingredients diluted the coconut milk flavor, and the excessive sugar masked the original taste of the ingredients. Liang looked at the system's warning and didn't bother to pay any attention to Li Xiangdong. Looks like his dad has absolutely no talent for making desserts. Mom and Dad, I should probably go now. Liang clapped his hands and said. After several hours of hard work, Liang had almost finished cooking all the ingredients for the Qingbiliang, and the coconut milk base was also well prepared. Selling Qingbiliang was a time-limited task, and there was only one day left. With everything ready, Liang was eager to sell it all. Wow, it's almost 9 o'clock. Hearing Liang say they were heading to the amusement park, Zhang Yan finally snapped out of her daze, glancing at her phone and exclaiming in shock. She was so engrossed in learning how to make Qingbiliang, a type of sweet soup, that she completely forgot about the shop's opening time. The line outside Li's roasted goose leg shop must be packed. Xiao Ang, have fun. Call Mom and Dad if you need anything. Mom and Dad are going to the shop now. Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong packed their belongings and headed to the underground parking garage. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from outside the fence. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Liang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Qingqing standing outside. Su Qingqing looked extremely strange. She already had long, flowing hair, but now it was adorned with small hair clips and a headband with a yellow bow. If that was somewhat normal, then Su Qingqing's subsequent outfits were downright outrageous. Thick, drawn eyebrows, and heavy red lipstick. She wore jeans under her pink princess dress, a completely incongruous look. Most outrageous were her shoes, women's leather shoes, but studded with rhinestones, looking utterly jarring and out of place. Behind Su Qingqing stood 2 bodyguards, both sweating profusely. Clearly, Su Qingqing's conspicuous attire had brought them considerable emotional pressure. You! Liang hesitated, then stopped. Su Qingqing tossed her hair lightly. We have to get Liang. Actually, the Su family had a professional makeup artist, as Su Yuanpeng needed to dress up for certain important occasions. However, Su Yuanpeng had already given orders to the family's makeup artists and others, forbidding anyone from doing his daughter's makeup or styling. After all, his daughter was still young, and makeup too early was bad for her skin. So, Su Qingqing did her own makeup, only drawing her eyebrows and applying lipstick. However, the effect was rather disastrous. As for the clothing, the family's image consultant was on call 24/7. However, Su Qingqing took this spring outing too seriously, insisting on wearing all her favorite clothes at once, and the stylist couldn't stop her. In the end, the stylist could only give in and let Su Qingqing do as she pleased. Even Su Qingqing's outfit was the result of the stylist's earnest persuasion. According to Su Qingqing's original plan, she also wanted to wear a small wing on her back and hold a sparkling fairy wand. This little girl's outfit is really awesome. Li Xiangdong looked at Su Qingqing and was stunned, unable to think of any words to describe her. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yan pinched Li Xiangdong's waist, then smiled and leaned down. Hello, little girl, you're Liang's classmate, right? Yes, auntie, my name is Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing blinked, trying her best to put on a perfect smile. Auntie, you're so beautiful. This wasn't Su Qingqing lying, although Zhang Yan didn't take care of herself, she possessed a simple, natural beauty. Little girl, you're so good with words. Zhang Yan couldn't help but pat Su Qingqing's head. The two bodyguards tried to stop her, but Su Qingqing glared at them, keeping them at bay. Zhang Yan seemed to remember something, took a small box from her pocket, and stuffed it into Su Qingqing's hand. Little girl, you're so cute, this is for you. This is a greeting gift? Su Qingqing's eyes widened instantly. Don't underestimate her just because she's young, she understands everything. What could be inside this little box? Su Qingqing swallowed hard, a little nervous. Carefully opening the box, Su Qingqing was immediately stunned. It was a delicate and adorable jade kitten. Although it was called a jade kitten, Zhang Yan had actually found it at an antique stall on Desheng Pedestrian Street the day before yesterday for only 10 yuan. So, this jade kitten looked like it had been pieced together from beer bottles. However, the jade kitten was quite exquisite and delicate, it was still a decent little toy. Auntie, thank you so much. Su Qingqing suddenly became excited and quickly hugged Zhang Yan. I love kittens the most. Su Qingqing wasn't lying. Children from wealthy families often don't care about the monetary value of things. Buying things is all about first impressions. Whether it's 10 yuan or 100,000 yuan, if it looks good, just pick it up and admire it. Su Qingqing was the same, she really liked this jade kitten. Auntie, I have to return the favor. Silly child, why are you being so polite with your auntie? Zhang Yan said with a smile. Yes, please don't return the favor. If you send me an old ginseng, I don't know what I'll do. Li Xiangdong muttered softly. Alright, Xiaoang, you and Qingqing go on your spring outing. Zhang Yan turned to Liang and said, by the way, do you want your dad to transport your groceries to you? Before Liang could speak, Su Qingqing interjected, Liang, I've prepared 2 vans for you, with freezers and safes. You can use mine to transport the groceries. How can that be? Li Xiangdong frowned. We already feel bad about going on a free spring outing, we can't use your things. I have to pay for the transportation. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong insisted on giving Su Qingqing some money. Su Qingqing initially wanted to refuse, but then she thought about it. This is a greeting gift. So, Su Qingqing didn't hesitate and readily accepted Li Xiangdong's kindness. Chapter 249 Embarrassing. What's it like to have a dad who's a walking disaster? Auntie and uncle, you're off now. Have fun. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan waved goodbye to Su Qingqing, then quickly got into their car and headed towards Desheng Snack Street. Honey, what do you think that girl's background is? Li Xiangdong chatted casually with Zhang Yan while driving. She always has bodyguards and a nanny car for our son, like a big star. Zhang Yan shook her head. I don't know. I only know her father's name is Su Yuanpeng. He spoke at a parent-teacher conference, he seems like a very important person. Zhang Yan had attended Liang's parent-teacher conferences, so she had seen Su Qingqing's father a few times. What? Li Xiangdong nearly slammed on the brakes and brought the car to a complete stop. Su Yuanpeng? Isn't Su Yuanpeng the richest man in the country? Zhang Yan paused, taken aback. Is he that powerful? It's probably just a coincidence of names, right? Right, probably just a coincidence of names. Li Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then pressed the accelerator again. As the richest man in the country, he must have attended a prestigious private school, right? He probably wouldn't go to the same school as my son. Hey, wouldn't it be great if our son really were in the same class as the richest man's daughter? Then they'd be old classmates, and he could at least benefit from her. Li Xiangdong glanced at Zhang Yan and joked. Don't talk nonsense. Our family can live on our own 2 feet. What do we need to rely on others for? Zhang Yan rolled her eyes at Li Xiangdong and retorted. I was just joking. I'm not the kind of person who likes to depend on others. Of course, except for you, my wife. Our work still needs your guidance. Li Xiangdong said with a smile. Without Liang around, the couple's conversation became much more lively, a small pleasure between them. Come on, give me that, Zhang Yan pouted. By the way, did you notice? That little girl seemed to have a crush on our son? Really? Li Xiangdong almost slammed on the brakes again. This kid, is he dating too early? I'm going back right now to beat him up. No, Zhang Yawen hesitated. Judging from that girl's expression, it seems like she has a one-sided crush, or a secret love. That's true. Li Xiangdong calmed down and agreed with Zhang Yawen's opinion. Although his observation skills weren't as sharp as Zhang Yawen's, Li Xiangdong knew his son well. That brat had nothing on his mind but cooking. He was as dense as a blockhead. Actually, it's normal for children to have some innocent, budding emotions. After all, it's human nature. Childhood feelings of pure affection for the opposite sex are innocent and beautiful, and they remain pure memories as adults. As long as they don't cross boundaries, we don't need to interfere excessively. We just need to guide them to establish correct values. Zhang Yuan concluded, leaving Li Xiangdong stunned. Wife, when did you become so cultured? When I was sick at home, all I did was work and read parenting books, Zhang Yuan said speechlessly. Unlike you, you don't worry about anything. All you do is nag your son about his studies, but you probably don't even know what school he goes to. How could I not know? Li Xiangdong protested. Is our son in 6th grade at experimental elementary school? He's in 3rd grade. Ha! The nanny van drove into the underground parking garage, and bodyguards unloaded the groceries onto it. Su Qingqing and Liang sat on the bus parked at the entrance of the residential complex. This luxury tour bus was arranged by Su Yuanpeng specifically for transporting the children. However, the bus was now empty except for Liang, Su Qingqing, and 2 bodyguards sitting at the back. Clearly, Su Qingqing had come to pick up Liang from his apartment complex as soon as she left. Speaking of which, Liang sat by the window, turning to ask Su Qingqing beside him, "How did you know my address?" "Well," Su Qingqing replied, "last night, the contract had an option to choose the home address, and my aunt and uncle just filled it in here." Liang nodded, a slight headache creeping over him. He had a feeling that if Su Qingqing knew his address, there would be a lot of trouble later. "Don't worry." Su Qingqing patted Liang's shoulder. "Guys need to maintain a sense of distance, I understand. I won't bother you unless it's something." Liang chuckled. Su Qingqing was far too precocious. Su Qingqing gradually matured during their time running the stall with Liang, but it was absolutely impossible for Liang to develop any romantic feelings for her. However, it was possible that Liang felt something akin to friendship, or even a fondness for a child, towards Su Qingqing. In the coming period, Liang planned to further develop a strategy for Su Qingqing, helping her establish sound values and understand that during her years of striving, she shouldn't be thinking about romance. However, Su Qingqing's background meant she didn't need to strive for financial success. As for her cooking skills, that was something she could certainly improve. "Kids, hold on tight, the bus is about to depart. You can call me Brother Ma, but please don't interfere with my driving while the bus is moving, it's dangerous. If anyone feels unwell, please contact the bodyguard uncle in the back. We have a nanny van and an ambulance with us to serve you." The driver was a young man, a newly promoted employee of the Su group, and he seemed quite excited. After all, taking his young mistress on a trip like this isn't something everyone gets the chance to do, and this young man wanted to do it perfectly. Having said what he needed to say, the driver stepped on the gas, and the bus moved smoothly forward. Watching the street scenes rush past, Liang felt a sense of relief. A spring outing. It's been so long since I've had one. The bus started moving, not heading directly to the amusement park, but first picking up the other students. Most of the students' parents, like Li Xiangdong, chose to travel by bus, but a few parents, such as the chubby boy Hu Zihao, chose to pick them up themselves. Gradually, the students boarded the bus, filling about half of the seats. Although the spring outing explicitly allowed parents to bring their children, the vast majority of kids came alone. After all, it's a rare opportunity to play with classmates, and bringing parents would be a real downer. Of course, there were exceptions, like Go Sheng's father, Go Bo, who came along. Go Bo was even more excited than his son as soon as he got on the bus, marveling at the luxurious seats one minute and running to ask Liang if they'd be selling any food today. Go Bo's antics made Go Sheng feel incredibly embarrassed, shrinking back in his seat and covering his face. What's it like to have a dad who's a walking disaster? Go Sheng learned the lesson all too well today. Chapter 250. We got stuck in traffic before even entering the amusement park. The kids went crazy. "Kids, hold on tight. Brother's going to speed up." The driver shouted cheerfully, stepping on the gas. The trees, pedestrians, and vehicles outside the window rushed past. Gradually, the bus left the city and entered the suburbs. The students started to get excited, and the bus was filled with a lively atmosphere. "Wow, Qingqing, your outfit is absolutely amazing. Your headband is so cute, where did you buy it? Your diamond shoes are so sparkly, tell me the price so I can give up. Qingqing, did you secretly put on makeup? Tell me what it feels like to wear lipstick and draw eyebrows." Several girls crowded around, chattering incessantly around Su Qingqing. Unexpectedly, what Liang considered a bizarre outfit was actually quite good-looking to girls her age. That's the generation gap. It wasn't just a generation gap between men and women, but also a gap in psychological age. Liang simply couldn't understand the aesthetics of an 8-year-old girl. "Brother Ang, let's go on an adventure to a haunted house today. I've already checked the guide." The haunted house at Funland Amusement Park is one of the most atmospheric haunted houses in the country. There are ghosts, vampires, and even monsters and mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. Go Sheng, sitting in front of Liang, leaned over the seat and kept talking. As for Go Sheng's father, Go Bo, he squeezed in the same manner, the father and son's heads piled together. "Hey kid, I heard you're selling food today too. What are you selling? Do you have garlic fried chicken? You haven't sold garlic fried chicken at our school gate in ages. My members and I are craving it." Sitting on the bus, Liang couldn't escape, so he could only grit his teeth and deal with the father and son. It took a long time for Go Sheng and Go Bo to turn away, finally giving Liang some peace and quiet. As for the other students, some were playing games on their phones in groups, others were watching movies on tablets together. The children were all letting loose, their laughter filling the air. Actually, for the children, the most captivating thing about spring outings is the feeling of freedom. They can escape their usual school life, temporarily get rid of their parents' nagging, and be themselves without restraint. Growing up and becoming an adult seems to bring more freedom. No one nags anymore, no one forces you to do homework. But those teenagers who once clamored to travel the country's beautiful landscapes and have fun every day are now confined to offices and rented rooms, finding it hard to be truly happy. Liang smiled slightly, turning his face to the window, enjoying this carefree moment typical of children. However, even Liang didn't notice that the dash cams on the shoulders of the two bodyguards sitting in the back seat were operating. Beep, 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 beep. To reach the Fun and Joy amusement park, they needed to traverse a mountain road. Just after descending the road, the bus slowly slowed down. The sound of horns blaring outside the window continued. Liang glanced out the window. There was a traffic jam? This area was almost outside Beijing, surrounded by resorts and similar places. And logically, this lane should be a dedicated lane leading to Fun. How could there be a traffic jam in such a location? The wide lane was completely blocked by dozens of cars. The cars at the front couldn't move forward, so the cars behind naturally couldn't move either. It seemed something had happened at the very front of the traffic jam. "Driver, why aren't you moving? We're almost there, give us some more gas." Some of the children started to notice something was wrong and began urging him on. The driver turned his head, shook his head, and said, "Kids, we can't move anymore. We need to wait for the cars ahead to clear before we can continue." Hearing the driver say this, the children had no choice but to suppress their impatience and wait silently. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The children's patience was completely worn out, and the luxury bus began to stir. Meanwhile, inside the spacious office of Fun Amusement Park, through a screen, Tsinghua and Peking silently watched the children's every move inside the bus. Besides Tsinghua and Peking, besides the old housekeeper, stood a middle-aged woman around 40 years old, with thin lips and a narrow face. This woman wore a black and blue striped business suit and oval-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual air. She was Lu Xiaohua, a child psychology expert. Today, Tsinghua and Peking wanted to probe Liang's character. Lu Xiaohua was the expert consultant Tsinghua and Peking had hired to assist in assessing Liang's integrity. "Butler, why is our driveway so congested? Call the manager." Tsinghua and Peking frowned. Soon, the manager of Lekyu Amusement Park strode into the office, his face beaming with smiles. "Hello, Chairman Su." Tsinghua and Peking responded softly, then asked, "Why is our amusement park's driveway congested? Didn't I already notify everyone yesterday that the park would be temporarily closed today?" The manager coughed lightly and explained, "Chairman Su, as soon as you mentioned closing the park, I immediately implemented the measures and stopped selling tickets. However, a small number of tourists had already purchased tickets. I originally wanted to refund the tickets, but these tourists are being a bit unreasonable. Not only do they refuse to get refunds, but they also insisted on entering our amusement park early this morning before it even opened. I had security personnel chase them away, but for some reason they're blocking the driveway. I'll get someone to remove them right now." Just as the manager was about to slip away, Tsinghua and Peking stood up and grabbed him. "Since the tourists have already booked tickets, and we're canceling them in the middle of the night, why not compensate them?" Tsinghua and Peng's expression was grim. Legally speaking, the amusement park belongs to Tsinghua and Peking, and they certainly have the right to refuse to serve tourists. But morally speaking, the tourists had already made plans to have a great time at the amusement park, only to receive a cancellation notice at 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyone would be upset, right? Not offering compensation is simply unacceptable. I just wanted to save some money for our amusement park," the manager said with a fawning smile. "Foolish." The old housekeeper closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at the manager. Tsinghua and Peking had instructed the amusement park to clear the premises, such a simple task, and the manager had handled it like this. saying he wanted to save expenses. Would Su Yuanpeng care about such a small expense? This manager, his future is uncertain. This isn't about saving expenses. We caused trouble for the tourists, so we have to compensate them, Su Yuanpeng said coldly. Go back now and tell the tourists that FunPlus Amusement Park is willing to compensate them with 3 times the ticket price. Oh, and by the way, coordinate with the nearby resorts and amusement parks to purchase VIP tickets for those tourists. We can't let them make a wasted trip on this weekend. Okay, the manager broke out in a cold sweat listening to Su Yuanpeng's tone. He knew he had made a mistake. Just as he was about to rush off to implement the order, Lu Xiaohua, a child psychology expert sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Chapter 251 Liang, this child, how come he is different from the one described in the documents? The old butler looked at Lu Xiaohua, the child psychology expert. Su Yuanpeng was currently handling matters within the Su group itself. Why was Lu Xiaohua interfering? Su Yuanpeng narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, What is it, Professor Lu? Professor Lu stood up and smiled. Chairman Su, please don't misunderstand. I just feel, this is an unexpected yet perfect opportunity for observation. Because Su Yuanpeng wanted to observe Liang's character and get a feel for him, he had planted various spies throughout the amusement park to observe Liang's behavior in daily life. Of course, considering Liang's privacy, Su Yuanpeng also assigned a specialist to liaise with Liang, to discuss the issue of filming him as soon as he entered the park. If Liang disagreed, Su Yuanpeng could only rely on employee accounts and camera footage to deduce the situation, with Lu Xiaohua providing a professional analysis. We encounter all sorts of things in our daily lives that wear down our patience and make us irritable, which affects adults as well, let alone children. The current traffic congestion creates a natural experimental environment where we can observe children's emotions and behaviors under pressure. Lu Xiaohua explained her idea. No way, Su Yuanpeng immediately objected. Let's keep things separate. I want to see what Liang is really like, so I have a better understanding of him when I meet him. I don't want to use him as a guinea pig for experiments. As he spoke, Su Yuanpeng turned and glared at the manager, who shuddered and hurriedly went to carry out the tasks Su Yuanpeng had assigned. Lu Xiaohua smiled slightly, saying nothing more, and sat down to continue watching the live stream from the car's surveillance camera and the security guard's body camera. Even if Chairman Su doesn't agree to conduct the experiment, the next few minutes will reveal some clues about the children. For example, look at these children. Lu Xiaohua pointed to the lower left corner of the screen, where several girls were impatiently biting their nails and fidgeting with their clothes due to traffic congestion. When children feel pressured, they subconsciously make small movements to relieve their emotions. Children like these generally have a higher tolerance for stress. As she spoke, Lu Xiaohua pointed to several elementary school students sitting in the front row, who were screaming and yelling like monkeys. These children are the manic type. Their emotions are easily unstable when facing pressure. If possible, some stress management training or cognitive improvement should be done to guide him correctly. Finally, Lu Xiaohua's gaze fell on Go Sheng, who was sitting in front of Liang. Go Sheng was currently in tears, looking up to the sky and howling, Why, God, why are you targeting me like this? I wanted to go to the amusement park. This is the jumpy type. Highly active in thinking, but also more emotionally sensitive. Chairman Su, I did related research in my early years and published relevant literature. You can find the specific details in my paper. Lu Xiaohua's eyes gleamed, appearing very confident, as if everything that had happened on this chaotic luxury bus was within his expectations. And what about Liang? The old butler leaned closer, asking with a hint of curiosity. In the surveillance footage, Liang sat calmly in his seat, eyes closed, resting. Liang seems different from ordinary people, like a little adult, Su Yuanpeng couldn't help but remark. Chairman Su, there are no children in this world who are as mature as adults. Professor Lu Xiaohua adjusted her glasses and chuckled, only children who like to pretend to be adults. I predict that this little boy named Liang will participate in household chores early on. Early exposure to society will make his socialization appear more mature. Su Yuanpeng raised an eyebrow slightly. On this point, Lu Xiaohua was quite right. Liang loved helping with the family stall and had developed self-sufficiency early on, something Su Qingqing had boasted about countless times to Su Yuanpeng. But, well, kids are kids after all, that's a fact. I bet little Liang is about to lose it. Lu Xiaohua said calmly, glancing at the screen. Sure enough, the next moment, Liang opened his eyes. His expression changed slightly, a flicker of excitement? Ha! Lu Xiaohua was stunned. As a psychologist, Lu Xiaohua had been observing Liang's micro-expressions. Just a moment ago, little Liang seemed to be happy because of the traffic jam? Why was that? Lu Xiaohua had read countless papers and conducted countless experiments himself, and he had never seen a child feel happy because of an anxious environment. Qingqing, let's not just sit there. Let's start setting up the stall. Liang patted Su Qingqing beside him and said with a smile, Originally, Liang intended to wait patiently in the car for the traffic jam to clear. After all, this was the exclusive lane for Fun Fun Amusement Park, and Liang knew the traffic jam was just a temporary issue. Plus, Su Qingqing was still in the car, the staff would surely clear it within half an hour. However, just as Liang closed his eyes to rest, he suddenly realized something. Traffic jam. Everyone was stuck. This was the perfect opportunity to sell Qingbu Liang, a type of sweet dessert soup. Without hesitation, Liang and Su Qingqing opened the car door, and 2 bodyguards quickly followed. Then, the van opened its door, and Liang and Su Qingqing happily unloaded the ingredients. Go Bo and Go Sheng, seeing this, also got out to help. Soon, a food stall began to take shape beside the driveway. You fucking move forward. Move forward. What the hell? I already told you Fun Fun Amusement Park is playing dumb, not letting us in, so why are you still driving in? Meanwhile, the crowd stuck in traffic got off the bus and began a standoff. After getting off the bus, the traffic situation became even clearer. Dozens of cars were roughly divided into 2 groups, one heading into the amusement park, and the other heading out. Because Fun Fun Amusement Park had just finished its trial operation and hadn't officially opened yet, the road planning wasn't fully in place, causing the 2 groups to meet. This was the dedicated lane for Fun Fun Amusement Park, and the road was wide enough that the 2 groups could easily pass each other. However, the tourists who had been kicked out of the amusement park were already seething with anger, and knowing that the cars trying to get into the park couldn't possibly make it, they didn't give way much. When a car horn honked, the tourists trying to enter the park thought it was a provocation. Neither side had time to move, resulting in some minor collisions, and now both groups were completely stuck. I'm telling you, I don't care about any of that, we're going to stay here today. Nobody's moving, we're going to sit here in this scorching sun all day. Some hot-tempered drivers simply turned off their engines, and the standoff continued. Chapter 252 Special Sample Liang, why does the quail egg taste like cream? So you're planning to stay here, huh? Interesting. I usually ignore people like you with no manners, but today I'll teach you a lesson. The traffic jam was clearly divided into 2 groups, one trying to get out of the amusement park, the other trying to get in. The 2 groups refused to give way, and the shouts grew louder and louder. Meanwhile, Liang remained calm. Once all the ingredients were in place, he inappropriately shouted, Qingbu Liang, Qingbu Liang, cooling and refreshing Qingbu Liang. This scene amused Su Yuanpeng, who was sitting in his office. This kid, interesting. This kid has a good business sense. He reminds me of myself when I was young, Su Yuanpeng commented with a smile. To receive such praise from the richest man in the country would make most people ecstatic. If the media knew, they would definitely report Liang as the successor to the richest man. Haha, it seems Chairman Su has a good first impression of little Liang, the butler joked. The butler knew a bit about Su Yuanpeng's rise to wealth. When Su Yuanpeng was young, he noticed the price difference between bicycles in the city and the countryside. At the time, many dealers traded bicycles back and forth, making huge profits. Little Su Yuanpeng, quick-wit as ever, joined the fray. However, Su Yuanpeng was different. While other dealers resold bicycles, he traveled between the city and the countryside, reselling bicycle locks, baskets, bells. Although the bicycle reselling market was large, many dealers were also vying for a share. Su Yuanpeng, however, had virtually no competitors selling bicycle locks, baskets, and bells. In the end, Su Yuanpeng earned more than the big bicycle dealers. It could be said that Su Yuanpeng was born to be a businessman. The fact that Liang was described by Su Yuanpeng as like me when I was a kid truly proved that this child was extraordinary. Child psychology expert Lu Xiaohua wasn't concerned with these details. She took out some cooling balm from her bag and applied it to her temples to calm herself. Little Liang is somewhat special, an unconventional experimental subject. However, in my opinion, little Liang is simply someone with slightly stronger stress resistance and emotional management skills than the average child. His choice to set up a stall to earn money during this traffic jam, when everyone is anxious, seems clever, but he'll actually encounter more negative external emotions. I'll see how Liang handles these emotions. Lu Xiaohua was now fixated on Liang, for no other reason than Liang, this experimental subject, was simply too special. Generally speaking, only children over 12 years old possess stress resistance and emotional control skills similar to adults. An outlier like Liang would certainly add considerable trouble to Lu Xiaohua's thesis writing and future research. So Yuanpeng glanced at Lu Xiaohua speechlessly. Why did he feel that this child psychology expert had gone a bit off topic? Meanwhile, hey, people set up stalls here now? Fine, I'll just sit here drinking my cold drink and wait it out with you guys. Let's outlast each other and see who can outlast whom. Liang's hawking attracted the attention of the drivers. Because Liang's stall was set up close to the buses, the drivers wanting to enter the amusement park had a significant advantage. Several drivers approached to buy Liang's Qingliang, a type of herbal dessert. Actually, these drivers noticed that the stall owner, Liang, was just a child, and they understood that the food made at such a small stall might not be edible, but they deliberately wanted to annoy the drivers leaving the amusement park. What do you sell? What's Qingliang? Never mind, give me one. Soon, the first customer arrived. Liang smiled and took out the chilled coconut milk base from the van, adding sago, winter melon and barley, hollow noodles, shell vermicelli, black and white jelly, red beans, mung beans, and many other ingredients, a bowl brimming with goodness. Then, Liang took out 2 boiled quail eggs. Would you like a quail egg? Ha! The customer who bought the Qingbi Liang, a type of sweet dessert, had initially thought Liang's preparation was quite professional, but it seemed to have quickly become unreliable. He looked at this so-called Qingbi Liang, and it seemed similar to regular coconut milk jelly. Both are chilled desserts. Who puts eggs in desserts? Ha ha ha. Alright, dessert with an egg. The more you eat, the more you enjoy. Just enjoy it. The drivers who were originally annoyed about leaving the amusement park burst into laughter upon seeing this. In their eyes, Liang was still too young, his desserts were wildly imaginative, and the taste couldn't be much better. These drivers who wanted to enter the amusement park bought Liang's desserts hoping to annoy them, but they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Quail egg, add it. The driver buying the dessert said with a wry smile. Add one to try, Liang said with a smile, putting a quail egg in. To be honest, the small, round quail egg looked quite tempting in the dessert. Here you go. Liang handed over the dessert. The car owner glanced at the Qingbi Liang, a type of sweet soup, then cautiously scooped up a spoonful. At that moment, Lu Xiaohua adjusted her glasses and leaned towards the monitor screen. Lu Xiaohua guessed that the customer would definitely complain about Liang, and it might even break into an argument. She wondered how Liang would react in that conflict situation. The next moment, the customer shuddered as if electrocuted. Just seconds before, he had said Qingbi Liang was like coconut milk jelly, but after tasting it, he realized they were completely different things. This stuff had a much richer flavor than coconut milk jelly. Coconut milk jelly, although also made with coconut milk, was essentially a mixture of various summer seasonal snacks in coconut milk, with distinct flavors from each ingredient, emphasizing affordability and variety. But this refreshing dessert soup, whether it's shell-shaped vermicelli, hollow noodles, or winter melon, barley, and sago, these ingredients aren't just randomly added, they're a carefully crafted, fixed combination. The textures of each ingredient complement each other, and the flavors blend together, achieving a 1 + 1 = more than 2 effect. The ingredients were sweet, with a rich yet not greasy coconut milk flavor that lingered on the palate, like a gentle sea breeze. Closing your eyes, you could almost hear the coconut trees rustling in the wind. Delicious! The driver exclaimed, quickly stuffing several mouthfuls into his mouth before eyeing the quail egg. What's it like to have quail eggs in a dessert? The driver squinted, sucked on the quail egg. The quail egg tasted somewhat like a sweet egg, with a hint of coconut aroma and no eggy smell. He didn't know how it was cooked, but the overall flavor was comparable to light cream with coconut milk. The texture of the quail egg was ordinary, soft and fluffy, but it complemented the coconut milk base of the dessert perfectly, without feeling out of place. Wow, even the quail egg is so delicious. The driver even regretted not adding more quail eggs to the dessert. Chapter 253. Aren't you an expert? Why are you sweating so much? What's this Qingbi Liang thing called? How's it? Hey bro, don't force yourself. I know you're just being stubborn, trying to annoy those guys who want to leave the amusement park, but if it's not good, we won't eat it. Some onlookers, seeing the driver who bought Liang's Qingbi Liang finish the whole bowl, even licking the bottom clean, couldn't help but lean over and whisper words of advice. In everyone's opinion, this driver was probably eating it so enthusiastically to annoy those drivers who wanted to leave the amusement park, not because the Qingbi Liang was particularly delicious. Sulking? The driver, who had just finished his refreshing dessert, smacked his lips, looking bewildered. Sulking about what? Hey, it's just a collision with the lane markings, it's the amusement park's fault for not planning properly, why are we all sulking along? The driver chuckled, leaving everyone stunned. Just now, you were the one yelling so loudly. Now you've suddenly changed your mind? In fact, this driver had indeed changed his mind. For some reason, after finishing a bowl of refreshing dessert, the driver felt refreshed, his mind cleared, and even his vision brightened a little. This feeling was like someone who had been hiking in the desert all day suddenly drinking an ice-cold soda. What worries couldn't be overcome? Just be happy every day. Of course, the reason this car owner experienced such a positive effect from the Qingbi Liang, a type of sweet soup, wasn't solely due to the system's special Qingbi Liang effect. The soup itself genuinely does cool the body and relieve internal heat. On this sweltering day, everyone was already on edge because of the amusement park incident. Summer is the season when people are most prone to getting easily irritated. The moment the Qingbi Liang entered their stomachs, coupled with the psychological boost of trying such a delicious treat for the first time, the heat truly dissipated, and their hearts naturally opened up. You guys should definitely try this dessert called Qingbiliang. I dare say, just this one bowl of Qingbiliang is worth the trip to the suburbs this morning. With this car owner's recommendation, the other car owners who wanted to enter the amusement park began to line up, somewhat skeptical. As everyone took a bite of the Qingbiliang, a type of sweet soup, expressions of surprise or disbelief appeared on their faces. However, in the end, everyone transformed into foodies, devouring the entire bowl of Qingbiliang. Many even licked the bottom of their bowls while asking Liang for a second serving. Hey, you guys are putting on an act? Let me tell you, some of us here have mini fridges in our cars, ice-cold Coke. We don't care what you have to eat, you can just keep drooling. Meanwhile, the drivers trying to leave the amusement park were also drooling, but not wanting to lose face, they immediately launched a counterattack. However, the drivers who were engrossed in the Qingbiliang had long since given up on arguing. Brothers, don't get so worked up in this summer heat. What's so great about that cola? If you want something to drink, try some refreshing herbal tea. Or how about I treat you guys? It's the weekend, it's so boring to keep lingering here. These drivers about to enter the park were talking like this, leaving the drivers who were still stubbornly leaving the park completely bewildered. What kind of tactic is this? Is this the legendary sincerity is the ultimate weapon? Even the people were starting to feel embarrassed by the complete 180-degree change in attitude. How could I let you treat me? By the way, the thing you're eating called Qingbiliang, is it really good? The drivers leaving the park also started crowding around the Qingbiliang stall, buying some. Soon, the atmosphere was cheerful, and the mood suddenly became harmonious. What's going on? Lu Xiaohua's glasses fell off in shock, only half hanging on her ear. She had originally hoped the drivers would put some pressure on Liang, but who knew they would shake hands and make peace like it was child's play. Now, not only was Liang beyond her comprehension, but even these drivers were beyond her comprehension? Did Liang put a sedative in the Qingbiliang? Lu Xiaohua only had one explanation in mind, but upon closer reflection, she knew it was unlikely. Even if she were injected with a sedative, it wouldn't cause such a sudden, dramatic shift in emotions. In fact, as the first customer who tried the Qingbiliang said, Liang's Qingbiliang was incredibly delicious. Leaving aside the refund issue at the Fun Duo amusement park, just the thought of making them travel to the suburbs early on a weekend morning just for a bowl of Qingbiliang was emotionally acceptable, even worthwhile. Therefore, there was no reason for anyone to continue arguing and waste this wonderful weekend starting with Qingbiliang. Confused, Lu Xiaohua kept picking at her fingernails, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while Su Yuanpeng chuckled silently beside her. Su Yuanpeng understood the situation. After all, Lu Xiaohua had just explained it to him. This was a manifestation of inner anxiety, a desire to express it. Lu Xiaohua, as a psychology expert, had originally intended to assess Liang's stress tolerance, but unexpectedly, Liang had put her under pressure in no time. However, the bustling scene at the Qingbiliang stall didn't last long. The manager of the fun stall, having finally prepared the matters Su Yuanpeng had instructed, arrived at the scene. When the manager bowed and apologized, offering compensation, some tourists politely refused. After all, in their view, getting Qingbiliang was already a great deal, and they weren't the type to be greedy. However, the manager had already been reprimanded by Su Yuanpeng, and now had no intention of being greedy. He forcibly gave the tourists compensation and VIP tickets to nearby resorts and amusement parks before feeling relieved, and then instructed his staff to direct traffic. Actually, a minor accident had occurred at the scene, which shouldn't have slowed the evacuation process, but the drivers didn't care about that now. After all, the worst-case scenario was just some scratches on the paint, and going through insurance would be a hassle. In less than 3 minutes, the drivers had cleared the lane for the luxury bus. The driver took the students into the amusement park first, while Liang stayed behind with Su Qingqing, planning to sell the last batch of herbal dessert before leaving. 20 minutes later, the car owners left satisfied with their refreshing dessert. Liang packed up his stall and got into his van with Su Qingqing, heading into the amusement park. Liang is coming. Su Yuanpeng took a deep breath and gripped the armrest of his chair. Buzz! Just then, Su Yuanpeng's phone vibrated rapidly. Chapter 254. There's an assassin. What just flashed by? Okay, bye. Su Yuanpeng stood up, somewhat helplessly. I need to go back to the company. It seems one of our downstream suppliers is having some problems. The factory manager is an old acquaintance of mine, he's waiting for me at the company. Su Yuanpeng casually greeted the old butler. Actually, at Su Yuanpeng's level, he didn't need to do everything himself. Many things were handled by his subordinates, the CEO, and senior executives. However, Su Yuanpeng wouldn't say he lived a carefree life, he was never idle. Although Su Yuanpeng's daily workload wasn't heavy, there were always some trivial matters, big and small, that required his personal attention, so his free time was always fragmented into small pieces. Okay, Mr. Su, the car is ready downstairs. Please take care. The old butler bowed slightly to Su Yuanpeng. The old butler was already used to Su Yuanpeng's lifestyle. "Oh, by the way," Su Yuanpeng said softly as he passed the old butler, "keep an eye on Professor Lu. I have a feeling something's off about her, don't let her do anything out of line." Su Yuanpeng had his own methods for judging people. Professor Lu seemed to have impeccable academic skills and authority in child psychology. However, Su Yuanpeng felt that Lu Xiaohua lacked humanistic concern. For example, during the traffic jam, instead of trying to clear the way, she seemed to want to use the children as subjects for an experiment, which was a clear indication. Moreover, Su Yuanpeng felt that Professor Lu's emotions weren't quite stable. Because of Liang, Professor Lu Xiaohua was clearly somewhat unsettled. "I understand, Chairman Su, don't worry," the old butler said softly. "Let's go." Su Yuanpeng waved to the old butler and left the office. The executive car was already waiting downstairs. Su Yuanpeng got in and headed towards the amusement park entrance. Just then, Su Qingqing and Liang arrived at the gate in their van. The two cars passed each other, and Su Yuanpeng was startled. Through the car window, he could see his daughter, Su Qingqing, and sitting next to her, Liang. This stunned the seasoned businessman, Mr. Su. He wasn't prepared at all. As Su Yuanpeng himself said, in front of others he was a powerful and influential figure, but in front of Su Qingqing, he was just a worried and anxious father. How should Su Yuanpeng react to seeing his daughter's chosen son-in-law, to seeing his daughter's crush? Smile and wave? Would that be too overtly friendly? Should he put some pressure on Liang? But Liang was just a kid. Just as Su Yuanpeng was hesitating, Liang's gaze suddenly turned in his direction. Su Yuanpeng instinctively ducked down and crawled under the car seat. "Chairman Su, what are you doing? Could it be an assassin?" It was clear the driver was a movie buff. Seeing Su Yuanpeng's unusual behavior, the driver quickly slowed down and nervously looked around through the window. "What assassin? Drive faster," Su Yuanpeng urged urgently, and the driver floored the gas pedal. Whoosh! Seeing that he had distanced himself from Liang's van, Su Yuanpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his collar, and sat back down. "Mr. Su, you..." The driver swallowed hard and asked. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," Su Yuanpeng coughed lightly. "Understood, Mr. Su." The driver didn't dare say anything more and continued driving with a strange expression. What just flashed by? In the van, Liang, however, didn't seem to care, casually averting his gaze. Upon entering the amusement park, the van parked in its designated spot. Then, at Su Qingqing's request, two bodyguards, looking exasperated, pushed two carts, packed the ingredients from the van into food containers, covered them with ice packs and thermal blankets, and dumped them all into the carts. Luckily, Liang was selling Qingbu Liang, a type of sweet soup, today. After all the ingredients for Qingbu Liang were already prepared, requiring little further processing before selling. If they had to bring an electric stove or wok, the two bodyguards' workload would have been much greater. Maybe I should do it. Liang felt a little guilty towards the two bodyguards. After all, they were Su Qingqing's bodyguards, not his own, and it wasn't appropriate to have them help with the work. However, Su Qingqing's gaze swept over the tall, burly bodyguard, who dared not utter a single okay. He shook his head repeatedly, his eyes resolute, saying, "We'll take care of it. It's our honor to serve you." Liang didn't say much, thinking to himself that he'd give the bodyguard a couple of big red envelopes when he finished work today. Even if they were Su family bodyguards and didn't lack money, Liang still had to show some appreciation, right? Just as Liang and Su Qingqing, along with the bodyguard, passed through the ticket gate, a middle-aged male staff member who had been waiting for a long time immediately rubbed his hands and approached. "Hello, Miss Su." The staff member greeted Su Qingqing first, then his gaze fell on Liang. "You must be young Liang?" "I am." Liang was a little curious. It seemed this staff member had come specifically for him. When the staff member slowly explained his purpose, Su Qingqing's face immediately turned bright red. According to the staff member, Su Yuanpeng suggested filming Liang and Su Qingqing's activities at the amusement park that day to record their happy memories. Of course, Liang could refuse directly, or immediately stop filming if he suddenly returned during the shoot. "Liang, refuse my dad." Su Qingqing blushed and waved her arms wildly. "What's he doing here causing trouble?" Liang smiled slightly. Although the staff member's expression was tactful, Liang understood Su Yuanpeng's underlying meaning and even his intentions. Yes, if Liang had such a precious daughter who liked a young boy, he would also be worried and want to see what kind of person that boy was, right? Although Liang didn't have children in his previous life, his age wasn't much different from Su Yuanpeng's, so he could completely understand Su Yuanpeng's thoughts and concerns. After a moment's thought, Liang nodded and said, "Anyway, this amusement park is a public place, so you can film if you want." Su Yuanpeng and Liang explicitly asked for Liang's consent, which was already considered gentlemanly behavior. Otherwise, with so many cameras these days, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to access the surveillance footage and see Liang. However, I have two more conditions. First, I will provide my email address and other contact information. After today, you need to send me a video of my visit, preferably edited into a vlog. I'll consider it a free vlog for me. Second, I'm doing you a favor, so please do me a favor in return. Let me sell my king biliang, a type of sweet soup, at the Fun Valley amusement park today. Liang said with a smile. Actually, with Su Qingqing around, Liang wouldn't have had a problem forcibly selling king biliang at the Fun Valley amusement park. But since a staff member had come to negotiate, Liang took the opportunity to legitimize his sales activities. No problem. The staff member nodded, agreeing readily. As long as they could complete the task assigned by Chairman Su, letting Liang sell king biliang at the amusement park was a minor issue. If Liang wanted to, he could squat at the door selling tickets without a second thought. Chapter 255, The atmosphere is electric, the haunted house is the main attraction. Kids, look over here. Smile. At the staff's instruction, Liang and Su Qingqing's photographer quickly arrived. It was a woman in her early 20s with bright orange hair, dressed in sportswear, looking energetic. This photographer probably had experience with children's photography. She immediately created a lively atmosphere, picking up her camera to take a picture of Su Qingqing and Liang together. Su Qingqing stood there awkwardly, while Liang struck the standard pose of a typical straight man, the peace sign. Click! The camera captured the moment. In the photo, Liang smiled serenely, while Su Qingqing stood slightly back, her cheeks rosy, looking quite adorable. Behind them was a huge Ferris wheel and a clear blue sky. Perfect composition. The kids are so cute. The camera woman snapped her fingers, carefully putting the camera back into her waist bag, and picked up the video camera. Kids, don't be nervous, just play however you like. I'll be recording your coolest and most beautiful moments. By the way, if you need anything during the ride, feel free to ask me. The camera woman was trying to ease Su Qingqing and Liang's awkwardness, as she was worried that her presence in the background would make them uncomfortable. However, Liang didn't seem to care. He showed Su Qingqing and the two bodyguards a map of the amusement park, getting a general idea of what rides and attractions were available. It has to be said, Su Yuanpeng is indeed incredibly wealthy. This was just an amusement park that Su Yuanpeng casually invested in to please his daughter, but all the rides and attractions were among the best in China and even internationally. There were thrilling rides, dreamy rides, spooky rides, and relaxing rides. Before Liang could even properly explore them, Su Qingqing couldn't resist insisting on riding the Ferris wheel with him. For some reason, girls always seem to have a fascination with Ferris wheels. Sitting on the Ferris wheel, Su Qingqing's heart pounded, while Liang looked down at the entire amusement park through the specially designed windows. Liang's main observation was the flow of people in the amusement park. In his view, there weren't many visitors. It seems that selling the king biliang, a type of sweet soup, won't be so easy this year? Although Liang's king biliang stall had a great opening day, selling a large quantity to the car owners who were inexplicably blocking the amusement park entrance, he still had more than half of his sales target to meet. Looks like he can't just focus on having fun today. He'll have to squeeze in some more king biliang sales whenever possible. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Liang and Su Qingqing went on a roller coaster. The roller coaster sped along the track, flipping and spinning rapidly. Su Qingqing, sitting next to Liang, screamed until her voice was hoarse. The camera woman behind them didn't seem entirely calm either, the camera shaking wildly, while Liang remained almost expressionless. That's it? The roller coaster slowly came to a stop, and Liang scratched his face. Watching the roller coaster twist and turn on the track from the sidelines seemed thrilling, but once Liang was on it himself, it didn't seem so special. Unbeknownst to Liang, his body, enhanced by the system, was almost comparable to that of an adult sports enthusiast. Roller coasters, besides testing mental fortitude, also heavily test physical fitness. If one is physically strong, the feeling of weightlessness and excitement while riding a roller coaster is weaker. Plus, since today was a children's special, the staff had deliberately lowered the speed, so it's normal that Liang didn't feel much. Although it wasn't thrilling, Liang still felt light on his feet after getting off the roller coaster, and his mood improved considerably. This thing, I have to bring his dad to try it next time. After getting off the roller coaster, Su Qingqing wanted to drag Liang to ride the bumper cars, but suddenly a loud shout rang out from afar. Brother Ang, kid brother, we finally found you. In the distance, Go Sheng and his father, Go Bo, ran excitedly towards them. Ang, brother Ang, the haunted house is about to open, let's hurry. Dad and I have been looking for you. Go Sheng grabbed Liang's hand and tried to pull him aside. A haunted house? That sounds interesting. Liang's eyes lit up. The so-called haunted house at the fun park was exactly what Liang was looking for. After all, he sometimes reads suspenseful and thrilling novels online, which were particularly stimulating late at night. He wondered if a haunted house would have the same effect. Su Qingqing wanted to take Liang to the teacups ride, but seeing his interest in the haunted house, she went along with it, since Liang had already accompanied her to the amusement park. As for the two bodyguards following behind Liang and Su Qingqing, they didn't object. After all, as bodyguards, they could only stand outside and protect the area, pushing the stroller. What Liang and Su Qingqing did was none of their business. Poor working class. 10 minutes later, Liang and his group arrived at the entrance of the haunted house. This haunted house is huge, Liang exclaimed, looking at the castle-like building before him. This isn't a haunted house. It's clearly a ghost castle. That's right. Go Sheng chuckled. Brother Ang, I've already inquired. This is the largest haunted house in the country. It's the signature attraction of Fun Plus Amusement Park. Let's have a good time today. The haunted house games start in 5 minutes. Guests, please enter. Seemingly noticing Liang and his group, two staff members dressed in black cloaks slowly approached, greeting everyone in hoarse voices. Look at this atmosphere, it's getting exciting, Go Bo thought to himself, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It was clear that the father and son shared the same interests, they both loved thrills. The group followed the man in black robes through the haunted house's main entrance, through a long, dark corridor, and finally arrived at a spacious room. The light was dim, and before Liang could even see what was in the room, the door behind them slammed shut. Immediately afterward, Liang noticed a figure descending from the sky, slowly landing on the ground, as eerie music filled the air. The immersion is off the charts. They must have been suspended by wires when they came down. Meanwhile, in the Fun Plus Amusement Park office, the haunted house? They finally went to the haunted house. Professor Lu Xiaohua watched the live stream, a gleam of fervor in her eyes. She was already tired of watching Liang ride the Ferris wheel and roller coaster. After all, Lu Xiaohua hadn't done any testing on those rides beforehand. The haunted house, though, was the main attraction. Chapter 256. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? The actor in the haunted house is having a meltdown. The haunted house at Fun Plus Amusement Park was Lu Xiaohua's most meticulously planned testing ground for Liang. Last night, Lu Xiaohua worked through the night to set up the haunted house and negotiated changes to the rides with the staff. It could be said that the current haunted house at Fun Plus Amusement Park was a large-scale psychology laboratory. If Liang entered, he would be thoroughly studied by Lu Xiaohua until he was completely exposed. Completely understood. Professor Lu, are there any safety hazards in this haunted house for young Liang and Miss Li? The old butler, remembering Su Yuanpeng's instructions, asked in a deep voice. Lu Xiaohua was taken aback. Of course not. What did this old butler take her for? Please, Lu Xiaohua does have a bit of a perfectionist streak, especially when conducting experiments, hoping for flawless data. When faced with an unusual sample like Liang, she's even more determined to thoroughly understand him. But even if Lu Xiaohua is obsessive, she's still a respected professor at Kyoto Normal University, not some mad scientist. How could she do something that threatens a child's safety? That's good. The old butler coughed lightly, ending the conversation. Meanwhile, the lights in the haunted house room where Liang was were brightened. Wow! Go Sheng let out a scream, startling the other tourists who had come in with him. Actually, these tourists were all employees of the Su group, arranged by Su Yuanpeng. However, Su Yuanpeng's intention in arranging the employees was simply to maintain order and have them better care for the children. The employees weren't very clear on the specific details of their work. In fact, many of the employees came to the amusement park expecting to be treated by their boss, so they weren't much different from the regular tourists. Was that little boy the one Chairman Su told us to keep a close eye on? I heard he's going to be our Su Group's son-in-law, ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense, where did you hear that gossip? But seriously, this little boy named Liang is really handsome. If I were a primary school student, I'd be smitten too. Heh, when you were 8, you were probably still playing jump rope and playing in the mud. You're asking for it. I didn't play jump rope when I was little. The Su Group employees looked in Go Bo's direction, naturally noticing Liang beside him. Everyone started whispering amongst themselves. Go Sheng thought they were talking about his screaming earlier, scratched his head sheepishly, and then pointed ahead with Liang. Brother Ang, look, what kind of monster is that? In the dim light, Liang could vaguely see a person standing in the center of the hall with fluffy white rabbit ears, but dressed in a tiger costume. Her face was only lightly made up with blackened nose, revealing her to be a pretty girl. Perhaps due to ample budget, or perhaps because of the dim lighting, this person in the strange uniform actually looked quite convincing, like a bizarre character from a dream. With the background music enhancing the effect, it was truly eerie. Su Qingqing leaned closer to Liang. Liang, what's this, an Easter bunny? No. Liang shook his head, squinting as he recalled, this thing should be called an Yishao. The Yishao is a mythical beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, capable of human speech and extremely deceptive. In the original text, the Yishao is described as having a human-faced tiger appearance, but in some later versions of the legend, it is depicted as a rabbit. The designer of the haunted house at Funland Amusement Park probably combined these elements themselves, creating this half-tiger, half-rabbit creature. He, this little kid is right. Our fun amusement park's haunted house has an obstacle course system, divided into 3 levels. I'm the host of the first level, and my name is Ease Beast. I'm very good at lying, you know. You'd better not believe everything I say, but you can't completely disbelieve everything either. He. The actress playing Ease Beast tried to make her voice as high-pitched as possible, sending chills down everyone's spines. However, Go Sheng, looking confused, asked, "Sister, you said you're very good at lying, so how am I supposed to believe you're a Che Beast?" "Good lad, just like me, quick wit, you found the key." Go Bo's eyes lit up, praising his son repeatedly. "I guess your real identity isn't a Che Beast, but a Tiger Rabbit Beast, right? So that's how the game is played." So Ching said thoughtfully, then raised her hand. "I guess you're a jumping beast, big tigers and little rabbits are both good jumpers." With Go Sheng and his son Go Bo leading the way, some of the more mischievous tourists started joining in the commotion, while the actress playing the Che Beast was furious. "What the hell? She already said she's a Che Beast, what's there to question? Besides, she didn't say there was a guessing game, why are you making wild guesses? What is a Tiger Rabbit Beast? Does such a thing even exist? Calling herself a bouncy beast is ridiculous. She's the host of the haunted house, does she have to be so cute? Forget it, Su Ching is my boss's daughter, I can't scold her." The bouncy beast actress took a deep breath, forcibly calming her inner turmoil. At the same time, Professor Lu's voice came through the Bluetooth headset the bouncy beast actress was wearing. "Hello, please begin the experiment as soon as possible." According to the original haunted house procedure, after the bouncy beast actress finished her self-introduction, the game would begin immediately. However, due to Professor Lu's arrangement authorized by Tsinghua Peng, a psychology experiment needed to be added before the game started. The haunted house game planner had to work overnight with Professor Lu to integrate the experiment design into the game, and the bouncy beast actress had already memorized the procedure. "Understood." The actress playing the beast demon replied softly, then tilted her head back, revealing a professionally manic smile. "Everyone, please look behind me." Click. 2 spotlights shone down, illuminating the 2 large doors behind the beast demon. One door was red, and the other was also red. Behind me, there are 2 identical doors, but only one is the correct one. I'll give you 15 minutes to observe and explore, to find the correct door. If you find the wrong door, you'll have to leave the haunted house and queue again. The actress playing the evil beast said with a smile. "Don't believe her, everyone. She's an evil beast. What we need to do is not look for any clues." Go Sheng shouted loudly, under Go Bo's approving gaze. He was determined to get over the evil beast can lie thing. The actress playing the evil beast's eye twitched, and she simply ignored Go Sheng. "But, how should we look for clues?" some tourists asked, their interest piqued. "You can observe the texture of the door, you can also look at the doorknob." The actress playing the evil beast suddenly covered her mouth, exclaiming dramatically, "Oops, I accidentally said too much." Chapter 257 What's wrong with being a host? Hosts can buy snacks too. He, that's it. If you have any questions, you can ask me, but I might not tell the truth. The actress playing the beast demon finished her performance and spoke in a low voice into her earpiece. "Professor Lu, how did I do?" On the other end, Professor Lu Ziyuhua remained silent. She didn't care about the effectiveness of the haunted house adventure, she only cared about the results of the experiment. Finding the differences between the 2 red doors was a preliminary test of Liang's thinking and observation abilities. If the ultraviolet light hidden in the mechanism behind the doorknob was discovered, it could be used to shine on the door, using the fluorescence reaction to discover a series of puzzles. These puzzles were actually psychological scales modified by Lu Ziyuhua, and Liang's answers written under the timed conditions of the haunted house were quite valuable. "Come on, little Liang, let me see if you're really that special." Lu Ziyuhua squinted and leaned towards the live streaming screen. The old butler pondered silently. After all, Liang is just an 8-year-old child. Is it really okay to subject him to this kind of trick and riddle? However, this was Lu Ziyuhua's area of expertise, so the old butler couldn't say anything. On the screen, Liang strode towards the beast-like actress. He, what's wrong, little one?" The beast-like actress was still trying to maintain her persona. She looked around and said in a high-pitched voice, "Everyone, pay attention. The first questioner has appeared. Guess whether I'll answer him with the truth or a lie." As the beast-like actress finished speaking, the tourists all curiously looked towards Liang. This was the effect the actress wanted. Next, she would guide Liang to discover the riddle on the red door. Unexpectedly, Liang coughed lightly and whispered, "I just wanted to say hello. I'm planning to set up a stall here selling Kingbu Liang, a type of sweet soup. Your staff already agreed beforehand, and I'll try my best not to interfere with your work." Liang awkwardly negotiated with the actress playing the haunted house character. After all, she was really putting on a show, and Liang's actions made things a bit awkward. But what could he do? He had to sell the Kingbu Liang. With so many tourists gathered at the haunted house solving puzzles, it was a perfect opportunity to sell King Liang. After all, he was pressed for time with his tasks today. While enjoying the haunted house, he couldn't forget to grind some system tasks. Wait, what? Don't you play games? The actress playing the haunted house was completely bewildered. Was this really necessary? Who asks questions like that? Besides, Liang hadn't given her the right to refuse, he'd just informed her. How was he going to conduct the experiment now? No, Liang waved his hand. I'm interested in haunted houses, but not in puzzles. Besides, the loopholes in your haunted house game are too big. I bet you set up a false red door where the bathroom is behind it, right? I could smell the aromatherapy and hand sanitizer from right here. The actress playing the beast was taken aback. Indeed, since the Guess the Red Door game was added by Lu Xiaohua on the spot, the incorrect red door was a makeshift toilet door. Although it looked identical on the surface, a closer look outside the game's rules revealed the discrepancy. But, how are you going to set up your stall in this room? I don't have any props to provide you. The actress, no longer caring about her swallowed hard and asked. That won't trouble you. Liang gave the two security guards a wink, and they nodded in understanding. Click-clack. Four folding tables were pulled out of the cart and combined to form a large table, then various ingredients were laid out. Disposable paper bowls on the left, small plastic spoons on the right. The herbal dessert stall was complete. While the actress's pupils were still in shock, Liang had already smiled slightly and returned to his stall. King Liang. King Liang, refreshing and invigorating for sharp thinking. The tourists' attention was already focused on each other, and Liang's announcement stunned them all. Our future son-in-law of the Su group is quite something, starting a business. What's King Liang? Holy crap, this King Liang looks authentic, it even has quail eggs and winter melon and barley. After a short hesitation, employees from Kayingsu led the way to line up for King Liang. Although they were employees of the Su group, Su Yuanpeng had only instructed them to keep an eye on Liang and ensure Su Qingqing's safety. He didn't say they couldn't eat desserts. Besides, they weren't entirely clear about Lu Xiaohua's experiments. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. The actress, trying to regain her composure, found the diners already eating. Wow, this is exactly the taste. Back in my hometown, there's a 50-year-old authentic King Liang, a type of sweet soup, and it tastes exactly the same as Liang's. Oh no, this kid's. Oh no, the kid's is even better than the authentic one. Wow, so this is what people in Kayingsu eat in the summer. Wow, you get the best of everything to see in King Liang. Actually, many tourists shared Liang's sentiment. Everyone came to the haunted house for thrills, but who knew this monster would suggest a puzzle game? Working people come to an amusement park for a day of fun, don't want to strain their brains, okay? So, compared to the puzzle game proposed by the actress from the monster, everyone was clearly more interested in Liang's King Liang, and the taste didn't disappoint. Bowls of King Liang were handed out, and in no time, the entire haunted house was buzzing with excitement. They were having a blast. Who would have thought that the best dessert they'd ever eaten in their life would be in a haunted house? Nobody would believe it if they heard. The aroma of coconut wafted into the actress's nostrils, making her almost unable to stand still. This actress usually controlled her diet well, but she just couldn't resist these kinds of cold desserts. King Liang. It sounds delicious. Professor Lu, are you still there? If you don't reply, I'd also like to try that King Liang, a type of sweet soup. I'm going. The actress carefully turned off her headset, then quickly ran into the King Liang queue. Little one, I'll have one too. Don't push. Aren't you the host of this first round? So what if I'm a host? Hosts can buy snacks too. Meanwhile, in the office. Butler, I have a headache. Could you get me the cooling balm from the bag on the sofa? Lu Xiaohua's forehead veins bulged as she rubbed her temples vigorously. I'm not your butler. Get it yourself if you want, the old butler said unhappily. Professor Lu Xiaohua didn't seem to care. She took out the cooling balm, applied it to her temples, let out a long sigh, and gritted her teeth. It was my oversight, I didn't pay attention to controlling the lab environment properly. That kid, why does he love selling his lousy desserts so much? Chapter 258. Didn't you notice that there were a few strangers around you? Butler, this actress playing the beast-eating monster needs some criticism. Lu Xiaohua took a deep breath, looking at the actress on the screen enjoying her meal, and said speechlessly, Sister, I sent you here to help with the experiment, not to show off your King Liang, a type of herbal dessert. I'll say it again. The old butler wiped his pocket watch with a handkerchief, displeased. You're only responsible for analyzing Liang's personality and psychology. You're not part of the Su group. Whether our staff are criticized or not is none of your business. You can't possibly not understand Liang, can you? The old butler's words directly hit Lu Xiaohua's sore spot, making Lu Xiaohua's hand, which was adjusting her glasses, tremble with anger. Second challenge. Lu Xiaohua gritted her teeth. The second challenge of your haunted house is based on a psychological experiment. Then there won't be any actors messing up. All right. The old butler smiled and put away his handkerchief. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as the actress, nicknamed Yishao, finished her second bowl of King Biliang, a type of sweet soup, a red warning light flashed on the ceiling of the hall. 15 minutes. Time's up. The actress subconsciously licked the black jelly residue from her lips, then clutched her head in frustration. Good heavens! What had she been doing for those 15 minutes? The game was a mess, the atmosphere was poorly built, and just like that, the time was wasted. But looking at the tourists, including Go Sheng and Go Bo's group, no one showed any dissatisfaction. Instead, they wore happy smiles. They'd thoroughly enjoyed their King Biliang. Time's up, everyone please choose a red door. Oh right, he. The actress, not caring about anything else, hurriedly wiped her mouth with her sleeve and then shouted, "Is it time?" Liang casually handed a bowl of King Biliang, a type of sweet soup, to his bodyguard, then walked to 2 red doors. This one. Liang pointed to a large door using his toilet identification method. Right. I'll choose this door too. Follow this little kid, who cares if he chooses right or wrong, he'll still get King Biliang. 15 minutes later, most of the tourists had already enjoyed their King Biliang, but they were still a little unsatisfied. Following Liang, even if they chose the wrong door, at least they'd still get King Biliang. Boom! The door swung open, revealing a long corridor behind it. The actress playing the Ease Beast smiled slightly and let everyone into the corridor. Clearly, Liang had chosen the correct corridor. The layout here had nothing to do with Lu Xiaohua's psychology experiment. Instead, it was a tourist attraction themed around mythical creatures from the classic of mountains and seas. With a hefty budget comes meticulous craftsmanship. The various mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas have been meticulously recreated before everyone's eyes, with a few even occasionally jumping out of the audience's faces with their own mechanisms to give them a fright. In the middle of the tour, the female performer, nicknamed Yishao, posed a few small riddles, essentially true/false questions to determine if she was lying, somewhat similar to the turtle soup game. She also took the opportunity to explain the origins and characteristics of the mythical beasts to tourists unfamiliar with the classic of mountains and seas. Listening to the female performer's explanations and seeing the many mythical creatures from the novel, Liang found it quite interesting and even took a few photos with his phone. Finally, the tour ended, and the first level of the haunted house was complete. The female performer, holding a bowl of refreshing dessert, waved goodbye to Liang reluctantly. Creak! Pushing open a heavy wooden door, the hall of the second level appeared before them. Compared to the first level, the second level seemed smaller and somewhat hot. Whoosh! The lights dimmed, and then the floor sank, followed by a man dressed as a tree spirit rising to the center of the hall via a device. Dear visitors, welcome to the second challenge. At this moment, a burst of loud music blared. The tree spirit uncle actually put on a mechanical dance for everyone. Accompanied by dazzling lights, it was quite captivating, and many spectators took out their phones to take pictures. After the dance, the lights dimmed again, and the tree spirit uncle chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm sorry, visitors, there's a problem with the air conditioning in our room. Our staff is working urgently to fix it. Liang chuckled wryly. He had sensed that the temperature in the room was a bit abnormal. Poor uncle. Wearing such a heavy performance costume and still having to perform a mechanical dance. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Do you all remember how many people were there when you entered the haunted house? Were there a few more people around you? The tree spirit uncle's words sent chills down the visitors' spines. In this dimly lit environment, it wasn't the lack of people that was scary, it was the sudden appearance of several people around you. Su Qingqing swallowed hard, instinctively reaching for Liang's hand, but her hand grasped only air. Go Bo had grabbed Liang's left hand, and Go Sheng his right. The father and son huddled together with Liang. 3 black lines appeared on Su Qingqing's forehead. Go Sheng was one thing, but Uncle Go Bo, aren't you ashamed that such a burly man is so afraid? Soon, exclamations began to rise from the crowd. I've never seen you before, who are you? And you, where did you come from? Damn it, get away from me. The tourists were drawn from various positions within the vast Su group, and most didn't know each other. However, after queuing for herbal dessert and chatting in the first haunted house, they had managed to recognize each other. In no time, they had identified 5 people who had sneaked in. They must have sneaked into the group while everyone's attention was focused on the tree spirit's dance. But judging from their appearance, they don't seem like staff members. One of the 5 was carrying a backpack, and there was also a couple. They looked like ordinary tourists. We were in the previous group of tourists. We lost the game and were temporarily detained here. Those of us who lost the game can only wait here for the second group of tourists to come and clear the level with you. The 5 explained with wry smiles. Haha, that's so pathetic. We cleared the first level without taking any damage. "Hey, guys, which department are you from?" Hearing this, everyone lowered their guard, and some even tried to strike up a conversation. After all, these 5 had already played the second level once. Even if they failed the first time, they should know how to solve it now. Chapter 259. You've finally taken the bait. I've been waiting for you to ask that question. The tourists were trying to strike up a conversation with the 5 losers, but Liang narrowed his eyes. "I'd like to ask, what's the game for the second round? Would it be convenient for me to sell some herbal dessert?" Liang's second question was what he truly wanted to say, but he didn't voice it aloud. One of the 5 losers, a short-haired girl, spoke up helplessly. "The second game is simple, it just tests your courage." The girl pointed into the distance. "Do you see those wooden figures?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and immediately their hair stood on end. At some point, the hall was surrounded by several actors dressed as wooden puppets. The costumes and props were incredibly lifelike. These actors truly looked like wooden puppets. Even their faces were covered with wooden masks, with only 2 dark holes cut out so they could observe the situation. These wooden puppet actors struck various poses, but all remained completely still, looking indescribably eerie. "Wait a moment," the tree spirit uncle will shout. 1, 2, 3, freeze. Each time he shouts, the wooden figure will move forward a short distance. Don't worry about how strange their movements are, don't worry about how scary they look. Just stay in the red circle in the middle of the hall and ignore them. It'll take about 20 minutes. Once they reach the red circle, the level will automatically be cleared. The girl who had failed explained the rules of the second level to everyone, while the tree spirit uncle listened with a smile from afar. Go-Bo looked down and, sure enough, there was a large red circle drawn in the middle of the hall. Whoosh! Everyone hurriedly squeezed into the red circle. Even Liang stepped inside. They've taken the bait. In the office, Lu Xiaohua smiled with relief. Liang finally played by the rules, following the rhythm of the experiment. Actually, the second level of this haunted house was a trap from beginning to end. A famous psychology experiment involves placing subjects in a room and continuously filling it with smoke through cracks in the door and windows. Normally, the presence of heavy smoke would trigger a fire alarm in most people, prompting them to flee. However, the experimenters would place several plants among the subjects, reassuring them that it was normal and a minor issue. As the smoke intensified, the vast majority of people remained seated in the room with the plants, enduring the smoke until flames appeared, at which point it was too late to realize their mistake. This experiment essentially tests the herd mentality, examining whether subjects can make judgments based on facts rather than simply believing the opinions of others. This not only reveals the subject's independent personality but also extends to measuring their thought processes and behavioral preferences. For example, did the subjects personally go outside to observe the source of the smoke? Did they bring a friend with them when leaving the smoke-filled room? In short, once inside the smoke room, every reaction of the subjects can be included in the test results for observation. The next challenge in the haunted house. Lu Xiaohua watched to see if Liang would believe the survivor's one-sided story or choose to trust his own judgment and leave the room. And if he chose to leave, would he take Su Qingqing, Go Sheng, and the other tourists with him? Little Liang, I look forward to your performance. He. Lu Xiaohua laughed with satisfaction. Liang finally fell for the trap. The old butler glanced at Lu Xiaohua speechlessly. That laughter of hers, was she learning it from the actress who tricked the beast? The game officially begins. On the other side, the host of the second level of the haunted house, Uncle Tree Spirit, also began the game in a deep voice. 1, 2, 3, statues. As Uncle Tree Spirit finished speaking, the wooden figures standing in the corner of the hall began to sway, taking a step closer to the tourists in the red circle in the center of the hall. It was clear that these wooden figures had some dance background. With each step, everyone's posture shifted, looking stiff and eerily awkward. Some even struck a face-up, human-shaped archway pose, making the tourists in the red circle feel a tightness in their throats. Go-Bo sighed inwardly. No wonder this challenge was called a test of courage. So many wooden figures walking towards you in bizarre postures was clearly a danger signal. Staying in the red circle for 20 minutes was no easy feat. Go-Bo was almost itching to rush out. But he had to restrain himself. Listening to that girl who had failed was always the right thing to do. After all, she had already done it once. Hey, I said. Liang observed the group of wooden figures, then whispered to the girl who had just failed, tell me the truth, you're a staff member of the haunted house, right? The correct solution to this level is to rush out, not stay in the red circle, right? Liang's words stunned the surviving girl, and the other survivors around her visibly panicked, standing up. They couldn't believe that such a cleverly designed puzzle could be so easily seen through by a child. Sit down, calm down. Liang said with a smile, I won't expose you. Your tricks are all over suspenseful fantasy novels, with all that talk about survivors who lost the previous level. 9 out of 10 are moles, okay? Seeing Liang's thoughtful expression, the female survivor swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, since you know the solution to this level, why don't you just leave? Leave what? Liang laughed. I think everyone, from the tree spirit uncle to those wooden actors, has rehearsed thoroughly. Those weird steps, those inhuman postures, it's all part of the show. If I just leave now, it'll be so boring. Oh, by the way, a performance naturally needs dessert. Want some King Bu Liang? What's King Bu Liang? The female survivor asked curiously. Good question. Su Qingqing suddenly popped out from behind Liang and snapped her fingers at the two bodyguards waiting nearby. Whoosh! The two bodyguards worked swiftly, setting up the herbal dessert stall in no time. King Bu Liang is back in business. The room was a bit stuffy, but as soon as the King Bu Liang opened, the tourists' eyes lit up, and they crowded around again. Bowls of King Bu Liang were handed out. The cool coconut milk made the tourists feel refreshed, and even their fear lessened considerably. Looking at the wooden figures around them, everyone's mindset subtly shifted. I have to say, that wooden figure's pose was really difficult, his flexibility is amazing. Haha, he's trained, okay? Wow, look at that one, she's practically bent her legs over her head. I wish I had a girlfriend with that kind of flexibility. She'd teach me yoga every day. Chapter 260 The Tears of a Working Man, the boss is inhuman. No, what's going on? Originally, the actors behind the wooden masks all wore sly smiles. After all, these were the slowest reacting tourists they'd ever seen. They remained completely still in this eerie atmosphere, just waiting dumbly for the game to fail. But, after everyone ate the refreshing dessert, the happy, relaxed expressions on their faces, coupled with the occasional compliments, why did it sound so jarring to these wooden actors? This atmosphere is wrong. At this point, these tourists should have been screaming in terror. At that moment, some timid viewers would rush out of the red circle and run away, while some bolder ones who stubbornly stayed would be grabbed and frightened by the wooden figures. This shift in mentality and the tourists' annoyance when they realized they'd been tricked were the source of their motivation. But now, everything has changed. What's more, the air conditioning in this room was malfunctioning, and the temperature just wouldn't drop. Under the heavy wooden costumes, everyone was already drenched in sweat. Watching those tourists sip their chilled desserts, you can imagine how uncomfortable they must be. And those desserts looked incredibly delicious. Coconut milk base, lots of toppings, they looked so appetizing. Gulp. One of the wooden actors couldn't help but swallow hard. She was standing on one leg, and her attention wavered, almost causing her to fall flat on her face. Luckily, years of experience helped her regain her balance. 3, 2, 1. Statues. The tree spirit uncle was still dutifully dragging out the slogan, but then his expression turned strange. Usually, the tree spirit uncle would shout a slogan, accompanied by eerie and terrifying music, and the wooden figures would take a step forward. Now, it was different. The tree spirit uncle would shout a slogan, and these wooden figures would practically leap several steps forward. At this rate, the whole process would be over in 3 minutes. These wooden figures were supposed to perform for 10 minutes. Hiss. Tisk tisk. Slow down. The tree spirit uncle whispered a reminder, but the wooden figures didn't care about that now. The sweltering environment, the tourists who weren't even into the act, plus that tempting-looking refreshing dessert. The wooden actors just wanted to get to the center of the red circle as quickly as possible. An accident occurred in the second level of the haunted house, and at the same time, things weren't peaceful in the office either. Tap 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 tap. Professor Lu Xiaohua's hands flew across the keyboard. She had already connected to the campus intranet and was searching the database. Liang's current situation. What is this? A smoke experiment, in theory, should only have 2 outcomes: the subject realizes the danger and escapes the room, or the subject waits inside due to herd mentality. But in Liang's case, a third outcome seems to have occurred. Liang clearly realized the danger was approaching, but he didn't take any action. Instead, he started selling herbal desserts? What is this? How should this be defined? Lu Xiaohua was getting frantic. Pages of data flashed across the screen, and several blood vessels appeared in her eyes. All right. The old butler glanced at the screen and shook his head. The experiment failed again. You! Lu Xiaohua was furious. How dare you, an amateur, declare an experiment a failure? Please respect my work. The next second, Lu Xiaohua's gaze froze on the monitor screen. Good heavens! In just a short while, the actor playing the wooden figure on the monitor screen was already eating a bowl of sweet soup. Even the host, the tree spirit uncle, was smiling broadly, happily sitting outside the red circle, enjoying a bowl of sweet soup. Good heavens! I've seen psychological experiments break down the psychological defenses of the subjects before, but this is the first time I've seen a subject break down the experimenters. I refuse to believe it. Third challenge. The third challenge will definitely defeat Liang. Lu Xiaohua's voice was a little hoarse. On the other side, since the tree spirit uncle and the wooden actors had eaten Liang's herbal soup, they felt bad about not letting him pass, and everyone happily let him through. The tree spirit uncle even told Liang to set up a stall selling herbal soup again at the later challenges so his colleagues could also try this delicacy. An hour later. All experiments. All failed. Lu Xiaohua slumped into a chair, her eyes twitching occasionally. After studying Liang for so long, Lu Xiaohua had at least figured out one thing. This little Liang was only thinking about selling his herbal soup. We're out. After passing the last challenge of the haunted house, Liang and the others walked through a long corridor and exited through the back door of the haunted house. It was midday, and the sun was blazing. Everyone, having just emerged from the haunted house, quickly covered their eyes with their hands. This haunted house was actually quite interesting. Liang blinked a few times, adjusting to the sunlight, and commented, "The Fun Plus Amusement Park's haunted house combined escape room elements, VR movies, and traditional haunted house experiences. While it lacked a bit of sheer terror, it was still a decent experience. It was pretty delicious." Go Sheng and his son let out a satisfied burp and casually agreed. Actually, Go Sheng and Go Bo hadn't paid much attention to the games and challenges in the latter half of the haunted house. The father and son were addicted to eating, competing to see who could eat the most, until their bellies were completely full. "What are we having for lunch?" Liang looked around and asked. Although Liang had eaten several bowls of the herbal soup, it wasn't really a proper lunch. Just as Liang was studying the amusement park map to find a restaurant, a large group of people arrived from afar. Come on, this is it." A tourist who had come out with Liang waved and greeted everyone. "It's this little Liang. His Qingdu Liang, a type of sweet dessert, is incredibly delicious." Since they were all employees of the same company, naturally they would recommend it in the company group chat after tasting such a delicious dessert. Seeing the business come knocking on his door, Liang chuckled. It seems the visitors to Fun Plus Amusement Park are more enthusiastic than he imagined. Shall we postpone lunch for a while? Looking at the enthusiastic crowd before him, Liang smiled and asked Su Qingqing beside him. "Okay, I just ate 3 bowls of Qingdu Liang, I'm not hungry at all." Su Qingqing nodded. "But we're hungry." The 2 bodyguards silently complained, tears welling up in their eyes. Their young lady, Su Qingqing, had thoroughly enjoyed the Qingdu Liang, but they hadn't had a chance to eat a single bite. However, as working men, if the boss said overtime, they had no choice but to work overtime. Set up a stall. Sell Qingdu Liang. Chapter 261. A world inside an egg. This thing is actually an intangible cultural heritage food? Finally, I can relax a bit. 5:30 p.m. at Fun Amusement Park. On a single swing by the lake, Liang held an ice cream cone, watching the setting sun in the distance, a look of fulfillment and satisfaction on his face. After a busy day, the sales target for the refreshing dessert was finally achieved. Su Qingqing sat on the swing next to Liang, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair. Su Qingqing occasionally glanced at Liang while fixing her hair. Lakeside. Sunset. Swing. The atmosphere was amazing. Should she say something to Liang? A small gift? Or something sweet? Ugh, what are some romantic things to say again? Su Qingqing had seen them on TV, but at this crucial moment, she couldn't think of a single one. Liang glanced at Su Qingqing and smiled slightly. "Your mouth's empty, have a lollipop." In this sweltering heat, Su Qingqing had been running around with Liang, her eyebrows and lipstick long since faded, revealing her innocent and adorable face. Wow! Su Qingqing's eyes immediately lit up with hearts. Liang really knew how to be romantic. So simple, yet so touching. "Okay, I'll treasure this lollipop." Su Qingqing took the lollipop from Liang and clutched it tightly in her hand. "I gave it to you to eat. Treasure my ass." Liang was about to retort when a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on completing the task, Cool Sea Breeze. Rewards issued." Whoosh! The golden phantom of the god of cookery's recipe suddenly opened before Liang. Various food illustrations flashed by rapidly. Finally, the god of cookery's recipe slowly stopped scrolling, and a colorful inkwash painting illuminated before Liang's eyes. "What's this? A fried egg?" Liang was stunned. Dish, stuffed egg with meat. Difficulty, hard. Note, stuffed egg with meat is a non-material cultural heritage food from Fujian province, my country, with a long and rich cultural tradition. This thing, it's non-material cultural heritage? Liang was stunned. In Liang's mind, weren't non-material cultural heritage foods usually requiring several days of drawing and preparation? This stuffed egg with meat looks unremarkable from the outside, yet it's also a non-material cultural heritage food? Furthermore, a thing that looks like a boiled egg, yet its production difficulty is listed as difficult. Buzz! Details about making meat stuffed eggs flooded Liang's mind, and the next moment, Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, this meat stuffed egg looks simple, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The meticulousness of its process and the ingenuity of its concept truly deserve its reputation as an intangible cultural heritage delicacy. Ding! New mission, The Secret Within the Egg issued. Please make and sell 100 servings of meat stuffed eggs, and let 1,000 people learn about the cultural history behind meat stuffed eggs. No time limit for the mission can be abandoned, and there is no penalty for abandoning it. Liang looked at the new mission, feeling a headache coming on. 100 servings of meat stuffed eggs. The workload is actually not small, but it wouldn't be difficult for Liang to complete it properly. The key issue is that stuffed meat with eggs is an intangible cultural heritage food, and the system also requires 1,000 diners to understand the intangible cultural heritage behind it. This is going to be quite difficult. Does Liang have to promote it while running his stall? Liang isn't good at promotion. Even his own food stall wins over customers with its taste, he rarely actively advertises. Sigh. Liang rubbed his temples. It seems the stuffed meat with eggs task will have to be tackled slowly. The system issued such a difficult task, maybe he should just take a break? He'll slack off for a while and take the stuffed meat with eggs task slowly. While Liang was racking his brains over the task, he didn't notice a black luxury sedan slowly driving past him, heading towards the office of FunPlus amusement park. The car door opened, and Su Yuanpeng straightened his collar and got out of the back seat. Sigh, this whole day has been wasted. Su Yuanpeng glanced at the setting sun in the distance, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Shaking his head, Su Yuanpeng went to his office. After a whole day, Professor Lu should have thoroughly investigated Liang by now, right? However, when Su Yuanpeng pushed open the office door, only the old butler was inside. Where's Professor Lu? Su Yuanpeng frowned and asked. Professor Lu has already left, without even asking for her wages, the old butler said with a wry smile. She said she really couldn't handle this job, and that we shouldn't ask her to do any more character investigations on Liang. Oh. Su Yuanpeng raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. Looks like little Liang really gave Professor Lu a hard time today. He did give her a hard time, the old butler sighed. That guy was so covered in mentholated bomb, I was afraid she'd freeze herself. I underestimated little Liang. Su Yuanpeng chuckled and sat down in his office chair. By the way, old butler, what do you think of Liang? Su Yuanpeng knew that the old butler, as his subordinate, had seen his share of ups and downs. His judgment of people might not be as professional or scientific as that of a psychology expert, but he had his own methodology. Young Liang seems very career-oriented. The old butler squinted. You mean, he's a workaholic? No, the old butler shook his head. Although he sold herbal desserts all day, he didn't seem overwhelmed and forget about those around him. He even played at the amusement park while selling snacks. In one day, he sold almost all the ingredients he brought, and he tried almost all the rides. Young Liang genuinely loves selling snacks, and he doesn't just focus on work. He balances selling snacks and entertainment with ease. That effortless ease, it's a bit like what? Su Yuanpeng asked curiously. He's a bit like an adult, enjoying his childhood to the fullest. The old butler scratched his face and said, although it doesn't quite make sense, that's definitely the feeling I get from little Liang. You mean little Liang is also precocious? Su Yuanpeng straightened up, intrigued. Yes, or rather, precocious. Gifted children are often like that, the old butler smiled. Interesting. Su Yuanpeng stood up and said, come on, let's go eat, we must be tired after a long day. The head chef for our amusement park's restaurant is someone I specially invited from Siam. Let's try his cooking. Chairman Su wants him to eat now? The old butler casually reminded him. Chairman Su, have you forgotten something? You should have met little Liang today. Su Yuanpeng stiffened instantly. He coughed lightly and waved his hand, saying, well, let's eat first. Chapter 262 The Friendship of Middle-Aged Men. Did Liang win over Su Yuanpeng? Chairman Su, are you avoiding seeing that young Liang? The old butler, following behind Su Yuanpeng, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Su Yuanpeng paused, then continued striding out. Chairman Su? The old butler thought he'd spoken too softly and Su Yuanpeng hadn't heard him. Chairman Su what? I already tacitly agreed. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll get angry. Su Yuanpeng said, half jokingly, half annoyed. The old butler quickly shut his mouth, then secretly shook his head and smiled. Through their long-term interaction, the old butler and Su Yuanpeng had developed a unique friendship. They would often tease and joke with each other over such trivial matters. 20 minutes later, at the Fun and Joy amusement restaurant. I'll have a mango sticky rice, a steamed fish with lime, and a bottle of coconut water, that's all. Su Yuanpeng casually ordered in the lobby and then handed the menu to his accompanying butler. Although he was the big boss of Fun amusement park, he didn't bother with special private rooms, he just wanted a casual meal at his own park. The butler put on his reading glasses and was about to look at the menu when a delighted shout rang out from afar. Dad, you're here too. Su Yuanpeng looked up and saw Su Qingqing waving at him from the next seat, and next to Su Qingqing, it was Liang. Su Yuanpeng swallowed hard, but outwardly remained nonchalant. Qingqing, did you have fun today? Bring your friends over, Dad will pay. At the four-person table, Su Qingqing sat next to Su Yuanpeng, while Liang sat next to the old butler. Liang and Su Yuanpeng locked eyes, both feeling somewhat awkward. For Su Yuanpeng, this sudden encounter with Liang caught him completely off guard. He was momentarily at a loss for how to treat Liang, or what to say. As for Liang, he knew that the man sitting before him was one of the nation's, even the world's, top billionaires. Even in his previous life, Liang had never encountered someone like this. But Liang had lived 2 lives, and he had long since seen through many things. So what if he's the richest man? Liang didn't need anything from Su Yuanpeng, nor did he expect Su Yuanpeng to think he was special. Meeting was fate, a casual exchange was sufficient. So Liang was the first to relax, exchanging a few polite words with Su Yuanpeng and the old butler before ordering. During the meal, the old butler came out to liven things up, and Liang and Su Yuanpeng started chatting casually for a bit. However, in just a few words, Su Yuanpeng was surprised to discover this Liang really was like him. In his spare time, Liang also enjoyed studying history, watching football matches and sailing races. He was even quite interested in hiking, crickets, and racing. His hobbies completely overlapped with Su Yuanpeng's. A thought involuntarily crossed Su Yuanpeng's mind: if only this were my child. Although Su Yuanpeng doted on Su Qingqing, she was, after all, a girl, and her interests and hobbies didn't overlap with his. But if it were Liang? In his spare time, Su Yuanpeng would take Liang out fishing and surfing, sponsor a rally racing team and try his hand at it, or pack his bags and hike in the high-altitude meadows. Just thinking about it makes him incredibly excited. Actually, it's not that Liang and Su Yuanpeng are a match made in heaven, but rather that, like most elderly people who enjoy walks and sunbathing, middle-aged people often have a lot of overlapping hobbies. Although Su Yuanpeng is wealthy, he simply enjoys more sophisticated activities than his peers. Essentially, there's not much difference. Su Yuanpeng didn't have much of a guard up with Liang, who was just a kid, and the two chatted for a while, quickly opening up to each other. Liang was also surprised to discover Su Yuanpeng, like him, loved reading online novels in his spare time. And Su Yuanpeng even liked reading slice-of-life food novels. That was quite unexpected. Liang himself enjoys reading urban novels, but he doesn't read many food-themed ones, only 1 or 2 that he's currently following. After all, Liang's life is already pretty much like the protagonist of a food-themed novel, so there's no need for him to read other stories. Su Yuanpeng and Liang chatted more and more enthusiastically, leaving Su Qingqing and the old butler unable to get a word in edgewise. They didn't stop until 7:30 p.m., when it was almost completely dark. "Goodbye, Uncle Su." Liang boarded the bus, waved goodbye to Su Yuanpeng, who even walked a few steps ahead to see him off. Only after the bus drove away did Su Yuanpeng sigh. What a good kid. For Su Yuanpeng, he usually had to be on edge when dealing with people. Even though he had friends in the business world, none of them were as relaxed and comfortable as he was with Liang. They say money can solve all problems, but the higher you climb, the colder it gets. Even someone like Su Yuanpeng has his own little troubles. If Liang weren't so young, perhaps we could have become true friends. Su Yuanpeng thought to himself. Although Su Yuanpeng didn't fully understand Liang's character, after spending a few hours together, he had already developed a strong liking for him. Just as Su Yuanpeng himself thought, if Liang were about his age, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become friends. Seeing her father's expression, Su Qingqing's own expression turned somewhat strange. As Su Qingqing, of course she hoped Liang and her father would get along well, but weren't these two a little too compatible? What if they became best friends later? How would Su Qingqing handle that? Husband, has he become Uncle Liang? Su Qingqing shivered. Oh, right. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered something and waved to the 2 security guards waiting behind her. Liang asked us to give this to you." As she spoke, Su Qingqing pulled out 2 red envelopes from her pocket. "Miss, we dare not accept these." The 2 bodyguards waved their hands frantically. Accepting red envelopes from anyone other than their employer during their work hours was a major taboo, and they didn't want to lose their jobs on the spot. Su Yuanpeng was taken aback, and after understanding the reason, he couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Liang to be so adept at handling interpersonal relationships. "Qingqing, keep this red envelope and return it to Liang tomorrow." Su Yuanpeng snapped his fingers at the 2 bodyguards. "You've worked extra hard today, I'll give you your bonuses." "Thank you, Chairman Su." The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, overjoyed. They had no problem accepting Su Yuanpeng's red envelope, especially since Su Yuanpeng's generosity was always substantial. "By the way, in the future, while ensuring my daughter's safety, young Liang can also help out with anything. If we're short-handed, I can send more people." Su Yuanpeng hesitated for a moment, then added, "Chairman Su, he's already treating young Liang like family?" The old butler thought to himself, amazed. Was Liang really that charming? Had he won over both father and son? These bodyguards were Su Qingqing's personal bodyguards. Su Yuanpeng's willingness to let them work for Liang showed how much he valued him. However, what the old butler didn't know was that Su Yuanpang didn't consider Liang family, but rather a special good friend. Alright, Ching Ching, let's go home. By the way, what exactly is that King Liang you sold today? If I have the chance in the future, I'd like to try Liang's cooking. Chapter 263 Professor Lu's mentality collapsed. This guy is cursed with being a chef. Mom and Dad, I'm home. The bus took Liang back to the entrance of his residential compound. After the security team helped him pack up his stall items, Liang returned to his own yard. Just as he stepped out of the tree-lined path, Liang saw the lights on in his yard. A large hot pot was on over the earthen stove, and a group of people were chatting and laughing around it. Besides Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, Zhao Wenqin and Tong Kexia, Grandpa Xiong, Hu Ziai, Tiao Tiao, and Rui Rui were all present. Wow, everyone's here. Why did you decide to eat hot pot? Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. The weather in Beijing is already very hot, even at night, you'll be sweating outdoors. You brat, you don't understand. Eating hot pot and drinking ice-cold beer outside on a summer night, that's real enjoyment. Li Xiangdong laughed and gestured for Liang to sit down. This morning, Liang prepared a hot pot with 2 broths to make a refreshing dessert, and Li Xiangdong had also been wanting to eat hot pot. Hurry up, you're back so late, we almost started eating before you arrived. Glug glug. The hot pot broth boiled, and everyone started adding slices of meat. Grandpa Xiong, Zhao Wenqin, and Li Xiangdong huddled together debating a chess game, while Hu Ziai, Tiao Tiao, and Rui Rui were engrossed in showing off their meat. Clatter! In the midst of their enjoyment, Hu Ziai, imitating an adult opening a beer bottle, used the corner of the table to open a soda bottle, the cap splattering directly onto Tiao Tiao's face. Hu Ziai apologized profusely, thankfully without any serious injury. Although Liang had already eaten dinner, he still didn't quite like the food at the Fun Park restaurant, and his stomach was still empty, so he ate several slices of tripe and bamboo shoots. While pouring shrimp paste into the hot pot, Liang turned to Zhang Yan beside him. Mom, what brings you to hot pot today? It's all because of your King Liang. Zhang Yan laughed. I learned how to make King Liang from you, and tried selling it at the restaurant today. Everyone loved it. Business is even better than on opening day. Your dad and I were so busy we were practically exhausted. We just couldn't keep up, and we were almost out of ingredients, so we closed up shop and went home at 5 p.m. Liang said somewhat speechlessly, Mom, I told you and Dad needed to hire some helpers. Such a big shop can't be run by just the 2 of you. Don't skimp on that little bit of money. If you and Dad ruin your health, no amount of money can make up for it. I know, Zhang Yan smiled gently, handing Liang a slice of watermelon. Your dad said he'll go to the school next week to recruit some students for part-time jobs and pay them more. That makes sense. Liang nodded. Anyway, Li Xiangdong knew Kyoto University and Tsinghua University well, so finding students for part-time work would be easier. Under the warm orange light in the courtyard, steam rose from the hot pot. Liang had a leisurely evening, but someone else wasn't having such a good time. In a high-end apartment in Kyoto City, Professor Lu Xiaohua, a child psychology expert at Kyoto Normal University, her hair disheveled, stared at the literature on her computer. No, this theory can't explain Liang's behavior. Liang is an outlier, he should be ruled out. But, he's just too special. After racking her brains for a while, Lu Xiaohua still couldn't come to a conclusion. Instinctively, she picked up some mentholatum and applied it to her temples, but the little red jar was already empty. Clatter! Feeling extremely annoyed, Lu Xiaohua casually tossed the jar away. The jar bounced off the edge of the trash can and rolled under the bed. Professor Lu Xiaohua bent down to pick up the jar and throw it back into the trash can, but accidentally bumped her head on the table. Ouch! Lu Xiaohua clutched her head, and the jar fell again, rolling under the bed once more. Even though Lu Xiaohua's personality was somewhat of a strong woman type, at this moment she was starting to lose her composure. She simply lay down on the bed and wiped her eyes. What did she do to deserve this? Today has been incredibly unlucky. I should never have taken the job with the Su group. Lu Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then picked up her phone, scrolling through her contacts, hoping to find some comfort by chatting with a friend. But unfortunately, all her friends were busy, either with work or taking care of their children. Yes, people her age almost all have their own families, and it's hard to find time for long phone calls. Finally, Lu Xiaohua found a man's name, Mo Hunan. Both were professors at Kyoto Normal University, specializing in child psychology. Lu Xiaohua and Mo Hunan were colleagues. Although Mo Hunan had a fierce appearance, after spending a lot of time together, Lu Xiaohua had developed some feelings for him. After all, Mo Hunan had never been in a relationship, and Lu Xiaohua was also unmarried. Although Lu Xiaohua was a bit older, they were both highly educated, and considered a good match. However, Mo Hunan was too oblivious and never noticed Lu Xiaohua's feelings for him, so Lu Xiaohua put her own feelings aside. But at this moment, in Lu Xiaohua's vulnerable state, she still wanted to find a strong shoulder to lean on. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xiaohua dialed Mo Hunan's number. Hello? On the other end of the phone, a lively atmosphere filled the air, with shouts, cheers, and even the sounds of drinking games. Professor Mo? Lu Xiaohua was taken aback. Where are you? I'm cooking at the noodle shop. Professor Lu, is there anything I can help you with? In Mo's noodle shop, Mo Hunan was sweating profusely as he cooked plain noodles. This was a family recipe, which Mo Hunan had naturally mastered. When his father, Mo Ir-yi, was too busy, the father and son would work together. Ah, Lu Xiaohua said with a strange expression, I'm in a bad mood. I wanted to find someone to have a few glasses of red wine with. Professor Mo, are you free? Drinking? I can't hold my liquor. You can't beat me. If you want a drink, just get a glass of beiju and drink it all. I'll take you to bed. Mo Hunan said casually, the shop is too crowded today, so I won't be going. Mo Hunan. Professor Lu was a little exasperated. She had subtly hinted at going on dates with Mo Hunan many times before, but he had never noticed. She hadn't expected him to pull this stunt even after she'd been so direct today. You're just like that kid today, all you do is cook. Professor Lu complained, already feeling incredibly resentful, and now she was venting all her frustration. Kid? Mo Hunan raised an eyebrow. You know Brother Kid? Our Mo's noodle shop was Brother Kid's idea. We specialize in plain noodles, and business is booming. By the way, do you want to come over? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Hello? Mo Hunan frowned and put down the phone. Lu Xiaohua had already hung up. Women, so strange. Chapter 264. If our company had king biliang, a type of sweet soup, I would definitely be eager to work overtime. Tap tap. Inside the manor, in the study. Under the soft light, Su Yuanpeng flipped through the pages of an ebook. Today's update is nothing special. Su Yuanpeng tossed his phone onto the table, rubbed his face, and Liang's image floated into his mind again. After their brief time together today, Liang had left a deep impression on Su Yuanpeng. Liang possessed a unique charm beyond his years, making Su Yuanpeng somewhat want to be his true friend. At the same time, Liang's hobbies surprisingly coincided with Su Yuanpeng's, making Su Yuanpeng fantasize about having a son like him. Not to mention, Liang was also the object of his daughter Su Qingqing's affections. Liang's position in Su Yuanpeng's heart was complex. That kid Liang. Really interesting. If you were 20 or 30 years older, my daughter Su Qingqing wouldn't have any feelings for you anymore, and we could be buddies. Su Yuanpeng shook his head, putting Liang aside for now. He got up, clicked the mouse, opened his office software, and entered the company's internal group. Most big bosses aren't in employee groups. At most, they joined the company's senior management's office group. But Su Yuanpeng was clearly not that kind of big boss. He had a peculiar habit, posing as an ordinary employee and infiltrating all the company's chat and office groups. The Su group had a hierarchical structure with countless large and small businesses. As the top executive, Su Yuanpeng sometimes inevitably became blind to the situation and trends of his subordinates. Interacting with lower-level employees under an assumed name often yielded new ideas and methods for the company's direction. One of Su Yuanpeng's management tricks. Tonight, the various chat groups of the Su group were quite lively, especially the leisure chat group at the Kyoto headquarters. Su Yuanpeng casually clicked into the headquarters chat group, and a high-definition picture immediately caught his eye. Coconut milk as a base, with various ingredients floating on top, like delicacies on a jade plate. This is King Buliang? Su Yuanpeng looked at the picture thoughtfully, and soon after, an employee with the group name Xiao Gang who sent the picture also spoke up. Look everyone, this is the dessert we had at the fun park today. I bought a few extra, they're still frozen at home, haha. This immediately prompted other employees to chime in. Wow, all my colleagues who went to Fun amusement park today mentioned this stuff. They said they barely rode anything at the park, they were too busy eating. Is it really that good? It has to be. Let me put it this way, if our company cafeteria could make this, I'd be happy even if I worked myself to death at the company. The guy above is exaggerating a bit, but honestly, if our company's food was really this good, I'd have to dedicate myself to the company until my dying breath, and I'd never leave the Su group in my life. Stop talking nonsense, get to the point. At Xiao Gang, don't you have a few bowls of King Biliang left? Can I have one? I can pay for it. How about 100 yuan? I'll pay 200 yuan. I only had 2 bowls of King Biliang at the amusement park today, and I wasn't satisfied at all. Now I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Xiao Gang, a member of the company group chat, revealed that he had some King Biliang saved up, which naturally attracted the attention of the employees. Some had already tried it but weren't satisfied, while others hadn't gone to the amusement park and wanted to satisfy their curiosity. Everyone bid, and soon someone was willing to pay 1,000 yuan for a bowl of King Biliang from Xiao Gang. However, Xiao Gang sent a sweating soybean emoji and said, this Qingbiliang is for my goddess. She didn't go to the amusement park today, so I must let her taste it. At Lily, goddess, come to my house for some Qingbiliang. Xiao Gang's words left the group members speechless. One after another, sweating soybean emojis appeared, forming a line. Soon, an employee named Lily in the group chat spoke up. Okay, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have time to collect it from you. Just deliver it to my door. By the way, don't knock, just hang it on my doorknob. Okay, Xiao Gang replied happily. The group chat was flooded with sweating soybeans, a Chinese internet slang term for profanity. Su Yuanpeng watched his young employee's antics and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems he needs to pay more attention to his employees' romantic relationships in the future. He should teach his employees, regardless of gender, not to be simps. Simps never end well. However, more than any talk of love, what concerned Su Yuanpeng was the employee's comment about the herbal dessert earlier. He hadn't expected his employees to value food so much. Clearly, the company cafeteria wasn't satisfying them enough. If he could improve the cafeteria's food quality and replicate the refreshing dessert Liang made today, it wouldn't just increase employee happiness, but also enhance company cohesion. Thinking this, Su Yuanpeng dragged over his keyboard and typed a message in the group chat. Su Yuanpeng, ID, Xiao Peng. Xiao Gang, why don't you sell your refreshing dessert to me? I'll offer 100,000 yuan a bowl. Ha! The group chat had been buzzing with mockery of the sycophantic Xiao Gang, but Su Yuanpeng's words instantly silenced everyone. Who was this Xiao Peng? Su Yuanpeng was currently in the Su Group headquarters chat group. The Su Group headquarters alone had tens of thousands of employees, so naturally, no one knew them all, and no one had doubted the identity of Xiao Peng, who had been silently lurking in the group. But spending 100,000 yuan on a bowl of Qingbiliang? That's a bit extravagant, isn't it? Even Xiao Gang was stunned for a long time before typing. Brother, are you sure? I still have 3 bowls of Qingbiliang left. You're not talking about buying it with 100,000 game coins, are you? Before Su Yuanpeng could reply, Lily immediately spoke up. Xiao Gang, you actually believe such a joke? Hurry up and bring the Qingbiliang over. When Xiao Gang offered to bring the Qingbiliang, Lily seemed to reluctantly agree, but she was actually overjoyed. After all, the legend of Qingbiliang, a type of sweet dessert, is circulating throughout the entire Su Group headquarters. It's safe to say that Qingbiliang is currently the most popular dessert in the Su Group's headquarters in Kyoto. If Lily took a picture of the Qingbiliang Xiao Gang gave her and posted it on her WeChat moments, wouldn't the likes skyrocket? Maybe she'd even catch the attention of her crush. Therefore, Lily certainly didn't want Xiao Gang to sell Qingbiliang and ruin her plans. Confirm. Su Yuanpeng replied promptly, then casually took a screenshot of his bank card balance. This bank card was opened by Su Yuanpeng for Su Qingqing, containing her living expenses. When everyone saw the bank card balance, their breathing quickened. There are so many zeros. Bank card balance, over 10 million? Chapter 265 Liang, I have a favor to ask you. Holy crap, who is this Xiao Peng? A hidden tycoon. Brother Peng, I'll call you Brother Peng from now on. A screenshot of Su Yuanpeng's bank card with a balance of tens of millions instantly ignited the entire chat group. Actually, as a top-tier group nationwide and even globally, the Su Group offers very attractive salaries and benefits to its employees. In this chat group alone, it's not uncommon to see employees earning millions a year. But $1 million annual salary and a bank card balance of tens of millions are two different things. For a working person to accumulate that much liquid cash, they either need to be a senior technical employee or at least a middle manager, or they need to be a second-generation rich kid. In the chat group, everyone thought Xiao Peng was more likely to be a second-generation rich kid. Ding dong! Instantly, Su Yuanpeng received numerous friend requests. Su Yuanpeng gave a wry smile. He didn't want to be so high-profile, but the problem was that he couldn't find a bank card with an even smaller balance right now. Brother Peng, where do you live? I'll deliver it to you right now. Employee Xiao Gang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately replied to Su Yuanpeng. With a balance of tens of millions, saying he'd buy his Qingbiliang, a type of sweet soup, for 100,000 a bowl was probably not bragging. Xiao Gang, what's wrong with you? You promised to deliver it to me, how could you give it to someone else? If you keep doing this, I'm never talking to you again. Seeing the Qingbiliang about to slip away, employee Lily became a little anxious. Unexpectedly, Xiao Gang, who used to fawn over Lily, instantly changed his expression. Big sister, who cares about you? With this 300,000, why would I care about you? I'm going to pursue the most beautiful girl in our office. At Ting, how about we go on a trip together during my vacation? I'm flush with cash right now. Xiao Gang's reply made Lily behind the screen so angry her nose almost crooked. Goodness, Xiao Gang wasn't just trying to please her after all. What's that saying again? Flattering one person is being a simp, flattering n people is being a wolf warrior. Sweating soybean, sweating soybean, sweating soybean. Xiao Gang's actions caused another wave of sweating soybean emojis in the group chat. Meanwhile, Su Yuanpeng quickly added Xiao Gang as a friend and privately messaged him, "You don't need to deliver it to my house. Just tell me an address, and I'll send someone. Oh no, I'll come pick it up. As for the 300,000, it's already in your account." Su Yuanpeng casually arranged for the 300,000 to be transferred to Xiao Gang's account without revealing his identity. Xiao Gang was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Brother Peng, you're my brother. No, if you don't mind, I'd like to acknowledge you as my godfather." Su Yuanpeng ignored Xiao Gang and simply closed the chat. Half an hour later, a bodyguard arranged by Su Yuanpeng arrived at Xiao Gang's house and picked up the herbal soup. However, the bodyguards didn't deliver the Qingbiliang to Su Yuanpeng's residence. Instead, they went directly to the Su Group's headquarters. In the headquarters canteen kitchen, several professional chefs were on high alert. They had received instructions from Su Yuanpeng that they would be invited to sample a new dish that evening, called Qingbiliang. Su Yuanpeng also said that if anyone could grasp the essence of Qingbiliang through tasting and create a similar dessert, each person would receive a bonus of 200,000 yuan. As professional chefs, everyone was naturally full of confidence, and many even had a burning desire in their eyes. This money was practically free. It was just a dessert. With their professional chef palates, they could easily replicate 80% or even 90% of any dish given to them. Of course, for Su Yuanpeng, buying Qingbiliang and handing it over to the kitchen was a small matter, and he didn't dwell on it afterward. Actually, Su Yuanpeng knew that if he wanted to improve the kitchen's level, he could easily hire Liang as a consultant for a hefty sum. However, Su Yuanpeng felt Liang was still young, and it might be inappropriate to rashly spend a lot of money to hire him for something unrelated to his studies. Liang might not even agree, so Su Yuanpeng abandoned the idea. Twisting his neck, Su Yuanpeng felt a slight soreness in his shoulders. Placing his phone on the table, Su Yuanpeng went to the 24-hour massage room at the manor for a massage. Unbeknownst to Su Yuanpeng, his recent extravagant purchase of 3 bowls of Qingbiliang, a type of sweet soup, for 300,000 yuan had caused quite a stir in the group chat. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing Xiao Peng's identity, but thankfully, no one suspected Su Yuanpeng. After all, the idea of a company boss infiltrating the chat group as an ordinary employee and then suddenly popping up to buy a bowl of Qingbiliang was just too absurd. The next day, Monday, outside the experimental elementary school, Liang, carrying his school bag, walked briskly towards the school. "Good morning, Brother Ang. Brother Ang, why aren't you setting up your stall today?" A number of unfamiliar classmates greeted Liang along the way. Liang's stall at the school gate had already garnered him considerable fame within the school, to the point where almost everyone knew him. Calling Liang the unconventional celebrity of experimental elementary school wouldn't be an exaggeration. "I'm not setting up the stall anymore, I'm taking a few days off," Liang casually replied to the enthusiastic students. Actually, it wasn't that Liang didn't want to set up the stall, but rather that he hadn't sorted out his ideas yet. Meat stuffed eggs were a rather difficult dish to make, and besides, the system required Liang to do promotional work while setting up the stall, so he had no ideas for the time being. He might as well take a few days off, clear his head, and then think about making meat stuffed eggs again. Liang stepped into the classroom, just as the morning self-study bell rang. On the podium, the homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang, who was already in her seat, glanced at Liang in surprise. Unexpectedly, this professional latecomer wasn't late today? Wei Yongfang's face immediately lit up with a relieved smile. Last Friday, Wei Yongfang specifically told Liang not to be late for class on Monday and to dress neatly. Liang had taken her advice to heart. A quick learner. "Everyone, let's have morning reading." Wei Yongfang smiled and looked around the classroom, then looked at Liang, who had just stuffed his school bag into his desk. "Liang, come to the office with me for a moment." Liang frowned slightly. He was just about to sneak out his phone to read a novel when Wei Yongfang suddenly pulled him aside. "What's this guy up to?" Following Wei Yongfang to the office, the two sat facing each other. Only then did Liang notice that Wei Yongfang was wearing makeup today. Liang immediately felt a chill, a bad premonition rose within him. Liang knew that when his usually bare-faced homeroom teacher suddenly wore makeup, it meant something. There was some important, large-scale event at school. Sure enough, Wei Yongfang coughed lightly and said in an unusually gentle tone, "Liang, I have a favor to ask you." Chapter 266 Teacher, I think students should prioritize their studies. Teacher, I think the student. You should prioritize your studies and work. Liang instinctively refused and tried to run away. Based on Liang's past life school experience, he felt that Wei Yongfang would either make him an actor to accompany her in public classes, or there would be some performance assignment from the school. Moreover, given Liang's grades, he might even have to play an ugly role as a negative example. No way, no way. You little brat, come back here. Wei Yangfang's true colors were revealed. She hurriedly grabbed Li Ang's remaining stub, glaring angrily at him. You little brat, you're always sleeping in class, but now you're so enthusiastic about studying. Let me tell you, this time the teacher is going to give you a great chance to show off your skills to the entire city of Beijing. Oh! Hearing Wei Yangfang's words, Liang stopped struggling. Teacher Wei, please tell me more. Wei Yangfang glanced at Liang speechlessly, coughed lightly, and said, it's like this. Recently, Kyoto TV is hosting a program called Little Chef King, inviting elementary school students from across the city to represent them and cook their best dish live on camera. Finally, a panel of experts will select the champion chef. The announcement came down last week, and I submitted your application. I know this program is perfect for you, maybe it can even help bring some business to your family's food stall. Listening to Wei Yangfang's explanation, Liang understood the gist of it. On TV, elementary school students these days really have a lot of activities. Teacher, I think the biggest reason you nominated me is because it gives you exposure, Liang said earnestly. You should have informed me beforehand. This. Wei Yangfang blushed. Liang was right, she had argued fiercely with several teachers during a school meeting to secure this spot on the show. After all, everyone knew that whoever student appeared on the show would gain exposure throughout the school and even the entire city. Who wouldn't want to be on such a good opportunity? Alright, Teacher Wei, considering how hard you work, I'll agree this time. Liang smiled slightly, then changed the subject. Now that I've given you exposure, please turn a blind eye if you see me sleeping in class, at least be gentler with the chalk. Wei Yangfang rolled her eyes at Liang's words. This kid, he talks like a seasoned veteran. With just a few words, Wei Yangfang had incurred his favor. In fact, Liang's willingness to appear on the show wasn't at all about giving Wei Yangfang face. Appearing on the show, that's free publicity. Performing a meat-stuffed egg routine on the show might easily complete his system task. It was practically handed to him, so Liang had no reason to refuse. Since you've agreed, now you need to prepare for the show, Wei Yangfang said after a moment's thought. I've already spoken with the art teacher. Have her do your makeup and fix your school uniform later. Also, you need to memorize some stock phrases for the show. Let me think about how to say it in a way that reflects our school's emphasis on both extracurricular activities and academic learning. Teacher Wei, stop right there. Liang, his head spinning, quickly interrupted Wei Yangfang. Since we're doing a food show, the most important thing is cooking. The cafeteria kitchen might not have the ingredients I need, we need to prepare them beforehand. Ingredients. There are specific requirements? Wei Yangfang was taken aback. Although Wei Yangfang's father was a chef, Wei Yangfang herself was a complete culinary idiot. She really didn't know much about the quality of the same ingredient. If she went out to buy watermelons, she'd come back with a bag of unripe melons. Hearing you say that, Wei Yangfang narrowed her eyes. How do you plan to prepare? Going to the market. Liang replied immediately. Teacher Wei, you have to come with me. Me? Of course, you have to pay for the groceries. Liang said speechlessly, I can't pay for the show for our school myself. Besides, I didn't bring my phone, and I don't have any money on me. For Liang, money was no problem at all. In fact, with his current financial resources, he could easily outsmart Wei Yangfang, who was his homeroom teacher. But, a homeroom teacher is a homeroom teacher after all. Liang couldn't very well take out his phone to pay in front of her. Don't be fooled by Wei Yangfang's politeness towards Liang now. After the show, there's a good chance she'll complain to Li Xiangdong. He had to be careful. Any student knows not to take out their phone in front of their homeroom teacher, no matter the reason. Homeroom teachers are very cunning. So, Liang decided to bring Wei Yangfang's wallet along. He could always have Li Xiangdong return the money to her later. Okay, I'll have the teacher from the next class cover for me, Wei Yangfang agreed after a slight hesitation. She valued this opportunity on the show quite a bit, and to ensure she got screen time, accompanying Liang to buy groceries was no big deal. 20 minutes later, Wei Yangfang and Liang returned to their classroom. This morning's English class will be taught by Ms. Huo from the next class. I have to take Liang out for a bit. Class monitor, please maintain discipline. Everyone, behave yourselves in Ms. Huo's class, don't embarrass me. After a brief explanation in the classroom, Wei Yangfang waved to Liang, and the two left. Wow! The students peered out the windows at Liang and Wei Yangfang's departing figures, filled with envy. Being able to leave the classroom or even the school gate during class time, only those who have experienced it know how exhilarating that feels. That felt like breaking free from a cage, like flying freely. Holy crap, Aang's got Teacher Wei. Are they eloping? Go Sheng, sitting in front of Liang, couldn't help but exclaim, get the hell out of here. So Qingqing gave Go Sheng a sharp slap, then crossed her arms and frowned. What's Teacher Wei up to? Why did she take Liang away? If Su Yuanpeng hadn't repeatedly and sternly warned Su Qingqing not to run away during class, and if security hadn't been watching all the exits, Su Qingqing would have definitely gone out to see what was going on. Zijinmen Vegetable Market. Wow, Xiao Ang, you're shopping at the market all by yourself today? Where's Dong Ge? Haha, Xiao Ang's here again. Come on, I have a bag of vegetables here, take this. The social dynamics of the market are an art. Li Xiangdong runs a small eatery and has been a regular at the Zijinmen market lately, making him a significant customer in the eyes of the vendors. Besides, since Liang had been to Zijinmen before, everyone recognized Li Xiangdong's son, Liang. So, as soon as he entered the market, several vendors greeted him warmly, trying to strike up a conversation. Liang responded politely, while Wei Yongfang swallowed hard. In class, Wei Yongfang was an absolute authority, but in this noisy market, she couldn't utter a single word. She had hardly ever been to a market in her life. Compared to Liang, who strolled around with effortless ease, their roles seemed to have subtly reversed. Chapter 267. Is this kid Liang going to give up? Brother Liang, what brings your sister to my market today? As they ventured deeper into the market, Brother Gong greeted them with a smile. But when he reached Liang to offer him a lollipop, he caught a glimpse of Wei Yongfang's face and changed his tune. I misspoke, isn't this your aunt? Wei Yongfang had initially felt a certain fondness for Brother Gong because of his sweet talk, but his sudden change of address from sister to aunt made her uncomfortable. Embarrassed and annoyed, Wei Yongfang gave a soft snort and turned her head away, ignoring Brother Gong. Brother Gong looked somewhat embarrassed. Liang smiled and took the lollipop, asking, Brother Gong, what's going on with your stall? The snails were gone from Brother Gong's stall, the water vat and basin were empty, and a coming soon sign hung there, a sight that was both amusing and perplexing. Hey, I was so grateful to you last time for saving my snails from losses. I think selling snails in Kyoto isn't going to work out, so I'm thinking of selling something else. Brother Gong explained. Brother Liang, do you need anything lately? We need to buy some coconuts. It would be even better if we had a machine to make coconut milk directly. Liang replied. Yesterday, their Li's roasted goose leg launched a new product, Qingbu Liang, a sweet dessert soup. According to his mother, Zhang Yan, sales are pretty good, but they still source from fruit shops, which is relatively expensive. If they could buy fresh coconuts from the market, that would be ideal. Got it. Brother Gong clapped his hands. I'll look into getting coconuts right away. Liang was speechless. So, Brother Gong is just living off our shop, huh? But Brother Gong's main selling point is good quality at low prices, and he somehow manages to find excellent suppliers. He's practically a god-level supplier. Once you find a good source, I'll have my dad give you a big red envelope. Liang laughed. Just tell him it was me who suggested it. Okay. Brother Gong smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. By the way, Brother Gong. Liang unwrapped a lollipop and put it in his mouth, then got down to business. I want to buy some pork belly and some duck eggs. Do you have any shop recommendations? Although Liang could use his god of cookery eyes to find the entire market himself, asking around would save him some trouble. Brother Gong had been frequenting the Zijinmen market lately, so he naturally knew the area better. With Brother Gong's guidance, Liang and Wei Yongfang immediately headed to the duck egg and pork stalls. Soon, Liang acquired 2 items of purple quality ingredients. Fresh farmhouse jade pearl duck eggs, Lewu black pork belly. The price was a bit high, but at least the quality was acceptable. Because making meat-stuffed eggs is quite difficult, Liang bought a bit more. He carried 1 bag of duck eggs, and Wei Yongfang carried the other bag of pork belly. Carrying the pork belly, Wei Yongfang looked exasperated. It wasn't that the pork belly was too heavy to carry, but rather that she had really felt the pinch when paying for it. The teacher and student, carrying their groceries, boarded the subway again for their return trip. By the time they reached the school gate, it was already around 11 a.m. A camera crew from Kyoto City Television was already in position in the school's auditorium. The stage had been modified, with a long table set up and all sorts of cooking utensils, seasonings, scallions, ginger, and garlic readily available. The Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Hyang, was also waiting there to oversee things. Upon seeing Liang, Su Hyang couldn't help but shudder and avoid Liang's gaze. For some reason, whenever Su Hyang saw Liang now, he would always think of Liang's pet, the ferocious beast Little Yellow Dog. Terrifying. The Little Yellow Dog had appeared in Su Hyang's nightmares several times already. Hello, Teacher Wei. This must be our little chef, right? His name is Liang, isn't it? A middle-aged man with a side-parted hairstyle walked over, shook hands with Wei Yongfang, and smiled at Liang standing to the side. Before Liang could answer, stars lit up in Wei Yongfang's eyes. Xiao Ning, it's you hosting this program. Wei Yongfang never expected to meet Xiao Ning. Back in Wei Yongfang's student days, Xiao Ning had been her dream man. Teacher Wei held onto Xiao Ning's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Xiao Ning looked somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat, and withdrew his hand. It's like this. My child also attends experimental elementary school. I'm hosting the program and also checking on my child. Xiao Ning was one of the pillars of Kyoto TV. Normally, a program of this caliber wouldn't need him hosting. This time, Xiao Ning had specifically requested to come to experimental elementary school, allowing him to balance work and childcare. Wow, your child is at our elementary school too? So low-key. Wei Yongfang exclaimed excitedly. What class is he in? What's his name? Xiao Ning chuckled dryly but didn't answer. Xiao Ning could tell that Wei Yongfang was probably a fan of his. Meeting fans while filming a show is a good thing, but if fans find out about his child, that could be a real problem. Although he didn't think Wei Yongfang would do anything bad to his child, if Wei Yongfang got carried away and kept pestering his child with questions, his child might not be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Liang didn't seem inclined to interact much with the host, Xiao Ning, and instead focused on arranging the groceries he had bought. Half an hour later, host Xiao Ning finally calmed the excited Wei Yongfang down and tidied herself up. The lighting and sound engineers were in position, and Xiao Ning gestured to the director and cameraman. Live broadcast begins. Whoosh! The lights suddenly blazed on, and at the same time, Xiao Ning immediately flashed a bright smile. Hello everyone in Kyoto City, this is your host, Xiao Ning. Today, I'll be hosting the program Little Chef King. We've come to experimental elementary school. Let's see if a new culinary king will be born here. Xiao Ning delivered her opening remarks fluently, while the director and assistant monitored the viewership data. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. 50,000 live viewers? Even teacher Xiao Ning is on set, and the ratings are a bit dismal. The assistant commented, looking at the data. The director glanced at the assistant. That's plenty. We're a local program, and it's not prime time. You've already got 50,000 viewers at the start, what more could you want? The assistant scratched his head sheepishly. Meanwhile, the host, Xiao Ning, walked towards Liang with the microphone. This is our little chef contestant from experimental elementary school. Let's see what ingredients he's prepared. Duck egg, pork belly. These ingredients seem a bit meager. Because of Wei Yongfang's nagging, host Xiao Ning hadn't paid much attention to Liang's preparations. He only now realized that Liang had prepared just these two rather simple ingredients for today's program. A duck egg and a piece of pork belly. What could he possibly make? You know, elementary school students from other schools prepare much more elaborate dishes for this program. Some even make Buddha jumps over the wall. A hint of suspicion flashed in host Xiao Ning's eyes as he looked at Liang. Is this little Liang going to give up? Chapter 268. This kid is definitely a good prospect for fishing at sea. Haha, this scene is all too familiar. My elementary school used to have cooking competitions where students brought their own meals from home. I always brought a salted duck egg to get by, then ate all the other students' food. It's one thing to be clever in class activities, but this TV show is being lazy too. Isn't that a bit much? This production team clearly didn't communicate well with the school. Why did they bring on a kid who's just trying to cause trouble? But to be fair, this kid is quite photogenic. I like him. Tisk tisk tisk. I'm inexplicably reminded of these young male celebrities these days. They can become famous even without talent, just because they're good looking. Is the production team trying to use that to promote this little boy? At this moment, rows of comments scrolled across the live stream of Little Chef King. Liang only prepared 2 main ingredients, 1 serving of pork belly and 1 serving of eggs. It seemed far too simple. Using these 2 ingredients to make simple home-style dishes like steamed eggs or egg drop soup with meat would be fine, but for a TV show, it's clearly too perfunctory. Furthermore, Liang's outstanding looks have led some viewers to question his abilities. Could this kid be trying to become a controversial internet celebrity? Haha, little Liang, do you have any other ingredients you haven't brought out? The director gave the host, Xiao Ning, a look, and Xiao Ning smiled at Liang, trying to ease the tension. However, Liang shook his head and said, that's all. Oh, I also need to add some minced garlic and soaked shiitake mushrooms for seasoning. Garlic and shiitake mushrooms are auxiliary seasoning ingredients. The cafeteria has them readily available, so Liang can just use them. The system doesn't have many requirements for seasoning ingredients. The host, Xiao Ning, twitched slightly. It seemed Liang was determined to start cooking today. Alright, young Liang. Xiao Ning said somewhat helplessly, then please introduce the dish you're going to make and begin cooking. Liang smiled slightly and said, today I'm going to make something called meat stuffed egg. Meat stuffed egg? Liang's words made the host, Xiao Ning, pause for a moment. The audience in front of the screen were also confused. What is meat stuffed egg? As the name suggests, it's meat stuffed into an egg. But most viewers had never heard of this way of eating. At most, they'd only eat egg dumplings during holidays. Can meat stuffed into an egg really taste good? And how do you even get meat inside an egg? It's utterly baffling. Haha, Liang's imagination is truly boundless. Host Xiao Ning chuckled dryly. Is this your own creation? I don't have that ability. Liang shook his head and said, "Meat stuffed egg is a non-material cultural heritage snack from Fujian province in our country." Non-material cultural heritage snack? Host Xiao Ning's expression changed slightly. Just a few years ago, Kyoto TV produced a food program about non-material cultural heritage snacks, introducing more than a dozen kinds of non-material cultural heritage snacks from all over the country. To be listed as an intangible cultural heritage snack, besides its profound historical and cultural significance and symbolic and promotional value, it must also possess a significant characteristic. The preparation method is extremely meticulous. For example, the intangible cultural heritage snack Pingxiang Huiguo involves artistic carving directly onto fruits and vegetables, followed by tedious processes such as steaming, boiling, and sugar pickling. Can a duck egg and a piece of pork belly really become an intangible cultural heritage snack? Liang, we're doing a program, we can't make false claims. Xiao Ning covered the microphone and whispered to Liang. Everyone can look up the information. Meat stuffed egg is indeed one of the intangible cultural heritage foods, Liang said calmly. Although the ingredients are simple, the local cultural and folk heritage and the deliciousness are no less than other intangible cultural heritage foods. With that, Liang ignored the host Xiao Ning and picked up the pork belly, washed it, and began to chop it up like dumpling filling. Meanwhile, some viewers in the live chat confirmed Liang's statement. "I looked it up, and stuffed meat with eggs really is an intangible cultural heritage food. Wow, that's interesting. I'm curious to see what this kid can do with duck eggs and pork belly. He's quite young, but he's got guts. He's probably the first kid on this show to dare to challenge an intangible cultural heritage food, right?" The fact that stuffed meat with eggs is an intangible cultural heritage food subtly changed the audience's attitude, from questioning Liang's motives to questioning his abilities. Since this is an intangible cultural heritage food, then little Liang definitely couldn't have come on the show just to slack off. After all, even professional chefs might not be able to handle intangible cultural heritage food. Many of those dishes with a long history are passed down through families, and chefs practice from a young age. Can a kid like Liang really do it? Meanwhile, Liang had already chopped the pork belly and added the soaked shiitake mushrooms as well. After finally chopping the shiitake mushrooms, Liang took a large, clear glass bowl and placed the minced meat inside. Then, he added chopped garlic, cooking wine, ginger water, scallions, salt, sugar, sesame oil, soy sauce, chicken powder, cornstarch, and pepper. With so many seasonings, Liang's movements were incredibly fast, leaving the host, Xiao Ning, quite astonished. It seems this kid has some talent. In my spare time, I help my family sell snacks at their stall, focusing on speed. Liang explained casually, then stirred the meat mixture in the bowl until well combined. Phew! Liang took a deep breath. Making the meat mixture was a piece of cake. The most difficult part, stuffing the egg with meat, was about to begin. That was stuffing the meat into the egg. Liang took a small bowl, gently tapped it, and cracked the duck egg into the bowl. Immediately, Liang held a pair of chopsticks in his left hand and a single chopstick in his right. With a flick of his right hand, a hole appeared in the duck egg yolk, allowing a little yolk to seep into the egg white. Liang quickly scooped up a piece of meat with his left chopstick, keeping the tip of the chopstick open to hold it in place by the hole in the yolk, and then scraped it downwards with his right chopstick. Instantly, a piece of meat was inside the duck egg yolk. Wow! The skillful technique drew gasps of amazement from the audience. Amazing! That one move is something most people can't imitate. This kid has the makings of a clinical doctor, his hands are so steady. This kid has the makings of a painter, his hands are so skillful. This kid has the makings of a sea king, his hands are steady, skillful, and agile. Don't get me wrong, I mean his hands are definitely good for catching fish in the sea. The audience commented enthusiastically. Chapter 269 The sun rises over the sea, what a magnificent sight. This meat-stuffed egg doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined. Liang thought to himself as he successfully added a chopstickful of meat to the egg. When he first learned about this delicate, art-like technique from the god of cookery's recipe, he was astonished by the difficulty of making meat-stuffed eggs. However, in practice, Liang found it to be simpler than he had imagined. All it takes is a steady hand and a careful mind. With the system's support and Liang's accumulated experience in cooking, his cooking skills and basic culinary techniques were indeed far superior to those of professional chefs. Therefore, Liang's confidence soared, and he relaxed. According to the god of cookery's recipe, simply adding a chopstickful of meat to the egg yolk wasn't enough to make this meat-stuffed egg. The meat filling had to completely fill the yolk without it falling apart. Liang estimated that he would need to add 3 or 4 chopsticks of filling. With a flick of his left hand, he inserted 2 chopsticks into the minced meat. Because starch was added, a slight stir was all it took for some of the meat to stick to the chopsticks and be pulled out. Liang repeated the technique, inserting 2 chopsticks into the broken opening of the egg yolk with his left hand, while using a single chopstick in his right hand to scrape the meat filling into the yolk along the length of the 2 chopsticks. However, the next moment, pop! With a soft sound, the egg yolk couldn't withstand the weight of the meat filling and immediately broke open, the previously distinct egg liquid and yolk instantly mixing together. This. Li Ang froze. His hand was still as steady as ever, so why did the yolk break this time? It's not the failure itself that's scary, it's the failure that leaves no trace. At the same time, the viewers watching Liang make the meat-stuffed egg on the screen also cheered. I knew it. Intangible cultural heritage cuisine isn't so easy to make. Although little Liang seems to have some talent, he's still quite young, and challenging intangible cultural heritage cuisine is a bit too much for him. Little Liang, there's still plenty of time on the show. Why don't you consider changing the dish? The host, Xiao Ning, looked at Liang and kindly suggested. Xiao Ning could see that Liang's basic culinary skills definitely had the potential to make him a little chef king. It would be a real shame if he failed to complete the dish within the allotted time due to choosing something too complicated. It's okay, I'll try again, Liang shook his head and said. This was a great opportunity to complete the system task, and Liang didn't want to let it slip by. The host, Xiao Ning, glanced at the camera with a wry smile. It seems young Liang is quite persistent in showcasing intangible cultural heritage cuisine to the audience. Please give him another chance. However, when Liang tried to make the meat-stuffed egg for the second time, the yolk broke again on the third bite. Hiss. Even Liang frowned, feeling a sense of frustration. Sigh. The host, Xiao Ning, sighed and glanced at the clock. It was already 11:45, and the program would end in 25 minutes. Liang's meat-stuffed egg. It's hopeless. Something's not right. Liang frowned now as well. After 2 failures, Liang realized it was almost impossible to stuff a large amount of meat filling into the yolk in a bowl. At this moment, Liang no longer relied solely on the techniques provided by the god of cookery's recipes, but instead recalled the various physics concepts he had learned in his previous life. One last attempt. If he still couldn't complete the meat-stuffed egg dish this time, it meant his abilities were insufficient, and he was willing to give up on the task. He picked up the third duck egg and cracked it open on the table with a thud. But this time, Liang didn't pour the egg into a bowl, but into a small porcelain cup. Then, Liang gently stirred the yolk with chopsticks, seemingly searching for something. It's here. Liang discovered a small, round white dot on the yolk. This was the location of the yolk's embryonic plate. Carefully poking open the white dot, Liang stuffed the yolk with meat filling again. 1 chopstick, 2 chopsticks. Liang's technique remained exquisite, but the audience no longer showed much emotion. Sigh, what a pity for this kid. He seems very talented, but he's just trying to pass himself off as an intangible cultural heritage food. I'm from Fujian province, and to be honest, even here, not just any stall can make this stuffed meat with egg. Only a master chef with a reputation can make a proper stuffed meat with egg. I've never seen a young man make this dish. This kid is still too inexperienced. Liang's 2 previous failures made the audience think that no miracle was likely to happen this time. However, as Liang stuffed the 4th mouthful of meat filling into the egg yolk, the live stream comments decreased. Everyone was amazed to find that the entire egg yolk was almost completely filled, becoming bulging. Is it going to be successful? Xiao Ning clenched his fists, excited. 4 mouthfuls already. The meat filling seemed to have completely filled the egg yolk. Was Xiao Ning going to witness an 8-year-old child making an intangible cultural heritage food on the show today? However, even as the audience and host Xiao Ning's emotions shifted from disappointment and regret to excitement and amazement, Liang didn't stop. 5 chopsticks. 6 chopsticks. In the blink of an eye, Liang added 2 more chopsticks of meat to the egg yolk. At this point, the orange-red duck egg yolk was almost twice its original size, resembling a fully inflated balloon. A gentle breeze blew, and the yolk seemed to wobble precariously, making one worry it might burst at any moment. Liang. Host Xiao Ning was about to say something when Liang had already picked up his 7th chopstick of meat. He dipped 2 chopsticks in the meat, used the tips to pry open the yolk, revealing the filling, and then used another chopstick to scrape the meat down the 2 chopsticks. Unbeknownst to him, the entire studio was completely silent. Although Wei Yongfang and Su Yang, who were watching from the sidelines, weren't very skilled in cooking, they were so caught up in the atmosphere that they barely dared to breathe. Meanwhile, in the live stream watched by tens of thousands of people, there wasn't a single comment. In the close-up shot, everyone watched as the meat was gently scraped into the egg yolk, blending seamlessly with the golden yolk. Enough! Liang suddenly raised an eyebrow, stuffing the 7th chopstick of meat into the egg yolk. At this point, the egg yolk had reached its maximum capacity for meat. Due to changes in weight and volume, it had sunk to the bottom of the cup, the egg white swirling around it like a red sun rising from a clear lake, a rather beautiful and spectacular sight. Now it's simple. Liang wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. The most difficult step was over. Now all that was left was to boil it, and the meat-stuffed egg would be complete. Clap, clap, clap. At the same time, Xiao Ning couldn't help but applaud. No one could have imagined that a small duck egg yolk could hold a full 7 chopsticks of meat. With that much meat, even a novice cook would probably have leaked filling when making dumplings, yet Liang had managed to stuff so much meat directly into the duck egg yolk. Chapter 270 Teacher Xiaoning, how can you pay for your food? Splash! Liang started a pot of broth, which was readily available in the cafeteria kitchen, and then carefully poured in the egg yolks and whites stuffed with meat. Upon entering the broth, the duck egg yolks sank to the bottom due to their weight, while the egg whites floated around them like a skirt, a beautiful sight. Only when the egg whites began to solidify did the audience erupt in even more enthusiastic applause. Clap, 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 clap. Wei Yongfang clapped her hands so hard that they turned red. Although she didn't know anything about cooking, she knew that Liang had definitely given her a chance to shine this time. The live stream room was already in an uproar. This isn't cooking, it looks like he's creating a work of art. Haha, watching this kid stuff meat into the egg yolk just now, it felt like watching a bomb defusing scene in a movie. My smartwatch is even warning me my heart rate is too high. Watching a food show and getting me all excited is incredible. Liang's meat-stuffed egg was indeed visually stunning during the live stream. His precise movements and meticulous attitude made one associate this child with the word artisan. Meanwhile, the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. The live stream data refreshed after a delay, and the new number of viewers appeared before the director. The director sat up straight. In the time it took Liang to make the meat-stuffed egg, the number of viewers had already increased by a full 20,000. The current viewership is about to break the viewership record of the Little Chef King program. Keep it up. The director gave the host, Xiao Ning, a pillar of the show, a thumbs up. Xiao Ning naturally understood the director's meaning. The show's ratings were soaring. They needed to capitalize on this success. Little friend, why do you know how to make such an intangible cultural heritage dish as stuffed meat with eggs? Is there a story behind it? Or perhaps your ancestral home is in Fujian province? A professional host, of course, knows how to dig deep into the program's content. With just a few simple sentences, Xiao Ning had shifted the audience's curiosity to Li Ang. Yes, how could such a young child possess such a complex skill? However, Liang wasn't about to satisfy the audience's and Xiao Ning's curiosity, he had a task to complete. I learned how to make stuffed meat with eggs on TV, it's nothing special, Liang said with a smile. Instead of discussing a little kid like me, you might as well give us a close-up of the pot. In the pot, the broth, which Liang had been carefully controlling the temperature of, was showing signs of boiling, and the egg yolks had already turned a bright yellow. There's an interesting little story behind meat-stuffed egg. Liang turned down the heat and gently stirred the broth with a slotted spoon. Legend has it that this meat-stuffed egg dish was originally prepared by a family to welcome their son home from the army on New Year's Eve. It symbolizes family reunion and also carries the auspicious meaning of bringing wealth and good fortune. Liang squinted, used the slotted spoon to support the bottom of the meat-stuffed egg, and scooped it out after it was cooked. The broth poured in with a whoosh, and the lighting technician quickly shone a spotlight on the freshly cooked meat-stuffed egg. The cooked meat-stuffed egg looked somewhat like a gold ingot, quite appealing. Because Liang had carefully controlled the broth's temperature, preventing it from fully boiling, the meat filling in the yolk hadn't spilled out at all. This meat-stuffed egg was absolutely perfect in appearance. Under the lights, the egg white shimmered like jade. Actually, some dishes these days like to have auspicious names, but most of them are just far-fetched. But this meat-stuffed egg is truly deserving of its name. It looks like a silver ingot, which is indeed appealing. So, meat-stuffed egg was originally a New Year's Eve dish. You could say it's an enhanced version of egg dumplings. Haha, my attention wasn't on the meat-stuffed egg, but on that little kid. The way he introduced the dishes like a little adult really amused me. So cute. I wanted to rush onto the stage and pinch his little cheeks. The comments scrolled by. Liang placed the finished meat-stuffed egg into a small bowl, sprinkled some chopped green onions, added a wad of seaweed, and then poured a large spoonful of broth directly from the pot over it. Meat-stuffed egg complete. Ding! Meat-stuffed egg. Creator, Liang. Quality, Golden Legend. Triggered special effect critical hit. Eating meat-stuffed egg will significantly increase happiness and satisfaction, and slightly improve mood. Hearing the notification in his mind, Liang wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve again. This meat-stuffed egg was really difficult to make. Fortunately, his efforts weren't in vain. The system gave it a Golden Legend rating. According to the program's usual practice, as the host, I will taste this meat-stuffed egg and give my evaluation. The host, Xiao Ning, coughed lightly and looked at Li Ang. Liang didn't push the bowl away, scratching his head and saying, "Well, brother Xiao Ning, you can have this bowl of eggs, but you have to pay 10 yuan a serving." Ha! Xiao Ning was stunned. You have to pay to taste food on a food review program? Having hosted so many programs, this was the first time Xiao Ning had heard of such a requirement. Liang's words made the director, lighting technicians, and others on set laugh. The thought process of children, adults really can't imagine. The main thing is that our teacher paid for the groceries, and I promised to pay her back. Liang explained, while Wei Yongfang quickly stood up and waved her hands. No need, no need, how can Teacher Ning pay for food? That sounds a bit odd. The host, Xiao Ning, was speechless. Wei Yongfang's words only made things worse, now he was forced to pay. Haha, Teacher Ning is so clever and quick-witted on other shows, always taking advantage of others, but now he's been rendered speechless by a kid. I see now, this teacher and student came prepared. Teacher Ning can't get away with this today. This kid is really interesting. I suggest he team up with Teacher Ning in the future, the show's effects will be explosive. I predicted this pay for the egg thing would become a meme. I hope it'll appear in the ghostly, parody/meme, section soon. It'll be the next big thing in the food section after 9 turned intestine. The viewers in the live stream joined in the commotion. Xiao Ning shook her head, smiled, and pulled out her phone, paying 10 yuan to the account Liang provided. To be honest, this meat stuffed egg is so high quality and takes so much effort, 10 yuan is really not expensive. Chapter 271. Look, this is what a veteran actor is like. Let me try it. What does a 10 yuan meat stuffed egg taste like? I hope this meat stuffed egg is delicious, otherwise I'll be a grudge. The host, Xiao Ning, glanced at the camera, then picked up the meat stuffed egg with a spoon. He's always stirring things up, in the blink of an eye, he's already making fun of himself. Liang smiled without saying a word. Actually, it wasn't that Liang was deliberately being silly, the system tasks, besides promotional tasks, also included selling meat stuffed eggs. This was practically free sales for Xiao Ning, why not take it? Leaning over, host Xiao Ning took a bite of the meat stuffed egg. Oh, the host, Xiao Ning, was slightly taken aback. This texture, it's extraordinary. The host, Xiao Ning, had some knowledge of intangible cultural heritage foods, and had even eaten some of them while filming programs before. To be honest, intangible cultural heritage food isn't necessarily the most delicious. After all, its more important significance lies in the preservation of culture and its role as a calling card for international promotion. Therefore, when trying the meat stuffed egg, the host, Xiao Ning, didn't have very high expectations. Meat stuffed egg is complex to make, but that doesn't mean it tastes amazing. It's just meat and eggs, after all. Even if it's delicious, how delicious can it be? However, with one bite, after separating the meaty egg white and yolk, a burst of juice flooded my mouth. Cooked in broth, the egg flavor had already blended with the meat flavor, and with just the right amount of seasoning and the infusion of pork belly fat, the juice was unexpectedly fragrant. This meat stuffed egg should be mild in flavor, without excessive sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy notes, but it's so delicious it makes you want to cry. One bite is pure satisfaction. In an instant, Xiao Ning seemed to travel through time, becoming a wanderer returning home. On New Year's Eve, the family reunited, their faces beaming with joy as they welcomed Xiao Ning home. Snow fell heavily outside the window, while inside, a large pot steamed. A family member presented Xiao Ning with a bowl of meat stuffed egg. One bite, and all the grievances and accumulated hardships he had endured outside vanished in an instant. Look at him, that's the old school host. Audience-wise, the director pointed at Xiao Ning, critiquing his assistant. Actually, this meat stuffed egg might not be that delicious, but given the current program atmosphere and the desired effect, Mr. Xiao Ning has to make it appear delicious. Look at his reaction. His eyes widened, his lips trembled slightly. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was starving and had stumbled upon some divine treasure. The assistant, following the director's critique, also clapped softly. A pillar of the station, indeed. On stage, the host, Xiao Ning, wolfed down the meat stuffed egg in a few bites, even drinking the broth clean. Ah, so satisfying. Xiao Ning wanted to let out a loud burp, but thankfully she managed to hold it in. Xiao Ning never imagined that Liang could make such a simple meat stuffed egg dish like this. Indeed, besides the amazing aroma and texture, the meat stuffed egg dish didn't have many layers of flavor, but under Liang's meticulous cooking, it gave people a sense of profound simplicity. This isn't just empty boasting. Just like when people are in a bad mood or sick and weak, they often don't choose lavish meals or delicacies. Instead, they're more interested in simple, lightly flavored dishes. And this meat stuffed egg dish gave Xiao Ning a sense of spiritual healing and satisfaction. Meat and eggs, festive ingredients both domestically and globally, bring out their full flavor in this dish. Little friend, could you make me another serving of meat stuffed egg? The host, Xiao Ning, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ha! Before Liang could answer, the assistant in the audience raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Why did the host, Xiao Ning, order another serving of meat stuffed egg? I guess, perhaps the host, Xiao Ning, wants to use this to highlight how delicious the meat stuffed egg is? The director analyzed, narrowing his eyes. But we don't have much time left on our show. There's still the evaluation and audience voting segment coming up. If he orders another meat stuffed egg dish, we won't be able to finish the program. The director opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Although he had been praising Xiao Ning's current actions genuinely left him a little bewildered. What's going on? Meanwhile, in a classroom for international students at Beijing Normal University, food culture is profound and extensive. Different cuisines from different countries and regions around the world not only reflect the unique customs and traditions of different regions and ethnic groups, but also carry the local history and humanistic spirit. Professor Gu Kaij of the Department of Chinese Language and Literature stood in front of the multimedia screen, speaking fluent Mandarin to more than 30 exchange students from the United States. Our country, Kailan, boasts a wide variety of delicious foods, among which intangible cultural heritage cuisine is particularly noteworthy. If you want to understand the culture of our country, starting with intangible cultural heritage cuisine is a great beginning. Our country's intangible cultural heritage cuisines from different regions carry the memories and lifestyles of different cities. They can even reflect the philosophies of life and culinary aesthetics of different regions. As he spoke, Professor Gu Kaij tapped the remote control, and a series of PowerPoint presentations showcasing intangible cultural heritage cuisine appeared before everyone's eyes. White-cut chicken, sugar pancakes, sweet and sour carp. Pictures of various dishes flashed across the PowerPoint, making the group of international students swallow hard. These students, who had only recently arrived in Kailan as exchange students and were used to eating in the school's international student cafeteria, had never seen anything like this before. Getting hungry? Gu Kaij glanced at the group of silly foreigners and chuckled. I've always encouraged you to go out more during your free time and try more of Qi Kingdom's cuisine, but you always stay cooped up on campus and never go out. I'm giving you all some homework. After class today, go out into the streets and find some good food, then write me a report about your experience. Trust me, food is the best way to get to know a place. Teacher. A student raised his hand and said, we haven't been in Qi Kingdom for long, and we don't know if it's safe or not, so we don't dare to wander around. Gu Kaij paused for a moment. Although he spoke fluent Windmill Kingdom language, his thinking was fundamentally different from these students from a foreign country. For example, Gu Kaij never considered safety when he went out. Qi Kingdom is quite unsafe. Gu Kaij thought for a moment before answering, especially at night. Because there are so many food stalls at night, you can easily gain weight without realizing it. Gu Kaij said, pinching his plump, soft belly. He meant it sincerely. The Windmill Kingdom students paused for a moment, then laughed. Everyone could tell Gu Kaij was joking. However, even if Qi Kingdom were safe, if Gu Kaij asked them to go out and find good food, they would be completely clueless about where to eat. How were they supposed to complete the homework Gu Kaij had assigned? Chapter 272. What the heck? Are you testing the audience with this? Ring ring. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Professor Gu Kaij packed up his books and left the classroom. The exchange students were now in a bind. None of them had expected Professor Gu Kaij to assign them this kind of homework. To sample the cuisine of Qi Kingdom? This assignment seemed simple enough, anyone with a mouth could do it, but it was also difficult. They were a group of exchange students, completely unfamiliar with the area. Where were they going to find authentic Qi Kingdom food? Moreover, these exchange students were expected to experience the culture, the customs and traditions of Qi Kingdom. It was a tough challenge. Look, everyone. Suddenly, a blonde girl with a large braid held up her phone and exclaimed, not far from us, there's an elementary school hosting a food program. I translated the title. It seems they're eating the intangible cultural heritage food Professor Gu Kaij mentioned. The exchange students were all stunned. What a coincidence. They initially thought intangible cultural heritage foods were like treasures from anime, impossible to obtain without overcoming numerous obstacles. But unexpectedly, these intangible cultural heritage foods were right in front of them? This luck is off the charts. What these exchange students didn't know was that there was an abundance of delicious food in Kailan Kingdom. Even in Kyoto City, there were quite a few intangible cultural heritage foods. If they were willing to search, finding them on street corners or in large supermarkets wouldn't be difficult at all. Quick, quick. Let's call the production team and see if we can try them. These exchange students were certainly impulsive, not caring whether it was a TV program or not. Since there was intangible cultural heritage food, joining in the fun was the right thing to do. At this moment, on the live broadcast of the Little Chef King program, the director's expression towards the host, Xiao Ning, had gone from initial admiration to astonishment, and now to speechlessness. Now, host Xiao Ning had already eaten his second meat-stuffed egg. This guy was completely immersed in the food. Forget about creating atmosphere, the host, Xiao Ning, hasn't even uttered any lines anymore. She just takes a bite of the meat-stuffed egg and then closes her eyes to savor it. We're making a show, and you're just indulging your cravings. Besides Xiao Ning, the cameraman and lighting technician are also acting strangely. The cameraman has stopped showing wide shots and keeps focusing on the meat-stuffed egg. As for the lighting technician, he's practically glued to Xiao Ning eating the meat-stuffed egg, practically in the shot. This is chaos. The director sighed and waved his hand. Whatever, the show's almost over anyway. I never expected Mr. Xiaoning to be so unprofessional, making such a blunder, sigh. Just as the director was feeling utterly disappointed, the assistant suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at the screen. Director, you look at this data. The live viewership had been refreshed again. The number of viewers had jumped from 70,000 to 100,000. Holy crap! The director was stunned for a moment before also swearing. 100,000 viewers? With this lousy program, the viewership actually doubled? You see, the camera is just showing a close-up of the meat-stuffed egg, no explanation whatsoever, and people are actually watching. I get it. The director slapped his forehead, his eyes gleaming with renewed fervor as he looked at the host. Xiaoning, teacher Xiaoning is using mukbang techniques to immerse the audience in the show. The assistant looked at the director speechlessly. Even with his limited experience, he could see it. The director was just blindly praising Xiaoning. Nobody does mukbang like Xiaoning, at least they say a few lines. In fact, the surge in viewership wasn't because of Xiaoning. The viewer's attention was no longer on Xiaoning, or even on Liang, but completely focused on the meat-stuffed egg. Although the viewers weren't there in person to smell or taste the meat-stuffed egg, they could see and hear it. Xiaoning took a bite, and the meat-stuffed egg wobbled gently, a testament to its bouncy texture. After another bite, the juicy filling flowed out, just like in a food commercial. It's almost noon now, and this stuff looks incredibly appetizing. Hang in there, teacher Xiaoning. I'm on my way to the cafeteria. I have a feeling I'll eat an extra bowl of rice for lunch today. Haha, I'm different from you guys. I'm on a diet today, not eating lunch, but I've already shared the live stream link in my diet group. I'm making those guys drool, letting them eat like crazy, so I can lose weight on my own. Wow, I failed. I can't take it anymore. I'm not dieting anymore, I want to eat. By the way, does anyone know where I can buy meat-stuffed eggs in Kyoto? A barrage of comments flooded the screen, almost completely filling it. At this moment, it was already noon. The show was about to end. Ending at this crucial moment? The viewership seems to be still climbing. The director, without hesitation, contacted the station's leadership. Live television broadcasts couldn't continue, as there was a midday news segment coming up. However, the online broadcast could continue. Just as the director and technicians set up the channel and switched the live stream source, a call came into the program team. An investor? Or perhaps a sponsor? The director answered the unknown number with a puzzled look, and was taken aback by the broken, strange Mandarin spoken. What's going on the other end? They can't even speak properly? After learning that the caller was an exchange student from the windmill country who wanted to come and sample the food, the director burst out laughing. Making a show for a long time really does involve meeting all sorts of people. Watching the meat and egg dish live on air made him drool, and he actually wanted to come and try it on site? You know what, this actually works. A group of foreigners across from us, sampling intangible cultural heritage foods, is a natural entertainment opportunity and a great chance to promote Kailan's culinary culture. Furthermore, the director has secured online streaming time, meaning this episode of Little Chef will be significantly longer, and he needs to create a compelling viewing experience. After a moment's thought, the director consulted with the Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Hyang, and Liang. Receiving their affirmative replies, the director readily agreed to the invitation from the exchange students from the windmill country. Come on this land of Kailan country, you won't go hungry. Having given the windmill country exchange students the green light, the director also prompted Xiaoning to announce to the audience that they could try the food on the spot. Instantly, the live stream chat exploded. Everyone was drooling, and you suddenly say they can come and eat meat-stuffed eggs live? Using this to test the audience, which viewer can withstand such a test? Chapter 273. $1 million annual salary isn't really anything special. Welcome everyone to the experimental primary school to sample our delicious food. At the school gate, security guards had erected a banner. Below the banner, employees of Kyoto Television were busily setting up the venue. Since the director had decided to let the public sample the meat-stuffed egg, the venue couldn't be on campus. After all, the experimental primary school was a school, and student safety was the top priority. A stove, a camera, a child cooking. The onlookers had never seen anything like it before, and many stopped to watch. They'd heard of temples and welfare homes distributing food, but this was the first time they'd seen a school doing so. While waiting for the tasting guests to arrive, Liang wasn't idle either, frantically preparing the meat-stuffed egg. It has to be said, today's program was truly impressive. He estimated that by noon, his system task would be completed. Liang was busy as bees, waiting for the customers to come and sample the food. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, his father, Li Xiangdong, was also preparing to leave Li's barbecue stall, ready to undertake something big. Wife, I'm leaving. Don't bother with the stall this afternoon, you can't manage on your own. Wearing a cheap gray suit and a red tie, Li Xiangdong slung his backpack over his shoulder, gently put his arm around Zhang Yuan's waist, and said solemnly, "Take care of yourself while I'm gone, don't overwork yourself, go on your way." Zhang Yan finished making a bowl of herbal dessert and pushed Li Xiangdong aside. I told you to go hire a helper, what are you doing dressed up like that? Li Xiangdong coughed lightly and scratched his forehead sheepishly. I've never done this kind of work before, so I thought I'd dress up a bit more formally. When I was younger, I was always the one being recruited by other bosses, I never thought I'd be recruiting myself. Zhang Yawen rolled her eyes. Alright, Mr. Li, stop reminiscing. Go on, the flyers and lunch are in your bag. Go hand out the flyers at the school gate and come back quickly. Okay, honey. Li Xiangdong chuckled, cuddled with Zhang Yawen for a moment, and then turned to leave. After 3 subway stops, Li Xiangdong pushed through the crowd and arrived at the gate of Kyoto University. Li Xiangdong followed Li Ang's advice. Since they were recruiting, it would be safer to hire students from Kyoto University or Tsinghua University for part-time work. Firstly, their Li's roasted goose legs had a small reputation at those 2 universities, and secondly, this was a way to help students earn money while studying. Kyoto University was unusually bustling today. The gates were wide open, and besides students, many people in suits were going in and out, seemingly for some event. Li Xiangdong took off his backpack, about to hand out flyers, when a security guard approached him. What are you doing here? Seeing Li Xiangdong's somewhat nervous expression, the guard looked him up and down, frowning as he questioned him. Hiring. Li Xiangdong swallowed hard, answering nervously. Li Xiangdong felt a little guilty. Most of the students at Kyoto University knew him, Li Xiangdong, but the security guard didn't recognize him. Would it be illegal to hand out flyers at the school gate? Unexpectedly, the security guard's expression relaxed, and he waved. Hiring? Then come in, go to the External Affairs office and get a tent and a work badge. The security guard was so agreeable? Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Although Kyoto University now allows anyone to enter freely with prior appointments, this security guard was actually letting him in? Ah, Li Xiangdong understood. The university must be encouraging students to work part-time, so they welcome job seekers. Thinking this, Li Xiangdong smiled and waved to the security guard, striding into the campus. Li Xiangdong didn't notice the banner above his head that read 2024 Spring Campus Recruitment Fair fluttering in the wind. Once inside, Li Xiangdong followed the security guard's directions, searching for the External Affairs office. However, Kyoto University's campus was enormous, with 3 administration buildings and countless offices. After searching for about 20 minutes, Li Xiangdong was completely disoriented. Bumping around aimlessly like a headless fly, Li Xiangdong's eyebrows shot up when he arrived at the campus square. This square is bustling. The vast campus square was lined with dark blue tents, many bearing the names of various companies. There was Tencent, Shanghai Company, and hospitals, law firms. The sheer number of companies was overwhelming for Li Xiangdong. Wow! So many companies looking for students to work part-time. These all seem to be big companies. The part-time wages must be very high. I wonder if the kids will even be willing to pay the wages I offer. Li Xiangdong swallowed hard, thinking to himself. After discussing it, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan decided to hire 3 employees, 2 waiters, each paid 6,000 yuan per month. 1 bookkeeper, paid 8,000 yuan per month. Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong knew the going rate. Even in Beijing, students working part-time as waiters typically only earned around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. As for the bookkeeper at a small eatery like Li's roasted goose leg, the salary was usually between 5,000 and 6,000 yuan. However, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were willing to offer the students higher salaries. So, Li Xiangdong was initially confident about this recruitment drive, but seeing so many companies, he suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. Even as he passed a private equity firm's recruitment tent, he clearly overheard the interviewer offering a student an annual salary of 1 million yuan. Wow! 1 million yuan a year. That's over 80,000 yuan a month. For Li Xiangdong, this salary isn't really anything special. After all, Li Xiangdong's snack shop's daily revenue recently reached as high as 40,000 yuan. If that were calculated annually, it would be tens of millions of yuan. However, Li Xiangdong's family is, after all, newly rich. To put it bluntly, Li Xiangdong is now a nouveau riche. There are 2 types of nouveau riche. One type becomes arrogant and thinks they're the boss, and the other type is accustomed to their previous life of poverty and finds it difficult to change their mindset. Li Xiangdong belonged to the second category, so an annual salary of 1 million was still quite shocking to him. There was another thing. That was, Li Xiangdong didn't realize that these companies were recruiting on campus, which was completely different from Li Xiangdong's part-time job search. The salary levels naturally couldn't be compared. As Li Xiangdong walked, his legs felt a little weak. Luckily, there was an empty table and chairs under a tent at the edge of the square. It seemed the recruiters had left early, even taking down the company sign. Li Xiangdong wiped his sweat, plopped down under the tent, put his backpack on the table, and looked for the lunch his wife had brought him, intending to eat first. Today, Zhang Yan had brought Li Xiangdong a roasted goose leg sandwich and a flatbread. Li Xiangdong took a bite, and the satisfaction of eating meat lessened his anxiety somewhat. Just as Li Xiangdong was about to take a second bite, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Dong, what are you doing here? Chapter 274. The whole school has gone crazy. Kid Bro has played a trump card. I'm here to hire. Li Xiangdong looked up and saw Lu Tao curiously peering into the tent. Once Lu Tao realized it was indeed Li Xiangdong sitting in the tent, she rushed in excitedly. Uncle Dong, your Li's roasted goose leg business is finally planning to expand into on-campus operations. Li Xiangdong scratched his head. He wasn't highly educated and didn't know what Lu Tao meant by on-campus operations. Little Lu, I don't understand all that complicated stuff. I just want to hire some people for Li's roasted goose leg. Li Xiangdong coughed lightly and said, I'm planning to hire 2 waiters and 1 bookkeeper, 3 people in total. See, the salary and benefits are all on this flyer. Lu Tao took the flyer from Li Xiangdong and instantly understood what was going on. Lu Tao was somewhat amused and exasperated. Uncle Dong had come to the wrong place. Looking for part-time workers? Contact the student union on campus, or post on the campus forum. Who goes to the spring campus recruitment fair to find part-time jobs? To be honest, Lu Tao was actually tempted by the part-time job at Li Ji roasted goose leg, but after thinking it over, Lu Tao dismissed the idea. Although Li Xiangdong's part-time pay wasn't low, Lu Tao wasn't short of money. Besides, Lu Tao initially thought that working part-time at Li Ji roasted goose leg might give her an advantage, but thinking about it carefully, that seemed unlikely. Lu Tao knew very well the foot traffic at Li Ji roasted goose leg. Working there part-time would probably leave her no time to freeload, and with orders pouring in, it wouldn't be appropriate to freeload. Although the flyer mentioned providing employee meals, frankly, that just meant getting free roasted goose legs, garlic fried chicken, and a series of cooling tonics. If you came early and lined up, you could get them too. So, the shrewd Lu Tao decided it was better not to work at Li's roasted goose leg restaurant. She'd leave that opportunity for classmates who desperately needed money. Just as Lu Tao was about to return the flyer to Li Xiangdong and explain the true purpose of the campus recruitment, her pupils suddenly contracted. At the bottom of the flyer was a line of small print. Anyone who becomes a part-time employee of Li's roasted goose leg and works for 3 months will automatically receive a VIP card. Holy crap! Lu Tao started trembling. A VIP card? The legendary VIP card? You know, the kid's VIP card is extremely rare, not everyone can get one. To date, only 4 people at Kyoto University have ever received a VIP card. Moreover, the VIP card is very valuable, meaning you can order food anytime. This means that as long as it's during Li Ji roasted goose legs business hours, you don't need to queue. Just let them know in advance and you can pick up your food at your designated spot. As long as Li Ji roasted goose leg is open, this VIP card is valid indefinitely. This is for life. Uncle Dong, this VIP card. Lu Tao's heart raced a little as she checked the small print at the bottom of the flyer with Li Xiangdong. Oh, that's a perk that Brat Liang added, saying it's a benefit he's giving to the students. Li Xiangdong casually mentioned that he didn't understand the VIP card system. It was Liang's responsibility. Knowing that the VIP card was Xiao Hei's idea, Lu Tao didn't hesitate at all. Uncle Dong, I'll take this job. Lu Tao gripped the flyer tightly and said firmly. You. Li Xiangdong was a little surprised. So many companies were recruiting part-time workers, and Lu Tao actually wanted to work at their Li Ji roasted goose leg restaurant? Yes, Uncle Dong, I'll be a waitress. Lu Tao said with a smile. Okay, thank you for your support, Lu Tao. Li Xiangdong said with considerable satisfaction. Lu Tao's willingness to work part-time was even better. After all, Lu Tao was a regular customer, and they knew each other well, making communication easier. By the way, Lu, I've already discussed it with your Aunt Zhang. If you're going to work part-time, just come during the lunch and evening peak hours. That's when the shop gets really busy. The rest of the time, you should go back to school and focus on your studies or work. Li Xiangdong said with a smile, then rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a silver gray card. That brat prepared this beforehand, it's all so fancy. Lu Tao took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the card with both hands. The card read, Li's roasted goose leg temporary VIP card. Buzz. Lu Tao felt her blood rush to her head, and tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't easy. After eating at Xiao Hei's place for so long, she'd finally become a VIP. Although Liang had agreed that this VIP card wouldn't become a full VIP until after 3 months of work, it wasn't that difficult. Time to pop the champagne. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Thank you, kid brother. Thank you to my past self for working so hard, which allowed me to get into Kyoto University and meet kid brother. Lu Tao's eyes were a little red as she choked back tears, holding the VIP card and giving a speech like she was giving an acceptance speech. This left Li Xiangdong speechless. Lu Tao's mental state was as abnormal as ever. After sniffling a few times and wiping away her tears with a napkin, the first thing Lu Tao did was to take a photo holding her temporary VIP card and immediately post it to the school's online chat group. All efforts will not be in vain, I finally became a VIP. Mortals, tremble. From now on, we're not on the same level anymore, wahahaha. Lu Tao gloated, even changing her group nickname to Lu Tao, the esteemed holder of the temporary VIP card for Li's roasted goose leg. Lu Tao's message instantly caused a huge uproar in the group chat. Holy crap! Li Ji roasted goose leg VIP cards are temporary? Did Lu Tao get a fake card to show off? Just as everyone was questioning her, Lu Tao casually tossed out a flyer she'd gotten from Li Xiangdong. 3 months of part-time work, decent monthly salary, just work part-time in your spare time, and you get a VIP card? Wow, this is practically charity work by a kid. In an instant, everyone in the group went wild. You see, there are countless fan groups for Li Ji roasted goose leg at Kyoto University, with Lu Tao alone joining 8 large groups. Of all these people, only Professor Wang, CFA, Zhongshan, and Li Si actually have VIP cards. These 4 take turns showing off in the group every day, and everyone has long been envious. Now, suddenly, there's an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate, so who could resist? Complete madness ensued. Instantly, Lu Tao's message spread like wildfire, and huge numbers of students and even professors poured out of dormitories and labs, heading straight for the campus recruitment plaza. Chapter 275. The interviewers were dumbfounded. This guy was from the SU group. It was 12:55 p.m. at the Kyoto University recruitment plaza. Excuse me, are you here for campus recruitment? Please take a look at our company. A chubby recruiter stood up and handed a company brochure to a passing Kyoto University student. However, the student merely glanced at the company sign on the tent, then waved and left. The chubby recruiter looked somewhat embarrassed and sat back down. Beside him, a short-haired girl pouted and complained, "We're here to recruit at Kyoto University, but it's like we're here for an interview." The chubby recruiter shook his head helplessly. "What can we do? We're just a small to medium-sized enterprise. The students at Kyoto University are all top talents. How many of them would even consider our company? Kyoto University students have many recruitment opportunities. Major domestic manufacturers, government agencies, and even research institutes all want to recruit from Kyoto University. In comparison, small and medium-sized enterprises like the chubby recruiter naturally have little competitiveness in campus recruitment and are almost ignored." The short-haired female recruiter sighed, rested her chin on her hand, and looked utterly dejected. Working under the blazing sun, wearing a stuffy suit, and still not being able to recruit anyone, this feeling was incredibly frustrating. "You should be content," the chubby recruiter said with a wry smile. "Look at those 2 over there, probably HR representatives from small and medium-sized enterprises like ours. He's even worse off, he hasn't even hung his company nameplate on the tent." The short-haired girl looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Xiangdong sitting in the tent, munching on his roast goose leg sandwich, while Lu Tao sat behind him playing on her phone. This setup clearly indicated that no students would pay attention. Seeing the equally deserted scene across from her, the short-haired girl felt a little better. We're all in the same boat. Since we can't find anyone anyway, how about we go over and chat for a bit? And maybe play a game of mahjong? The short-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then held up her phone. Adding the interviewer across the street as a friend and playing a few rounds of mahjong would make the time pass faster. The chubby recruiter was about to speak when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Rumble! The sound of stomping earth echoed, as if hundreds of wild horses were charging towards the campus recruitment plaza. Holy crap, an earthquake! The chubby recruiter turned pale instantly, plopped down on the ground, and immediately crawled under the table. The short-haired girl was stunned. An earthquake in Kyoto? There wasn't even an earthquake warning. Besides, we're in a plaza, not in a high-rise building. Why are you crawling under the table? The short-haired girl scooped the chubby recruiter out of the water, and the two stood up together, looking into the distance. At the same time, all the recruiters in the tents throughout the campus recruitment plaza also stood up, curiously peering into the distance. They're here. On the entrance road connecting to the campus recruitment plaza, a dense mass of students surged out from below the horizon, like a raging torrent, rushing towards the plaza. Beep beep beep. Watch out. Don't crowd. The security guards maintaining order outside the campus recruitment plaza were startled and quickly raised their warning lights to prevent a stampede. This crowd. The chubby recruiter swallowed hard, then his eyes lit up. With so many students suddenly appearing, we're sure to get some hires. Indeed. The short-haired girl's expression also turned to ecstatic joy. They had initially thought the Kyoto University students were too aloof, and that they were destined to fail to recruit anyone today. But unexpectedly, so many came. These students must have had classes in the morning and didn't have time to come to the recruitment event, but now they've come straight to them after class? Quick, get the materials ready. I need to secure at least 10 Kyoto University interns today to report back to my boss. The The chubby recruiter and the short-haired girl frantically piled the table with paper materials, and the next moment, students indeed rushed to their tent. Then they lined up at the tent opposite theirs. Whoosh! The wind whipped up by the students running around sent their paper materials flying everywhere. The two men stared blankly as the opposite tent, which had gone from deserted at the entrance to a long queue in an instant. No, this is too much. The short-haired girl snapped out of it, trembling with anger. What's going on? Has their company's reputation at Kyoto University already been ruined? So many students suddenly appeared, and they didn't even glance at them? However, the short-haired girl quickly realized the truth. This sudden influx of students wasn't just ignoring their tent, they were ignoring all the recruitment tents. Everyone seemed to only like the tent next to theirs. That uncle next door. He's cheating? The chubby recruiter slumped into his chair, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong, who had just finished eating a goose leg sandwich, was also startled. Before him, countless students reached out their hands, nearly tearing Li Xiangdong's clothes off. Uncle Dong, choose me. I'm willing to be a waiter. Uncle Dong, I'll be the accountant. Choose me. I have an accounting certificate. Wow, stop pushing. I'm determined to get this part-time job. I have a reason not to give it up. Get lost. Everyone has a reason not to give it up. Who doesn't want a VIP card? Everyone was talking at once, and it took Li Xiangdong a while to come to his senses. Little Lu, what do we do? Li Xiangdong had indeed considered what to do if he couldn't find enough people, but he had never thought about what to do if there were too many applicants. How was he supposed to select from so many people? While things were bustling at Li Xiangdong's location, almost all the recruiters at the campus recruitment plaza were also deep in thought. None of the recruiters present, whether representing small and medium-sized enterprises like the chubby interviewer representing large corporations or government agencies, had managed to generate such a frenzy among the Kyoto University students. Look at Li Xiangdong, whose tent didn't even have a company nameplate, yet he had managed to cause such a sensation. Does any company in China really have such influence over universities? I understand. Could this tent represent the Su Group? Doesn't the Su Group not participate in campus recruitment? What's going on? Could it be that the Su Group is expanding into some new business and urgently needs talent? Holy crap, this is big news. Chapter 276. As long as you continue to participate in the show, you'll start as a child star. Whether it's the Su Group or not, their background is definitely not simple. Because of the exaggerated number of people interviewing in front of Li Xiangdong's tent, the attention of all the recruiters in the campus recruitment plaza instantly fell on Li Xiangdong. The interviewers from large companies were all making phone calls to report the information to their superiors. If Li Xiangdong really was representing the Su Group in this campus recruitment, then the Su Group was likely planning something big recently. As for the interviewers from small and medium-sized enterprises, they could only watch with envy. Many even took out their phones to take pictures and record the scene, becoming spectators. But when Lu Tao started helping to maintain order and hung a sign outside the tent that read Li's Roasted Goose Leg Recruitment Office, all the recruiters were dumbfounded. Everyone's first reaction was, this isn't the Su Group's recruitment office. How could a large company use such a strange name? Although large companies nowadays have all sorts of bizarre names, some entirely based on the chairman's whim, calling it Roasted Goose Leg is too abstract. Won't people mistakenly think that their company sells roasted goose legs? However, after the recruiters started researching the companies and figuring out the situation, they were stunned again. Damn! This really is a recruitment tent for a roast goose leg stall. Why is a small roast goose leg snack shop participating in Kyoto University's campus recruitment? If the owner of Li's Roast Goose Leg had simply infiltrated the recruitment plaza, that would be one thing, a mix-up, but why are so many students eagerly applying? Even some of the top domestic companies haven't caused this kind of frenzy among students at the campus recruitment plaza. Are those prestigious corporations really less influential on campus than a small snack shop? This is ridiculous. The recruiters were dumbfounded, and Li Xiangdong was starting to have a headache. Not being able to recruit enough people is a problem, but having too many applicants is also a problem. What should they do next? Borrowing lots? Looking at resumes? Or should we just pick a few classmates at random? Li Xiangdong's brain was overloaded. He was really bad at this kind of thing. Lu Tao glanced at Li Xiangdong, then puffed out her chest. She could tell that Uncle Dong was at a loss. Now it was time for her to show her value. She wasn't going to take the kid's VIP card for nothing. At the entrance of the experimental elementary school. I'll stay in Qi Kingdom from now on. I want to marry a man from Qi Kingdom. I'll never be a vegetarian again, sob sob. The scene at Liang's stall seemed even more chaotic than the recruitment plaza at Kyoto University. A group of exchange students from Windmill Kingdom, from Kyoto Normal University, had arrived and were enjoying meat-stuffed eggs. Some decided to stay in Qi Kingdom because of the meat-stuffed eggs, some started looking for boyfriends on the spot hoping to settle there, and one Windmill Kingdom vegetarian even broke his vow because of the meat-stuffed eggs. Of course, some viewers who came for the live stream were also causing a ruckus, because meat-stuffed eggs were so difficult to make that Liang's production rate was very slow. The audience was packed everywhere, patiently waiting under the scorching sun, attracting vendors selling cold drinks and fruit to try and make a living. As for the cameramen from Kyoto TV, they were completely overwhelmed. There were just too many elements to film on set, their shots were cut almost every second, turning the screen into a PowerPoint presentation. The director and assistant cheered excitedly, the ratings are going to break 150,000. Finally, at 2 p.m., Su Hyang, the Dean of Academic Affairs, couldn't sit still any longer. He led security guards out to maintain order and disperse the crowd. The experimental elementary school certainly wanted this opportunity to be featured on television, but the key issue was that school was about to start, and so many people blocking the entrance would inevitably affect day students entering the school. Liang had almost used up the ingredients he bought from the market and announced to the host, Xiao Ning, that they were closing up shop. The meat and egg stuffed snacks were no longer for sale, and with the security guards' efforts, the school gate was finally quiet. Viewers, that concludes our program for today. Host Xiao Ning, having eaten 2 meat-stuffed eggs in the school auditorium, and then another during the chaotic queue, finished off 3. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Ning's face as she delivered her closing remarks to the camera. I think it's safe to announce that this year's Little Chef King winner is Liang. Hey, the director quickly interrupted, this isn't the last episode. Why aren't you awarding the Chef King yet? I think Liang's meat-stuffed eggs are unmatched. Whether we continue the program or not is irrelevant, Xiao Ning blurted out. Ha! The director was dumbfounded. Is this something a host should say? What do you mean, whether the program continues or not is irrelevant? Today, Little Chef King garnered a peak of 170,000 online viewers. Haha, I think Xiao Ning is absolutely right. Although I'm out of town and couldn't experience the meat-stuffed egg dish in person, just looking at everyone's frenzy, I know this stuff must be delicious. Forget about the Little Chef King, even the Chef King's creations wouldn't cause such a frenzy. I'll remember this kid named Liang. I believe that when he grows up a bit, the culinary world of Qi Kingdom will be transformed. The viewers in the live stream were amused by Xiao Ning's antics. The difference between Liang's dish and the other contestants' dishes was obvious, it was a clear case of dimensional reduction. Therefore, the Little Chef King program was now a foregone conclusion, it really didn't matter whether they continued or not. The cameraman turned off the camera, and the lighting technician turned off the lights. The director ignored Xiao Ning and went straight onto the stage to shake hands with Liang. The director knew that the show's explosive popularity was mainly due to Liang's culinary skills, so he hoped to build a relationship with Liang and get him more screen time in the future. To be honest, in all his years as a director, he had never seen a food program achieve the same success as Liang's. If the TV station allocated some viewership and established Liang's little chef persona, making him a phenomenal child star wouldn't be difficult at all. However, Liang directly declined the director's overtures and invitations to continue participating in the program. Actually, Liang's personality isn't inclined towards public appearances, let alone becoming a child star. Having lived 2 lives, Liang is quite insightful. He just wants to make snacks, enjoy life, and leisurely reach his own pinnacle in life. The entertainment industry, he has no interest in it, and doesn't want to get involved. Seeing Liang's resolute attitude, the director could only leave helplessly. However, the host, Xiao Ning, approached again, wanting to add Liang's contact information. Xiao Ning wasn't inviting Liang to participate in any program, he simply wanted to build a relationship with Liang as a customer. So what if Xiao Ning is a famous host? What's the point of life if you can't eat Liang's food? Liang's culinary skills have that kind of magic. Liang didn't refuse Xiao Ning's friend request. Customers adding each other's contact information is a very common occurrence. Chapter 277. Before you know it, Teacher Wei has become a pervert. If you need anything in the future, just come to my stall. My stall isn't fixed, but my Lee's roasted goose leg stall opens on time, right onto Sheng Pedestrian Street. After adding the host, Xiao Ning, Liang reminded her. So many customers add his contact information that Liang has practically never refused, resulting in an explosion of friends on various chat apps. Therefore, Liang might not even see messages from the host, Xiao Ning, let alone place food orders. That's a VIP privilege. De Sheng Pedestrian Street, right? I'll remember. The host, Xiao Ning, paused, then smiled. As soon as the host and her group left, Wei Yongfang immediately approached Li Ang. Li Ang, did you just add teacher Xiao Ning's chat information? I shared it with her. Hearing Wei Yongfang's tone, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no. Wei Yongfang saw what happened. This means Wei Yongfang knows Liang has a phone. No, teacher, you must be mistaken. Liang coughed lightly and replied, I must be mistaken? Wei Yongfang frowned, then said urgently, Liang, please help your teacher. I heard that teacher Xiao Ning doesn't have a boyfriend yet. What if we two get together? I mean, what if? Wei Yongfang's eyes shone. It's fate. Fate brought her here today. Maybe this is a match made in heaven. Although teacher Xiao Ning can't cook, the problem is, he's handsome. He was Wei Yongfang's dream lover from her younger days. Teacher, you must be mistaken. I didn't bring my phone. We really didn't add each other on social media. Liang opened his eyes wide, trying to make his tone sound sincere. Really didn't add each other. Wei Yongfang looked at Liang suspiciously. Really, no, Liang said firmly. Alright then, Wei Yongfang sighed, maybe I'm mistaken. Sigh, my love life is so difficult. That handsome guy selling fried chicken at the school gate a while ago has disappeared, and I've missed my chance to meet teacher Xiaoning. Maybe I'm destined to be unmarried for life. Wait a minute. After listening to Wei Yongfang's rambling, Liang suddenly raised an eyebrow. Teacher, what did you mean by the handsome guy selling fried chicken at the gate? You mean the handsome guy selling garlic fried chicken at the school gate when school started? Wei Yongfang glanced at Liang. Although I've never met him, just from tasting his food, I can imagine what he looks like. He's definitely a tall, handsome, and gentle guy, not a pretty boy at all. Too bad, by the time I mustered up the courage to go find him at the school gate, the fried chicken stand was gone. By the way, Liang, don't you always have a stall at the school gate? Do you know him? No, never seen him. Don't talk nonsense. Liang's hair stood on end. What the hell? What's going on? The handsome fried chicken guy Wei Yongfang was talking about, isn't that Liang himself? How could she have gotten such a misunderstanding? And why is Wei Yongfang still completely oblivious, unaware that the handsome guy selling fried chicken is actually a student, Liang? Although Liang was full of questions, he dared not reveal the truth. If Wei Yongfang knew that her dream lover was Liang, who knows what the consequences would be? She might even go crazy. Alright, I won't talk to you about this anymore. Although Wei Yongfang was resentful, Liang was still young, and he wouldn't understand if she talked to him too much. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It was best that Wei Yongfang changed the subject herself. By the way, why aren't you in class yet? Wei Yongfang twisted her neck. Didn't you hear the bell ring? Didn't you just chat with me? Liang was speechless. Wei Yongfang has already switched roles so quickly? This wasn't the time to ask him for Xiaoning's phone number. Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. Wei Yongfang waved to Liang, dismissing him. Then, she turned and gazed wistfully at the empty stall not far away. Back then, that handsome guy selling fried chicken must have set up his stall there, right? What a pity, some people, once missed, are missed forever. On a boring afternoon, Liang dozed off while listening to the lecture. Meat stuffed eggs are really difficult to make. Even after working on it all morning, Liang had only sold a little over 60 servings. Of course, this was also due to Liang's lack of skill and the absence of professional equipment for making meat stuffed eggs. However, fortunately, Liang had finally completed the promotion of this intangible cultural heritage food. The number of viewers for the live stream and the lively atmosphere at the scene at noon were more than enough to meet the system's requirements. Ring ring. The bell rang for the last get out of class of the afternoon. Huang Sueking, having finished her math class, closed her textbook and announced the end of get out of class. Liang finally made it home from school. After being pestered by Su Qingqing and Go Sheng for a while, Liang boarded the bus. If he wasn't setting up his stall, Liang wouldn't let Li Xiangdong or the security guard pick him up. Elementary school ended at 4:30. And Liang loved taking the bus at that time to watch the street scene. Leaning against the window, he could see parents picking up their children, elderly people buying groceries, middle school students skipping school to run around, carefree kindergarten children playing, and of course, office workers with long faces, strolling and slacking off near their offices. All sorts of people, all sorts of things, full of the vibrant energy of everyday life. Desheng Pedestrian Street has arrived. Passengers getting off, please take your belongings with you. An hour later, Liang jumped off the bus. Instead of going straight home, he decided to check out Li's roasted goose leg shop. At this time, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan should still be at the shop. Speaking of which, today was supposed to be the day his father went to the school to recruit workers, so Liang could check on how the recruitment was going. As always, Li's roasted goose leg shop was packed, with a long queue. The regular customers in line greeted Liang warmly as he approached with his school bag. Little brother's here? School's out, little brother. Haha, little brother, summer vacation is almost here. Will we get to taste your cooking again then? Liang smiled and responded to the customers, then walked into the roast goose leg shop. Your roast goose leg is ready, here you go. I'll go clean table number 3 right away. You want an iced soda? Okay, we have some, I'll get it for you. Inside the roast goose leg shop, 3 figures wearing aprons were busily working. But when Liang saw their faces clearly, his eye twitched. What kind of lineup is this? Chapter 278. I understand the logic, but how did this guy sneak in? Lu Tao, Professor Wu, and Lu Yuwei. Liang frowned. This staff lineup is so strange. It's all familiar faces, but why is Lu Yuwei here too? Isn't Lu Yuwei from Tsinghua University? Did Li Xiangdong visit 2 universities for recruitment today? Faced with Liang's various questions, the staff, busy serving dishes, didn't have time to explain to him right away. Liang had no choice but to put down his backpack and join everyone in working in the shop. While working, Liang also caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar face sitting behind the counter. It seemed she was also a part-time student hired to do bookkeeping. It was a girl, with fair skin, almost too fair, almond-shaped eyes, 2 braids, and a rather thin figure. Although this girl was pretty, she looked somewhat frail and sickly, like a fragile porcelain doll. Hey kid, my name is John Suero. I'm from the accounting department of the Faculty of Management at Kyoto University. The Faculty of Management? Liang raised an eyebrow. This guy's got guts. Liang casually handed the dirty plate to Lu Tao, who was rolling her eyes, and asked, John, you look a bit unfamiliar. Have you ever bought goose legs from our stall before? With so many students at Kyoto University, Liang couldn't possibly recognize them all, but if they were regulars, he wouldn't forget them even if he couldn't remember their names. I've never bought goose legs from here before, John Suero said somewhat flusteredly, but don't worry, even though I've never eaten the roasted goose legs here, I'll definitely work hard and won't be sloppy. Liang chuckled. What's all this about? It's nothing, I was just asking casually, don't overthink it, Liang coughed lightly. Alright, kid, stop flirting. Professor Wu, panting, slung the rag over his shoulder and plopped down on the small stool next to Liang. Help me, wipe the tables in the back. I can't do it anymore. Liang's eye twitched slightly. He'd wanted to complain earlier. Professor Wu, you're over 60, and you're still working as a waiter? Putting everything else aside, whether you can even do the job is a question. If you cause any damage in the restaurant, who's responsible? Seemingly sensing Liang's thoughts, Professor Wu awkwardly wiped his face with the rag, then paused, quickly tossing it aside. Kid, it's all because you said you could get a VIP card if you worked part-time here. You know old Wang's character. Ever since he got the VIP card, he's been bragging to the expert group. I just wanted to get my revenge. Professor Wu was quite blunt, and Liang guessed it was definitely the extra benefits he'd set up that caused the trouble. But don't worry, kid, if I can't do it, there are plenty of people to do it. I have plenty of graduate and doctoral students under me. I told those bookworms to get more exercise a long time ago, but they wouldn't listen. This time, they definitely won't be able to escape. Professor Wu said with a smile. Of course, kid, if I could do it myself, I wouldn't have asked them. Working as a waiter is a way for me to get some exercise. This, on one hand, Professor Wu might seem to lack manpower, but his ability to mobilize it was undeniable. Given his expert status, he could easily summon a dozen or so laborers with a single word. On the other hand, what had Professor Wu's doctoral and graduate students done to deserve this? Liang shook his head, unconcerned about Professor Wu's many problems, as long as it didn't interfere with work. It was already dark, but Li's roasted goose leg shop was doing increasingly well. Eventually, even Zhang Suero joined the waitress team, taking on the role of a part-time server. At 9:30 p.m., Li's roasted goose leg shop sold out of its daily supplies and officially closed for the day. Having worked so late, it was natural to provide everyone with a late-night snack. The shop closed, tables were pushed together, and Li Xiangdong, Zhang Yan, Lu Tao, and Zhang Suero all sat around the table. Come on, the roast goose leg is here. This is garlic fried chicken, and a refreshing herbal soup. Just these won't do. We've also prepared stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, cold radish salad, and tofu, and Crucian carp soup. A balanced diet is healthier. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan are honest people, and the staff meal was very lavish. Besides the restaurant's signature dishes, Li Xiangdong also stir-fried a few side dishes and made a soup. Thud! The large rice cooker, now cooked, was slammed onto the center of the table, and the late-night snack officially began. Xiao Ang, distribute these drinks to everyone. Zhang Yan brought over a case of orange juice and placed it on the floor. Liang opened the packaging and distributed the bottles one by one. First to Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong, then to Professor Wu, and then to Zhang Suero. I don't need it. Zhang Suero waved her hands repeatedly, it's too much trouble. Liang pointed to the beverage cabinet by the shop entrance and laughed, don't be so polite, these are all new stock. If it were too much, I wouldn't give you any. Liang made a small joke, and Zhang Suero blushed, accepting the orange juice with both hands. Unlike the carefree Lu Tao and her 2 friends, even though Zhang Suero worked at the shop, she was noticeably reserved and cautious in her attitude towards everyone. Alright, kid, give me the orange juice already. Lu Yue yelled. With you like this, you'll definitely be a player when you grow up, flirting with every pretty girl you see. Liang ignored Lu Yue and looked at Li Xiangdong. Dad, how did you recruit this guy? Li Xiangdong scratched his face and recounted the recruitment process for the day. Because there were too many applicants, Lu Tao implemented a lottery system, posting a lottery app in the fan group. Luck would determine who would get the part-time job at Li's roasted goose leg. However, later, people complained that a pure lottery wasn't fair. After all, some students were struggling financially while others were well off. Given that everyone wanted VIP cards, the lottery should ideally favor students with limited funds. Others felt that regular customers and newcomers shouldn't be given the same odds in the lottery, as their level of affection for Li's roasted goose leg varied. After weighing various factors and revising the mini-program's lottery algorithm multiple times, Lu Tao ultimately decided to draw lots based on a weighted average of factors such as personal financial situation, academic qualifications, and professional suitability. Lu Tao's algorithm seemed flawless, but she overlooked the fact that even a highly respected professor like Professor Wu shamelessly competed for a part-time job. Therefore, the algorithm gave Professor Wu a huge advantage. His academic background and campus experience far surpassed the students, naturally securing him the part-time opportunity. As for Zhang Suero, she was an accounting major and a student from a poor family, so it wasn't surprising that she got the bookkeeping part-time job. What about Lu Yue? What's her situation? Liang, having understood the gist of the matter, asked again. Chapter 279. Lu Yue cried, "The end of the world is the government job. Liang, why are you always bothering me?" Lu Yue was speechless. Liang had been asking her since earlier why Lu Yue was working part-time as a waitress. What, Lu Yue has hands and feet, can't she work as a waitress? Lu Tao said with a look of annoyance, "I got a temporary VIP card, and then I got carried away and posted it on my WeChat moments to show off. But I forgot, Lu Yue and I are friends." As she spoke, Lu Tao rubbed her forehead, clearly having a headache. This girl saw this good deal and kept pestering me to ask how I got it. I ignored her, so she went to the roast goose leg shop to inquire, and finally figured it out. If you work here for 3 months, you get a VIP card. So, she just stuck with it, even buying an apron to work here. Good heavens! I've heard of people trying to dine and dash in restaurants, but I've never seen anyone insist on working as a waitress. No wonder Li Xiangdong initially only planned to hire 2 waiters, but now there are 3 in the shop. Opportunities are always earned, Lu Yue said with a smile, her skin really thick. For a VIP card, working for 3 months would be a fortune, you know? Anyway, I'm free lately. Wait, Liang's lips curled up as he spoke. Since you're doing this on a voluntary basis, you're not part of the official staff at Li's roasted goose leg. Not being an official staff member means no benefits. Who said you'd get a VIP card after 3 months? Liang's words left Lu Yue completely petrified. Holy crap! Li's roasted goose leg shop also has official staff positions? Could it be that official staff positions are the end of the world? Xiaoang, don't say that, the soft-hearted Zhang Yawen spoke up. Little Lu worked so hard today. Don't worry, little Lu, even if Xiaoang doesn't give you a permanent position, Auntie will give you one, and you'll still get the same salary. Hearing Zhang Yawen say this, Lu Yue's petrification dissipated, and she gratefully picked up her orange juice to offer Zhang Yawen a toast. However, Liang added casually, my mom can control my salary, but she can't control the VIP card. Lu Yue froze again, then angrily put her hands on her hips and said, Kid, do you have to be so ruthless? I put in the effort for the roast goose leg, can't you give me a break? Don't forget, I even wore a cheongsam in the dead of winter to help you set up your stall. Lu Yue's words made Zhang Shuero take a few more glances. Wearing a cheongsam in the dead of winter to help Liang set up his stall, is kid's hobby really that unique? Liang paused, avoiding the topic of the cheongsam. How about this, I can make an exception for you, but besides the waitresses, how about you take over the kitchen too? You can handle the plates and bowls, otherwise my parents sometimes can't manage. The kitchen actually has a dishwasher, but compared to the current booming business of Li Ji roasted goose leg, it's not enough. They still need to wash dishes manually. Xiaoang, Xiao Lu is a girl. Li Xiangdong was about to say something when Lu Yue nodded first. Okay, little brother, as long as I'm involved in the VIP card thing, I'll do anything you ask. Forget washing dishes, I'd even run errands in a cheongsam. Liang gave Zhang Suero a look and gestured towards Lu Yue with his chin. See? The cheongsam Lu Yue mentioned accompanying him to his stall wasn't what Zhang Suero imagined at all. This girl loves wearing cheongsams, it has absolutely nothing to do with Li Ang. Alright, everyone, cheers. Let's dig in. Time for a midnight snack. 7 bottles of orange juice clinked together, warm and cheerful. After taking a sip of orange juice, everyone started eating. Professor Wu, Li Xiangdong, Zhang Yan, and others started eating first, and then everyone went into a frenzy. Even the initially reserved Zhang Suero couldn't resist after tasting the roast goose leg, garlic fried chicken, and refreshing tonic, and began shoveling rice into her mouth. This roast goose leg tastes even better than I imagined. No wonder all the classmates loved the snacks from Ziohe Ge's. Zhang Suero finished 2 bowls of rice and was too full to eat anymore. Her eyes were red, and she was so excited she was about to cry. "Suero, you've never tried roast goose leg before?" Lu Tao asked, somewhat surprised. She had initially thought Zhang Suero didn't eat goose leg often, but it turned out she had never tried it at all. But thinking about it carefully, that made sense. Eating Ziohe Ge's roast goose leg is either a once-in-a-lifetime experience or an endless series of times. Almost no one can resist the temptation of roast goose leg after their first taste. But then again, if Zhang Suero had never eaten roast goose leg, why was she in Ziohe Ge's fan group at Kyoto University? "I haven't had it before. I'm a little short on cash." Zhang Suero replied apologetically, "I saw everyone eating so deliciously, and I've been wanting to try it, so I joined the group without permission." "Sorry. Where's your money?" Lu Tao asked curiously. "Even if you don't have living expenses, you should receive a poverty allowance, right? It shouldn't be difficult to scrape together a roast goose leg." Kyoto University's poverty allowance includes both national and campus subsidies, and the amount is quite considerable. At least buying a roast goose leg now and then shouldn't be a problem. "Lu Tao, you've really never been poor." Li Ang shook his head. Although Lu Tao's family wasn't wealthy, they weren't exactly poor either. Li Ang knew very well the pain of being broke. If you were truly afraid of poverty, you wouldn't dare to spend money recklessly, even on a roast goose leg. Zhang Suero's face flushed again. She wanted to say something more, but ultimately swallowed her words. "Come on, let's continue eating." Seemingly sensing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Li Xiangdong quickly jumped in to call out. "Ha!" Completely oblivious, Lu Yue lifted her face from her rice bowl, glanced around, and continued eating. 20 minutes later. "I still didn't make enough vegetables, and not enough rice either." Li Xiangdong looked at the plates on the table, which were cleaner than his face, a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected everyone to eat so much. "How about I order some takeout?" Li Xiangdong took out his phone, but Liang stood up and went to the kitchen to show off his skills. Giving the employees some perks is only right. With Liang's careful preparation, 7 bowls of meat-stuffed eggs were served. "Hey kid, what's this new and interesting thing?" Lu Yue suddenly lunged forward, her face almost burying itself in the bowl. "The soup's still piping hot, are you planning to give everyone an extra treat?" Liang gently pushed Lu Yue away. "Puffed, ha ha ha." Seeing Lu Yue's greedy expression, Lu Tao burst into unrestrained laughter, and Professor Wu and the others couldn't help but chuckle as well. Zhang Suero brushed a stray hair from her forehead and smiled as well. For some reason, she felt a sense of home in Li's roasted goose leg restaurant. It's so good to have a home. Chapter 280 Brother Ang, this bottle contains the culmination of your culinary skills. How do you make this? Holy crap, kid, how can you stuff so much meat into an egg? Everyone was amazed after tasting Li Ang's meat-stuffed egg. No one expected that such simple ingredients could be made into such a creative dish. This kid, I wonder if his grades have improved. His cooking is getting more and more elaborate. Li Xiangdong's feelings were a little complicated. Liang, while still a student, could still create such a delicacy as meat-stuffed egg. If Liang were a full-time chef, wouldn't he be able to cook a Manchu Han imperial feast by now? A bowl of meat-stuffed egg marked the end of tonight's late-night snack. After finishing the meat-stuffed egg, everyone contentedly cleared the tables and chairs, taking the plates to the kitchen. Lights off, doors locked, shop closed. Lu Tao, Professor Wu, and Zhang Suero were all from Kyoto University. Professor Wu drove the other 2 back home, and Lu Yue's parents were coming to pick her up, so there was no need to worry about commuting. Li Xiangdong started his car, drove his wife and child home, ending this ordinary yet fulfilling day. The next morning, Li Ang's life was as usual. He got up early, contacted security guard Xiao Lu, and got into his van to set up his stall near the school gate. His meat-stuffed egg sales target wasn't met yet, so he continued with his stall. However, making meat-stuffed eggs was indeed time-consuming and mentally taxing, so Liang adopted a more relaxed approach. He sold about 20 meat-stuffed eggs in the morning and then stopped. Customers were mostly casual about it. After selling his meat and egg-stuffed snacks, Liang entered a period of slacking off, drifting off to sleep amidst the sounds of students reciting their lessons during morning self-study and his deskmates Kinking's forced, awkward chatter. Upon waking from morning self-study, Liang felt refreshed and, during the break, wanted to run to the playground to play basketball and humiliate the elementary school students. However, Go Sheng stopped him, mysteriously pulling a mineral water bottle from his bag. Looking at the dark brown liquid inside the bottle, Liang was a little confused, and Su Qingqing also curiously leaned closer. "Go Sheng, what's this?" Li Ang frowned. His intuition told him that this was definitely not something good. There was a lot of sediment beneath the dark brown liquid, a blackish mass that looked extremely disgusting. "Brother Ang, this is the culmination of your culinary skills," Go Sheng said to Liang with a straight face. "Garlic fried chicken, stinky mandarin fish, spicy snails, and refreshing herbal soup. Brother Ang, I secretly left some scraps from all the food I bought from you, combined them with cola, herbal tea, and dirt dug up from outside the school, and concentrated them into this essence. This is proof of your culinary skills, your masterpiece. Now I'm giving it to you." Liang immediately pinched his nose and took a few steps back. Go Sheng's words sounded nice. This is just raising stinky water. Back in Liang's previous life, some mischievous kids tinkered with this stuff, though it wasn't called raising stinky water back then. So Liang knew that this stinky water was actually extremely dangerous. Bacteria would multiply in the bottle, producing a lot of gas. Each bottle of stinky water was essentially a time bomb, ready to break the seal at any moment and unleash a filthy explosion. "Get out of my way. You're calling this disgusting stuff the essence of Liang's cooking. I think this is the essence of your brain." Su Qingqing shoved Go Sheng aside and snapped, while Liang nodded vigorously in support behind her. However, Go Sheng's face hardened. "Su Qingqing, I thought you were like me, with boundless admiration for Brother Ang. I didn't expect you to be just putting on a show. I already said, this is all food made by Brother Ang. How can you say it's bad? Besides, I at least prepared a surprise for Brother Ang over several days. What gifts have you given him?" Su Qingqing was speechless for a moment. Su Qingqing had many gifts she wanted to give Liang, each one a valuable treasure. But the key thing was, Liang hadn't accepted a single one. Go Sheng's words struck a nerve with Su Qingqing. Seeing Go Sheng approaching with the stinky water again, Su Qingqing slapped the bottle. Hiss! The next moment, the bottle seemed to be stimulated, it suddenly swelled, and white foam rose from the sediment at the bottom. "Get down!" Liang was in a panic. He dragged Su Qingqing to the ground, while Go Sheng stood there dumbfounded, holding the bottle. After half a minute, Liang stood up, still shaken. "It didn't explode, did it?" "It didn't explode, Brother Ang, my stinky water bottle is perfectly sturdy." Go Sheng grinned and patted the bottle, making Liang shudder. "I don't want this thing anymore. Don't say anything more, you can keep it." Liang directly refused Go Sheng, patting him on the shoulder. "Was I too impatient?" Go Sheng nodded. "Okay, Ang Ge, let me rest for another 6 months to a year." Ding-a-ling, the school bell rang, and Liang reluctantly slumped back onto his desk. This is the daily life of an elementary school student. When will this endless cycle of misery ever end? However, Liang was unaware that his astonishing performance on live television yesterday was bound to cause a stir. Tap tap tap. In the rooftop corridor of the Experimental Elementary School's administration building, the academic affairs director, Su Hyang, knocked lightly on the principal's office door. Huff, huff, huff. However, there was no response from the principal's office, only the sound of snoring. The principal is asleep again? Su Hyang took a slight step back, mustered all his strength, and kicked the door shut. Bang! A loud noise rang out, followed by a startled scream from the office. The principal had clearly been woken up and was quite frightened. Su Hyang, smiling calmly, suddenly yelled at the air, "What are you doing? Which class are you from? Don't run away." The next moment, the principal pushed open the door, looking at Su Hyang with sleepy eyes. The principal looked to be around 60 years old, plump and fair-skinned, with short, center-parted hair streaked with silver, and a mustache that made him look somewhat comical. Su Hyang hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly. "Principal, a naughty student just kicked your door, I'll go catch him right now." No need, no need. The principal rubbed his face. Elementary school students are mischievous, that's normal. As long as nothing serious happens, the principal can't be bothered. "Director Su, what brings you here?" "Principal, let's go inside and talk." Su Hyang held the door open, rubbing his hands together cheekily. Chapter 281. Go Sheng is overjoyed. My good older brother is going to become a star? Ouch. Getting old, always feeling sleepy. In the principal's office at the experimental primary school, the principal, heavily pregnant, sat in a chair and gestured to Su Hyang, indicating that he should sit opposite her. "Director Su, just say what's on your mind." The principal poured himself a cup of strong tea, drinking it to perk himself up. "It's like this, principal." Su Hyang sat up straight, excitedly saying, "I believe you also know that yesterday, under my guidance, our school's student Liang performed exceptionally well on television. From last night until now, I've received invitations from 7 television stations, including local stations, out-of-town stations, and even some online stations that are very interested in collaborating with our school." The principal took a sip of bitter tea but didn't swallow it immediately, giving a snort and letting Su Hyang continue. "Here's what I'm thinking. We're in the age of internet traffic now. Our school's future development will be inseparable from various media promotions. If we can establish a deep cooperation between Liang and TV stations, it will be very beneficial to our school's development. So, I want to facilitate a cooperation between our school and TV stations, so that Liang can appear on television more often. Su Hyang explained the situation to the principal. Liang is a treasure trove. Back when Kyoto Aviation University was willing to recommend Liang and establish a special program for him as a gifted student, Su Hyang had his eye on him. Unfortunately, Liang initially refused the gifted student program, and Su Hyang's subsequent home visit was even thwarted by a dog. This time, Liang has brought the school another opportunity to cooperate with major TV stations, and Su Hyang is unwilling to give it up. You see, since Liang appeared on the show Little Chef King, he has already gained a number of fans online due to his outstanding looks and amazing culinary skills. Fans bring viewership, and viewership attracts TV stations, all eager to use the experimental primary school's platform to invite Liang to participate in filming. You mean, sell that kid named Liang? The principal's expression was somewhat strange. Regardless, a school is a place for education and nurturing, and the principal understood that Su Hyang's intention was simply to push the kid named Liang to the TV station for filming, which seemed rather inappropriate. Principal, you don't understand. Su Hyang said solemnly, Liang has absolutely no enthusiasm for studying. If he could take the path of becoming a TV star, it would save him from many detours. All right. The principal nodded. Frankly speaking, the principal is getting old now, and will retire this year. There are many things the principal no longer has the energy to manage, nor can he manage them anymore. However, you need to get Liang's consent for this. And you also need to inform Liang's parents beforehand and obtain their consent. Hearing the principal's reminder, Su Hyang swallowed hard. Su Hyang felt that getting consent from Liang's parents shouldn't be difficult. After all, to some extent, Su Hyang wasn't wrong. Since Liang doesn't like studying, appearing on television would be another option. But Liang himself, that kid is completely unyielding, all he thinks about is making snacks. Principal, is it necessary to get Liang's consent for this? Of course. The principal gave Su Hyang a speechless look. You can only manage the students' studies, not their lives. Understood, principal. Su Hyang chuckled awkwardly, offered a few more insincere compliments, and left the office. This Su Hyang, the principal shook his head. His health and energy are failing, but he still has a keen eye for people. The principal could naturally see through Su Hyang's little scheme. Once the principal retires and the vice principal takes over, that vice principal position will be vacant, and Su Hyang, as the director of academic affairs, has been eyeing it. He wants to be the vice principal. Therefore, Su Hyang has been particularly eager to produce results lately, and now he's even trying to find a student to collaborate with some television station. Someone so eager for quick success and lacking in principles, at least as the dean of studies, would have someone to keep an eye on him. But if he became the vice principal, well, he might just end up with a troublesome son. Sigh. The principal sighed deeply, took another sip of tea, but as soon as he put the cup down, his eyes slowly closed, and snoring resumed. Liang, you absolutely must seize this opportunity to collaborate with the TV station. I'm doing this for your own good. Liang, I'm begging you, please go and collaborate with the TV station, okay? Let me see which little one sits up the straightest. Whoever is the most obedient will get the chance to collaborate with the TV station. Liang, it's you. Outside Class 2, Grade 3 of the experimental elementary school, Su Hyang quietly prepared his words of persuasion for Liang. What kind of words could he use to make that stubborn little devil listen and obediently go on TV? Ding-a-ling. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Su Hyang took a deep breath and was about to enter the classroom. Su Hyang hadn't even stepped inside when his homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang, came out. Wei Yongfang had just been teaching English, and the two had bumped into each other. Director Su. Wei Yongfang looked at Su Hyang strangely. Is there something you need? I'm looking for Liang. Su Hyang said. Liang, come out here for a moment. Soon, a reluctant-looking Liang walked to the classroom door and stood next to Wei Yongfang. So Qingqing, Gosheng, and some curious classmates also gathered in the corridor outside the classroom, peering curiously at Liang. Director Su, what's up? You're not going to talk about the gifted youth program again, are you? I'm not going, don't waste my breath. Liang immediately said this when he saw Su Hyang. Liang knew that Su Hyang was the kind of person who wouldn't come without a reason. If he came, it was never anything good. Liang, be more polite when you speak to the academic affairs director, homeroom teacher Wei Yongfang reminded Liang, frowning. It's all right. Su Hyang feigned a kind face. It's like this, Liang, I'm here to give you a surprise. After many efforts, I've persuaded several TV stations to collaborate with you. In other words, I've secured a chance for you to become a star. If you just agree, a TV station will come to you today to collaborate, and you might even skip class today. Su Hyang was quite the smooth talker. Even though it was a TV station approaching Liang seeking collaboration, Su Yang made it sound like he had gone to great lengths to secure an opportunity for Liang. The students in the distance, hearing Su Yang's words, immediately gasped in surprise. What? Liang is going to become a star? Wow, then I'll be a star's best friend. Go Sheng exclaimed excitedly, his hand now clutching that bottle of smelly water again, waving it around like a cheering stick. However, compared to the students' gasps and excitement, the homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang, standing to the side, suddenly frowned. Chapter 282 I think Teacher Wei is quite cute. Director Su, what do you mean by this? Before Liang could speak, Wei Yongfang glared at Su Yang and spoke. Ha! Su Yang was taken aback. What did this have to do with Wei Yongfang? Liang's job is to study. Why doesn't he have class today? Wei Yongfang's tone became increasingly aggressive as she faced Su Yang, the director of academic affairs. No. Su Yang was completely speechless. I'm telling you, Teacher Wei, I believe you know Liang better than I do. Liang is a diligent student, what's the point of making him attend class? Su Yang's words seemed to have completely enraged Wei Yongfang. Wei Yongfang stepped forward, blocking Liang's path. What child doesn't love studying? If all children love studying, what would be the point of teachers? What would be the point of schools? Since Liang is my student, I have an obligation to teach him knowledge, an obligation to get him into a better middle school. What are you talking about? Making Liang a star? Is being a star that easy? I'm afraid once the online hype dies down, no TV station will care about Liang anymore. Who will catch up on his missed lessons then? How will he pass the entrance exam for middle school? If he can't get into a good middle school, how will he take the high school entrance exam? How will he take the college entrance exam? You're ruining this child's life. Logically, as the homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang should give Su Yang face. But at this moment, Wei Yongfang's words were sharp, her gaze intense, as if she were ready to break ties with Su Yang. Wei Yongfang's behavior made Liang glance at her a few more times. To be honest, Liang's first impression of Wei Yongfang wasn't good. From Liang's perspective, Wei Yongfang seemed somewhat narrow-minded and sometimes quite fierce. However, as Liang got to know Wei Yongfang better, he also discovered her endearing qualities. Liang had reservations about Wei Yongfang's views on life, but he admired her personality. She was truly willing to stand up for her students and confront Su Yang head-on. In fact, Wei Yongfang's words had their merits. Indeed, success isn't limited to academics, but diligent study is perhaps the path to success for ordinary children that doesn't rely on luck, talent, or even family background. Going on television may seem glamorous, but it could very well lead to a dead end. The competition for online fame is far more brutal than in school, elimination is highly probable. And if a child like Liang were eliminated and his studies suffered, his life would inevitably be affected to some extent. Teacher Wei. Su Yang, embarrassed by Wei Yongfang's sudden rebuke, quickly changed the subject, saying, I'm here to ask for Liang's opinion, not to argue with you. This is none of your business, and you shouldn't interfere. Why can't I interfere? Wei Yongfang raised her voice again, just as Liang's calm voice came through. Teacher Wei, Director Su, you don't need to say anything more. I don't appear on television, and I have no intention of becoming a celebrity. If there's nothing else, I'm going to play ball on the playground. Liang stretched his arms behind his head and walked away. Just kidding, Liang doesn't have any entertainment system. What kind of celebrity would he want? Besides, Liang doesn't aspire to the life of a celebrity. It's all so noisy and chaotic, he'd rather be a carefree street vendor. No. Su Yang tried to stop Liang, but Wei Yongfang blocked his hand. Sigh. Su Yang was furious and turned to leave. A perfectly good plan, ruined entirely by Wei Yongfang. This isn't over, this is definitely not over. Great! The students cheered at the sight. Actually, the children don't understand many things. When Su Yang said Liang wanted to be a star, most of them were just laughing foolishly. Now that the Dean of Studies has been thwarted, everyone is still laughing foolishly. The world of children is the simplest and happiest. Go Sheng, holding a bottle of stinky water, started shaking it wildly again. What is this thing? Sneaking in a drink? Give it to me. Su Yang, already extremely annoyed, glanced at Go Sheng's smugness and the stinky water bottle in his hand, and snatched it away. Su Yang didn't notice that because Go Sheng was using the bottle as a cheering stick, it had already swelled to an exaggerated size. With Su Yang snatching and the resulting jolt, the bottle expanded further, finally reaching its limit, and cracks appeared all over its surface. Oh no! Everyone run! Go Sheng realized something was wrong, shouted, and sprinted away. The children screamed and scattered in all directions. Why are you running? Are you crazy? Su Yang, holding the bottle of stinky water, was completely bewildered. The next moment, bang! Wei Yongfang, standing at the classroom door, jumped. This scene was truly horrific. The painful time always passes, and finally, school was over. In the spare classroom, the children filed out of the classroom door. Liang and Su Qingqing were the last to leave. Before leaving, Liang glanced at Go Sheng sitting in the classroom. Go Sheng, aren't you leaving? Brother Ang, I can't leave. My parents were called in. Go Sheng was on the verge of tears. Su Hyang had detonated Go Sheng's foul-smelling liquid, causing him to be attacked to varying degrees. Both his physical and mental health were severely affected, and he had to go home to recuperate. Although Wei Yongfang and Su Hyang had a conflict, they were separate matters. Go Sheng's dangerous act of raising foul-smelling liquid naturally resulted in his parents being called in. All right, don't raise foul-smelling liquid again. Liang smiled at Go Sheng and walked out of the school with Su Qingqing. Liang, thank you so much for saving me today. For this, I'm going to prepare a gift for you. Under the shade of the trees on campus, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke to Liang. I saved you. When? Liang was a little confused. Just this morning after self-study, that bottle of stinky water almost exploded. Liang only remembered after Su Qingqing said this. At the time, fearing the stinky water would explode, Liang had actually tackled Su Qingqing to the ground. However, since the bottle of stinky water didn't explode, saying that he saved Su Qingqing's life was a bit of a stretch. In fact, while Su Qingqing was touched that Liang had saved her, it was really just an excuse to give him a gift. That morning, because of Go Sheng's sharp tongue, Su Qingqing realized that Liang didn't seem to accept her gifts. Instead, she herself had taken a lollipop from him. This wouldn't do, she had to give him the gift. Liang, how about this? I'll have my dad buy a TV station. This station won't broadcast any programs, it'll just promote you 24/7. Or they could throw money at you to make you a star, and I guarantee you won't fade into obscurity like Teacher Wei said. Su Qingqing's words left Liang speechless. No, I don't want to be on TV just because I don't like it. Please don't make me a star. I see. Su Qingqing lowered her head, deep in thought. So, what gift should she give Liang? Chapter 283. A bunch of bad guys. I'm going to tell my dad. Alright, I won't be setting up my stall tonight. I'm taking the bus home. You should head home too. Outside the school gate, Liang waved goodbye to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded and was about to leave when suddenly a group of adults rushed towards them from a distance. What's going on? Su Qingqing was startled, but the bodyguards guarding the school gate had already reacted. Whoosh! Four tall bodyguards blocked Liang and Su Qingqing's path, stopping the group. Liang, would you mind appearing on our show? Liang, what's your favorite song? Liang, many female fans online say they'll wait for you to come of age and marry you. What are your thoughts on that? Liang, I have 20,000 followers online, so I'm considered influential. Come over and take a picture with me. This group of people didn't panic when stopped by the bodyguards, seemingly used to being stopped. They casually pulled out cameras and microphones. Liang has a certain amount of online traffic. The TV station, after all, still has some self-respect and didn't harass Liang before following proper procedures. However, some online media and internet celebrities are different. In their eyes, traffic equals money, and with money, who cares about moral boundaries? Liang, is this your little girlfriend next to you? Ha ha ha, you'll hurt your female fans online. An internet celebrity noticed Su Qingqing and said with a sly smile. Liang frowned, get out of here, all of you. Liang directly cursed at such frivolous words, not caring who the other party was. Wow. Seeing Liang get angry, the online media reporters and internet celebrities not only didn't feel embarrassed, but instead started to cheer. Haha, this trip wasn't in vain. We have material. Some internet celebrities even laughed happily. In the internet age, truth and falsehood are intertwined. They came here shamelessly to harass Liang, not really expecting him to fully cooperate. As long as Liang reacted or took action, they could edit it into a video. For example, Liang just told them to get out of the way, which could be edited to make that curse at the online media reporters and internet celebrities appear as a response to female fans who like Liang, or even as a response to enthusiastic viewers. Internet celebrity kid's persona collapses. Such a reversal and revelation would actually generate more traffic. You bunch of bad people. Su Qingqing was furious, glaring at the group through gritted teeth. These online reporters and influencers, however, didn't seem to care at all. Just a little kid. They'd seen it all distorting the truth, spreading rumors they'd seen it all before, and naturally wouldn't take Su Qingqing's anger seriously. Make way. Su Qingqing, I'll go first, so they don't bother you anymore. Liang strode over to a taxi, quickly got into the back seat, and drove off. Liang didn't really care about these people. Even if they stirred up trouble online, he didn't care. He didn't rely on fame or internet traffic for a living, he was easygoing. If they went too far online, he'd just call the police. However, given the current situation, Liang didn't want them to continue harassing Su Qingqing. After all, it was Liang's own business. Some internet celebrities and reporters wanted to follow, but seeing the taxi drive away, they gave up. Anyway, they had the material, they had essentially obtained the secret to generating traffic. The internet reporters and celebrities left laughing and joking, while 4 bodyguards gathered in front of Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's eyes flashed coldly. Did you memorize all those people's faces? One bodyguard pointed to the recorder on his chest. Miss, I've memorized them all. Very good. Su Qingqing gritted her teeth. I'm going home to tell my dad. Driver, that's enough for now. After driving 2 or 3 kilometers from Zhongcheng Academy, Liang turned to confirm that the group of internet reporters and celebrities had disappeared, then signaled the driver to stop. After paying the fare, Liang strolled around the streets, intending to walk home. After all, leisurely observing the street scenes from the bus was a daily habit for Liang. Taking a taxi just didn't feel right, so he decided to make up for it with a leisurely walk. He hadn't walked far when he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Suero? At the entrance of a scrap metal collection station, Zhang Suero unloaded several large bags of plastic bottles from a tricycle, handed them to the station owner, and then took some banknotes and turned around. Their eyes met, and Zhang Suero blushed again. It seemed that because Zhang Suero's skin was so fair, she blushed particularly easily. Zhang, what are you doing? Liang asked curiously. Did Zhang Suero collect bottles in her spare time? These are bottles from the restaurant. The scrap collector on the pedestrian street offered too little, so I came here to sell them. I can get 20% more money. I won't keep the money from selling the bottles. I'm taking them back to the shop for Uncle Dong and Aunt Zhang. Zhang Suero quickly explained to Liang, realizing something. It's all right. Liang smiled. He could tell the tricycle belonged to his family's shop, and Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong certainly knew Zhang Suero was selling empty bottles. It's not unusual for restaurant owners to sell recyclables like empty bottles and broken cardboard boxes. However, Liang hadn't expected Zhang Suero to be so knowledgeable about selling recyclables, knowing exactly where the highest prices were in the area. This showed that Zhang Suero was quite frugal. Liang became increasingly curious about Zhang Suero, but he didn't ask. Liang knew that every family has its own troubles. Alright, kid, I'll head back now. The shop's really bustling right now. I've even been helping out as a waiter. I can't be gone too long. Watching Zhang Suero mount the tricycle, Liang raised an eyebrow. Business is so good today? Then I'll go help out too. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Zhang Suero was startled. How can I let you take me? Kid, just sit in the back of the tricycle. No matter how good Liang's physical abilities were, Zhang Suero had no idea. And so, Liang sat on the back of the tricycle, being led by Zhang Suero towards Desheng Pedestrian Street. I will climb step by step, and at the highest point, ride a leaf and fly forward. Let the wind dry my tears and sweat. One day I will have my own sky. As the sun set, Zhang Suero pedaled her tricycle with all her might. Sweat streamed down her snow-white neck, and at that moment, Zhang Suero softly sang a song. Beautiful. Liang was lost in thought for a moment, then sincerely commented. Chapter 284. Throw him out. There's no point in talking to this kind of person. 6 o'clock in the evening, in a high-end office building in Kyoto. Hey kid, could you tell us your thoughts on the internet fans? Everyone really likes you. Get lost. Kid, how can you be so rude? Please don't swear, okay? Get lost. A reporter from an online media outlet was editing a video. Seeing that he had achieved a satisfactory result, he put down the keyboard. It's done. Everyone, come and see. Instantly, a group of fellow reporters surrounded him, their eyes greedily fixed on the video, like bloodthirsty vultures. Haha, this video editing is flawless. Absolutely. This is going to be a hit, the traffic will be huge. The group of online media reporters excitedly high-fived each other. This wasn't the first time they'd done this. Anyone with a phenomenal online presence, they'd flock to them, manipulating public opinion to profit from it. Their smooth, masterful maneuvering was second nature to them. But, isn't what you're doing considered spreading rumors? A stranger approached, and everyone exchanged glances. Never seen this kid before? Wearing wire-rimmed glasses, he looked refined, clearly untouched by the harsh realities of life. A new intern, right? Ha ha ha, ribs, teach this kid a lesson. A skinny, bony man stepped forward, sized up the intern, and grinned. In our line of work, of course we have to spread rumors. Without rumors, where do we get the traffic? Without rumors, where are there so many things in real life for you to report on? But, the intern adjusted his glasses, curiously asking, aren't you afraid the parties involved will sue you? Wow, that's some serious vocabulary. Parties involved. Ribs raised his voice, glancing around, and the office erupted in laughter. Sue, do you think everyone has the time and money to burn? Do you know how exhausting a lawsuit is? Let me tell you, these days ordinary people are afraid of trouble, they all avoid it. Judging from what you're saying, you're not ordinary people. The intern asked, narrowing his eyes. Us. The group of online media reporters all revealed smug expressions. Of course, we're not ordinary people, we're all smart people of this era, we know how to make money from traffic. Every one of you here is a millionaire with millions in savings. As long as you work hard, you'll have that money sooner or later. Was all that money obtained through fabricated rumors? The intern asked thoughtfully. Of course. Wait, there's something strange about your question? Just as everyone felt something was off about the intern, a sudden exclamation rang out. What's going on? Why was our official account banned? Holy crap, banned across all platforms. All our secondary accounts are banned too. The sudden turn of events left everyone else preoccupied and no longer concerned with the strange intern. Almost instantly, all their accounts across the internet were shut down, even their associated sub-accounts. Someone's up to something. And the one causing trouble is probably someone powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to uncover so much more. What do we do? Holy crap, holy crap. These accounts are the result of years of hard work. Losing them is like losing my lifeline. Who did this? I'll fight them to the death. Don't panic. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. A fat man with a large head, big ears, and 2 gold teeth walked out of the office. It was the boss of the online media company. You guys, you must have run into some tough nut to crack. They probably found our IP address and complained to the entire platform. The fat man said, hands behind his back, frowning. Boss, what do we do now? We still have articles to publish today. Publish articles? What are you talking about? The fat man shook his head. Everyone should take a break for a while, lay low. But don't worry too much, I'll handle things with the platform. After a while, we can go back online with a new account ID. The fat man had encountered this kind of situation before. Even if the other party reports them and takes down their videos or bans their accounts, it won't cause too much damage. There's absolutely no need to panic. To maintain a serious online atmosphere and crack down on the spread of rumors, according to informed sources, 8 online media studios and 7 online celebrities in this city are suspected of multiple rumor-mongering incidents. The following is a list. Just as the atmosphere in the office was gradually calming down, a news broadcast came over the loudspeaker. The online media reporter Ribs was stunned and quickly moved closer to the computer screen. Wow, this is a report from Kyoto TV. Is it really necessary? Our company is on that list. The online reporters who were so smug just a short while ago were now dumbfounded. They now realized that someone was serious about taking action against them. Or perhaps, those who frequently commit unjust and illegal acts will eventually face the judgment of justice. What are you all standing there for? Run away. In the blink of an eye, the chubby boss was grabbing a large briefcase and preparing to flee. Actually, someone like him was bound to run away sooner or later, but no one expected it to happen so soon. The reporters instantly became agitated, hurriedly tidying up their workstations and booking train and plane tickets. No need to run, the intern said, shaking his head as he looked around the office. What do you know, you intern? Get out of here. Idiot, you don't think you're safe just because you're an intern, do you? Who said I'm an intern? The intern chuckled, pulling out a lawyer's ID. I'm here to inform you that you've been formally charged. Also, I saw a police car from the window just now. The officers are probably already at the door, right? Bang! The next moment, the door swung open, and uniformed police officers rushed into the office. Don't move. We are now summoning you according to the law. It's over. The fat boss, his eyes vacant, knelt on the ground. His briefcase slammed open with a thud, revealing banknotes and a woman's photograph. Officer, lawyer, please let me go, spare me this time, just this once. The fat man, who had been so composed and imposing just moments before, was now crying like a schoolchild. The lawyer walked over to the fat man and gently picked up the photo. When you were profiting from this tragedy by spreading rumors, did you ever consider that the victims also have families, wives? How are their lives facing baseless slander? The fat man sobbed, that's not my wife, that's my mistress. Thud. The lawyer casually tossed the photo into the trash can. Take him away. The police officer grabbed the fat man. There was no point in talking to someone like him. Chapter 285. Good. Li Xiangdong's nemesis has arrived. Miss, everything's arranged. The online media companies and influencers involved have all been investigated. We've uncovered all the evidence of their fabricated rumors and submitted it to major television stations and criminal investigation departments. We're also encouraging victims of the rumors to seek justice with financial and legal aid. We believe those people will receive the punishment they deserve. At the Su family manor, the head of the legal department of the Su group was reporting the progress to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing went home to complain to Su Yuanpeng, who was naturally furious. However, Su Yuanpeng simply didn't have the energy to investigate and deal with such a minor matter. so he delegated it to the legal department at the Su Group headquarters. With Chairman Su personally issuing the order, the legal department acted swiftly, producing results within a few hours. Su Qingqing sat in her boss's chair, staring wide-eyed. What was he saying? Su Qingqing didn't quite understand. But as long as the bad guys received their due punishment, that was good. All those who lie and spread rumors online need to be taught a lesson. Su Qingqing shook her little fist. Miss, if it's your idea, then we can set up a foundation specifically to help victims of rumors and support their lawsuits to protect their rights. Okay, Su Qingqing nodded. Su Qingqing was quite familiar with setting up foundations. After all, her father, Su Yuanpeng, had set up quite a few foundations for her. For example, there were foundations supporting single-parent families, foundations helping children in mountainous areas. For a top-tier tycoon like Su Yuanpeng, charity was one of his hobbies, and he also believed that charity was his duty. With great power comes great responsibility. Yes, miss, I will finalize this matter quickly. The head of the legal department of the Su Group smiled and nodded to Su Qingqing, then quickly left. Liang, is this a gift from me? Su Qingqing rocked back and forth in her office chair, then shook her head. No, I need to think of something else. The next day, 6 in the morning, Liang groggily opened his eyes and suddenly saw a dark shadow darting around beside his bed. Whoa! Liang jumped up in fright, staring at the tall, imposing figure before him. Grandpa? The person before him looked familiar. This was none other than Liang's own grandfather, Li Kaiyu. Perhaps due to years of working in the fields, Li Kaiyu had dark skin, deep wrinkles etched on his face like furrows, and his hair was streaked with white. His eyebrows stood naturally upright, giving him an imposing, unassuming appearance. My dear grandson, you're awake. Li Kaiyu chuckled, patting Liang's head with his large, warm hand. Grandpa knows he shouldn't have come into your room, but he couldn't help himself. Grandpa missed you so much. Come here for a kiss. Li Kaiyu wrapped his arms around Liang and pulled him into a tight embrace, planting a quick kiss on the cheek. All right, Grandpa. Liang quickly pulled away. Li Kaiyu was over 50 years old, but he was remarkably sturdy, lifting Liang with one arm as if he were a tiny chick. Haha, my grandson's all grown up, so we won't be as close anymore. Li Kaiyu said with a smile. Li Kaiyu had boundless tolerance for his grandson. Grandpa, what brings you home? Liang asked curiously. What, don't you want to see your grandpa? Li Kaiyu snorted. Your parents kept your heart surgery a secret from me, and they're only telling me now. How could I not come to Kyoto to see them? When Zhang Yan had her heart surgery, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan kept it a secret from their elderly parents. After all, it was such a big deal, and they didn't want their elders to worry. However, later, when their family's finances improved, the couple thought about bringing their parents to live in the city. But both Liang's maternal grandparents and paternal grandparents insisted on staying in the countryside, saying they weren't used to big city life. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan tried to send money home, but it was all returned. Helpless, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had to give up on bringing their parents home. Who knew that during a phone call home last night, Li Xiangdong accidentally let slip that Zhang Yan had undergone surgery. His father, Li Kaiyu, was so worried that he took the train overnight to come over, wanting to see his daughter-in-law with his own eyes to put his mind at ease. Dad, breakfast is ready. And you brat, get up and eat now. Li Xiangdong pushed open the half-closed door, calling to Li Kaiyu and Li Ang. You little rascal, how dare you talk to my grandson like that? Who are you calling a brat? I'm asking you who you're calling a brat. Unexpectedly, Li Kaiyu instantly stood up, hands on his hips, angrily questioning Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong was stunned. There's a limit to how much you spoil your grandson, isn't there? No, this isn't Dad, it's my son. What's wrong with me calling him brat? You always call me little rascal too. I don't care, you can't call him that. Li Kaiyu patted Liang's head again. My grandson doesn't smell bad at all, he smells delicious. Liang looked at Li Xiangdong, his lips curling into a wide grin. Good. His father's nemesis has finally arrived. There's going to be a good show for a while. But what but? Li Kaiyu's hand instinctively went to his belt. Li Xiangdong swallowed hard. Well, let's eat first. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, and some leftover garlic fried chicken. Because Li Kaiyu's arrival was so sudden, Li Xiangdong couldn't prepare a lavish breakfast. Everyone sat down. Zhang Yan looked at Li Kaiyu and said with a wry smile, Dad, I'm perfectly fine, nothing's wrong. You didn't need to come all this way. It's such a hassle. How can I be at ease if I don't see you with my own eyes? Li Kaiyu glared at Li Xiangdong again. That brat is completely out of control. He didn't even tell me about something so important. Oh, Dad, do I look like I'm in trouble? It's just a minor surgery, why would I tell you? Zhang Yan smiled, trying to smooth things over for Li Xiangdong. Li Kaiyu snorted and shook his head. Sigh, you must tell me if anything happens in the future. I have legs and feet, I'm strong enough. Don't think I'm old, I can still help. Alright, Xiang Dong will tell you everything from now on. Zhang Yan peeled a tea egg for the old man. It has to be said, Zhang Yan was definitely a virtuous wife. She could easily appease her father-in-law with just a few words, and also get Li Xiangdong out of an awkward situation. Li Xiangdong lowered his head and drank his soy milk, muttering under his breath, "My father, he cares about his daughter-in-law and spoils his grandson, but he's never nice to me. I'm a family man now, the head of the household. This time, when dad comes, I'll show him the demeanor of the head of the household." "What did you say?" Li Kai's ears twitched, and he turned around. "And nothing," Li Xiangdong quickly replied. "Don't mumble while eating, you might choke." Li Kai frowned and scolded Li Xiangdong. "Yes, Dad." Chapter 286 Bloodline Suppression. My rules are the rules. After finishing breakfast, Li Kai insisted on taking his bowl to the kitchen to wash the dishes himself. "Dad, let me do it. It's not proper for you to wash the dishes." Li Xiangdong tried to take over the task, but Li Kai simply pushed him aside. "What nonsense are you talking about? My rules are my rules. What's wrong with wanting my son and daughter to have an easier time?" Li Kai's words were met with a curt smile, making Li Xiangdong shrink back in fear. Li Ang was amused again. "What is bloodline suppression?" "This is bloodline suppression." After dinner, Li Kai strolled around the mansion for a while longer. Although the detached villa at Zhongchang Academy was considered a high-end residence even in Beijing, the old man's expression barely changed after looking around. He simply forced a smile and said, Good, I'm relieved you're all doing well." In fact, Li Kai really wasn't impressed with this grand mansion. The various smart appliances and decorations he didn't understand made him dizzy, and the expensive furniture was completely incomprehensible to him. In Li Kai's mind, judging furniture quality meant checking its durability. Design and imagination were just flashy but impractical things. While the furniture looked nice, the tables and chairs were all so thin and frail that Li Kai was afraid he'd collapse them if he sat on them. Most importantly, the yard was a bit small, it couldn't hold much, and he couldn't grow many vegetables. It's worth noting that Li Kai's self-built house in the countryside has a yard that's probably more than 3 times the size of this number 8 yard. The only things that satisfied Li Kai were the large earthen stove in the yard and the little yellow dog and orange cat inside. Of course, despite his volatile temper and straightforwardness, Li Kai possessed emotional intelligence. Li Kai could tell that his son and daughter-in-law were quite satisfied with the current house, so he naturally didn't say anything. After showing Li Kai around the yard, Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong prepared to go to the shop. Upon learning that his grandson had always attended school alone, Li Kai insisted on taking Liang to school. "You guys go to the shop first, I'll come help you there in a bit." "My dear grandson, get on." Li Kai pulled out the Lightning brand bicycle that Zhao Wenqin had given him, patted the back seat, and gestured for Liang to get on. Since Liang got the bicycle, he hadn't had much of a chance to ride it, only using it a few times to go grocery shopping. Later, Li Xiangdong even added mudguards and a seat to the back. If any fellow cyclists saw this, they'd probably drag Li Xiangdong out and beat him up. Mudguards and a seat on a racing bike? Isn't that a waste? However, Li Xiangdong didn't understand these things. After all, he hadn't bought the bike, he just wanted something convenient. "Grandpa, you really don't need to take me." Liang instinctively wanted to refuse, but considering his grandfather had come all this way, he could only go along with his grandfather's wishes. Liang sat on the back of the bicycle, and Li Kai's old face immediately beamed like a chrysanthemum. For any elderly person, being able to participate in their grandchildren's growth and help them is an extremely happy thing. It's a rather complex feeling. Everyone says grandparents love their grandchildren more, and there's some truth to that. Li Kai led Liang out of the residential compound. As they passed the gate, the security guard, Xiao Lu, caught sight of Liang and quickly approached, asking, "Master Ang, are you setting up your stall today?" Seeing Li Kai turn around with a confused look, Liang quickly gave Xiao Lu a meaningful look. Liang knew that, given how much Li Kai doted on him, he would most likely support Liang secretly setting up his stall. However, the fewer people who knew, the better. If Li Kai accidentally let it slip to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, it would be troublesome. Security guard Xiao Lu was taken aback, then quickly stood up straight and saluted, "Take care, resident." He thought the matter was settled, but to his surprise, Li Kai jumped off his bike and returned the salute. "Comrade, you've worked hard." Li Kai had always lived in a remote rural area and rarely went to the county town. Seeing Xiao Lu in his neat uniform, he instinctively assumed he was a police officer on duty. Furthermore, Li Kai had served in the military, and returning salutes was a habit. However, this surprised both Liang and security guard Xiao Lu. "Resident, you're too kind." Swish! Security guard Xiao Lu returned the salute. Li Kai, seeing this, also returned the salute. Liang hurriedly pulled Li Kai along. This wouldn't end well. Once they reached the main road, Li Kai increased his riding speed. Liang, sitting on the back of Li Kai, felt an inexplicable sense of security. As Li Kaya cycled through Kyoto, he was constantly amazed. This morning, Li Kaya was picked up by Li Xiangdong as soon as he got off the train. He'd been talking to his son the whole way and hadn't had a chance to properly see Kyoto. Although they had a television at home, seeing a bustling city on TV was a completely different experience from seeing it in person. The aromas of dessert shops, cafes, and various restaurants filled his nostrils. The incessant honking of car horns filled his ears. His eyes were filled with colorful billboards and towering skyscrapers that seemed to reach for the sky. Even Li Kaya was deeply impressed, a feeling of profound emotion welling up within him. The workers are truly amazing. Building a house back home takes half my life, and these impressive buildings, these cute little shops. I can't imagine how much effort they must have put in. Li Ang smiled slightly. His grandfather's perspective on Kyoto was certainly unique. Grandpa, how about it? Want to move to the city and live with us? Why are you copying your dad like this? Li Kaya laughed. I'm out of touch with the times. This city is beautiful, but in my eyes, it's still not as nice as my old home in the countryside. I'll stay here for a few days, then I'll leave next Monday. Come visit the countryside during summer vacation if you have time. Grandpa will take you fishing. They drove along, quickly taking in the scenery, and soon the outline of the experimental primary school came into view in the distance. At the school gate, a large group of students were already carrying their backpacks and entering the school. Li Ang jumped out of the car and waved goodbye to Li Kaya. Li Ang. He hadn't walked far when Li Ang bumped into Su Qingqing. Why aren't you setting up your stall today? Where's your van? Su Qingqing asked Li Ang curiously. Li Ang gestured towards Su Qingqing with his chin. This is my grandfather, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa? Su Qingqing was surprised, then her face lit up with joy. She had already met Li Ang's parents, and now she had even met his grandfather. In Su Qingqing's mind, the only thing missing for her and Li Ang was reaching the legal age and getting a marriage certificate. Hello, Grandpa. Su Qingqing greeted Li Kaya obediently. Oh, you're Li Ang's classmate, right? Hello, hello. This little girl looks like a porcelain doll. Your grandfather must dote on you. Li Kaya looked at Su Qingqing with delight, even feeling a little envious of Su Qingqing's grandfather. Having a granddaughter is great, she's so adorable. However, just as Li Kaya was about to reach out and touch Su Qingqing's head, his expression suddenly changed, and he withdrew his hand in a flash. Chapter 287 Secret Observation, The Strange Eagle Taming Bureau. Xiao Ang, you two should go in quickly. Li Kaya gave Li Ang a push, urging him on. Li Ang was a little confused, but still entered the campus side by side with Su Qingqing. Li Kaya pushed his bicycle to the side of the road, but didn't leave immediately. He bent down, pretending to fiddle with the pedals, as if something was wrong with the bike, but his sharp eyes were fixed on two inconspicuous men at the school gate. These two, they seemed to have some skill. What are they doing lingering at the school gate? Could they be professional human traffickers, or kidnappers? Li Kaya was a former reconnaissance soldier, and he enjoyed watching old action movies from the last century at home. Just now, when Li Kaya wanted to pat Su Qingqing's head, he noticed two men looking at him from a short distance away. His past experience as a reconnaissance soldier told Li Kaya, these two were definitely not simple. This was the school gate. Letting these two strange guys roam around here is definitely not safe. Dongzi, I have something to do, I won't go to the shop yet. Li Kaya made a call to Li Xiangdong, then found a secluded spot to observe the two men. If these two guys did anything harmful to the child, he would definitely take them down. However, Li Kaya was getting old, and he wasn't confident he could take down two skilled fighters at once. Thinking this, Li Kaya gripped the bike lock tightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He didn't need to defeat both men in one go, just stalling for time was enough. On the other side, did you notice? The two men, dressed in plain clothes and holding cups of coffee, both revealed sharp glints in their eyes. That uncle, he's not ordinary. What's his background? Is he after Miss? Today's work is getting interesting. Su Qingqing was usually escorted to and from school by bodyguards in suits, but what she didn't know was that besides the visible sentries following her to and from school, there were also hidden sentries deployed by the security department at various entrances and exits of the campus. These hidden sentries wore plainclothes, worked in shifts, and often disguised themselves as ordinary passers-by. They hadn't been discovered since Su Qingqing started school, but unexpectedly, Li Kaya discovered their deception today. Should we report this and call for backup? But that uncle is just observing us from the shadows, he hasn't done anything. A colleague. Could he be an instructor sent down to check on our work? The instructor is the most likely candidate. Stay alert. The two hidden bodyguards communicated silently, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Unable to set up his stall, and with Su Hyang hospitalized, Liang's campus life was uneventful today. After yesterday's stinky water bottle incident, Go Sheng had a large bump on his head. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, was trying every means to get information out of Liang, hoping to give him a gift he couldn't refuse. During break time, math teacher Huang Tingting secretly pulled Liang aside to ask him when he would set up his stall again. Besides these daily routines, Liang had his wish fulfilled today. During the long lunch break, he played ball on the playground and thoroughly defeated a group of elementary school students. Finally, afternoon dismissal time arrived, and Liang left the school with his backpack. Just as he stepped out of the school gate and was about to catch the bus, Li Kaya patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Grandpa, you've been waiting at the school gate all day?" More than being touched, Liang felt something was off. Was it really necessary? "Haha, I was just loitering around," Li Kaya said with a laugh, but his eyes glanced at the two bodyguards hiding nearby. "Good men." Li Kaya mentally gave the two bodyguards a thumbs up. Having observed the two bodyguards all day, although Li Xiangdong still didn't know their identities, Li Kaya was almost certain that they were decent people. Throughout the day, the two sentries didn't do anything harmful to the children. Instead, they constantly changed positions, observing anyone else who seemed suspicious. They even caught a delinquent loitering near the school gate, trying to extort money from elementary school students. Therefore, Li Kaya was quite confident in the two sentries and drove off with Liang, humming a little tune. "Finally gone. Today was really tough. We had to be on our guard, not daring to make any mistakes. But I believe our performance today will satisfy the instructors who came to inspect us. We might even get a raise." Seeing Li Kaya leave, and Su Qingqing getting into the car with the bodyguard, the two sentries relaxed and exchanged a smile. While Li Kaya was observing the two sentries, they were also observing him. Since Li Kaya hadn't done anything strange all day except observe them, the two sentries were already certain that he was the instructors who came to inspect. However, they had no idea that Li Kaya wasn't an instructor at all, just an old man with nothing better to do. For the next few days, Li Kaya escorted Liang to school without fail, rain or shine. Out of desperation, Liang could only secretly sell meat-stuffed eggs during the lunch break. By Friday, Liang finally finished his meat-stuffed egg task. As usual, Li Kaya drove Liang home. When they arrived, Grandpa Xiang, Zhao Wenqin, and the three members of the Tiger Trio were already sitting in the yard. Every Friday, Li Xiangdong would invite Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiang for a meal. It had become a tradition. Grandpa Xiang greeted Li Kaya with a hearty laugh when he saw him return. A few days ago, Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin came to Li Xiangdong's house to play Go, and they had also interacted with Li Kaya a few times. Especially the forthright and generous Grandpa Xiang, who got along very well with Li Kaya, was already calling him Brother Xiang all the time. You see, Grandpa Xiang used to call Li Xiangdong brotherly and Li Kaya brother Kaya, which was a complete mess of seniority. But Li Kaya didn't care about all that and affectionately called Grandpa Xiang brother Xiang. Tonight, Li Xiangdong hosted a barbecue in the courtyard. Everyone sat down, making a ruckus, and set up the smokeless grill, piling on various skewers. Immediately, the aroma of meat filled the air. Liang and the three of them, including Hu Ziyi, were engrossed in eating, while Grandpa Xiang, Zhao Wenqin, and Li Xiangdong started drinking. With barbecue and ice-cold beer, the courtyard was soon filled with beer bottles. Hu Ziyi secretly tasted a beer when no one was looking and immediately fell asleep under the table. Rui and Tiao had to escort Hu Ziyi home first. Once the children were gone, Li Xiangdong, already quite drunk, his cheeks flushed, suddenly grabbed Grandpa Xiang's hand, looking rather agitated. "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Grandpa Xiang asked, startled. "You rascal, go home and sleep when you're drunk, don't make a fool of yourself," Li Kaya said, frowning. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Li Xiangdong choked up a little. "Uncle Xiang, since you're here today, I have to have a good talk about my old man." Chapter 288 Li Xiangdong, you brat, a cane would be too lenient for you. "Oh, haha, Brother Caillou, did you hear that? Dongzi has a problem with you." Grandpa Xiang chuckled, while Zhao Wenqin chimed in. Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin were both shrewd people. They could tell that Li Kaya was indeed a bit strict with Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong probably had a grudge, and, emboldened by the alcohol, wanted to go head-to-head with his father. "What could this kid possibly have to do to me?" Li Kaya glared. "I've raised him all these years, when have I ever shortchanged him a single bite to eat?" "Hey, Brother Caillou, times have changed." Grandpa Xiang patted Li Kaya on the shoulder. "Raising a child isn't just about keeping them alive, you also have to pay attention to their mental health, focus on their emotional well-being." "That's right," Zhao Wenqin also chuckled. "Brother Caillou, you always have such a stern face towards Dongzi, it's normal for Dongzi to feel resentful and uncomfortable. Dongzi is a tough guy now, he must be suffering from having to put up with that attitude every day." Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin, being closer to Li Xiangdong, unusually joined forces to speak up for him, which was quite supportive. As for Li Kaya, he wasn't intentionally trying to suppress his son, it was just his temper. Hearing Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin's words, Li Kaya muttered a few words, then forced a smile. "I say, you brat, even though I don't give you a friendly face, I still think you're a promising young man. In front of the villagers, I always introduce you with my head held high. It's already my pride that you can open a shop in a big city. Liang smiled slightly beside him. His grandfather was truly interesting. You could say he was harsh and looked down on his children, and to some extent, that was true, given how much Li Kaya scolded Li Xiangdong when he was around. But at the same time, Li Kaya possessed a straightforwardness and honesty rarely seen in city dwellers. As soon as he realized Li Xiangdong was upset and felt wronged, he was willing to immediately put aside his pride and comfort him. Sure enough, Li Xiangdong was stunned for a long time after hearing Li Kaya's words, his eyes filled with emotion. Everyone, please eat first. I'll go inside and peel some fruit. Zhang Yan stood up and walked into the house with a smile. While Li Xiangdong was complaining, Zhang Yan had been tending to the flowers and plants in the yard, pretending not to hear him. Now that the men were having a heart-to-heart talk, Zhang Yan avoided the topic altogether. Although they were all a large family, Zhang Yan knew that sometimes a father's conversation with his wife could be awkward. This woman was incredibly gentle. Li Xiangdong was truly fortunate. You little rascal. Dad has always treated you like a child. Even though you're over 30 now, sometimes I feel like the days when I carried you on my shoulders were just yesterday. Sometimes I forget that you're a man now, and I have to save face for you in public. From now on, I'll try to scold you less, but don't expect me to treat you like a little girl. We're both men. Li Kaya spoke sincerely to Li Xiangdong, who then wiped his eyes and finally smiled with relief. Alright, everyone, cheers. Come on. Several beer glasses clinked together, and everyone tilted their heads back and gulped down a large glass of beer. Whoosh. Li Xiangdong wiped his mouth with his elbow and laughed. Dad, it's so good that you say that, I feel much better. Actually, sometimes I think about things from my childhood, back when you took me to shoot mice with a slingshot. In a few words, the father and son reminisced about the past. Li Xiangdong's knot was untied, and he chatted with Li Kaya like friends, while Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin listened with silent smiles. They were both parents themselves, and they resonated with Li Xiangdong and Li Kaya's conversation. But gradually, Li Ang frowned. Why did he feel that his father was getting more and more carried away? You guys don't know, actually, hiccup, my dad was much fiercer when he was young than he is now. In today's terms, my dad gave me a lot of childhood trauma. The reason I'm so lenient and indulgent with my kids now is because I haven't inherited any of my dad's bad influence, and I haven't passed on any trauma to them. Bullshit. Li Xiangdong's words went a bit too far, and Li Kaya snorted, You brat, I admit I was wrong, but when did I ever give you any trauma? Li Xiangdong shrugged, You guys don't know, when I was little, we had a small fish pond, and just because I didn't feed the fish properly, my dad whipped my bottom with a rattan cane until it was raw and bleeding. Hiss. Zhao Wenqin gasped. A rattan cane whipping his bottom raw? That sounds painful. It has to be said, Li Kaya was indeed too harsh when he was a child. It was a double blow to the child's spirit and body. Hey! Li Kaya slammed his hand on the table. I'd whip you with a rattan cane, and that would be too lenient. Do you know what that brat did back then? I told him to feed the fish, and he damn well dumped several bags of laundry detergent into the fish pond. That brat killed all the fish in the entire pond. There was nothing I could do, so I just scooped the fish out and ate them myself. That guy practically soaked the fish in the detergent. His mother and I vomited bubbles for 3 days straight afterward. Zhao Wenqin fell silent. Tell me, even the gentlest father would find it hard to control his temper when faced with such a spoiled child, right? I didn't know any better. Li Xiangdong said urgently, and another time. I just spent some money on offerings for my great-grandfather, and he beat me with a wooden stick. I still have a scar on my head. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong lifted the hair on his forehead, revealing a faint scar there. Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong exchanged bewildered glances. Grandpa Xiong slowly began, Brother Caillou, Dongzi was indeed naughty when he was little, but whatever he did, a spanking would have sufficed. There was no need to be so harsh. From Li Kaya's account, Grandpa Xiong had already learned that Li Xiangdong was indeed a complete troublemaker in his childhood. While it's true that naughty kids deserve a beating, you can't go too far. What if you hurt your own child? Besides, Li Xiangdong's willingness to commemorate his great-grandfather and offer sacrifices is a good thing. Why hit Li Xiangdong? You dare mention that? Li Kaya roared in anger, raising his hand as if to strike Li Xiangdong. The scene was somewhat chaotic, and Liang, sipping his cola, was also curious. What exactly did Li Xiangdong do back then to suffer such a brutal beating? Chapter 289 What is Lao Mian? Blitzkrieg on the nursing home. Phew! Under the persuasion of Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, Li Kaya finally sat back down. He glared at Li Xiangdong with a murderous look, while Li Xiangdong shrank back, avoiding Li Kaya's gaze. You guys don't know. Back then, I wanted to beat that kid to death. I remember when that brat was on summer vacation, he'd run around the village all the time. They'd built a stone ping pong table, and lots of kids would play ping pong with wooden planks. Other kids used firewood planks and rice lids as paddles, but that rascal Li Xiangdong went and used his great-grandfather's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall to play ping-pong. My poor grandfather's been buried for years, and this brat still drags him around like that. Ah, Grandpa Xiong couldn't take it anymore. Good heavens! Other families hope for ancestral blessings, hoping their unseen spirits will grant them wealth and longevity. Li Xiangdong is quite innovative, directly making the intangible tangible, using the ancestral tablet to compete for the title of table tennis king. Kids don't understand these things. Zhao Wenqin chuckled dryly. To be honest, after Li Xiangdong did something like this, he didn't even know how to speak up for him. That's not all. Li Kaiyu roared. After he did that outrageous thing, I only gave him a spanking and forced him to apologize before the ancestral tablets. Who knew this kid would hear some ghost stories from the village kids and think that by disrespecting his great-grandfather, he was afraid his great-grandfather would come after him in the middle of the night, so he was too scared to sleep. So, this kid took the money I'd saved from under my bed and bought some steamed buns and pastries as offerings. That's not all. The key thing is that later this kid even burned money in front of his great-grandfather's tablet. Other people burn paper money, but this brat burned my real money. The sparks almost set the village ancestral hall on fire. Tell me, shouldn't he be beaten with a stick? Zhao Wenqin was completely silent, while Grandpa Xiong, having empathized with Li Kaiyu, slammed his fist on the table and glared at Li Xiangdong. He deserves a beating. No, Uncle Xiong, I didn't burn your money, Li Xiangdong muttered softly, and Li Kaiyu almost threw a beer bottle at him. Seeing Li Xiangdong quickly dodge in fright, Li Kaiyu put down the beer bottle and snorted. Back then, when I took the wooden stick, I was only hitting his butt. This kid dodged in time and bumped his head on a tree, that's why he has the scar. Li Xiangdong scratched his head, then said, and another time, you hit me with a clothes hanger. Alright, Dongzi, stop talking. Grandpa Xiong raised his hand to interrupt Li Xiangdong. To be honest, after hearing all this, I think no matter how your old man beat you when you were a kid, you deserved it. Agreed. Zhao Wenqin lowered his head and took a sip of beer. It has to be said, Li Kaiyu was already quite gentle. Like Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, they were also naughty kids when they were young, but at most they did trivial things like teasing dogs and chasing chickens. Li Xiangdong, on the other hand, does all sorts of earth-shattering things. If Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin were Li Kaiyu, they might have fought even harder than Li Kaiyu back then. They had completely given up on speaking up for Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong awkwardly shut his mouth, not wanting to bring it up again. Li Ang couldn't help but chuckle. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Li Xiangdong glanced over, only then noticing Li Ang hadn't left. Li Xiangdong was drunk and assumed Li Ang had already gone out with the tiger trio. Nothing, just remembered something happy. Li Ang looked up at the sky. Ding! Just then, a notification sounded in Li Ang's mind. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement Propaganda Master. Reward of 4 million yuan has been deposited into the host's account. Propaganda Master? Li Ang was taken aback. It seems the TV show he appeared on is still generating buzz online, even triggering a system achievement. Sigh. He shouldn't have gone on that TV show in the first place. After all, Li Ang doesn't like being in the public eye. But to be fair, this achievement seems pretty awesome. Even the usually stingy system directly awarded him 4 million yuan. Ding! Before Li Ang could think any further, the task completion notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the task The Universe Within an Egg. Rewards issued. The golden bamboo scroll image of the god of cookery's recipe unfolded before Li Ang, followed by a colorful ink painting illustration. Dish, lo mein. Difficulty, easy. Lo mein is a popular noodle dish in the Central Plains region. It's easy to make, a refreshing and delicious summer treat. It's convenient to prepare and has a pleasant, delicious flavor. Task bowl full of silver bars issued. Please sell 298 servings of lo mein. Task time unlimited. Lo mein? Unexpectedly, after the system released a difficult dish like meat stuffed egg, it gave me this bonus. I knew how to make lo mein before unlocking the recipe, mainly because it's so easy to make. At midday, when I'm too lazy to cook, I just grab a bowl of lo mein and slurp it down. My stomach is full, and I can go to school or work. It can be said that lo mein is the first choice for many northerners to fill their stomachs, a small happiness in daily life. In fact, there are similar noodle dishes in some southern regions, but they are not as widespread as in the Central Plains region, and the name is changed to mixed noodles. Alright, it's getting late, we should go. Brother Kaiyu, Dongzi, let's head out. Before they knew it, it was almost 10 p.m. Although Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin were still quite tipsy, they waved goodbye. After seeing Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin off, Li Ang and Li Kaiyu helped Li Xiangdong into the house to rest. Then, the grandfather and grandson sat in the living room eating fruit. By the way, Xiao Ang, Li Kaiyu asked, feeding Li Ang a peeled lychee. Do you have anything planned for the weekend? What's up, Grandpa? Li Ang took a bite of the sweet lychee. I'm leaving next Monday. Before I go, I plan to visit an old friend at the nursing home. Lee Kyo had a good friend from his village who later moved to Kyoto and now lives in a nursing home in the eastern part of Kyoto. Okay, Grandpa. Lee Ang nodded. The noodle-making task had no time limit, and he really didn't have much to do on weekends, so spending more time with him was good. Most importantly, selling noodles in a nursing home wasn't out of the question. Ha ha, when that guy sees you, he'll be green with envy. Lee Kyo chuckled and patted Lee Ang's head. Lee Ang felt that Lee Kyo always had a very strong bias towards him. Was he, Lee Ang, really that outstanding? Chapter 290 Becoming a Chef, This Is My Destiny. Saturday morning. It was just 5:30 a.m. when Lee Ang got out of bed. Today, Lee Ang planned to go to the market early to buy supplies. Since he was going to accompany his grandfather to the nursing home, Lee Ang also planned to take the opportunity to make some noodles and speed up his quest progress. After all, due to Lee Kyo's unexpected arrival, Lee Ang's previous quest, The Secret Within an Egg, had progressed extremely slowly, taking almost a week to complete. So, with such a simple dish as noodles, Lee Ang planned to finish it quickly and claim the reward. Besides, setting up a food stall on the weekend was perfectly legitimate, and he didn't have to worry about what Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, who were going with him, would say. He tiptoed out of the house and into the yard. Just as he was about to contact security guard Xiao Lu, a figure appeared behind him. Xiao Ang, what's up? Lee Kyo's voice came from behind. Lee Ang slapped his forehead. He'd completely forgotten that his grandfather had been a scout. His little commotion wouldn't escape his grandfather's notice. Left with no other option, Lee Ang had to tell him he was going to the market to buy groceries. Little Ang, you can cook. Lee Kyo chuckled. He'd been there for so long, but he had no idea how good Lee Ang's cooking was. Li Xiangdong, naturally, wouldn't lavish praise on his son's cooking in front of Lee Kyo. Zhang Yan had mentioned to Lee Kyo a few times that Lee Ang's cooking was delicious, but Lee Kyo hadn't taken it to heart. As for when Lee Kyo was working at Lee's roast goose leg shop, he had indeed heard some students talking about little brother Lee Ang, but Lee Kyo simply thought it was because his grandson was so cute that he'd become the shop's mascot. After all, no matter how good or perfect his grandson Lee Ang was, he was still just an 8-year-old child. Even if his cooking was delicious, it was probably only relative to other children his age. How good could it actually be? Lee Kyo, however, still drools over Li Xiangdong's roasted goose leg and Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken after tasting them. His son and daughter-in-law are truly culinary masters. No wonder they can open such a large goose leg restaurant in Beijing. What Lee Kyo doesn't know is that Lee Ang is the biggest mastermind behind the entire rise of Lee's roasted goose leg restaurant. As for Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken and roasted goose leg, their deliciousness today is thanks to Lee Ang's teaching and guidance. However, although Lee Kyo doesn't know exactly how good his grandson's cooking is, he spoils him rotten. Upon learning that Lee Ang was going to the market, Lee Kyo caught Li Xiangdong, who woke up early wanting a glass of milk, in the living room and made him drive to the Zijinmen market. Dad, my head's buzzing, I haven't slept well yet, and you're making me run around. You really have the heart to drag me along. In the Ford Raptor, Li Xiangdong complained as he started the car. Lee Kyo said speechlessly, what else can I do? Are you expecting my precious grandson to go to the market by himself? He's been there by himself before. Li Xiangdong muttered softly. What the hell did you say? Lee Kyo's voice rose 8 octaves. Amidst the bickering between Lee Kyo and Li Xiangdong, or rather, Li Xiangdong's one-sided arguing, the car arrived at the Zijingmen market. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Zijingmen vegetable market was already bustling with activity. Vendors were already in place, and some elderly men and women had also arrived, haggling with the vendors with great enthusiasm. Li Ang, along with Lee Kyo and Li Xiangdong, moved through the market. Although Li Ang was buying on short notice, the ingredients needed for making noodles weren't complicated, and high-quality ingredients were easy to find. Hand-rolled wide noodles, cucumber, tomato and egg, minced pork belly, nipeta cateria. After buying several large bags of ingredients, Li Ang, with the help of Lee Kyo and Li Xiangdong, pushed the bags out of the market and loaded them into the back of his Ford Raptor. During the process, Li Ang glanced around a few times. Brother Gong wasn't at his stall today, and he wondered what he was up to. Hey kid, you bought so many ingredients, aren't you going to check on them? It's fine for kids to cook for fun, but buying so much is just a waste of money. Lee Kyo, carrying a large bag of catnip leaves, whispered to Li Xiangdong beside him. Li Xiangdong was taken aback, then chuckled. This old man is really worried. Indeed, in Lee Kyo's opinion, Li Ang's so-called going to the market to buy groceries was probably just enough for one meal. Buying so much at once must have left Lee Kyo speechless. However, out of his doting affection for his grandson, Lee Kyo was too embarrassed to say anything, so he could only mutter a few words to Li Xiangdong. There's nothing I can do, this brat just wastes so much. Why don't you beat him up? Why don't you scold him? Li Xiangdong said with a grin. Get out of here. Lee Kyo snorted. I wouldn't dare hit my grandson. I'll eat as much as he buys. Li Xiangdong pouted. Sometimes he was quite jealous of Li Ang. Grandpa, is everything packed? Li Ang walked over and asked. He had tried to load the goods into the truck, but Li Kaiyo had firmly prevented him from doing so. All done, all done. Li Kaiyo patted the plastic bag containing the perilla leaves. Let's go home. With a truckload of groceries, 3 generations of the Li family hurried home. The sun climbed higher, and the air was sweltering. Li Xiangdong could only close the windows and turn on the air conditioning. After arriving home and storing the groceries, Liang rolled up his sleeves in the kitchen, preparing to make a bowl of noodles to test the waters and solve his family's breakfast problem. Grandpa, I'll cook breakfast today, you can rest. Liang said to Li Kaiyo as he took out a serving of hand-pulled noodles for 4 people. I won't rest. I want to watch my good grandson cook. Li Kaiyo smiled. At this moment, Zhang Yan, who had already gotten up, thoughtfully brought over a chair for Li Kaiyo to sit and watch Liang cook. The noodles were first placed in a bowl, then Liang boiled a pot of water. While the water was boiling, Liang took out a tomato and, with 2 quick cuts, made a cross-shaped incision on it. Li Kaiyo's expression, which had been beaming with satisfaction, suddenly changed. He froze instantly. What's going on? His grandson's knife skills are a bit strange. Putting everything else aside, even those 2 crosscuts on the tomato just now, Li Kaiyo, a chef his whole life, wouldn't dare guarantee he could cut so smoothly and quickly. You brat! Did you teach Xiao Ang to cook? Li Kaiyo pulled Li Xiangdong aside, asking curiously. Well, Li Xiangdong was a little unsure how to answer. He taught Li Ang to cook? Li Ang taught him to cook. Dad, Xiao Ang is self-taught in cooking, no one taught him. I've told you before, Xiao Ang's cooking is delicious. Zhang Yan walked over, smiling. His knife skills are self-taught? His grandson seems to have a talent for being a chef. Li Kaiyo's surprised gaze towards Liang now held a hint of joy. Li Kaiyo felt that being a chef was arguably one of the best jobs. No matter how times change, chefs will always be needed. It's easy to find work. Most importantly, chefs don't go hungry easily. They can always get a full meal. Being a chef is a lifelong dream. Chapter 291 Essential Dishes for Cooking Beginners. So easy. Glug glug. A pot of water boiled. Liang turned down the heat and then quickly dipped the tomatoes, which had been scored with a cross, into the pot. The boiling water immediately separated the tomato skins from the flesh. After swirling and tossing them in the pot, some tomato skins peeled off automatically, while others, with their skins still attached, could be easily peeled off by hand. Peeling the tomatoes like an assembly line, Liang quickly processed enough tomatoes for 4 people. Just as Li Kaiyo was still amazed by Liang's skillful handling, Liang then twirled the cleaver in his hand, snap, 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 and began chopping tomatoes. A flash of cold light made Li Kaiyo almost unable to see Liang's movements. He only saw a whole, peeled tomato rapidly disintegrate on the cutting board. After the tomatoes, it was the scallions. After the scallions, it was the ginger. After the ginger, it was the cucumber. Under Liang's nimble fingers, diced tomatoes, scallion segments, ginger slices, and cucumber shreds were quickly chopped and set aside. Did Xiao Ang teach himself all this? Li Kaiyo swallowed hard. Liang's knife skills are almost as good as the village's banquet chefs. You bet. Li Xiangdong said speechlessly, this brat, I don't know how he figured out all those fancy things. Before Li Kaiyo could finish his exclamation, Liang had already started mincing garlic. After mincing the garlic, Liang added salt, message, balsamic vinegar, light soy sauce, and sesame oil. Instantly, the aroma of a mouth-watering sauce filled the air. Phew! The ingredients were almost ready, and Liang was about to move on to the cooking. Tap tap tap. Heated the pan in oil, then cracked the eggs into a stainless steel bowl and quickly whisked them with chopsticks. Once the oil was hot, Liang poured in the eggs. Splat! The golden egg mixture, upon contact with the clear peanut oil, instantly became fluffy. Liang casually tossed and flipped the egg mixture in the wok, and it soon turned into evenly colored egg pieces. Kid, yeah, when, did you see that? My grandson was flipping the wok just now. He was flipping the wok? If Li Kaiyo was previously amazed by Liang's knife skills, now he was completely dumbfounded. Who could imagine an 8-year-old child effortlessly flipping 4 servings of eggs, and even flipping the wok? That requires not only strength, but also skill. Just how talented is Liang to have mastered all of this without a teacher? However, compared to Li Kaiyo, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were already used to it. Zhang Yan had already taken out paper and pen, trying to record the process of making the noodles for her future study. Li Xiangdong, on the other hand, leaned over to the sauce Liang had prepared, scooped out a tiny bit with a small spoon, and tasted it. Hey, this flavor is really good. Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up as he commented. Liang turned off the heat and ladled out the oily eggs, setting them aside. He stir-fried scallions, a few slices of ginger, and a few cloves of garlic again until fragrant, then added the minced meat sauce. The minced meat sauce Liang bought was made with pork belly, and it had to be said, it was incredibly fragrant. After only a few stirs, a rich aroma of meat wafted out, the fat from the pork belly rendered in the hot wok, attracting the little yellow dog and the big orange cat, who appeared out of nowhere and squatted in front of the kitchen, watching Liang intently. Gulp! Li Kaiyu couldn't help but swallow loudly. If his son, Li Xiangdong, heard that drooling sound, his future authority would probably suffer. Fortunately, like father, like son, Li Xiangdong was already immersed in the delightful aroma, swallowing as well, and didn't notice Li Kaiyu's unusual behavior. Unconsciously, Li Kaiyu's mindset had shifted from that of a grandfather waiting for his grandson to cook, enjoying family time, to that of a diner waiting for the noodles to be served. This was the charm of Liang's cooking. Seeing the aroma of the minced meat fully released, Liang brought over a ceramic bowl of diced tomatoes and poured them in. Stir-fry over high heat. After about 2 or 3 minutes, most of the tomato juice had been released, the red tomato juice emitting a fragrant aroma. Combined with the diced meat, scallions, and garlic, it looked incredibly appetizing. All right. Liang turned down the heat, poured in enough water to cover the tomatoes, then covered the pot and started simmering. It didn't need to simmer for too long. 5 minutes later, Liang lifted the lid. The 5 minutes of simmering had transformed all the ingredients in the pot. The flavors of the tomatoes and minced meat blended perfectly, further enhanced by the scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove any gamey smell and add fragrance. The aroma was simply wonderful. Simmering. The sauce was ready, but it still needed further seasoning. Sugar, light soy sauce, 13 spice powder, pepper, chicken bouillon. After seasoning, he poured in the scrambled eggs, stirred slightly, and the sauce was complete. Liang turned off the heat and counted on his fingers. Up to this point, the noodle-making process was more than halfway complete, and all the more difficult steps had been executed perfectly. Making noodles is that simple. Even a complete novice cook, let alone Liang, could make a bowl of garlicky noodles by strictly following the steps. In a way, this is the charm of this dish. Next is cooking the noodles, which is also straightforward. Boil water and add all 4 servings of noodles directly into the pot. Let it sit for a moment, then gently stir the noodles with hot pot chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together or burning at the bottom. Many people don't know that cooking noodles can also be done using a similar adding water technique as for dumplings. After the water boils, add a small amount of cold water, continue stirring the noodles, and wait for it to boil again. Repeat this 3 times, and the noodles will be almost cooked, becoming quite smooth and chewy. Done! Liang scooped the noodles out of the water, rinsed them in cold water, and then poured them into 4 large bowls. He poured in the prepared garlic sauce, then the tomato, egg, and minced meat gravy, and finally sprinkled on cucumber strips, chopped green onions, and a handful of perilla leaves. Everyone, have a taste. Liang smiled slightly and wiped his hands on a rag by the sink. After making enough noodles for 4 people, Liang hadn't broken a sweat. Making noodles couldn't be easier. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Liang's mind. Ding! Lo mein. Creator, Liang. Quality, Golden Legend. Triggered a special effect critical hit, doubling the dish's special effects. Eating lo mein has a slight cooling and heat relieving effect. Looking at the system notification, Liang stretched. The sun was now fully up, and the cicadas were chirping incessantly again. Lo mein and summer go perfectly together. Chapter 292. Grandpa, why don't you stay a little longer? Let me try it. Li Xiangdong was getting impatient. He had been a restaurant apprentice in the Central Plains region when he was young, so he was very familiar with this stuff. Back then, he was an apprentice at a small restaurant. In the summer, the kitchen relied on a basin of ice to keep it cool. It wasn't that they couldn't afford fans, but high-powered fans would interfere with cooking, and low-powered fans were useless. Chefs in those days didn't work in air-conditioned environments, so every time he took a break, Li Xiangdong's clothes were completely soaked. You could wring out sweat with a flick of his wrist. Excessive sweating led to electrolyte deficiency, leaving him listless. At these times, Li Xiangdong's master would always personally cook him another bowl of noodles. The noodles, rinsed in cold water, weren't icy cold, but they were smooth and chewy, extremely palatable in the hot weather. Served with shredded cucumber, tangy and salty scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the wonderfully flavorful perilla leaves, a bowl of noodles would instantly boost his energy. After fetching a basin of well water, he could strip down, wash his face and back, and soon he was a vigorous, energetic man again. These distant memories were almost forgotten by Li Xiangdong, but Liang's bowl of noodles stirred up long dormant recollections. What's the rush? Li Kaiyu watched Li Xiangdong slurp down the noodles, shaking his head helplessly. This kid is already 30, why won't he grow up? Xiaoang, Yawen, here, you two take these. Li Kaiyu gave the remaining 2 larger bowls of noodles to Liang and Zhang Yawen, while he himself took the smallest bowl. The family ate breakfast together. There was no need to go all the way to the dining room. The family sat around the sofa in the living room outside the kitchen. They moved the coffee table and a small round table around, turned on the television, and the morning news began to play. Hello viewers, this is your host, Ro Guandan. Oh no, this is your host, Xiao Ning. A sudden heat wave has swept through Beijing. Citizens are advised to take precautions against sunburn and heat stroke. In the news studio, host Xiao Ning was reporting the daily news. Liang held a bowl of noodles, stirred the noodles and broth, then immediately brought the bowl to his mouth and shoveled the noodles and toppings into his mouth. There were many kinds of food. There was roast goose leg, which was incredibly satisfying to eat in large bites, filling you with happiness and contentment. There was Qingbu Liang, a type of sweet soup, which was refreshing and left a lingering aftertaste. And then there were noodles, flavorful yet not greasy, light and filling. The eggs, after being stir-fried and stewed, are juicy and flavorful, with a lingering, rich garlic aroma that makes them quite refreshing. The minced meat sauce isn't greasy, any unpleasant smell has been completely masked by the tomato sauce flavor. The cucumber shreds are not only visually appealing but also add a crisp texture to the noodles, further reducing the perceived oiliness of the already limited portion. The finishing touch, the perilla leaves have a wonderfully unique flavor. If eaten plain, they might not be universally appreciated. It's a flavor similar to a blend of lemon juice, mint, and herbal notes, perfectly balanced within the noodles. Don't underestimate the power of a simple seasoning like catnip leaves. They transform a bowl of nutritious lo mein into a refreshing and fragrant treat, making it a perfect summer dish. As for the noodles, made by adding water, these noodles aren't sticky and have a slight chewiness. Unlike soup noodles, lo mein doesn't emphasize the noodles being overly flavorful or juicy, it prioritizes the original taste and texture of the noodles. The flavor and aroma are enhanced by the broth and sauce. Therefore, lo mein is like a blank canvas, upon which various ingredients bloom in vibrant colors, allowing them to express themselves freely. Perhaps this explains the diverse ways lo mein is prepared, reflecting the inclusive and tolerant spirit of the Central Plains. All these flavors, textures, and aromas spread throughout Liang's mouth, permeating his spirit. He shoveled down a mouthful of noodles, barely swallowing, yet instinctively wanted to take another large bite. Slurp, slurp. By the time Liang had finished half a bowl of noodles, Li Xiangdong had already slurped up the last noodle. He let out a satisfied burp, patted his stomach contentedly, and smacked his lips. Back in the day, when Li Xiangdong ate his master's noodles, there was hardly any meat sauce in them. A generous egg was considered good. It wasn't that Li Xiangdong's master was stingy, it's just that the small restaurant wasn't very busy, and they couldn't afford to feed the apprentice meat every meal. When he really craved it, he'd mix some dried tofu into the noodles and eat it without really understanding what meat was. So, Liang's generously portioned bowl of noodles satisfied Li Xiangdong's youthful craving. Wow! Li Kaiyu finished his noodles. The central air conditioning was on, but Li Kaiyu was still sweating profusely as he ate. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, he moved closer to Li Ang. He pinched Liang's arm, then rubbed his fingers. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Liang was a little confused. He hadn't even finished his noodles. Why was Li Kaiyu starting to cause trouble? "I'm seeing how my grandson grew up. How can you make such delicious noodles?" Li Kaiyu exclaimed sincerely. A simple bowl of noodles, yet its flavor exceeded Li Kaiyu's expectations. With this skill, he could open his own shop. "If you ask me, grandson, if you like cooking, we can make him a chef. Being a chef is great. You won't go hungry and you can make money." Grandpa sees those chefs in hotels, they can earn tens of thousands a month. Although Li Kaiyu didn't fully understand the rapidly changing society, he knew the importance of tailoring education to individual needs. In Li Kaiyu's view, his grandson's love of cooking and his talent and skill were a great blessing for the Li family. After finishing school, there was no need to worry about Liang finding a job. He could become a chef, a job he could do for a lifetime. "Dad, why be a chef? It's a life of hard work." Li Xiangdong immediately retorted, "Xiaoang should work in an office, that's what high-end talent is." Li Kaiyu immediately objected to Li Xiangdong's words. "What do you mean by a life of toil? No matter who you are, you have to work to get rich. Sitting in that office you're talking about isn't tiring. Old Zhao's son at the village entrance works in an office, and when he came back to the village, he'd lost all his hair." In Li Kaiyu's view, labor is the most glorious thing, and no profession is inherently noble or lowly. As long as you work, you deserve respect. Actually, both Li Xiangdong and Li Kaiyu's ideas bear the mark of their times, and if you really elaborate, it's hard to say who's right. But for Liang, he completely agreed with his grandfather's opinion. He'd always wanted to be a chef. He didn't need to be a grandmaster presiding over a restaurant, nor did he need to compete to become a famous chef. Selling snacks and setting up a stall to achieve financial freedom would be enough. He'd be content. "Grandpa, why don't you stay a little longer and talk to my dad more?" Liang finally finished his noodles and said to Li Kaiyu with a smile. Chapter 293. Older woman, call her Grandma Niu. This nursing home, it's really far. In the Ford Raptor, Li Xiangdong, carrying Liang and Li Kaiyu, headed towards the nursing home. A van followed closely behind. The nursing home was supposed to be in the Dongcheng district, but it was actually well outside of Dongcheng. The car drove all the way to the outskirts and then into a series of alleyways. The alleyways were narrow to begin with, when suddenly a group of teenagers on electric scooters appeared from the front. The scooters blared music and flashed multicolored lights. Definitely a bunch of reckless teenagers. Most of these reckless teenagers looked underage, with scantily clad girls sitting on the back, their legs exposed, and they didn't even flinch at Li Xiangdong's car. Screech! Li Xiangdong quickly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding crashing into a telephone pole. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw that the reckless teenagers showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they laughed and joked, some even accelerating and lifting their front ends. What kind of manners? Li Xiangdong muttered under his breath, while Liang frowned as well. It's understandable for young people to act recklessly and flamboyantly, but if they cause trouble for others and are proud of it, then their character is rather poor. Li Xiangdong shook his head, too lazy to argue further, and continued driving deeper into the alley according to the address, finally stopping in front of a large courtyard. Blue Sky Nursing Home. Good heavens! This wasn't some high-end nursing home, it was just a modified version of an ordinary courtyard. Two courtyards connected together formed the entire Blue Sky Nursing Home. It was clear that the nursing home was quite old. The red and white plastic sign was tattered and peeling. There's nowhere to park here. Having confirmed the location of the nursing home, Li Xiangdong drove a few hundred meters further and parked the car in an open space, where the nanny van was also waiting. Then, the father and son accompanied Li Kaiyu into the nursing home. Old Sue, I'm asking you one last time, will you call me mother or not? As soon as Liang entered the nursing home courtyard, he saw a burly old woman in a peony-patterned short-sleeved shirt waving a rattan cane, sneering coldly. In front of him was a short, stout old man, his face flushed red, his teeth clenched. Call me what? Hit me if you want, go ahead. The short, stout old man had barely finished speaking when the rattan cane smacked him on the back with a smack. Ouch! The short, stout old man shuddered in pain, but stubbornly kept quiet. Again! The short, stout old man pointed to a chessboard not far away, rubbing his back. Just as the two elderly people were about to sit down and start playing chess, Li Kaiyu stepped forward and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Gui. The old woman who had been whipping him with the rattan cane was startled and turned around. You are Yuezi? Haha, it's me. Li Kaiyu and the old woman shook hands tightly, while Liang and Li Xiangdong exchanged bewildered glances. This was the person Li Kaiyu was supposed to visit? Judging by the old woman's appearance, she was at least 10 years older than Li Kaiyu. This is Xiangdong, this is my grandson, Liang. Li Kaiyu squeezed the old woman's hand tightly, while smiling at Li Xiangdong. This is your Aunt Gui, do you remember her? Aunt Gui? Li Xiangdong squinted, trying hard to recall, a vague memory lingering, but he couldn't quite remember. Actually, Li Kaiyu and this Aunt Gui, Niu Tai Gui, were childhood friends. When they were young, Niu Tai Gui was like a kind older sister to Li Kaiyu. Back then, Li Kaiyu was an only child, and in those days, a small family meant a higher chance of being bullied. When Li Kaiyu was bullied by other kids, Niu Tai Gui stood up for him, fighting many tough battles for him. Although Niu Tai Gui was still a young woman, she was incredibly strong, no less so than a man. She was broad-shouldered and powerfully built, becoming the village's leader among the children, and Li Kaiyu, who received much care from her, became her second in command. Later, when Li Kaiyu remained single, it was Niu Tai Gui who introduced her distant cousin to Li Kaiyu, who became Li Xiangdong's mother. With over 10 years of being a good older sister and a kinship ties, the bond between them was undeniable. Dongzi, you were quite the troublemaker when you were little. I still remember the time you ran to the village ancestral hall to burn paper money, you almost set it on fire. Niu Tai Gui deliberately brought up the very thing he didn't want to hear, and Li Xiangdong smiled awkwardly. When he saw Liang, Niu Tai Gui's face suddenly softened. Kaiyu, you're so lucky, this grandson is so lovable. Can I hold him? Niu Tai Gui picked up Liang, spun him around, and gently put him down, her eyes full of tenderness. Hey, Sister Niu, are you still playing chess? The short, stout old man called out from behind Niu Tai Gui. Liang hesitated for a moment before asking, Grandma Niu, why did you whip that grandpa with the rattan cane just now? Ha ha. Niu Tai Gui, hearing Liang's words, put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. That guy insisted on playing chess with me, saying I'm a woman and I definitely couldn't beat him. We agreed that whoever lost had to call the other a nice name, or else get a rattan cane. This morning, that fat old man got 10 rattan canes from me, right? He's really stubborn. I guess I'll have to whip him 10 more times. Liang chuckled. This Niu Tai Gui was truly an extraordinary person. Clearly a woman, yet named herself Tai Gui, meaning iron noble, and even called herself a woman. Her manner was bold and rugged, and her large physique, formed from years of hard labor in her youth, possessed a kind of laborious beauty. Just as Neo Taigui was still boasting about her achievements, a wooden door painted white and brown creaked open in the yard, and a young female doctor in a white coat walked out. Seeing that Neo Taigui was still clutching the rattan cane, the female doctor frowned. "Aunt Neo, you're playing this game again. I've told you so many times, this kind of barbaric game must be banned in our hospital. What if someone gets hurt?" Despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor, Neo Taigui rubbed his hands together with a smile in front of the young female doctor. "Ankai, he insisted on playing with me. Besides, how can you hurt someone with a broken rattan cane? It's not like you're using a fire poker." "That's still unacceptable," the female doctor said firmly, then looked at Liang and his group. "Excuse me, what brings you here?" "Oh, we're here for a visit," Li Xiangdong replied. "Okay, would you please register?" The female doctor gestured to the office. Despite the dilapidated state of the nursing home, the procedures were quite professional. Li Kaio and Li Xiangdong exchanged a glance and walked into the office together. Chapter 294. I'm this old, and you still call me sister? Come on, sign here. This cute little one doesn't need to sign. The female doctor, Jing Ankai, reached out to pinch Liang's cheek, but Liang dodged it by looking down. After a brief exchange, Liang learned that the Blue Sky nursing home was run by a father and daughter. Jing Ankai's father was a professor at the Second Medical College of Kyoto, and even Jing Ankai herself was a top student who graduated from the Second Medical College. The reason she followed in her father's footsteps and worked tirelessly in this unprofitable nursing home was entirely due to Jing Liwa's personal hobby. When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue; when rich, one should benefit all under heaven. This saying perfectly describes Li Jinghua. Although the living environment at the Blue Sky nursing home was average, with only 15 beds, with Jing Liwa and Jing Ankai in charge, in some ways it was comparable to some mid-range nursing homes, making it extremely cost-effective. "Alright, please ensure the safety of the elderly during your visits. Come find me anytime in case of any emergencies." Jing Ankai waved to Liang from the office doorway. Liang scratched his head. It was clear that Dr. Jing Ankai really liked children. "How's it going, little brother?" Neo Taigui chuckled, saying to Li Kaio, "My nursing home is pretty good, isn't it?" "It's good, but Sister Gui, you can't live here forever, can you?" Li Kaio shook her head. "How about coming back to the village with me?" "Go back to the village? What would we go back for?" Neo Taigui's expression darkened, and she smiled bitterly. Li Kaio was an only child in the village, but at least she had many uncles and aunts. Neo Taigui's mother was a widow, and she had no relatives. After her mother's death, Neo Taigui had long since given up on returning to the village. "I'll take care of you." Li Kaio frowned and said, "We're relatives too. You looked after me when I was little, now I'll look after you." Neo Taigui beamed. Although she didn't want to go back to the village, she was quite grateful for Li Kaio's words. Alright, how about we play a game of chess?" In the end, Li Kaio gave up trying to persuade Neo Taigui to return to the village. Li Kaio and Neo Taigui sat down at the chessboard, ready to play a few moves. "Dad, if there's nothing else, I'm going out to set up my stall," Liang said to Li Xiangdong, seeing that the time was right. Li Xiangdong, his eyes glued to the chessboard, didn't turn around. "Alright, go ahead, be careful setting up your stall." "Okay." Liang walked briskly to the van, and together with the waiting driver, pushed the tricycle off and set up the stall. "Let's get started." He peeled the tomatoes, sliced the cucumbers with a tap-tap-tap sound. Soon, the boiling water began to steam. Even with a large parasol, beads of sweat still appeared on Liang's forehead. "If only I had a fan," Liang thought to himself, then suddenly remembered something, reached under the tricycle, and pressed a button. Whoosh! A fan instantly popped out of the tricycle, blowing air directly at Liang. This tricycle had been modified at Kyoto Aviation University. Thanks to CFA's meddling, it had acquired many useless additional functions, which Liang hadn't paid much attention to. However, enjoying the cool breeze, Liang's opinion of this heavily modified tricycle changed slightly. These days, no matter what it is, the more functions the better. Noodles! Noodles! 6 yuan a bowl of noodles. The first batch of noodles was cooked, and Liang ladled them into bowls while calling out his vendor's name. It was 9 in the morning, not quite peak time yet, but there were still quite a few elderly people out shopping or taking a stroll. Seeing the new stall, a curious elderly woman carrying a shopping basket came over. "Little boy, did you make these noodles? 6 yuan, too expensive." After learning the price, the woman waved her hands repeatedly. She complained that the noodles were expensive, but her legs wouldn't budge. It was clear the older woman wanted a bowl of noodles to try, she just wanted to haggle. 6 yuan isn't expensive, it's auspicious, Liang said with a smile. "You've got a good tongue. Auspicious, huh? Why not say may the harvest be plentiful for 5 yuan? The woman retorted. "Exactly. At this moment, a man walking his pug also joined in. I said, "May you have peace and prosperity in all 4 seasons, how about 4 yuan? Liang shook his head. 6 yuan was the price Liang had set. He used only high-quality purple ingredients, and each bowl had meat sauce added, so 6 yuan was truly not expensive. In fact, the dog-walking man and the woman buying vegetables weren't really complaining about the price. Haggling was just one of their daily pleasures. Oh dear, brother and sister. It's so hot these days. Going out to buy groceries and coming home to cook lunch is such a hassle, and if you get too hot and want ice cream, that'll cost even more money. My noodles are only 6 yuan a bowl, big portions and filling. Buy 2 or 3 bowls and the whole family can eat comfortably, and then take a nice nap. It's such a good deal." Perhaps because of his age in his previous life, Liang had a peculiar characteristic. When talking to young people and children, Liang was quiet and didn't want to say much. But dealing with these older men and women was a breeze for him. His words made the woman buying groceries laugh out loud. "Little kid, you called me sister? Just for that, I'll buy these noodles." The uncle seemed thoughtful. "If you put it that way, it's not bad. It's really too hot right now. You wouldn't believe it, this morning I accidentally broke an egg on the street. Good heavens, that heat, in just 3 seconds. My dog ate the egg in just 3 seconds. Liang's forehead creased with exasperation. He glanced at the uncle speechlessly. Liang had thought the uncle would say the egg cooked quickly after falling, but the uncle said the dog ate it? This guy's just causing trouble. Fortunately, the aunt and uncle stopped haggling with Liang and each ordered a bowl of noodles to try. The cooked noodles were rinsed in cold water and placed in a bowl covered with a plastic bag. Then, a garlic sauce base was poured over, topped with tomato and egg sauce, sprinkled with perilla leaves and chopped green onions, and the plastic bag was pulled up again. "Here are the noodles, please take them. I have disposable chopsticks here." Liang handed 2 bags of noodles to the uncle and aunt. The uncle, not bothered, broke open the chopsticks, stirred out a clump of noodles, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Hey, you know what, you really have to say. Your cooking skills are really good, kid. Delicious." The uncle gave Liang a thumbs up. The uncle didn't usually eat out. He thought good restaurants were too expensive and cheap ones weren't good enough. He preferred to cook for himself, which was economical and affordable. It was quite remarkable that Liang's noodles had earned this uncle's approval. Chapter 295. What kind of noodles are you? They could dislocate your jaw? Little friend, give me a bowl of noodles. I'll just take 5 bowls to go. I'm too lazy to cook lunch. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, or perhaps because Liang's noodles were truly delicious, his stall quickly became bustling with customers. Naturally, this commotion attracted the attention of the elderly residents of the nursing home. "Hey, isn't this noodles? I love it." The short, stout old man who had been standing next to Neo Taigui with his cane was the first to join the queue and buy some noodles. The short, stout old man's name was Chai Wangtian. Despite his somewhat rustic name, he was a man of refined taste. Chai Wangtian didn't eat the noodles directly from the plastic bag. Instead, he went back to the nursing home, retrieved a small bowl from inside, and ate the noodles from the small bowl. "Old Chai, what did you buy?" Neo Taigui, who was playing chess, also became curious and peered over. "Noodles. It's the one that kid who came to see you today made. The line was so long, these noodles are absolutely delicious." Chai Wantian chuckled, stirring the noodles with his chopsticks. "Oh, I was so busy playing chess I forgot to patronize your grandson's business." Neo Taigui slapped his forehead and said to Li Kaiyu, "Come on, let's go try Xiaowang's cooking." "Hee, then you'll have to wait in line." Chai Wangtian grinned mischievously. "You won't get anywhere in less than 20 minutes, you'll die of heatstroke." "How much for this bowl?" Neo Taigui asked, frowning. It can be free. Just agree to a date with me." Chai Wangtian coughed lightly and said softly, "Ha." Not only was Li Xiangdong stunned, but even Li Kaiyu froze on the spot. They hadn't even realized that Chai Wangtian, who had just been getting slapped by Neo Taigui, actually had this ulterior motive. "Anyway, neither of us has a family, I just like the sense of security I feel when I'm with you." Chai Wangtian swallowed hard, speaking sincerely. No way. I treat you like a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me?" Neo Taigui waved his hand dismissively. It was clear this wasn't the first time Chai Wangtian had made this request. "No, then I won't give you any." Chai Wangtian gritted his teeth and grabbed a mouthful of noodles, putting it in his mouth. "It's so delicious. Wow. Taigui, these noodles are absolutely delicious." Chai Wangtian looked astonished. This wasn't Chai Wangtian deliberately trying to provoke Neo Taigui. The noodles were genuinely amazing. The noodles, like white jade, didn't stick together in the bowl. The texture was incredibly good. The aroma of the braised noodles, with a hint of tangy tomatoes and a rich garlic scent, was enough to whet your appetite. Not to mention the minced meat soaked in the braising liquid. A bowl of this on a hot day is incredibly comforting. Slurp, slurp. Chai Wangtian frantically slurped up the noodles, leaving Niu Taigui speechless. Let's go buy some noodles. Niu Taigui, along with Li Kaio and Li Xiangdong, had just turned around when they heard a crack. Turning back, they saw that Chai Wangtian's mouth was agape. Chai Wangtian looked terrified, but his chopsticks were gripped tightly in his hand. Ugh, yeah. Chai Wangtian made strange noises, repeatedly poking his cheek with his chopsticks. It's dislocated. Li Xiangdong realized what was happening and quickly helped Chai Wangtian up, heading towards Jing Enkai's office. The office was empty, so they went straight to the medical room. In the medical room, Jing Liwa, with his white hair and kind face, and his daughter Jing Enkai were talking. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and Li Xiangdong rushed in with Chai Wangtian. Doctor, this person is in critical condition. Li Xiangdong quickly informed Jing Liwa and Jing Enkai of Chai Wangtian's emergency. Chai Wangtian kept glancing sideways at Li Xiangdong. You're the one who's in critical condition. Brother, it's just a dislocated shoulder. Jing Liwa frowned and waved at Chai Wangtian. Come here. Jing Liwa observed Chai Wangtian for a while, then cupped Chai Wangtian's cheeks with both hands, and with a gentle pinch and lift, crack, a soft sound rang out, and Chai Wangtian's jaw finally returned to its normal position. Thank you, Dr. Jing. I can talk now. Chai Wangtian rubbed his face, praising Jing Liwa's superb medical skills. Grandpa Chai, what did you do to dislocate your jaw? Jing Enkai, holding the medical record, looked reproachful. In some ways, Jing Enkai's job wasn't much different from that of a kindergarten teacher. The elderly in nursing homes, once they let loose, weren't much easier to manage than children. Chai Wangtian scratched his head sheepishly, and Niu Taigui's voice came softly from behind him. He dislocated his jaw from eating noodles, that's all the grit a guy can muster. Professor Jing Liwa found this amusing, dislocated his jaw from eating noodles. Old Chai, are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? No, you guys don't know how delicious those noodles are. The taste, tisk tisk. Chai Wangtian was still savoring the memory when another exclamation rang out. Director Jing, something's wrong. Old Zhao seems to be dying. What the heck? Jing Liwa didn't bother asking Chai Wangtian about the noodles anymore, he jumped up with a start. At the same time, two elderly people carried a pale-faced old man into the medical room. Put him on the ground. Lie on his side, yes. Call an ambulance. Jing Liwa immediately rushed over and checked old Zhao's pupils. Then, Jing Liwa reached out and felt old Zhao's pulse. I'm not going to make it. My bankbook is under the mattress, the password is. At this moment, old Zhao was already slurring his words, his voice weak and feeble. Director Jing, what's wrong with old Zhao? Chai Wangtian, now also anxious, asked hurriedly. Sigh. Jing Liwa sighed as he performed the examination. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire medical room became heavy. Even Niu Taigui's face showed grief. His partner, with whom he spent every day and night, was now gone, no one could accept it. Not to mention, for these elderly people, they knew they would be next. He's alright, Jing Liwa laid old Zhao flat, then stood up and clapped his hands. It's just mild heatstroke, the ambulance doesn't need to come for now. Get me a cool towel. Jing Liwa used a cool towel to wipe old Zhao's body, then placed it over his head. Jing Enkai fanned him, and in no time, old Zhao stood up on his own. That was close, I almost saw my dad. Old Zhao scratched his nose and winked. Ha! Everyone looked at each other. Wait, old Zhao isn't seriously injured? Director Jing, why did you sigh just now? Niu Taigui frowned and asked the question everyone wanted to know. A doctor sighing, doesn't that mean the patient's condition was critical? How come it was just heatstroke, and he recovered in no time? Oh, I sighed because I was a little tired. It's too hot today, it's easy to get sleepy. Jing Liwa washed his hands by the sink and said seriously. Chapter 296. A bowl of noodles almost wiped out the entire nursing home. A moment of silence fell over the room. If it weren't for Jing Liwa's usual meticulous care for everyone, running the nursing home entirely out of love, everyone would have loved to spit on him. By the way, old Zhao, why did you get heat stroke? What were you doing outside in this heat? We have an activity room at the nursing home, right? At the far east end of the nursing home, there was a simple activity room. It was fine for stretching and square dancing. Hearing Jing Liwa's question, old Zhao scratched his head sheepishly. Well, there's a noodle stall outside. I thought I'd buy a bowl and try it. But the line was a bit long, I couldn't resist. Noodles again. Jing Enkai frowned. 2 elderly residents of Lanchin Nursing Home have already been admitted to the infirmary because of noodles. Could it be that the noodle vendor is the nemesis of Lanchin Nursing Home? Jing Liwa said, finding it quite amusing. Let's go check it out at the entrance. I want to see, what kind of noodles can be so irresistible to everyone in our nursing home. At the entrance of Lanshan Nursing Home, under the blazing sun, the crowd had already stretched for about 20 meters, almost entirely composed of nearby residents. Half of them were carrying shopping baskets. It has to be said, Liang's choice of location for his stall, though accidental, was quite clever, successfully intercepting a large group of people who were about to go out to buy groceries. No choice. It's too hot. Faced with cheap, large, and delicious noodles, who would want to go out and cook? Jing Ankai went outside and took a closer look. Good heavens! Half of the elderly residents in the nursing home were standing under the blazing sun, some clearly suffering from the heat, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Is this noodle dish really that appealing? What Jing Ankai didn't know was that although the head chef at their nursing home prepared nutritionally balanced meals with care, the residents, used to one person's cooking, always wanted to try something new. For the elderly, wandering through the streets to find good food wasn't practical, so when a stall finally appeared at their doorstep and was doing brisk business, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. Dad, I'll get an umbrella. I'll fetch a few more basins of water. Jing Ankai moved through the nursing home and the queue, finding sun umbrellas and cool water for the elderly to help them cool off, thus preventing the spread of heatstroke at the Lanshan nursing home. Taigui, let me hold the umbrella for you. The short, stout old man, Chai Wangtian, smiled and held an umbrella over Niu Taigui. Chai Wangtian wasn't tall enough, so he had to stand on tiptoe to ensure the umbrella was at a comfortable height between himself and Niu Taigui's head. Faced with Chai Wangtian's eagerness, Niu Taigui rolled his eyes and ignored him, turning to Li Kaya. Yuezi, your grandson is quite capable. Many people have set up stalls in this open space in front of our building, but none of them have had business as booming as your grandson. Absolutely. Li Kaya said with a smile, my grandson is amazing, just that bowl of noodles, tisk. I'm still thinking about it. Li Kaya was genuinely proud of Li Ang's cooking skills. Li Xiangdong, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile as well. Although he always told Liang to focus on his studies and not to think about making snacks, it would be a lie for him, as a father, not to be pleased if someone praised his son's cooking skills. The line gradually moved forward, and soon, the group from Lanshan Nursing Home reached Liang's side. Grandma Niu is here. Grandpa, Dad, how many bowls of noodles would everyone like? Despite the fan, Liang was still inevitably sweating profusely, a white towel tied around his neck. Liang noticed Niu Taigui and the others at the back of the line, but he still followed the rules and took orders from the elderly who had lined up earlier, according to their queue order. Soon, bowls of noodles were served. Slurp, slurp. Soon, a chorus of slurping sounds filled the air. The elderly had been waiting impatiently, and since everyone was there, they didn't bother going back inside and started slurping noodles from the plastic bags. Seeing this, Liang even thoughtfully provided small bowls. This noodle soup is authentic. I'm from the Central Plains. In our local dialect, this noodle soup is so satisfying, it tastes just like home. Wow, you Central Plains people eat so well. I always wanted to visit the Central Plains when I was young to experience its history and culture, but I haven't been able to yet. It's alright, we can join a senior citizen tour group and go together. The elderly were enjoying their food immensely, but Jing Ankai's brows furrowed even more. Jing Ankai knew the elderly's appetites well. These seniors were eating the noodles with gusto, far exceeding their usual portions. For example, Chai Wangtian, who usually only eats one bowl of rice, was now eating his third bowl of noodles. And Niu Taigui, she directly bought 5 bowls of noodles from Liang. This appetite is normal. Jing Ankai wiped the sweat from her brow. She knew Niu Taigui ate more than the average man. But besides Niu Taigui, everyone else eating like this was bound to cause problems. Indigestion was a minor issue, developing a gastrointestinal disease would be much worse. Everyone, eat less. If you really can't manage, you can take it home. There's no need to finish it all here. Jing Ankai urgently urged the elders, but then she noticed her father, Jing Liwa, had somehow gotten a bowl of noodles and was slurping them down with gusto. Dad. Jing Liwa paused, then coughed lightly. Alright, everyone, eat less, slurp, eating too much isn't good for your stomach, slurp. Looking at her father, completely absorbed in his noodles, Jing Ankai was speechless. Were the noodles under some kind of spell? Is it really that delicious? Just as Jing Ankai was racking her brains, several voices of discussion drifted over. Look, these old folks are starving. I bet this Blue Sky nursing home is some kind of heartless institution, they never feed the elderly. They've been eating a bowl of lousy noodles for so long, anyone who didn't know better would think they were having a Manchu Han imperial feast. I have to film this and post it online so everyone can condemn this nursing home. Several nosy neighbors discussed it while secretly taking photos with their phones. The neighbors who care about the elderly at Lanshan Nursing Home know that it's a charity facility, but some who usually don't bother to pay attention are now acting as champions of justice, gossiping about the elderly eating noodles. Jing Ankai, already annoyed, couldn't help but step forward upon hearing this. Stop right there. Chapter 297 Kid, When are you going to set up a stall in front of our medical school? Who said our nursing home doesn't cook for the elderly? Our nursing home's menu is different every day. But I just don't understand why they love lo mein so much. Jing Ankai shouted at the gossiping neighbors, her voice growing louder with each word. She was truly aggrieved, not because of the neighbors' malice, but because the elderly's obsession with lo mein exceeded Jing Ankai's expectations. They say the elderly are like children. Sometimes, their temperament is like a child's, difficult to manage. And Jing Ankai, who had long cared for the elderly, sometimes felt a bit like a teacher. Their blue sky nursing home had clearly put effort into the meals, so why couldn't it compare to a bowl of lo mein? Why were the elderly willing to risk heatstroke and indigestion to crave lo mein? Jing Ankai was also confused. No, it's just that the food at your blue sky nursing home isn't good. You don't have to get angry with us, do you? The gossiping neighbors were clearly stunned by Jing Ankai, muttering under their breath. No. Jing Ankai couldn't swallow this insult any longer, grabbing another bag of noodles from Jing Liwa's hand, a bag they hadn't even opened yet. You try it. What does that mean? The neighbors were dumbfounded. Why were they being forced to eat noodles? Try it. Jing Ankai shouted, and the gossiping neighbors were about to argue when Niu Taigui's cold gaze swept over from afar. Try it, fine. The gossiping neighbor picked up the noodles and took a bite. Soon, everyone was speechless. This stuff, it's so delicious. Wow, I wouldn't trade this for a whole pork knuckle. Now I understand why these old folks don't eat at the cafeteria. Sorry. Even this group of people immediately changed their expressions. This noodle soup was truly satisfying. After having a bowl of this, they felt even their own mother's cooking didn't taste as good, let alone the cafeteria food at the nursing home. Get out of here. Niu Taigui walked over, and the group of neighbors, scared off, stopped queuing for noodles and slunk away. Aunt Niu. I didn't mean to argue with the neighbors, I'm just feeling a little down. Jing Ankai said with a wry smile. It's alright, Auntie understands how you feel. You've long considered this nursing home your home, and suddenly a little kid comes along and steals everyone's heart. You're bound to feel a little disappointed, right? But don't worry, you'll always be the prettiest person in our nursing home. Niu Taigui coaxed Jing Ankai, hugging her close. With a mouth like that, if she were a man, she probably wouldn't have trouble finding a girlfriend. It was clear that the relationship between the doctors and the elderly at Lanshan Nursing Home was, in some ways, closer to that of family. Jing Ankai, comforted by Niu Taigui, stopped crying and smiled. Just as she was about to say something, Jing Liwa walked over, and without a word, grabbed a mouthful of noodles and stuffed it into his daughter's mouth. Dad, what are you doing? Jing Ankai's pupils dilated instantly. The noodles were refreshing, the tomato sauce was rich, and the scallions and garlic added a wonderful aroma. With the minced meat sauce, just one bite is the perfect reward for a hard day's work. Satisfying, isn't it? Let me tell you, Ankai, our nursing home cafeteria lost to this kid, it's definitely worth it. Jing Liwa was quite easygoing, smiling broadly. Hey, what are you doing? The next moment, Jing Ankai snatched the bowl of noodles from Jing Liwa's hand. Dad, go buy another one. I haven't had breakfast yet. No. Jing Liwa reached out, but his daughter was already happily eating her noodles, so he couldn't really say anything. Sai, get in line. After a surge in orders, the queue at Liang's stall gradually thinned out. This was, after all, just an old, dilapidated residential area. Apart from the nearby residents and the elderly from Lanshan Nursing Home, almost no outsiders came here. Now, everyone was too full to eat anymore, and business had entered a slight lull. Liang had some free time, so he sat down and played on his phone. Meanwhile, the elderly people, burping contentedly, searched for shady spots to cool off. Little friend, where do you usually set up your stall? Can you tell me? When I have free time, I'd like to try your cooking again. Seeing Liang was free, Jing Ankai and her father, Jing Liwa, approached him. Both of them were men of high moral character, but even the most noble men need to eat. Liang's cooking was so delicious that once you tasted it, you could never forget it. The father and daughter were already hooked. Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong beside him. He had originally intended to say that he set up his stall near the experimental primary school, but realizing Li Xiangdong was there, he changed his words. My family's shop is on Desheng Pedestrian Street, it's called Li's Roasted Goose Leg. If you have time, you can try it. Wait, Jing Liwa's eyes widened in surprise. Li's Roasted Goose Leg, isn't that the one that used to be near Kyoto University? Yes, Liang nodded after a moment's hesitation. Haha, my former professor has been talking about your roasted goose leg to me a lot these past few months. And that old man would often send me pictures of your roasted goose leg in the middle of the night, making me so hungry I couldn't sleep. I never thought I'd get to eat your cooking here today. Liang pulled a lollipop from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Hearing the professor's irresponsible tone from Jing Liwa, Liang had already guessed who his former professor was. The mentor you're talking about wouldn't happen to be Professor Wang Ziliang, would it? Haha, who else could it be? Professor Wang always calls you little brother when we chat. Jing Liwa laughed heartily. Jing Liwa's former doctoral advisor was Professor Wang. After graduating, he joined the Second Medical College of Kyoto as a lecturer, gradually rising to his current achievements and status. Jing Ankai listened, dumbfounded. Jing Ankai had naturally heard of Professor Wang's name, that nationally renowned medical giant. That medical was who recently amazed the world with his development of a new magnetically levitated heart. She actually called this little kid brother kid? Wow. She had initially thought Liang was cute and wanted to pinch his cheeks a few more times, but now it seemed she'd have to abandon that idea for now. Brother kid, what do you say? Jing Liwa patted Liang's shoulder familiarly. When do you have time to set up a stall outside our second medical college in Kyoto? Old Wang has told me quite a bit about your glorious achievements. Chapter 298. I'm full, but I can't resist my cravings. The second medical college. Liang nodded thoughtfully. This place is definitely worth a visit sometime. Liang remembered he still had a reputation system, unlocking regional reputation points gave rewards, but he hadn't used it in ages. Sigh. No choice. Liang had to go to school now, so he didn't have much free time. He could only hope summer vacation would come quickly. Young man. Another bowl. Chai Wangtian, clutching his stomach, approached again with a pained expression. Grandpa, you want more? Liang glanced at Chai Wangtian. If he remembered correctly, this was Chai Wangtian's fourth bowl. I'm full, but I'm craving more. Just thinking about the chewy noodles and the smell of the mincemeat makes my mouth water. As he spoke, Chai Wangtian actually slurped up a mouthful of saliva. Li Kaya silently shook his head. To be honest, it was good that his good older sister Niu Taigui had someone pursuing her, but Chai Wangtian was clearly lacking something. Little friend, I'll have another bowl too. Me too. After a short rest, the old folks started their second round of noodle buying. The old folks knew better than the neighbors that Liang was visiting Niu Taigui, not a regular vendor. They couldn't eat too much today, or they might not get any more. Half an hour later. I really can't eat anymore. I can't stand up anymore. I need to go back inside and lie down for a while. Liang's bowl of noodles had been a real ordeal for the old folks. Although under Xiao Ankai's supervision, they weren't quite sick from overeating, but they were all so full they couldn't even drink water. Grandma Meng, supporting her back, laboriously made her way back to her bed. Her feet had just touched the bed when she couldn't help but burp. Phew. Luckily, no one saw. Grandma Meng was quite the goddess in her youth, with many suitors. Even in her old age, she still cared about her image, dressing in a youthful and fashionable way. If anyone saw this old goddess burping, she would lose face. Buzz buzz buzz. Grandma Meng had just lain down on the bed when her phone vibrated. It was a video call from her grandson. Hello, Grandma. What are you doing? It's broad daylight, why aren't you moving around? Even though it's hot, you still need to get some exercise. On the other end of the line was a young man in his 20s, wearing a logistics work uniform, looking exceptionally energetic. Grandma Meng's daughter-in-law was seriously ill and needed care, and she herself had difficulty walking, so a few years ago Grandma Meng voluntarily moved into a nursing home so that her son could have some breathing room. The whole family was initially opposed to the suggestion, but Grandma Meng was an older woman, and no one could stop her from moving into the Lanshan nursing home. Fortunately, in recent years, Grandma Meng's daughter-in-law's illness had healed, and the family's situation had gradually improved. So, the family had called Grandma Meng many times to try and persuade her to come home. And now, Grandma Meng's grandson called. I'm not going to do anything for now. I'm going to rest for a bit. Xiao Su, you wouldn't believe it. A noodle stall opened outside today, and it's so delicious. Grandma Meng rubbed her stomach, beaming. Just a bowl of noodles made Grandma this happy? The young man named Meng Su felt a lump in his throat, almost bursting into tears. No! Meng Su clenched his fists. He'd made up his mind. No matter what, he had to take Grandma home today. She couldn't stay in the nursing home any longer. Although the Blue Sky nursing home was quite nice, as a son and grandson, he always wanted to personally show his filial piety. Now that Meng Su's mother had recovered, and he was earning money independently, he could easily bring Grandma home to care for her. Grandma, wait for me, I'm coming to the nursing home to find you. Meng Su took a deep breath and said earnestly to Grandma Meng. You're here. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to work? Grandma Meng realized something and sternly said, Xiao Su, you're not planning to take me home again, are you? No, I just want to try the noodles you mentioned. Meng Su forced a smile, hung up the phone, and immediately asked the logistics station manager for leave. Driving his car, Meng Su headed towards the Lanshan nursing home. At 11 a.m., the sun was blazing. Xiaoang, if it's really too much, let's go back. Li Xiangdong squatted next to Liang, his hair soaked with sweat. The weather in Kyoto City gets hotter every year. It's not even the hottest period yet, and the temperature has already reached 38 degrees Celsius. Seeing that business was slow, Liang nodded and prepared to pack up. Anyway, Grandpa Liang had finished catching up with Grandma Niu Taigui, so it was about time for him to leave. He needed to find a different place to set up his stall in the afternoon. The population density in this old, dilapidated residential area was still relatively low. After a morning, only a quarter of the food supplies remained. Just as Liang was preparing to pack up, a young man in a logistics worker's uniform rushed over. It was Meng Su, the grandson of Grandma Meng from the nursing home. "Boss, a bowl of noodles, please," Meng Su said, looking at Li Xiangdong, while Liang nodded. "Okay." Soon, a bowl of noodles in a bag was handed to Meng Su. "Would you like a small bowl?" Liang asked considerately. Just one." Meng Su hesitated for a moment. Seriously, this kid's noodles were quite impressive. Carrying the small bowl, Meng Su quickly entered the Lanshan nursing home. After registering with Jing Ankai, he finally arrived at his grandmother's room. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn. Grandma Meng lay on the bed, her eyes half closed, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Grandma." Meng Su jumped in surprise and called out hastily. "Hiccup, what?" Grandma Meng opened her eyes and immediately burped, quickly covering her mouth. "Nothing, I came to see you." Meng Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief and casually scooped up some noodles and placed them on the table beside him. "Xiao Su, you bought noodles? Try some." Although Grandma Meng couldn't eat any more herself, she couldn't wait for her grandson to have a bite of noodles. "Grandma, don't say anything, just eat, eat." Grandma Meng stared at the noodles, urging him repeatedly. In a daze, Meng Su felt as if he had returned to a late afternoon more than 10 years ago when he was still in elementary school. His grandmother, with her black hair, had bought a braised duck and placed the leg in his bowl, urging him to eat it quickly, just like before. Good things, Grandma always wanted him to eat them fast. "Eat up, try it." Meng Su had originally come to persuade his grandmother to leave the nursing home, but seeing her attitude, he decided to eat the noodles first. Meng Su broke open a disposable chopstick and casually scooped a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. "It's just noodles. Some small restaurants in Beijing have them, he'd eaten them several times before. What's so good about this stuff? Wait. This taste." Meng Su's pupils contracted. Grandma Meng, seeing the gleam in her grandson's eyes, suddenly smiled. For elders, seeing their children and grandchildren eat something delicious is even more joyful than eating something delicious themselves. "How was it, Xiao Su?" Grandma wasn't lying to you, the noodles were delicious, weren't they? "Hey, slow down, don't choke." Chapter 299. I want to ask, is it still too late to register for hospital admission now? Slurp. Burp. Meng Su finished his noodles and let out a big burp. Grandma Meng sat up, chuckling as she gently patted Meng Su's head. "A grown man like you, mind your manners, burping like that." Burp. Puffed. Before she finished speaking, Grandma Meng couldn't help but let out a double burp herself. Meng Su was dumbfounded. He instinctively wanted to laugh, but thankfully he suppressed it, pretending not to hear. Grandma Meng was also embarrassed, remaining silent for a long time, unable to speak. "Grandma." Meng Su straightened his expression, threw the bowl of noodles into the trash can, and after a moment's thought, spoke. "Alright, Xiao Su, actually Grandma knows why you suddenly came all this way, didn't you just want to take me home?" Grandma Meng sighed, interrupting Meng Su. "Actually, if it were possible, wouldn't Grandma also want to be reunited with her family? But, your mother has only recently recovered from her illness and still needs to take medication, and you've only been working for a few months. I've thought about it. After a while, once your mother's follow-up appointment results are in, and after you've settled into your work for a while, I'll come home." "Grandma's willing to come home?" Meng Su was overjoyed and tightly grasped his grandmother's hand. "Well, Grandma, I didn't mean to talk about this earlier. I meant I wasn't full, and I wanted to go buy another bowl." For Meng Su, his grandmother's willingness to come home was a truly unexpected joy. He had originally planned to slowly persuade her after they had eaten their fill, but it was wonderful that Grandma Meng herself had suggested coming home. Grandma Meng paused, then coughed lightly. Could you get me a bowl too? I'm too full, but I can put it in the fridge for dinner." Meng Su happily left the nursing home, intending to buy a few more bowls of noodles from Liang, at least 5. One for himself, one for Grandma, and the remaining 3 for his parents. Oh well, 10 bowls it is. He can share with his co-workers back at work. These noodles aren't expensive anyway. Meng Su was even thinking of buying 10 bowls of noodles, but when he arrived at Liang's stall, he was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He'd only been in the nursing home for about 20 minutes, and there was already a line over 50 meters long in front of the noodle stall. Liang, busy at work, hadn't expected that he'd suddenly found a second spring in his life. The neighbors who had already bought noodles actually came back for a second batch. They were full, but their families couldn't resist after tasting the noodles and kept asking for another bowl. That noon, the neighborhood residents really indulged themselves, exceeding their usual appetites. Besides the neighbors' orders, Jing Liwa ordered about 20 more bowls of noodles to store for dinner, causing Liang's orders to surge. Everyone, don't rush, one at a time. We're running low on ingredients, those at the back of the line don't need to wait. Li Xiangdong and Li Kaya maintained order at the scene, and the second wave of sales finally sold out Liang's stock. Hearing Li Xiangdong and Li Kaya's words, the neighbors at the back of the line immediately started complaining. Wow, your noodles sold out so fast. Mainly because the elderly people in the nursing home have the advantage of proximity, they bought all the noodles. I heard that Dr. Xia from the nursing home ordered 20 servings at once. I want to ask, is it too late for me to get into the nursing home now? Hearing the neighbors' comments, even an elderly person watching the commotion under the shade of a tree was amused. Goodness, this is the first time I've heard of people rushing to the nursing home. After the last serving of noodles was sold, Liang stretched. All done. Liang packed up his stall, and the crowd in front of it gradually dispersed. Little brother, Jing Liwa, carrying a large bag of noodles, said with a smile, if you're going to set up a stall in the future, remember to consider our second medical college. Or, you could come visit the nursing home. I just showed the noodles to old Wang, and he was so jealous he looked like he'd eaten a lemon. Liang chuckled. A good teacher produces a good student. Professor Jing Liwa is indeed Professor Wang's student, quite witty. Professor Jing, I'll come again when I have time. Liang hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly. Although Liang hadn't interacted much with the elderly at the Blue Sky nursing home, he had noticed their endearing qualities. Furthermore, although Liang hadn't spoken, he admired Jing Liwa's noble character. Liang had a premonition that there was more to the Blue Sky nursing home than met the eye. He would come back someday. Let's go. Sister Niu, take care of yourself. If you're really bored, go back to the countryside. Li Kaio and Niu Taigui said their reluctant goodbyes. He wanted to give Niu Taigui some of his savings, but he almost got a beating from Niu Taigui's grandmother. Li Xiangdong started the car and drove away with Liang and Li Kaio. Li Kaio watched Niu Taigui's figure grow smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror and finally sighed. Dad, shall we go home for a meal? Li Xiangdong said while turning the steering wheel, or maybe we can just go to a restaurant nearby. What's the point of eating? I ate a lot with Xiaoang when he was selling noodles earlier, and I saw you eat 2 bowls. What, you're still hungry? Well, Li Xiangdong scratched his nose sheepishly. Let's just get off at the station. My luggage is on the train, we're going straight back to our hometown, Li Kaya said, glancing at Li Xiangdong. Dad, you're leaving so fast. I was just saying we should have dinner at my shop. What's there to eat? The weather back home's been unusually hot lately, I have to get back quickly, your mom can't manage on her own. Although Li Xiangdong tried his best to persuade him to stay, Li Kaio insisted on going back home. There was no other way. In Li Kaio's eyes, nowhere was as appealing as his hometown. The Ford Raptor drove out of the bungalow area, heading towards Kyoto City Station. Liang took a sip of water, rubbing his slightly sore wrists. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the window. Through the car window, Liang saw a girl riding a bicycle brush past the Ford Raptor on another lane. This girl was unusually fair-skinned, wearing a baseball cap, and sweat streamed down her neck under the blazing sun. Isn't that Zhang Suero? Li Xiangdong came to the nursing home today, and Zhang Yan was too busy in the kitchen of Li Ji roasted goose legs, so the shop was closed. Plus, it was the weekend and there were no classes, so Zhang Suero should have had free time. Why would Zhang Suero go to the outskirts of the city with so much free time? Judging by the direction she's heading, it seems she's going to Lanshan Nursing Home? Chapter 300 Setting up a stall in the mountains is all about enjoying the leisurely atmosphere. Hey kid, still setting up your stall this afternoon? It's so hot today. After exiting the Kyoto train station, Li Xiangdong started the car and turned to ask Liang beside him. This awful weather, the temperature was already over 40 degrees Celsius this afternoon. How about take a day off? Liang nodded. His main goal was to make money happily through his stall in a relaxed way. There was really no need to set up a stall in this heat. After returning home, Liang enjoyed an afternoon in air conditioning. In the evening, Liang took his little yellow dog for a walk with Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, stopping by the supermarket to buy some groceries. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Liang sat up in bed and stretched. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had already gone to Li's roasted goose leg shop. Liang was enjoying a relaxing day. He peeked through the curtains at the weather forecast, then glanced at his phone. It was supposed to be cloudy, but the temperature in Kyoto was still well over 35 degrees Celsius. Frankly, most food vendors wouldn't choose to set up shop in this weather. Even if they did, the location was crucial. Putting aside the discomfort of standing in the blazing sun, even if the vendors could endure it, the customers queuing for food wouldn't be able to stand still. Not to mention, selling food in the scorching sun also presents challenges for food preservation. Therefore, choosing a cool, shady spot was essential. Liang opened a map, browsed around, and finally settled on a landmark outside the 6th Ring Road. Jubei Mountain, at an altitude of just over 1,000 meters, was a well-known free scenic area in Kyoto, featuring a forest park and even a ski resort. Setting up a stall in the mountains would at least offer a cooler feel, and it could also be a combination of sightseeing and relaxation. Having made up his mind, Liang immediately contacted security guard Xiao Lu. Coincidentally, Xiao Lu wasn't working today and personally drove Liang to Jubei Mountain with groceries in his van. Liang parked his car at the foot of the mountain, looking at the crowds of people coming and going on the mountain road, somewhat surprised. Hey, it seems there are quite a few sports enthusiasts in Kyoto City. The foot traffic is really good. What Liang didn't know was that Kyoto University of Chemical Technology had a campus located at the foot of Jubei Mountain. Many students had a habit of hiking for exercise on weekends, so Jubei Mountain naturally had no shortage of people. Master Xiaowang, where should we set up our stall? Security guard Xiao Liu's eyes darted around. There were plenty of empty spaces and stalls at the foot of Jubei Mountain. It was Xiao Liu's first time setting up a stall alone with Liang, and he was quite excited. Besides, he also had his own little plans. Recently, Xiao Lu had started dating and was beginning to worry about marriage. Although the security guard at Zhongcheng Academy earns a decent salary, it's still not enough to buy a house or car in Kyoto. So, security guard Xiao Lu started thinking about doing some side work in his spare time. Setting up a stall would be a good idea. Today, Xiao Lu also wanted to learn the process and techniques of setting up a stall from Liang, hoping to one day sell some trendy snacks and earn a little extra money. I won't set up a stall at the foot of the mountain. Liang shook his head. The vegetation at the foot of the mountain was sparse, and all the shady spots were already taken. Setting up a stall here wouldn't offer any sun protection, and there would be tons of mosquitoes. Then where do we go? Let's go up the mountain. Liang smiled and pointed upwards. Up the mountain? Security guard Xiao Lu frowned. Master Ang, there shouldn't be as many people up the mountain as at the foot. Besides, how are we going to get up there? Liang put his hands behind his back, looking like a wise man. No problem. We can walk up the road, and we don't even need to climb to the top. Halfway up is about right. Having come all this way to Jubei Mountain, Liang naturally wanted to explore the mountains. Otherwise, what's the point of coming? Security guard Xiao Lu, seemingly lost in thought, took out a notebook and jotted down his thoughts on setting up a stall. Choosing a stall location doesn't have to follow the crowd. Master Xiaowang's choice of location is quite unique, something worth considering. Liang leaned over to glance at Xiao Liu's notes and coughed lightly. If you're setting up your own stall, you don't have to copy everything I do, right? Frankly, Liang's casual choice of location stemmed from his confidence in his skills, but However, Xiao Lu didn't seem to understand Liang's meaning, earnestly saying, Master Xiaowang, you're the best chef I've ever seen, of course I want to follow your lead. Fine. Anyway, Liang had already given his advice. Following the driveway, Liang and Xiao Lu walked uphill. When they were almost halfway up the mountain, the driveway ended, revealing a parking lot. Liang and security guard Xiao Lu had to get out of the vehicle. Liang pushed the tricycle, while Xiao Lu carried the groceries on a shoulder pole, and the two of them climbed up the mountainside. Liang walked slowly. Some parts of the mountain path on Jubei Mountain were winding asphalt roads, while others were purely steps. Fortunately, Liang was in excellent physical condition, and the terrain of Jubei Mountain wasn't too steep, so the journey was relatively easy with frequent stops. Walking through the shaded paths, the perceived temperature was 5 or 6 degrees lower than outside. Breathing in the fresh air and listening to the cicadas and birdsong around him, Liang felt a sense of peace and tranquility. At the halfway point of the mountain, Liang stopped. There was a large flat area halfway up Jubei Mountain, with some benches around for resting. This area was covered by dense trees, and sunlight dappled through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. This is it. Liang immediately decided on the location. Halfway up the mountain, there were other vendors, mostly selling things like ice cream, iced water, and grilled sausages. Seeing a child pushing a tricycle to set up a stall, the vendors were quite curious. We've never seen this kid before. He must be some family's child doing some social practice. Unless they live right on the mountainside, who would come here to set up a stall? However, when they saw Liang take out all sorts of ingredients, and the tricycle was laden with pots and pans, the vendors frowned. They could tell that Liang was a professional. Who is this guy? Why is he coming all this way here? Finally, when they saw Liang hang up a handwritten sign that read noodles and 6 yuan a bowl, all the vendors laughed. Everyone thought Liang was completely clueless about the business of setting up a stall in the mountains. You don't sell noodles in the mountains. People are tired and thirsty from climbing. They generally want something light and easy to grab so they can continue their hike. If you serve a bowl of noodles, how are they supposed to keep climbing? No doubt, this noodle stall is doomed to fail.